that Earth channel before.
Yes, multiple times, and I
Oh,
think
good.
I became really like curious, and interested about the topic, and I'm starting like educating myself, about it.
Yeah, what have you learned so far? What do you still have questions about?
Honestly, as someone who was not into physics and who's not into, I mean, it's honestly hard for me, if there is somebody who just came up and told me, start like convince me the Earth is like a slice of pizza, I would believe him because I don't know how the science works, so it's hard for me,
Yeah, well, yeah, we definitely don't think it's a slice of pizza, but yeah, you don't have to have a fancy knowledge of science to understand that the Earth measures flat. It basically has to do with rejecting the globe because the globe model toy doesn't match what we actually experience in reality, right? So, can't you accept the world the way it presents itself, where you're standing on a non moving surface of unknown dimensions, and the sun and moon are moving above your head?
It is crazy to think about it, it is very like, um I don't know, but it is like you need to question all of those things, you see, you observe, I mean, the moon, the gravity. I obviously can't see the gravity, but I mean, if you can, I mean, you can like see the effects of it,
No, you think you
Honestly,
see the effects. You think you're seeing that, but you're really not. You're observing, yeah, that objects fall down, but there's no gravity is not the cause of those. The gravity is just a concept that is not has not been demonstrated to be the cause of anything. It has not been scientifically verified. So that's less
but
important than the first thing you said after I said, why can't you just accept the world as it is? You said, oh, that's crazy. I don't know, like, that is an interesting commentary on modern times, that it seems crazy to people to just accept that the way we perceive reality is the way it actually is, right? Because you only think it's different because somebody told you. They told you you were on a ball. They told you there was this thing called gravity that you have just expressed that you can't understand. They told you even though the sun seems like it's moving, it's really
they told us
not.
that the
Hmm?
gravity is what is holding us back from falling off. It is the thing that it is the thing that holding us like on the planet Earth.
Yeah, that's pretty scary, right? Like you
The
might just fall
objects.
off.
It
But
is.
what if
Yeah.
there's nowhere to fall? Yeah, what if you can't fall off? What if you're just here no matter what? You're just here no matter what. You're not going to go anywhere else. It's a good place. Like, have you been
But that's
everywhere
why the
on
big
Earth? Have you
question.
been everywhere in the Hassan? Have you been to all of the countries of the Earth?
No, I haven't been outside
Yeah.
of the country.
Yeah, I mean, think all the things that you can explore, like right here. That's all we're asking people, to just kind of go back down to earth, realize you're not falling off, right? You're not going to fall off. You don't need gravity to keep you on here. There's nowhere to fall off to. There's no outer space. There's no near vacuum of outer space. That's a
Wait,
construct. That's a science fiction.
let me tell you
No,
something.
you're good.
My English level is still developing, okay? But I
Mm.
just want to hold on the big points that you're saying. I think you're saying that you're denying like um the gravity and the a lot of things. You're just saying like there is no gravity, there is no such and such, right?
Well, I don't need to deny it. I mean, first it would have to be scientifically demonstrated in a cause and effect relationship because that's what science is. Since that's never been done, neither with Newton's mass attracting mass gravity nor with Einstein's bending and warping of space-time gravity, I don't need to deny something that's never been demonstrated in the first place. All I have to do is sit here and say, show me your verifiable, testable, repeatable scientific evidence of either form of gravity. Do you have any evidence of
Well,
that cause and effect
well,
relationship, Hassan?
I would prefer to listen to you discussing with people who
Okay.
have
Well,
more,
then we don't. Yeah, then we don't have to discuss it at
who
all
are.
because then we don't have to discuss it because I'm here to tell you it hasn't been demonstrated, so I don't even need to deny it. So let's get back to how there's no curvature, right? Have you heard about that while you've been in here?
There's no what?
No curve. There's no curve. There's no globe. There's no ball. No sphere.
Okay, okay. Why are you getting us?
No ball. Yeah, that's right. Did you hear that before?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
It's just a flat
there is a
earth,
variation
and there is an edge to it, right?
No
Yeah.
edge. No ball, no edge. Yep. So, yeah, we don't claim an edge. There's no reason to do that. No indication of an edge. No ability to explore that area. And it's not necessary to define the outer dimensions of the realm where we live in order to understand that it's not a ball. So when you were here before, how did you hear that explained to you? The lack of curve, did you hear about how it measures flat?
No, honestly, I don't.
Oh, okay.
What do you,
Good. Then I'll tell you. Yeah. So if it were a ball, then we would have curvature that would be obviously observed in the world, and it would be observed in the form of objects being obscured from our view by that curve. They'd be around the side of the ball, right? If you were looking out straight, the objects would start to be obscured by that curve at a given rate, 8 inches per mile squared, meaning only 8 inches for the first mile, but then it rapidly increases at an exponential rate. To where at 10 miles, you'd have 66 feet of drop. 20 miles, you'd have 266 feet of drop. So like a 25-story building, right? Can you visualize a 25-story building?
25-story building?
Yeah, a building with 25 floors with an elevator where if you press number 25, you're at the top.
Yeah. What is about it?
Yeah, okay, so that's really tall, right? So at 20 miles, that's how much should be obscured behind the curve. So if you had a 25-story building, it's you have you're at 25 miles. You're actually going to have over 300 feet of drop, but the only reason I came up with that, 25-mile figure is because we've done laser tests, flat earthers have, where a laser has hit a target at that distance. But that target should have been obscured, actually, in that case, by a 30-story building. It should have been below, like it's at the bottom, right? And then the top of that building still not seen by the curve. So it's not just that it kind of should have missed the target. It totally should have not been anywhere near the target, yet it hit the target. It shouldn't have been anywhere near the target because the target should have been hidden behind all of this curve, 297 feet of curve. But it wasn't because it's flat, no curve.
Oh my gosh, I feel like I'm in a in a math class.
Yeah,
I'm
well,
sorry.
that's why I tried to give you the building, right? Because now if we're talking about the
Listen,
particular laser test
I
I'm
don't
talking
even
about.
I don't even listen. I don't even understand math in my native language.
Okay, well, the target So imagine a laser hitting a target. Can you do that?
A laser. Okay, that's so
Yeah,
easy.
yeah, yeah. Okay, so on a flat surface, that'd be no problem. At the distances we're talking about and the type of laser we're talking about, the laser would be able to hit the target on a flat surface. If we were on a globe, that laser would be at the bottom of the 30-story building, and the 30-story building would be hidden behind the curve because it would be kind of like, just be, I don't know how to describe it to you. I mean, I guess I could try to draw you a picture. I mean, you can't see that if you were looking over there and you were on a ball, that things would be hidden behind the side of it. They'd be over on the side. You wouldn't be able to see everything. You'd be looking off into space. But that's not how it is. You can
Hey,
actually
Dandelion.
hit the target. Yes, go for it.
If I may, sorry, Hassan. Sorry, Dandelion. If you care to look in the chat, I posted 2 snapshots. Now, they are a little bit mathy, but you can ignore the math and look at the second one. There's an illustration of what is being articulated to you. You see the gray circle with the little triangles and A, B's, all that, A, B, O, and all that shit? Hassan?
Yes, I'm seeing the pictures.
Yeah. So what's the picture that's trying to be pointed out to you? If you go to that second one, just zoom in a little bit on the circle. If you you see where the point A and point B are on the triangle and the circle.
Yeah.
Right. So H is basically how high you are, and the point A is where your eyes are. Okay. Now the point here is to say wherever that is, wherever you are at point A, there's only there's a predictable and limited distance between point A and point B. Okay? So anything beyond B, if you kind of extend that line out, it's going to kind of be cut off from your point of view. You're going to see parts of it or half of it or not even it at all.
Okay. Listen,
right?
depending on
how high it is.
I have watched a YouTube video about this, okay? And there's like this guy who was discussing this topic, and he was like, he was like, trying to, he was like trying to deny the study, and he was like saying this is not truth or something. I mean, it's an article. I wouldn't.
Yeah. Well, if you think about it, right, this diagram only illustrates the geometric relationship between the horizon, your eyes, and like where your eyes are, how high you are, right? Now, one argument is, oh, well, light bends to some degree. Now, what's stated with that is it bends at a certain rate, okay, more or less depending on the conditions of the atmosphere. But if you actually factor that in, even if you do want to go down that route, okay, it extends it a little bit, but not by very much, and certainly not by an amount that would be necessary for us to actually see what we do see over distances that have been observed. So there's a problem on their side because they claim, oh, well, light does all these fancy things, but it doesn't really add up. You see what I mean? So that's where this discussion can get very interesting and very technical. But I guess my point here was just to highlight to you the overall idea, if it wasn't already properly done. So anyway, I hope that helped. Take it away.
Thank you for letting us know, bro.
Yeah, so regarding what you said about the video that you can't really remember, but you're sure that it's disputing this, there's a lot of propaganda, anti-flat earth propaganda. Do you know about propaganda, Hassan?
Yeah, I know propaganda. Propaganda is everywhere. It's not about the flat earth. It's also, it's called us. I mean, not propaganda. What do you call this? The theory or something like that. Conspiracy theory or like, I'm not sure how to say that, to be honest. But sometimes people believe in weird things,
Yeah, so even if you are, if you're saying that the math, is difficult for you, I mean, it's really just that's why I was trying to get you to think about just your own experience, right? Like, do you experience a globe, Hassan?
Okay, wait, just wait. Give me a moment, okay?
Okay.
Do I experience the globe? Do you mean do I experience like the feeling of round like Earth or something like that?
Sure, yeah, whatever that means to you. Tell me where and when you've experienced a globe.
It's hard to tell if you're experiencing like a globe or a flat Earth. You can't tell, you know. There is actually like a verse in Quran which it says. Let me translate it to English, okay? Let me ask ChatGPT about this because I don't know what is the number of this verse. It basically explains that we see the Earth by our own eyes, that it looks like flat, you know. It looks flat, but it's not necessary. It's not necessary that it's flat, you know. We can't assume or can't judge by how we seeing things, you know.
Yeah, I know that I'm not qualified to have this conversation. I know there's a lot of Muslim flat earthers that would dispute that and have other verses for you, but that's why, like here, we just try to stick to what we can actually observe, because if we try to prove something with like one religious book or a different one, then it gets difficult because not everyone has the
It is
same
difficult, but
faith.
let's
Yeah, but I think,
example
the idea here
yesterday.
is that this creation, I mean, since you have a religious point of view, is the way it appears to be. It's not, you're not being tricked. You're not being tricked. It's only because someone told you that you were on a globe that was spinning that that would never have crossed your mind if you were just born here like a regular person without all this propaganda. So yeah, I mean, I did just want to tell you real quick, like, if it's too scary to give up the globe, which it is for a lot of people, like,
No, it's
and you
not
just want
scary for me.
Okay, good. I'm glad to hear that, because if you want to just find some YouTube video to talk you out of it, like, especially if you're easily convinced by emotional appeal, logical fallacies, ad hominem attacks, straw man arguments, and so on. If you're easily convinced by those things, you can easily go back to the globe. But if you like to hear about things that can be demonstrated in reality,
No.
proven, tested, and verified, then you'll end up realizing that there's no globe. So, just depends on
There is one
your
thing
preference.
that's there is one thing that I see in common between atheists. Okay, when somebody like start like adapting this mindset, atheism, or I mean not mindset, I would say believe, they start going crazy. Like, I'm being not trying to be offensive or being ignorant or something. You know, I'm just saying like the truth. You know, like yesterday I was trying to discuss with this vegan guy. He was like saying, uh, killing animals is not okay. You can't eat animals. And I can apply the same logic on him. You know, it's the same thing. He's like eating plants. Plants also have souls. Like, scientists have discussed this, and it's actually true. It's actually true. You know, that plants feel that they're getting. You know, they actually scream. They actually have feelings. The same animals
I'm not going to,
experience.
I wouldn't go so far as to call that souls, but yes, there's been many scientific experiments to show that, yes, they do have some form of sentience and reactions. There's a great book called The Secret Life of Plants that goes into that. Yeah, that's a good point. So, yep, I don't know if you don't have any other questions about the flat earth. We could see if this new guy, Anurag, has a question or,
Okay, go ahead.
yeah, Anurag, did you have any questions?
I want to explore more about your discussion with gravity when you were describing the Newtonian gravity and the general relativity Einstein's work. So if you can discuss that further, like, and
Oh, hold on. Could you speak more loudly and slowly?
yeah, my voice is not coming through, I guess, because of my network, I guess. So yeah, so
It
my
sounds like coming through. Yeah, you're coming through very muffled. Anurag,
oh,
if you could do us a favor, yeah, and just yeah, speak
now,
into your
yes,
mic
can
and
you?
speak slowly. Yes, thank you, buddy. Appreciate it.
Uh, Thank you. Yeah, so I was discussing about like, can you elaborate further on your discussion about gravity when you were discussing Newtonian gravity as well as the work of Einstein to prove why Earth is not why gravity doesn't exist?
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah, mass attracting mass, gravity has not been demonstrated as a cause on Earth. As a cause and effect relationship, and even in the mainstream science lore, they've had that superseded with Einsteinian bending and warping of space time, and but basically the purpose of that was another just entirely theoretical construct to try to explain things about the globe that don't make sense, such as how water could cling to a ball in a near vacuum, hurtling through space at a high rate of speed while also spinning. So yeah, I mean, they came up with these ideas, and they just are not scientific ideas because they aren't demonstrated through a scientific experiment with an independent and dependent variable to establish a cause and effect relationship through repeated tests.
Mhm. And so, what do you think? Like, what causes that curvature in space time?
Nothing. I don't think it's there. Yeah, show me that it is there.
We can, of course, you cannot see the curvature. Well, that's the gravity, by the way.
Pardon?
The curvature is the gravity. So the the curvature that
curvature
we are
is
talking
the
about,
gravity. That's what
yeah,
you're saying.
I made it here just in
Yeah, and that's
time.
what I'm saying that it's not.
uh, perfect. All right.
Yeah. So you're demonstrating this to us? Do you have a scientific experiment
I do not.
with the cause and effect relationship being demonstrated with the independent and dependent variable through rigorous testing and repeatable
Well, I
results?
think there was one Nobel Prize given to the one physicist for discovering gravitational waves, and the gravitational waves are proving there is curvature in space time, and how would you describe the revolution
Hold on,
of
dude. Before you move on, hold on. So your
Mhm.
evidence that she asked for of an experiment was some group of people giving a guy an award. That doesn't sound like an experiment.
uh,
Yeah, that's not an experiment, brother.
when yeah, no, I can ask the similar question to you. Let's say if you are denying each
No
and
one is
everything that
denying
is
anything. You
happening
haven't
around the
present,
world,
bro.
and
You haven't presented anything to deny.
yeah, so then
Yeah, we
how
asked for
would
an
you prove your
experiment.
point?
Okay, you asked for
There
we
is
asked
an
for an
experiment.
experiment.
There is a
A
really, really
Nobel
good
Prize
experiment that
given to
happened.
somebody is an experiment. What's the experiment, dude? Like, I want
No,
to know.
no.
Then
So
what was the experiment?
the prize is not the experiment. The proof, the proof of that experiment, and when you
Was
proved okay, gravitational waves
how did he
exist.
do
That's
that?
what where the prize was given. How do you do that?
That's awesome. Yes. How did he do that?
You
What
can
was
watch
the
like any YouTube video
what was
to
the
explain like how would you do that.
YouTube video? So you don't know how he did it. That's what you're saying.
I'm not going to explain you like how did they perform that whole experiment like one by one. That would be like waste of our time.
No, that's the point of our time is to look at the evidence, right? The actual evidence.
Okay, so hear me.
But the
So
evidence he used, like he got a Nobel Prize,
do you
correct? So Okay, he got a Nobel Prize,
Do you
correct?
believe?
Listen to
Yeah,
me.
exactly.
Did he get a Nobel Prize? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. To get that Nobel
Yeah.
Prize, he had to publish a paper, and in that paper there was an experiment. What was that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So yeah, hear me out. So before
No,
that,
you're going to try to change. He's
do
running
you
away
believe?
from the fact that science is based upon empiricism, not gobbledygook. So is science based
Yeah.
upon experiment? Can you do science without experiment? Yes or no?
Yeah. So
You can do
yeah. So
science
let me
without
explain you
experiment.
that experiment. Yeah.
What
Hold on.
experiment? I
Yeah.
want to know what. I don't know what it is. You got to tell me.
So that's what I'm trying to tell you. You are like keep interrupting me in between. So
Okay, let's
can you
hear
like
it.
shut your mouth and try to let me speak?
No, you keep trying to talk about everything but the experiment. You want to talk about the people and the Nobel Prize Committee and all sorts of. I don't care about them. I want to know what the scientist did in the experiment.
Mm-hmm.
What instrumentation did he use? What measurements did he
Yeah.
take? That.
Yeah. So keep interrupting me again and again, and then I will explain you what experiment he did. Okay. So hear me out. Are you ready, or you have like further words in your mind to speak of?
Okay. All I know is you better start with the apparatus that he did the experiment with.
Apparatus. All right.
Yeah, apparatus, like the device, right? Was
Okay.
it a telescope?
Mhm. No, those like high precision lasers. So okay,
High
here's the
precision
thing.
lasers.
Yeah.
What did,
So
okay, what
before
did they
that,
do with the
there's
high precision lasers?
yeah. So they were measuring the gravitational wave that was caused by explosion of one black hole.
Oh, you're talking
So
about LIGO?
hmm?
LIGO.
No. Yeah, LIGO. Yeah,
The
LIGO
Long
is
Wave
correct.
Science Interferometry Experiment, Gravitational Observatory,
Yeah,
LIGO.
exactly. Hmm.
Do you know anything? Do you know anything about that? What was done? Because I do.
Yeah, yeah. So explain me that. Let's see what you know.
Okay. So you know that they didn't measure anything, that they fit to preformed templates.
Oh, from
So
where this information
so
is
they
coming
came up.
from?
So what they did was, uh, so
Hmm.
LIGO lasted. So for 4 years they couldn't detect anything. So what they did was
Hmm.
they made templates. What would the waveform
Hold
look
on.
like?
Before
Why are
that,
you interrupting me? I'm
the
going to tell you what they did. You
no,
obviously don't actually care.
the each and every word that you're speaking, can you like prove, or sorry, present any evidence that all
Yeah,
the thing that you're saying, or you're just making
yes,
everything up?
yes,
Hmm.
yes. Well, this would be
Okay.
quite the story to
Apart
make up
from
on
your
the
word.
fly. Yeah, I can't. So this would be quite the story to make up on the fly. So it's
Hmm.
kind of funny. Why would I make it up on the fly,
Hmm.
bro? So
Yeah,
what they use is
Anurag, hold on, Indio. Anurag, just listen. If you can't listen to him do the explanation that you asked for, then I'm
Oh
going
no,
to have to
before
mute.
that he was
No,
not
no,
listening to
no,
me.
no, I know. Yeah, because you didn't have anything to say and you didn't give me what I asked for. Now he's going to give me what I asked for, so you're going to listen or I will have to mute you. So please listen. Thank you.
yeah. I'm going to present to you your evidence that you don't even know what it is.
Hmm.
That's the funny thing is this is your evidence.
Yeah. Yeah,
You
yeah,
don't even know what it
explain,
is.
explain. I wanna hear that. Like, what do you have to say about that?
Okay, I'm going to say that they didn't do what you think they did, and even mainstream scientists don't think they measured any gravitational waves for several reasons. And I'm just giving you one of the reasons. Okay,
Hmm.
one of the reasons is they used what's called preformed templates. They said, hey, we're going to make a whole bunch of waveforms of what we would measure if there was a neutron star falling into a black hole, two black holes ring down, two neutron stars and a black hole in a three-body system, right? What waveforms would we measure on Earth if one of these events actually happened? And they made about 800 of them. And then they sat there and they waited and they waited and they waited until they got a waveform on their screen that matched one of those. Says, we detected a black hole ring down, victory. Okay. But here's the problem with that conclusion. and you can read it within the LIGO documents themselves. The thermal noise, meaning how much it jiggles around, because they have to measure to a precision of 1/1000th of a proton radius. Okay? That means if the instrument moves by 1/1000th of a proton radius, they have to be able to measure that. Right? Smaller than the nucleus of an atom. Okay? They have to measure displacement that small. Okay? The thermal noise created by the instrument itself, right? How much it moves around from random thermal motion is 11 orders of magnitude larger than a 1/10,000th of a proton radius displacement. Okay? So they didn't measure what they thought they measured. They interpreted noise as signal.
Okay. So can I ask you like all the topic questions?
You didn't listen to a word I said.
No,
You didn't listen to a word I said,
there's
bro.
one. I have one question for you. Can I ask you, like, if you allow me, I can ask you one off the topic question.
Off the topic question.
Yeah, where you from?
Where was I born? Or where do I live now?
No,
Like,
where you were born?
born in Providence. I currently live in Cambridge, Massachusetts.
Oh, perfect.
Why? What are you selling?
He thinks he's going to dox me. He's in for a rude awakening.
He bugged out.
Oh, now he's gone. Yeah, we have Amin Doim, Jim Halpert up there. I don't know if you had a question. You said something in the text. Feel free to open your mic, Jim. Stray Cat, you need to stop that.
I bet you in less than 20 minutes that dude sends me a phishing link. You think I'm that dumb, bro?
Yeah, he had issues for sure. Well, we still got Hassan here. I don't know if you got any other questions, Hassan. I saw you were typing in there. Yeah, we're not offering jobs to explain flat Earth, but if we were going to, then you'd have to explain back to me what I explained to you earlier about why there's no curvature measured. So, Hassan, if we were going to hire you, what would you tell somebody about what would you say if I asked you?
Well,
why is there no curve?
Well, apparently, hold on, just to like segue from the last guy. No, hold on a second. The Earth is large. Yeah, cool. Apparently, giving someone a Nobel Prize is a measurement of curvature.
That's right.
What?
No, Hassan, you said Earth. Are you so you're saying it's too large to measure the curve?
The Earth is flat, bro. I agree with you.
Well, we don't really care
Earth.
if you agree. We're not trying to make you agree.
Yeah, I mean, bro, why are you so upset?
Okay, do you think the purpose of this channel is to convince you the Earth is flat?
No, you don't have to convince me. I'm with you.
Well,
100%.
that's not. You didn't really answer my question. Do you think that that's why we're here to do that?
No, you're not here to do this.
Okay.
But honestly, bro, do you get paid for it? Do you get paid for this or not?
Not a penny.
Really? But because I see you like all day long on here, like the
No, you
majority
don't.
of you
I wasn't
here,
even here for 2 weeks. What are you talking about?
But like the majority of this like specific server, or this voice room, I can sense that there is someone is like behind it,
Yeah, we take turns. We're not all on here at the same time.
Yeah, Sonny, he can sense it.
Oh,
I can sense that. The way you guys deliver the information, the way you guys deal with people. It feels like I can't do this much of effort to people to convince them about a certain idea, even if I get paid.
So here's the funny thing. I just asked you if you think we're here to try and convince people the Earth is flat. You said no. and then you just said, "I can't believe you're here trying to convince people."
What?
Listen, bro.
See,
I
what
think you
style
need
is
to
that?
hire
See,
somebody.
so Hassan, we pay attention to what you're saying, unlike you guys who just frickin' block out everything we say. We pay attention to what you guys say very carefully. Okay, so maybe you should start paying attention to
I
what
think
we say
you need
very
to
carefully.
be patient, bro. If you need to
I am
convince somebody
patient.
about a certain
I
idea.
am patient.
No, you're not
Listen, I'm
patient.
super patient. I'm listening to. Listen, I listened to every word you said and said it back to you. If I asked you about every word I said, you would not be able to say it back to me. Being patient, I am patient. You're not because you're pretty much ignoring me, even though I'm talking to you.
Okay, what do you want to say, bro? I'm listening.
Okay, what do I want to say? We're here to give information. There's a claim out there, right? There's some people that you don't know that made the claim. Earth is a globe. Now, how do you know that to be true?
Okay, bro, prepare yourself. Get some guns. Let's go fight these people. What do you think?
What? There's nothing to fight. People believe it voluntarily. And I don't believe in censorship anyway. Why would I go try to censor them? They can say what they want. But you and others choose to believe them. And I'm asking you, why do you believe that?
I'm,
Do you know
I'm
do you
asking.
know it to be
I'm
true?
also asking you, what religion do you believe in? Are you an
Who
atheist?
cares, dude?
Hello. This is
You know,
interesting here. You say, sorry, my English is not perfect, but I don't know what the
that's fine.
heck I have learned. Yeah, 24, I don't know, this until 7.
24/7,
That
like
Earth.
24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
You think that's real or not? I'm German and I can say
What's
that.
real? Flat Earth?
That's real. That's real. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's real.
I think in
Yeah.
German it's Flash Earth. Flash Earth, right? Flash Earth.
I don't know,
Flash. I don't know how
Flash.
you guys say it. It's
Wir können auch auf Deutsch oder welche Sprache müssen
FLACHERD.
wir sprechen?
I don't speak German. I just know I have seen German videos and I've read the title, and that's what the title is, Flash Earth or something.
I think, look in the skies. Look in the skies.
Yeah. What does that tell us?
I'm German. And then.
What is that? Look,
Come
I'm
on,
looking at the
bro.
sky. Okay, listen. If you're not going to listen, I'm going to mute you. So, you said look in the sky. Then what? I'm looking in the sky right now. I'm
Look in
outside.
the sky. And then.
Yeah, I am.
You
I'm
know,
looking up. I see a star.
the Earth is flat.
What? I'm looking at a star. I don't
The
see a
Earth is
flat Earth.
flat.
I don't see Earth in the sky, dude.
The
Do you
Earth is
see Earth in
flat.
the sky?
100% the Earth is flat.
Yeah, no shit, dude. We know that.
Okay.
Isn't that obvious?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. To be honest, sorry. I'm here to learn a little bit English, and then yeah. Hey, can I?
Just right now. I don't. Do you?
I don't have understand nothing, bro. I have understand. Blah, 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 blah. I don't.
I think you understand English, and I think you're trolling. That's what I think.
Yeah, I'm not trolling. I understand a little bit.
Oh, so you know what trolling is, but you don't understand English. That's weird.
Thank you, Dandelion, Mary Mom.
Dude, fucking clowns.
You're welcome.
You know, I'm not like the other guys. I'm not going to use the server command or the channel command to mute you. I'm going to manually mute you. You're going to be muted in every other BC. So you got to get your shit together.
Mhm.
Yeah, you know what? Everything I said.
I don't know. I can show you.
What?
Um.
I'm still looking up.
Why you
Can I
think
go
the Earth?
down
Why you
into the
think?
earth?
Why you think the Earth is flat? Why you think?
It's flat. Because it's
Why?
flat. Why? Have you ever been to the ocean?
Okay, this is the first time, and the next, you
Have
see
you been
the
to the-
German and he
yeah,
dying. You know that
you're
the
ignoring.
German has-
Yeah, you're that ignoring shit ain't flying, brother. What's up, Sonny?
Not a whole lot. Just having an easy Saturday, doing projects,
Oh man,
household chores, stuff like that.
you're adulting, as they say, as the kids say.
Yeah,
You're doing some adulting.
I know I'm gonna dox myself, but yeah, I build guitar pedals. So I build my own pedals, my own guitar effects pedals. That's my hobby.
Oh shit! Really?
Yeah, I build them. I
Dude,
buy the kits.
Where'd
I
you-
buy PCBs. Go ahead.
where'd you learn how to do that?
I taught myself.
Oh, dude,
Yeah.
that's fire, man.
Yeah, I buy all the components, the resistors, capacitors, transistors, ICUs, different kinds of things, and
And you solder them up and everything.
Yeah, I solder them I build them all up from the component level. Yeah,
Nice, brother.
love that shit. I built like
Good.
10 of them so far. I built a bunch of them, man.
Dude, that's the nerd shit I'm into, man.
I love
kind of-
that.
what kind of-
I love it, man. And now I make my own. I make my own. I make my own enclosures also. So like I get these aluminum enclosures. You know, like Hammond enclosures. You're probably familiar with that stuff. So
Yeah.
these aluminum enclosures, and I sand them. I spray paint them. I drill out where the controls are going to be with a template that I can download from some of these companies, and then so I paint it, and then now I learned how to make decals for and I can just put a decal like I did on this one, put a decal on it with all the printing and everything, like design on it. Like it's really, really pretty cool, man. Looks professional.
That's fucking cool, man. Holy shit! Good for you.
That's awesome, son.
Yeah,
Well, Sonny, what kind of sounds? What kind of effects are you putting on the guitars with your pedals?
Oh, I have phaser. I have phaser I built. I have several distortion pedals, fuzz pedals, germanium fuzz, silicone fuzz. I have a triple pedal that has like a British amp in it, a Tweed amp, and a Rangemaster, like a treble booster. And so I built that one. I got a bunch of them, man. A lot of them are on my pedal board over at my friend's house. But this latest one I built is I'm putting it together now. It's got like a blues, it's like a blues breaker type amp, which is like a overdrive from the 60s type. And then it's got a kicker, which is actually a copy of a Klon pedal, which the Klon pedals, if you had an original one from the 90s, they can cost as much as like $800.
Yeah. I mean, I never was a big pedals guy, but yeah, my friends always had a bunch of them because I didn't have the ducats for all that stuff growing up in the 90s.
Yeah, so
I just used whatever
pedals
came with the amp.
They would cost several $100, like for anywhere from $100 for a single pedal to like $400 and $500 to some of them, you know. So I decided I would just start building them myself, you know, and so I did. And it's been a few years in now. I mean, 5 or 6 years I've been doing this.
Now you could get those like multi-effects pedals, you know, like Line 6 made some good ones. Where you would just have you have like multiple channels all in the one pedal and stuff. But that's awesome that you're doing it old school like that. That's really cool.
Yeah, I like the analog, the old analog effects. So I get really pretty cool effects. Yeah.
You know the Brian. I know you know this because you're a guitar guy, but you know the Brian May effect is like his own style. He made that pedal himself.
Yeah, so did what's his name? The Scottish guy that died. Rangemaster is what they used. Yeah, I built one of those. I have a couple of those.
Yeah, those are awesome. That's a great sound. Yeah, Indio, that young man you and Dandelion were talking to, Hassan, he was in here a couple days in a row. And yeah, he wanted to avoid the topic of flat Earth because the room was kind of dead. So Jamsey and I kind of accommodated, and we just kind of spoke to him about where he was at and all that. So that's why he was like not really educated on this subject very much. So anyway, just giving you a little backstory on how he found his way into the channel. And he just liked the fact that everybody kind of takes their turn. No one's like talking over each other. There's not a lot of chaos. So yeah, anyway, good to see everybody here.
Yeah, he seemed out today. He seemed a little agitated. I don't know.
Yeah, because we were actually talking business. He should know better. Like I explained my position very carefully, and I believe Jemsy did as well. Like, we're here on our own time. We're not here trying to gain anything from this monetarily. I think that's definitely not the impression anybody should be taking away from these conversations. We all have jobs, or retired. So
Yeah, if
this is
flat
for
Earth
you
is your
guys.
source, if flat Earth is your source of income, you're gonna die broke.
This is for you guys. This ain't for us.
Yeah, he wanted to get off the topic, didn't he?
Yeah.
wanted to
yeah,
talk. Wanted to
anything
talk
but
to me about veganism.
yeah, anything but flat Earth. A lot of the guys that come in here. And yeah, unfortunately, that other gentleman you were talking to wanted to know how he disproved gravity. And it's like, when you shift the burden back on somebody, well, how was it proved? They don't even know. That's their biggest realization walking away from the question, is like, well, it should be anyway, if they're thinking logically. Like, wait a minute, that is a great question. What was the experiment? What was the experiment that actually proved that gravity is the cause of what they're seeing in that equation?
Yeah, we don't have to
Yeah.
disprove anything. We don't have to disprove anything that hasn't been proven in the first place.
Yeah, I know how it was proven. Somebody gave somebody else a Nobel Prize, right, Indio?
Yeah, it does it every time. That's how I conduct all my experiments. I go to the Nobel Committee and say, hey, I want to prove something scientifically. Give me a Nobel Prize.
Yeah, what was the cause and effect of the Nobel Prize? So the cause was that one person's
Brown paper
hand,
bag full of money. That was the cause.
one person's hand gave the prize, put the prize into the other person's hand. That was the effect. Yeah, the money, right?
It was the bag of money, the envelope. Just what do they call it? The slider. We slide it across the table. These guys, they come in here with so much mental baggage, dude. Like this, as Elijah used to say, a bigotry, right? This preconceived notion about this topic, all this stuff, us, that even the people they believe in, right? Even they even have a bigotry and preconceived notions about what they believe in, like the LIGO thing. Like he probably had all these ideas about what they did. Then when I explained it to him, he's like, they did that? Like, yeah, they did that, brother. They said that they can measure 1,000th of a proton. I don't know how they would do that.
Yeah, it's usually a lot of fanciful explanations. You ever notice how, like, when amateur rockets go up, they freaking shoot off of the platform that they're launched from, like at lightning speed, and every time any space agency goes to launch a rocket, it like slowly lifts off at maybe less than 10 miles an hour. I always found that very interesting. How there's always this huge dynamic difference between the two. Amateur rocket shoots off at lightning speed. Any space agency rocket that shoots off, it launches at a few miles an hour, just slowly starts floating up with a big plume of smoke at the bottom. I always found that very interesting. But yeah, man, that's another common one I hear. Like, have you seen a rocket take off? Obviously, the rockets are going to space. It's like, well, Look at the amateur rockets and look at the difference between how they take off. And tell me there's not a big difference there.
Those large rockets, yeah, exactly. They're going like 10 miles an hour.
I mean, I would watch a rocket take off, but I'm still looking up, trying to figure out how to prove the flat Earth by looking up.
Yeah, exactly. He told you to look up, yeah. And
yeah, he said look up, man. Like what?
The question you asked was hilarious. I almost busted up. Like, what? Do you see Earth when you look up? Is Earth a light in the sky? That's such a good question. It always throws them off too when you ask them, well, is Earth a light in the sky? How are they similar? And they don't seem to know how to answer that. They always switch. They always go to another topic usually.
Well, without being punny, because it brings them back down to earth, right? That question, just like, huh? It's like look up and imagine and daydream. Then you're like,
yeah.
Well, is it Earth in the sky? And you're like, and they have a brain crash.
Yeah, because they're like, oh, you mean you're talking about looking at the surface for flat Earth, not the sky? Like what? Yeah, they have a meltdown.
I really think sometimes they imagine it like that, like that external viewpoint again, that third person point of view. That you're like outside of everything, looking at it. Well, you're on the Earth. I mean, technically you're outside of it because you're not under the ground, but you ain't that far outside.
Yeah, look up. It's like, if it's daytime, I see grid patterns. If it's nighttime, I see the moon or some luminaries up there. Like, what are you going to see about? What are you going to learn about the ground? What are you going to learn about the ground looking up?
Yeah, Hassan was worried about falling off. Did you hear him say that, John? He was like, he's worried. He thought gravity was keeping him from falling off. I'm like, wow. I just can't even imagine thinking that, but people really do think that. Yeah.
I love that he felt like he was in a math class. I thought that was so funny. I was like, oh, damn.
Was I not trying to be very basic? I thought I was.
This is great. He's like, you remind me of my math teacher. It's like, your math teacher spoke a different language, kid. Like, what are you talking about? Oh, man. That's funny.
Well, I did my best, but I don't think I got through to that dude. I don't know.
No, I mean, I think when people are done with school and they made it out of there, like not learning much about algebra or any more of the complex calculations, they're just like, thank God I got through that and got my degree or got my diploma or whatever, or didn't get anything. They're just like glad to be out of it and not have to think about it anymore. But I mean, it's not that crazy, It's like math is cool. It comes in handy. Finding angles, measuring things. So,
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was trying to tell him. Yeah, if you're not going to examine this, then you're just kind of at the mercy of other people telling you how it is. But even then, I mean, you could just not accept the globe because you've never experienced it. That's why I tried to go down that road with him, instead of, if he doesn't want to do the math, just accept that you never experienced the globe and just accept the world the way it presents itself. If he doesn't want to examine the evidence, then why not just go with the default position, which is we're in a flat and stationary realm, just as it appears.
Well, what's more reasonable, right? Saying, I don't believe it. I don't understand the globe. So I am not going to believe it. Or I don't understand the globe, so I am going to believe it. Like, which seems more reasonable? It's like, if you don't understand it, just don't believe in it. You don't have to.
That's right. I agree.
We had a few people come in a couple in a row earlier today, and Berserker was here. I think Sporadic was around, and they were like talking about boats over the horizon. And the one guy, he actually got it really quick. Like I explained to him like, yeah, you could demonstrate it down a long corridor, something disappearing from the bottom up. depending upon your angle of looking at it, right? Just explaining to him how optics work and how your eyes work and all that. And finally, he's like, you know what? I never heard anyone explain it like that. That makes a lot of sense. And he shut up and he had no more questions. I was like, all right, cool. So he leaves. Like, not even 2 minutes later, another guy comes in, boots over the horizon, bro. And I'm like, oh my God, I just went through this with somebody else. All right, cool. So went through it again. And then that guy started spiraling. And then I think I was in the middle of doing a bid. So yeah, it was interesting. I think it was DJ who like came in and started talking to him after that. But yeah, we had a bunch of boats over the horizon guys.
Yeah, we need an instant replay button, man. Oh yeah, boats over the horizon. Here, hit the button, replay. I just said all that.
That would be so nice. I know that happens so often. That would be great. Yeah. You didn't have to re-say this thing you just said.
That would be great. The better part of it would be like, and listen, and look at how well this other gentleman took it. You know, when he realized what it meant. You know, come on, dude.
Did you try to talk to Savage or Flex, those people?
Yeah, I mean, when Flex first came in the room, I welcomed him in the room. We had that little tweener in here that wouldn't give his age. He sounded like he was
Yeah.
about 13, maybe 12. He kept wanting to interject and talk through everybody's conversations. So
What's
yeah, that was
going on,
quite
guys?
annoying.
Hello.
Hello,
How are
welcome.
Just another beautiful evening.
That's right. Have you been to the Flat Earth channel before?
Oh yeah, past couple of years, probably been like 2 years now, I think, something like that. Yeah.
So what's your understanding about the Earth?
Oh man, it's a life changer. I just know that everything. There's never a boring day to me anymore, and it's definitely not a spinning globe, spinning water ball with the atmosphere inside a vacuum. That's for sure.
That's right. We're on the same page. How'd
Yeah.
you find us here then?
Honestly, I don't even remember, but I remember after I had stumbled across the live stream, I was just thinking like how difficult it was for me to find it, like to come across it, you know, as most other information just on YouTube is, you know, buried in the algorithms and shit. But I don't remember exactly how. I think it was maybe a Flat Earth Dave threw one I don't know, after a video or some shit. I don't really remember, but I know he was like
What about Eric
the
Dubay?
one I saw.
What about Eric?
Yeah,
Did you watch
yeah,
Eric
he has
Dubay at
some.
all?
I do. I have. Yeah, yeah. I like.
Tiger Dan. Did you see,
I know you guys
did you see the
are
interview?
like.
Did you
What's
see
that?
his interview with Flat? Did you see his interview with Flat Lloyd?
No, I didn't. I didn't.
That's
Was that
how I got.
recent?
That's how I got. That was last year. That's how I got linked to the 24/7 room.
Okay.
But if you're watching, if you watch any of the live streams on YouTube, they usually have a link in the live chat to get to the Discord server that the live chat was streamed from.
Yeah. Yeah. Fucking.
Yeah, great to have.
Definitely. Yeah. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. I usually have you guys on in the background working and just, you know, shit like that all the time. Just it's never dull to me. It's amazing just the psychological effect it has with, you know, both sides, I guess. I don't know.
All right. Well, I guess everybody on this server knows the Earth is not a globe. We got to move. We got to find a new one with more than 300K.
Yeah.
You mean you've never felt the Earth spin? Come on.
Yep, we got to keep moving west, right, John Luna? Another outpost.
Which
Let me see. I don't
which one
even.
would you say is the easiest or the most debunkable? I mean, I like the movement is always been a favorite of mine. There's just so many, just so ridiculous. I don't have it, no. No. Sorry.
Yeah, they're all debunkable. All of the globe proof is debunkable because it's not proof. You can't prove something that's not true. That's the beauty of truth. The more you start looking through all the evidence, you're never going to find evidence of the lie. You're only going to find evidence that backs up the truth.
No.
We're still hosting an event here. Oh, Magnac.
Mangaka. I have a
Mangak.
question.
Oh yeah, great, awesome, welcome.
Wow, I see many like people here. I have a question. Like, what are you guys like talking about? Are you sharing ideas about Earth is flat or what?
Yes.
Yeah.
So what do you think
that-
is Earth? What's the proof that the Earth is flat? For you, like, give me just like one reason. Make you
The way it
think
looks.
that Earth is. Huh?
The way
Measures
it looks.
flat.
When you look at the ocean, does it look curved to you?
No, because you're small, so that's why. It's curved, to be honest, because you cannot see the chip when it's go far. Like this.
What about when you zoom back in and then you can see the boat again? What happened to the curve?
No. I don't
Yep.
know.
So, do zoom cameras zoom in around curved edges?
Okay, so this is the reason I think that the camera if we zoom in. But what do you think about like what they call it? Things that in space they use it for what they call it? Oh my god, sorry. I'm not native English, but I'm gonna say this. Wait. Wait, sorry guys, sorry.
It's okay, take your time.
I don't know.
Don't feel pressure. English isn't your first language. Just take your time.
Yeah. Satellite. Yeah, the satellite. Like when you see the Google map, it shows like the Earth is circle. Satellite. Up in the sky. And also the shape of the sun, the moon is circle. I mean, like ball. So absolutely that means the Earth is ball also. So that move around each other. Also the gravity. This is what I think. So many.
It's a pretty solid
Okay, so you made a lot of points there.
Beat that.
Yeah, you made a lot of points there. They got to be addressed one by one. So the first point you made was satellites and images from satellites, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay, so who wants to handle the first point on satellites?
I don't know.
Well, we have a large panel. I figured I want to give everybody a chance to hop on the mic and have a conversation with you. You seem like a very cordial young lady, so seems like you'd be a nice person to converse with.
Sign me up for another one. I don't want to talk about that one. What was the second one?
Oh,
The second one was the sun and the moon appearing to be
Yeah.
spherical. So Earth must be spherical. That's the second point.
And also because we studied in geography that they are circle because the gravity of the space is making it shaped like this because of huge of what they call it. Oh my god, I forget the the English. Wait.
Yes, you got a bunch of things there that have to do with things that are in the sky and nothing to do with the ground, curving, being a ball. So the reason yeah.
I mean the galaxy pressure. Yeah, the galaxy pressure is making the Earth being circle. That's what we read. I mean.
What about pressure? Atmospheric
Yeah,
pressure? What?
Oh my god. Wait.
Your mic has like a weird. Is there anything you can do about your mic? It has this weird thing like you're underwater. Has anybody ever told you that before?
Reverb
Got like an echo on there. Yeah, like a reverb effect. Yeah.
Okay, no. They told me like my mic is good.
They told you that?
No, I never. No one's actually told me about my mic.
Oh, good thing I told you. Yeah, because it's kind of like I don't know. It's just like muffled or something. I don't know. I don't know what you can do about it though. I mean, I can pretty much understand you, so I just wondered if there was anything you could do.
So that's what I mean.
Well, I'll just answer. I'll answer your first question.
Oh, go for it, John.
Yeah. So your first question on satellites. You're saying that the satellites are showing images of Earth as with curve. Now there's different lenses you can use, different camera lenses that would show curvature. That would be lens effects, right? So you have fisheye lenses, and there's all types of barrel distortion that could account for what you're seeing in those images. Plus, there's just straight up falsified images, trickery that has been documented. Now, NASA's gotten caught faking footage before, right? So this has been documented in a film called "Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon" by Bart Sibrel. That's definitely a good watch if you haven't seen it. Go ahead and put that on your list of things to do on a rainy day. So, but NASA is one of the largest purchasers of helium, right? I think I forget the exact number, but they spent like over $200 million on helium, and there's documented multiple balloon launches out of Antarctica, and yeah, so satellites attached to super large balloons is definitely something that is a thing. Space airships, not for outer space, but like high altitude airships, definitely part of the government programs. You can attach cameras to all that stuff. High altitude military planes, spy planes, stuff like that would account for images taken from high altitude. So you have all those different means to get really high up there, take some images, and say, "Oh yeah, satellites." But yeah, satellites are not going to outer space. Outer space isn't a place that you can go. So yeah, just wanted to answer you that point with that. And then as far as looking up at the sun and the moon, there's no way to really verify what you're looking at up there. And I mean, people make a lot of claims about those two luminaries in the sky, but they're not verifiable claims. Definitely not a giant gas ball. That would violate the second law of thermodynamics. Gas does not just coalesce into one large body. So you need a container to contain gas. That's just the way gas behaves. So, which would bring to your last point, which would be gravity. Gravity was your last point. So, but yeah, go ahead, interject.
I was saying so you think that how is that being the helium being so much enough years to make the satellite stuck in the space? How you say this is not making sense because Yeah. But actually, it's I read about this like they fake things like NASA, but also there's a lot of companies, not like NASA. There's like Chinese companies, there's like Russian companies that they send satellite to space. Like how they gonna fake the pictures? Like if you're saying NASA
Yeah,
fake, so what others like?
you have government agencies and contractors that work for those agencies. So you have private contractors, military contractors, coupled with the government agencies, and that's kind of what makes up these teams of individuals working together. But yeah, I would a lot of these individuals don't consider themselves part of a faking space. You know, they're just doing what they're contracted to do. You know, it's like what they're tasked with as an employee of these different agencies and companies. So yeah, whether or not they're faking it, I don't think a lot of people knowingly are faking anything. They're just doing what their job is, you know.
Yeah, and if you
And how they,
investigate, go. Oh, did you have something to say, John?
no, I was just going to say, and you know how these balloons are kept on like where they're meant to be. Yeah, I'm not familiar with the schematics and the operating details of how these things function. But there's a lot more to it. You know, there's a lot more rigging involved. I think one of our colleagues, Jedi, had some really interesting articles on this that I hadn't had a chance to peruse through. But yeah, there's a lot of good data out there. You just got to know where to look.
Yeah, but if you're looking at these human endeavors and human behaviors, such as claims about satellites, the space agencies and so on, I mean, those are all interesting clues or ideas in terms of the wide discrepancies that are found among the stories that they put out. I mean, it lends a lot of suspicion to their claims because they can't get their stories straight. But you don't have to do all that. You don't have to look at the sun and the moon to try to figure out the Earth. You don't have to try to figure out what the claims about satellites are, if they really are what they say they are, where they say they are, taking pictures that they say they're taking, because the curvature that would be there if we lived on a ball is just not there. So the Earth just measures flat, and then all these other things are just kind of icing on the cake. So have you heard anything about the long distance observations, the laser tests, horizon observations? Heard about that?
Mm,
Yeah.
no.
Okay, yeah. So if you look in the side chat there, are you able to go and look in there?
Thank you.
Yeah, so
Actually,
I'll
I'm
put
just
an
like asking, so yeah,
You're
I
what?
said yeah. I saw the videos that you are sharing to me. I mean, I'm gonna see
Oh,
it.
okay. Yeah, I just put a still image from a video that was taken in Santa Barbara, California. So this has to do with the location of the horizon. So you understand that if we did live on a sphere or a ball, then the horizon would have a maximum fixed location that you could measure and observe in reality. That would be the leading edge of this alleged sphere. And because of the geometry of the sphere, we can use a formula to predict what that maximum distance would be. The formula is 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So this is the mainstream standard model. So like if you Googled Earth curve calculator, or we could give you a link to an Earth curve calculator, or I can give you some sources here in a minute after we talk about these images if you're interested in looking at the math behind where this is derived. So before we get into that, you can see for this particular observation, the observer's height was 8 feet, so the maximum distance of the geometric horizon is 3.46 miles. But where is the horizon in that image?
I see. Interesting.
I mean,
Oh
you
my
see the
God.
horizon. You see the horizons behind the two platforms, right?
Yeah.
You see that? Yeah. So those platforms are at a known fixed location. The furthest one is 10.10 miles, and the horizon's behind it. So, if we were on a sphere, you would be able to observe this in reality because that maximum horizon distance of 3.46 miles would mean that this particular site that you could see, and this is just one example. It's a still shot from a video. We can show you the whole video. The point of this is that you could go and replicate this observation yourself. So you could see that the horizon is regularly seen in multiple locations all around the world, further than it would be if we lived on a sphere. As well as the other thing that's demonstrated in this image is, the flat horizon at the ocean. I mean, if you've ever been to the ocean, you see that the horizon's flat as far as the eye can see. If you keep going, the water's still flat. At no time does that water start to curve. So, since the Earth is covered by over 70% water, there's no time that it's magically curving into a ball. So, that's all we're telling you here is that the Earth is the way it seems to be, which is flat. Especially across large bodies of water, that's the easiest place to see it. So this globe is just a fantasy construct. It's just a science fiction idea. What do you think about that?
Actually, this is interesting to be honest. That's make me confused. Oh my God. I don't know what to say, to be honest.
Yeah, that's okay. You can take your time. I'll put some of the other links up there. I mentioned.
Okay, I'm gonna check this because I thought this is just like propaganda.
What makes you think
Now
that?
I
Like,
feel
what part of it?
no. Now I feel like there's a studies about this. Like there's actually look like a science about these ideas. So that's interesting. Maybe I'm gonna look more deep into the flat Earth.
There's way more to it than probably what you've been told. So actually, before I give you the video where this still shot is from, because that's more just like a verification.
Yeah.
It doesn't really give you a
That would
ton
be
more information. But here's another one. If you open that one up and keep the tab open so you can watch it later. Black Swan Rising. That one's just a 15-minute video, but it gets into more detail about the horizon location. This particular video is a buoy observation, and Dr. John Dee, he documents the distance of the buoy, and then in this particular one, the horizon is moving throughout the day because the horizon is really an apparent location, right? It changes throughout the day based on atmospheric conditions. So in this particular one, he shows you some observations where the horizon is behind the buoy, and same thing as the oil rig observation. It shouldn't be there. So the very end of this, I'll give you a still shot from this one also. The very end of this video, what Dr. John Dee tells you, actually it's Karen B. and Flat Earther narrating his video. If you see the horizon behind the buoy, then you don't live on a sphere with the radius of 3,959 miles. And then you can decide after that. That's basically what we're doing. We're disproving this false conjecture about this sphere shape. So it's just a math problem. It's a mathematical proof. It's a faulty conjecture that we're disproving with a counterexample. I just gave you 2 counterexamples. But, when you have a faulty mathematical conjecture, you only need 1 counterexample.
Yeah.
And yet we have thousands of counterexamples. This geometry of the sphere that's claimed does not match what we observe in reality. And I'll give you another one. Do you like math? Oh,
I
she's
don't know if
gone.
she's.
She's gone. She said she was starting to
I
look
don't
at
know.
it and say maybe there's something to it. I don't know. She was just
Maybe
shining me
maybe
on.
that was maybe that was her goodbye.
I don't know. Well, we'll see.
We got
Maybe
Lee. We got Lee Way. We got Lee Way in the chat. How you doing, buddy? Welcome. We got MS27. Welcome to the chat. We got Susie E. Welcome to the chat. If you guys have any questions and you feel comfortable, go ahead and open up your mics and ask away one at a time. If you don't feel comfortable miking up, go ahead and post your questions in the side chat, and somebody will go ahead and answer you there. But yeah, welcome. Thanks for being here. Lone, welcome. Again, yeah, if you have any questions, mic
Hi,
up and
thank you so much.
conversation. Oh,
I'm
you're
just
welcome. You're welcome.
listening to the conversation right now. I don't have any questions right now.
Great, great. Well, thanks for being here. Thanks for listening. Yeah, we got a nice panel. We got Elmo in the chat. What's going on, Elmo? Profile picture. I don't know if I've ever spoken to you before, but thanks for being here. If you have any questions, go ahead and ask either in the side chat or open up your mic.
Yeah, I've seen Elmo
Great
here
panel.
before, but he doesn't talk. If he does talk, hopefully he doesn't have an Elmo voice.
My friend does a really good Elmo impression. Yeah, so we got a really good panel of speakers here. Some really, really cool individuals. We got Berserker, we got Dandelion Mary Mom. Elijah just bounced, but yeah, he's a good guy. We got Dot68, Elbow TV, we got Flat Earth Batman, we got Gemsy in the house, we got Hell's Angels, we got Indio, Jenna Massey, Kembo Beats, Manjan, Matrix, Mike, Morvis, we got Neil, we got Rayleigh Criterion, Sunny on the Plane at T-Dub, Ultimate Flat Earth, Final Boss, and Car. Thanks everybody for being here. If you're listening on YouTube, you want to join the conversation, please go ahead and follow the link in the live chat. But yeah, thanks everybody again. Any questions, please go ahead and ask away.
My only question is, where's all the globies at?
No, they're in listening mode, Matrix. They just want to hear us. They just want to hear us answer other people's questions, so they don't feel embarrassed when they, get proven that their globe is wrong. I guess their globe model doesn't work.
India's
I don't blame
scared
them.
them all away.
Yeah, that's all it took. That profile picture coupled with that voice, right to the point. I gotta lure them in. We're your friends. No,
Free
to be
cooking,
quite fair, man.
globe proof.
Yeah. Everybody gets punch and pie. Everyone's gonna get punch and pie. To be fair, man, India's been very, very polite to these folks. They usually cut them off mid-sentence as soon as they ask them a question, right? That's usually the go-to. They ask you a question, as soon as you start answering it, talk right through you. Ellie James, welcome to the chat. If you got any questions, please go ahead and ask away. You could take the stage. Lucy the cat, you too. If you have any questions, you could go and take the stage and ask any questions you want about the room topic, or present your globe evidence. Like, what's the best reason why you believe you live on a spinning ball in this alleged space vacuum known as outer space. I guess the water's really cold. People don't want to jump on in. Just kind of dip their toes in and just run away.
Yeah, I don't
Happens
know.
often.
I mean, you're very inviting. I don't know.
Well, we have them outnumbered.
Toes in. They're just looking at the water being flat and going, "Oh shit, flat earthers! I'm out."
Yeah, the word on the street is that the flat earthers don't lose debates. So we're like the Warriors, in that great '70s film. Why'd you do it, man? Why'd you shoot Cyrus?
Yeah, I already gave him the screenshot. It says in there the camera's placed on the guard railing between the cafe and restroom showers. That's where the 8 feet comes from.
Oh, okay, yeah. He's like, this guy's very tall. Like, oh yeah,
Yeah.
well obviously you didn't watch the video.
But I don't know where that guy is. Vexify. He's not in here.
Well, that's why I tagged him. That usually gets him right back. I usually go into the general chat where everybody thinks they're safe. I'm like, hey, why don't you guys come have a conversation with us about the shape of the earth if you're done spamming the chat about, whatever random stuff youngins talk about from all over. It's wild in there. They start attacking like a bunch of piranhas. We know your gimmick. You just want to bring us in there and wipe our minds of all of our brainwashing. We got to wash off the wash. We got to wash the wash. So yeah, that young lady's last question was gravity, by the way. Everything but measure the Earth. Everything but look for Earth curve based on the radius value given to us by the space agencies. We got this lovely panel. Everybody's ready to rock and roll, and no dance partners. This is par for the course. Multiplus. Welcome to the room. If you have any questions about the room topic, you can go ahead and type them in the chat, or you could open your mic. you have any globe evidence, you go ahead and open your mic. We will let you speak uninterrupted with your questions or your globe evidence. Anyway, thanks for being here. Yeah, if anybody else wants to have a conversation about anything, you guys can go ahead and bring it up, because apparently people don't want to talk to us. They want to hear us talk. Anybody not busy with in real life stuff?
Oh, I'm here. Yeah, I should be doing other stuff, but I don't know. It's almost 11 o'clock.
Yeah. Yep. I'm in a similar situation. Almost 11 o'clock. Going to be working for the 7th day in a row this week, tomorrow. So we got MD in the chat. Welcome, man. Welcome. You have any questions about the room topic? We got Chris in the chat. Welcome. Thanks for being here.
Hi,
Have any
Chris.
globe? Yeah, have any globe evidence? We'll take questions one at a time from one speaker at a time. And yeah, we'll be respectful and listen to what you have to say. And we could have a nice experience if you guys are interested in having a conversation. If you don't feel comfortable miking up and you still want your questions answered, go ahead and type them up in the side chat. It'd be great to hear what you have to say or learn what you have to say. No, not say, because you'd be in the side chat, so that would be express. Yeah, you get it. Yeah, the topic is flat Earth. The Earth is not a spinning ball. Well, I guess they lost interest. Anybody else? Anyone with any questions? Anyone with any globe evidence? Disney or that knee? Disney or that knee? Welcome to the chat. Like you said, they're barely dipping their toes in Matrix. I don't know, man. Could roll out the red carpet, but can't force people to walk down it, I'm sure.
But you don't know the view.
Hello, Kitty. Hello. Okay, goodbye.
With the next one that drops in, John, instead of offering them the floor, ask them a question.
Oh, like what question you think would be a good one? Give me some suggestions.
Volunteer.
Well, just ask him it says Earth is flat, prove me wrong. Ask him that. That's the title of the event we're having here. Yeah, maybe Rayhan's got it. Hey, Rayhan, Earth is flat, prove me wrong. Rayhan Titos. Hard-boiled egg with hair? Maybe that's what you are?
Hello, guys.
Hello there.
Yeah,
So you got that? You got that proof of globe? You got a proof of the globe there, Rayhan?
Wait a second.
Oh, he's going to get it. He'll be back.
Wait 1 second. Where's the end call button? Oh, there it is.
Oh, Helen. Maybe Helen's got it. Hey, Helen. Earth is flat. Prove me wrong. good title. I like the title
Yeah, it is a good title.
of the event.
Yeah, that's courtesy of DJ Rakesh.
But apparently, me asking that is going to make everyone run away. I don't know. MD, Earth is flat. Prove me wrong. Nothing. I guess.
Don't go.
Guess they're all in agreement.
Don't go. Yeah, don't go. And by don't go, I mean Earth is flat. Prove me wrong.
Disney.
Oh,
Earth is
Disney
flat.
is back. This is awesome. Awesome. It's like the revolving door. It's like the revolving door at the hotel. It's like people can't make their way into the hotel. They're just like keep walking around the revolving door.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I found a cyclone. Oh, there, Disney's back. Did you have any proof of your globe, Disney? Somebody named Disney has to believe in the globe, right? Could you speak louder and closer to your mic, possibly? Hello? Maybe they're not trying to talk to us.
Joining the room in their pocket with something on the room.
Are you there, Disney?
Hello, Disney. Hello.
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 Hello. How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm good.
Good. Yeah, did you know the Earth is flat?
Sorry?
Did you know that the Earth is flat? No globe. Got quite a bit of background noise, probably for the best. Hello, Gia. How about you? Proof of globe for you. Hey, got lots of women in here. I think there's more women in this server than other servers, which is nice.
VC chat. I don't know. Do you guys prove Earth is flat or what?
That's right. We proved it.
You guys have
No
proved
curvature.
it. Oh my god.
That's correct. You have
Would
any
you like-
questions for us? Do you have
Yeah,
any
what's
globe
the
evidence? Go ahead.
Actually, I have no idea about the science behind this, but I have been like reading this in my curriculum books that Earth is not flat, but I don't know.
Okay. So you have no idea what the size of the Earth is? You don't know
Oh no,
the radius
no idea.
value?
Yeah, I can just hear you guys what's happening. I think can't question things
Oh.
when I don't know about the facts, you know.
Yeah. Well, the facts are given to us by the various space agencies that are proclaiming that the numbers are correct, and they all agree upon these numbers. Did you know that there's a tool that you can look up how to use it? It's called an Earth curvature calculator. Did you know about that?
No, no idea.
Yeah. So what that tool does is you put in your observer height, and that would be elevation above sea level, right? Mean sea level. And then you would say, okay, this is where I'm at. This is how high above mean sea level I am. Okay, so that would be your first value. And then you'd put the distance to the object or the distance to what you're looking at, right? And then you would type that in, and it would give you the amount of drop over distance that you should see at that distance based on the radius value. Yeah. So in the side chat, do you know how to get to the side chat for this VC?
Yeah, I'm looking at it actually. Looking at the
Yeah, go ahead.
content here and the documents, yeah.
I would suggest.
Okay. Okay, so there's some stuff there. There's there's a video that was posted at 54 minutes past the last hour. Now that video will give you the data in the video itself. Okay, I'm going to post the values that are related to that video. Give me a few minutes. Let me see. I think I have it in my catch. Let me see. Okay, so we should this one. That's that. And then this one. There we go. That's a map. Yeah, so that's the map. And then there's the distance to the geometric horizon. For a 1 foot observer would be 1.225 miles. For a 6 foot observer height, it would be 3 miles. And for an 8 foot observer height, it would be 3.464 miles. So a 60 foot observer height would be 9.49 miles. Yeah, those are those values. That's distance to the geometric horizon, meaning the physical horizon that you wouldn't be able to see beyond if the Earth was a sphere. So that video that is posted there at 54 minutes past the last hour, that is what is it? It's Platform Habitat, which is an oil rig. That oil rig is 9.4 miles away from the observer. Should not be viewable if the Earth is a sphere at the radius value given to us by the various space agencies, which is 3,959 miles, which truly highlights the issue here, where there is no curvature that would confirm that radius value. $110, welcome to the chat. If you have any questions for us, yeah, go ahead and post them up in the side chat or mic up. If you have any globe evidence, please. We'd love to hear what you have to say. Title of this event is "The Earth is Flat. Prove Us Wrong."
Yeah, so Elogia, what do you think about what John put there? Do you get those images, what they're trying to show, Elogia? She's gone away. Yeah, because we can go over it more if you want, if you've got questions.
Oh, she's looking at the videos.
Oh, is that what she said she was going to do?
Yeah, she typed them in the side chat. She typed.
Oh, she typed that. Oh, look at that. Okay, good for her.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for interacting and engaging with us. Undefined behavior. Welcome to the room. Earth is flat. Prove us wrong is the title of the event. So thank you for being here. I don't know if you want to take us up on that. If you have any globe evidence, you could go ahead and post it in the chat to prove us wrong, or you could unmute yourself and go ahead and take the stage to prove us wrong vocally. Either way, we're happy you're here. Okay, I think Elogia had enough evidence to satisfy her desire to get into the conversation.
Yeah, she's gone. Gosh,
Oh, yeah.
breaking news, people. Breaking news. The globe is dead.
Yeah. Ildiko is here. She's a really nice lady. She's a flat earther.
Ildiko, long time no hear. Hopefully she can say hello to us.
I can indeed. Hello, hello.
What's
Nice to
going
see
on?
you. Wow, it's a crowd in here now. Amazing.
Yeah, we're having an event.
Oh, you are.
People. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's just, an event. Are you out in the wind? Are you in the wind?
Oh gosh, here. I'm inside and I have a fan on me. I didn't realize if I were outside, it would be windy.
It sounded like you were in a windstorm.
Yes,
Yeah.
good Lord. Well, it's in my house. It's sort of like it's a cabin, and it needs. I have all the doors open, but it still needs to be circulating. Now I'm outside where there's natural wind.
Okay.
So I'm so proud of everybody. This is a wonderful home for you there in the English Hub.
Yeah, you like it here? Yeah, because I know you sent me a message to get the link or whatever, and
yes, I got it. Here I am.
Glad you found it.
I like the conversations here 100% better because I think the people here are genuinely interested in the subject more so than the other channel.
Yeah, they're less combative here, I would say. Yeah, that's what it seems like to me. Yeah.
They're smarter too. So anyway, I thank you for being here and putting all your time and effort in it. I appreciate it and I love listening to you.
You too. Thank you. Yeah, you sound cheerful. Your voice sounds very lighthearted.
I'm in paradise, so there's no complaining about anything here,
Yeah, nice. Well, I'll make there someday, but not anytime soon.
There's a couch here for you if you want to come.
Thank you. I know you told me that. Like, yeah, I might actually take you up on it. Then you'll be sorry. You're like, Dandelion's here. She'll never shut up.
No. I'd love it if you'd come. You'll adore this place. I'd absolutely adore it.
I bet I would. Yeah. Save my pennies. I'll get a little mason jar.
Yeah.
Hawaii fund.
And I'll grow my rose garden for you. So, all right.
Okay.
Carry on, my friend.
Okay. Daniel has
what a beloved.
Welcome.
Yeah, what a beloved soul. Thanks for being here, Zico. You're awesome.
Thanks. That's so sweet.
So we got Daniel. Yeah, welcome to the room, sir, or young man. I'm not sure of your age, but yeah, you're welcome here. If you have any evidence to prove us wrong, the title of this event is "Earth is Flat. Prove Us Wrong." So, yeah. If you don't feel comfortable miking up, don't be shy. You could go ahead and express yourself via the side chat. So glad to have you here. Would love to hear or read what you have to say. All right. Well, since no one wants to talk, I'll just go ahead and remind everybody that is new to the topic that the Earth is indeed measured, not curving. So if the Earth was a sphere, you would need an exponential drop over distance from the observer. Any distance away from the observer would need to be dropping downward and away from that individual 360 degrees around that observer's location. that is not observed anywhere on the map. So you could rest assured that we are not here trolling. We are here for you to help you realize how to think critically and look at information that you may not have looked at before based on the common education system that we all have to deal with. But yeah, thanks for being here. And any questions, go ahead and vocalize them or post them in the side chat. AJ, welcome, man. Another legend on the panel. Now we really got him outnumbered.
How's everyone going today?
I'm doing good. I can only speak for me, but it sounds like everybody else is doing pretty good from what I've heard so far. Yeah, we got Apocryphon in the house. We got a Mary Mom in the house. We got DOS68. We got Elbow TV. We got Flat Earth Batman.
Hey, not everyone is doing as good as AJ. He's been buying Bitcoin and the other tokens since 60,000, so he's doing better. Just kidding, AJ.
You know what?
Glad to hear you, AJ, and everybody else.
That's a lot of hard work. Thanks, Josie.
Thanks.
It's a lot of hard work to get any money to buy anything, so it's all well deserved, right?
Yeah, and I still put a lot of work in every day. I sit in front of that bloody computer all day.
Hey, man. It's all work, you know? Someone's got to do it. Someone's got to do it. Yeah, so we got, where was I? We got Flat Earth Batman. Yeah, Flex has been listening. Thanks for being here, Flex. I mean, it'd be nice to hear what you have to say or read what you have to express. But if you don't feel comfortable doing either of those things, that's fine too. Thanks for being here. Just heard the awesome voice of Gemsy and Deco. India was speaking earlier. Legend, Jenna Massey, Kembo Beats, Majin. He's our side chat guru. We got Matrix, Mike, Morvish, Sunny on the Plane, T-Dub, and Ultimate Flat Earth Final Boss. These are your Flat Earth hosts. Yeah, we got Trin. Welcome back. I believe you were here yesterday. Thanks for being here again. If you have any globe proof to prove us wrong, we're saying the Earth is flat, prove us wrong. Yeah, so we're here to be proven wrong, until we know that's not possible. But yeah, it'd be great to hear someone try.
Yeah, I wish Cyclone was still here because we were talking about Gus Grissom the other day, and I found the source. Because I was searching for the source that other day with more details about that Apollo 1. And then I found a free version of the book. It's called NASA Mooned America. There's other sources that talk about him, but I think this one's really good. Because, he really was a whistleblower, and I think he deserves a lot of credit, especially when people ask when they do their whole why would they lie routine or how could they keep it secret. It's kind of like, well, we did have a whistleblower and look what happened to him. They killed him. But this part, was interesting because after we all know probably most people have heard about how he hung the lemon and was saying there was no way they were going to make it to the moon, questioning that they would have the technology to do that. So, early in January 1967, Grissom, probably unaware that NASA had other internal critics, this is from page 67 of the book, hung a lemon on the Apollo capsule. Then he threatened to go public with his complaints about the LEM. Grissom was already a popular celebrity, especially with the press. He would have had no problem getting his story out. In a case like this, even NASA censors would have had little control over the news. Headlines like "Popular Astronaut Rips into NASA" couldn't easily be squelched. So, yep, then it goes into just some of just kind of the political situation at that time. But then the part I wanted to get into, there's the pure oxygen environment, the switch plate, the door opening the wrong way, pressure testing, high pressure oxygen. I was trying to get to the part about the sun. There's so many things in this part. The whole story, I mean, it just really, I feel like, should be more widely known because he was a real hero and he tried to tell the truth, and, they killed him for it. And then his son spent many years investigating, and when he finally got to examine the capsule, he found there was a switch plate there that would have created the spark that in the pure oxygen environment would have set the capsule on fire, and then they couldn't get out because it was latched from the outside. And yep.
Yeah, what a horrible way to go.
Yep.
Do you remember like what he was famous for? Because I don't. Was he famous because he was selected to be the astronaut and like it was so publicized about
I
ever
think
since?
so. Yeah, I mean, like he was a military guy.
Okay, so he did have that background.
Yeah, I can't remember. Let me see what his actual rank was. Yeah, I mean, they were heroes then. I mean, it wasn't like Don Pettit, right? It was like they were real, like hardcore
they were men,
dudes. Yeah. Oh yeah, Gus Grissom had a distinguished military career before becoming an astronaut. He served in both World War II and the Korean War. He earned the Distinguished Flying Cross and the Air Medal for his service.
All right, so that makes a lot more sense why he was so celebrated. But no, I mean, yeah, his story is tragic because they had his number after he hung that lemon, and he was basically calling BS on it. And I mean, rightfully so. When you
He's a
look at the early
lieutenant colonel.
Okay.
What were you going to say?
That's my brother's at that rank right now, actually. But yeah, no, I was going to say, he was. I remember reading about like how much he was talking about that. There was no way they were ready to go, and I said, rightfully so. If you look at any of the footage of the alleged parts of the spacecrafts that were out there, I mean, it looked like the metal couldn't have been more than like 18 gauge. I'm not sure if you're familiar with gauges of like sheet metal, but whatever alloy they used, I mean, the sheet metal was so thin, and you could see like the fasteners were putting like dents in the metal, and the fasteners they were using looked like rivets, like just like standard rivets. And you're just wondering like how would anything that we built make with sheet metal so thin will be able to withstand the types of pressure that we're talking about. I mean, when they tried to build like these vacuum chambers here that couldn't even get to like 100th or I forget what the fraction of it was, like of the strength of this 10 to the minus 17 torr vacuum of space. The walls get caved in and break, and the vacuum chamber fails. So to me, it's just like screams that we didn't have the technology to do any of it. We couldn't even recreate that environment to even test the alloys and the engineering that went into the stuff. So pretty telling there.
Yep, that is a good point. Yeah, and then we usually talk about him because he was the one who was, being outspoken publicly. But then, there were the other two. One of them is from Grand Rapids, Michigan. I think the other one's from the South, because when I was in the South, there's something named after him in the South. Edward White and Roger Chaffee. I think Roger Chaffee's the one from Grand Rapids. They kill him too. Yep, born Grand Rapids, Michigan. Died January 27, 1967, Cape Canaveral, Florida. Oh, he's from Texas, Ed White. Born November 14th, 1930, San Antonio, Texas. Died January 27, 1967. Yep, another military guy. Air Force officer.
Good on you, Mary Mom, for posting that, because yeah, there's a lot of people, especially this day and age, as Grissom is, and the mysterious events that led up to his demise with his fellow astronauts. But
Because
yeah,
people,
so the
I mean, I think they don't, these people who ask these naive questions, yeah, like, why just, if it's true, then why isn't everybody saying it? And why aren't they speaking up? It's like, yeah, what do you think? How many whistleblowers have to die before, but these people won't even accept those stories, even though they're very carefully documented and obvious.
well, but it also is telling about his story is that everybody around him was being like, "No, we're definitely going. No, it's gonna work." And he's like, "Dude, I'm looking at everything that's going on here, and there's no way we're going to be able to do this." And if he would have just played ball, they would have took him into the fold, and he would have been fine. They would have probably taken care of him financially, and he would have had to sign his little agreement, and he would have gotten monetarily compensated somehow. And this is all speculation. Talk about sending a chilling effect, though. Like we could either take care of you, or you could wind up like us. You know what I mean?
Hello.
Hey, welcome to the room. Thanks. Earth is flat, prove us wrong is the name of the event. Thanks for being here. Are you gonna prove us wrong?
How are you guys? Hello.
Yeah, I'm good. I can't speak for the rest of the panel, but yeah, you.
Oh. So where are you from?
I'm from the USA, Michigan.
Yeah, me
Where do
too.
you
I'm from the
think-
USA and Georgia. What's up, MJ?
Any guesses? Any guesses where I'm from?
No.
No.
You could be from anywhere, man.
I'm from the country which holds the tallest mountain in the world.
Tallest mountain in the world.
Tallest mountain in the world. Yeah. I'm gonna give you more clue. It is 8,848 meter tall.
The tallest
the
mountain?
sea.
You mean Antarctica?
There is no way the tallest mountain is in Antarctica.
So you say you're from Nepal then?
Nepal?
Yeah, dude. Yeah, you are correct.
So have you climbed Everest yourself? You're not one of those Sherpas, are you, that go running up and down the mountain all day?
Yeah.
Oh, you do? You're a Sherpa. Excellent.
No. Every citizen is not safe, but the the people living in that area near the mountains are Sherpa. I'm from the plains.
Oh, you're from the plains.
Basically,
Okay, cool, man.
Yeah, basically Nepal is divided into three regions. There's Tarai, which is plain, hilly, and the mountains. And the best part is like we don't have to travel a lot. Like within 500 kilometers, there are three regions. I'm expecting any questions.
So MJ, did you read the event that we have going on today?
No.
Oh yeah.
I
So the
just
event that we have going on, the event that we have going on in this room right now is the Earth is flat. Prove us wrong. What do you think of that event?
just flat. Okay. If I commonly see this topic from where I'm standing from is when you see the horizon from your level, it is like you see the end point, right? So if you see the horizon of any point, no, this doesn't make sense. The satellite image itself says that it is wrong in the whole song.
So your conclusion is that the horizon proves that the Earth is round. Is that where you're getting at? I'm trying to follow you.
No, I'm out of that. I'm out of that point, but I'm on point that um, the satellites, the International Space Station proves that from the photograph from the International Space Station proves that the Earth is round. Like the particularly photos, videos we are getting from them. Like before in the old days, we were unable to get those photos and videos that our Earth is round. That there might be the concept that Earth is flat, but right now when we have all the resources like photos and videos, which basically proves that it is round. So my point is, International Space Station proves that Earth is round.
Okay, so then we have. Okay, go
I have a
ahead,
question
AJ.
for you.
Go ahead.
So does that mean that Bigfoot must be real because we see some pictures and photos that are supposedly Bigfoot? Yeah,
Bigfoot.
Is a photograph sufficient evidence without investigating further? We would need to know a lot more details than just, hey, here's a picture. We'd want to know the height, the type of camera, the type of lens. There's a lot of information that we'd have to go through rather than just looking at a picture.
In context of Bigfoot, even I'm a little dozy about that because in Nepal itself we have like in recent days many mountaineers have found the footprints of Bigfoot in Nepal itself. So in Nepal we call it Yeti.
Yeah, but you understand my point, yeah? That we can't just go off a picture. We need to investigate those pictures further than what we just get on a surface level.
Yeah. But when we see people all around who are working tirelessly for those, for particularly to prove those um, mysteries which are just hypothetical in many people concept, like they are working tirelessly for proving this wrong. Like even America said that the Neil Armstrong didn't visited the moon. It was the whole makeup by the American people. but it was not that. Like we had to believe in people to who have done that. Like we can fake something to certain context, but we cannot fake to that context that it doesn't pops out the truth.
So
Just
you're
like
saying that we're saying that we need to trust those that tell us they've done this. Is that what? Okay.
Yes. Yes.
So what about the other cases where they've been proven to be dishonest?
Sorry?
And what about the cases when we can show that these people have been dishonest? Does that then make them a trustworthy source?
Yes, we have to believe in our peoples.
Even when they've been proven to be liars?
Yeah, when certain amount of data shows that they are telling us wrong, then we have to be conscious that they are wrong, and we don't have to believe in each and every uh, words they speak. Like,
I'm from Asia, South Asia.
from all the theories all around the world, like the solar systems, the geographic conditions, each and everything, the weather conditions of the planet, like this concludes the geographical structure of this planet itself. Like it must be round. If it is flat, then like there won't be any rotation, right? If there won't be rotation, there won't be the changes in weather.
Well, the fact of the matter is that we don't witness any rotation. We don't measure any rotation. And then there's also issues with these photographs or images from what they claim to be space. Because we have the ISS that shows that we can see the majority of the curvature. But if we have a look at the maths, according to the maths, the ISS should not be seeing what they're presenting. They should only be seeing, I believe it's about 3%. Correct me if I'm wrong, somebody. And then we also have images from the Chinese space station that show that a flat horizon, a flat Earth. So now we have a contradiction between the two space agencies. So which one is correct?
Okay. So I was thinking that the day and night shifts might be the factor which can prove that the earth is round or flat, but if it is flat, this might be also. Hmm. You have the nice point, but it's very hard to prove, very easy to understand. It is easy to. Uh, yeah, this point is definitely very hard to counter, but easy to believe.
So when the thing in question, right? The ground, the waters across the surface of the earth, and we measure those things, the thing in question, the earth and the waters across, and we put the claim, the claim being earth is a curving ball, right? And we measure that claim across the surface, and if the surface of the world is not curving, how can it be that people claim that it is a sphere when the surface is not curving. So if it's not curving, it cannot be a sphere.
So are you telling that how can it hold all the waters, like if it is round and all?
Most people just believe it's round because they saw an image, right? They saw a TV, they saw it on the TV, but nobody can go and give you first-hand testimony and tell you, I seen it and I measured that it is curving. Therefore, they have first-hand knowledge of the Earth as a sphere. Nobody in the world can give that testimony. Because the measurements, well, if you bring it with a chronology, the physics of water, we have gas pressure. There's many conditions that indicate the lack of motion of the ground as well. So all of these axioms indicate that the Earth is not a sphere, and the claim that it is a sphere is just, it's like a doctrine, like a story that people believe the doctrine and the story, but they have not experienced it and they have not verified it. They have not measured the Earth to curve. They have not measured the Earth to spin. So it's like a doctrine that people believes in, story that people believe. You get it?
Yeah. Definitely, it is like the Earth stores many things. Like it does not need to be like a flat or round to hold something. But just because it is round, it holds the pressure to exert or insert any like uh, minerals which is inside Earth. Like I'm going deeper into crust of this planet.
See, but that you've only seen imagery of the cross, right? You're talking about the cross, the center of the Earth, as a sphere. That cross will be like 3,000, almost 4,000 miles, or what is it, like 6,000 kilometers below the surface? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
So this cross that you're talking about, no man, no person alive or dead has ever confirmed that that's the case. This is only based on doctrine, storytelling. Because you know the deepest hole in the whole world that ever been dug by men, it's about 7 miles deep. So how can they know what's 4,000 miles if man has only, no man has been down to 7 miles for what I know. They were digging, right? And they reached that, they spent like 20 years digging that hole and no
But
further.
they stopped.
Yeah, they stopped. So making any claims about what's beyond that point, it's complete nonsense.
Okay.
And that's why you only seen it in cartoons. You know, when you think about the cross of the Earth, think about it the way you've seen it. Does it look like a cartoon? The image of the cross of the Earth looks like a cartoon, doesn't it?
It does look it does look like cartoon.
It does look like a cartoon. Yeah. Just picture it. You've only seen this in a cartoon version. And everyone alive or anyone that ever thought about this cross of the sphere Earth, they've only thought about it or think about it as a cartoon because they saw a cartoon and someone attached a story to that cartoon and they said, look, this is what the Earth is and this is how it looks like in the inside. But that person that made that story and said that, they never been there. They never verified that. They never confirmed that the Earth was curving. They never tested it, measured it curving or in motion, and they never been to the center of the Earth. How can they know? They don't know. They just believe. You get it?
Yeah, like we don't have to like do each and everything to experience anything or to believe anything. Like we can go after the data and all. Like
But you gotta remember that if you
the
follow a
only
chronology, if you follow a step by step,
yeah
we don't measure any curvature across the surface. Then at the surface, what would we have? What do we have on the surface? We have a lot of water, don't we? We have a lot of
yeah
water across the surface.
yeah
Water lays level, horizontal, flat at the surface. It's seeking its level, comes from very down underground up to the surface, up in the mountains, right? And it comes down the rivers to the lakes, to the ocean, seeking the level of the ocean. And all of those levels of water from the ocean, mean level, zero altitude, then you go to the highest peak, to the highest lake in the highest mountain. That level of that lake at the highest mountain is horizontally parallel to the level of the sea. And you cannot have horizontal lines on a sphere. Straight lines, horizontal, lake level, parallel to the sea level. You think about it. You live in Nepal, right? Very high up, very
sea level.
high up.
Like if you see from sea level itself, like to the till where you can see, if it was flat, like you could see the blur end at least like for far away.
No,
But
think
just
about this,
because
right? Think about this logically, though. You have a limitation of your optics. Your eye can only see to a certain limitation depending on your altitude, right? So if you go higher, you'll see further, right? But if you go to the highest mountain, you're gonna see really far, but still there's gonna be a limitation to how far you can see. Correct, right? But you're gonna observe a horizontal line all around you, and that horizon that you observe, which is a limit of your view, it's not a curvature of the Earth. That's not what it is. It's a convergence point of your optics, of how long you can see, or there's a combination of your vision, your eye, your optic, and also visibility, like how much stuff is in the air, right? How visible is. There's also daylight and night at the other side of the day. There's daylight on one side, and then there is nighttime on the other side. So when you're in the daylight, you cannot see the night side.
But see, here is the point. Like, if there was a flat land, and the shift between the day and night would be like, it wouldn't be the gradual change. Like, it will be like in a moment of second, it was day and it was night. Like,
if you have one room illuminated by a light, and then next to that room, if you hold a flashlight and you illuminate in one area, and the other area is dark because it's not illuminated. So the light works similarly. It's angled to a certain position of the world, and light attenuates also in the medium that you're in. Light doesn't travel forever because it's going through a medium, the air, the particles, right? Just like if you are in a big storm, right? In a big storm, you don't see the sun have you ever been in a huge storm that is blocking the sky and you don't see the sun? Yeah? So the same thing, when the sun is traveling across, there's going to be a limitation where the light can go through. It's going to be attenuated, absorbed by the medium, and then the angle of the sun towards the ground it's also going to have an effect on how far the sun is going to be visible from your position on the ground. Because the sun is going to move away from you. So whenever it's a noon and you look up and you see the sun above you, that when the sun moves away from you and goes to the other side of the world, it doesn't mean that it went under the earth and now the earth is curvy. No, it's not above your head anymore. It's above another area of the world. It's moving and illuminating that area, not your area. Just because light illuminate one area doesn't illuminate the other area. Doesn't mean that the earth is curving in a vacuum of space. That doesn't follow logically. And remember that the thing in question, the ground or the waters across, to claim that it is a sphere of a certain dimension, you should be able to measure those numbers, those dimensions, or an aspect of it or a section of those dimensions, and to be able to show that it is curving. But when this claim of a sphere is put to test, it's nowhere to be found in reality. There's many examples. Let's say you're in Nepal. Let's go to the Middle East. There is the Suez Canal. The Suez Canal is over 100 miles from one sea to another sea, right?
Yes.
The Suez Canal, and from one sea level across the canal to another sea, all that stuff is parallel horizontally. There is no curvature between those 2 points, those 2 seas. I got another example in Venezuela. It's called Lake Maracaibo. And from inland, the shore inland in the lake towards the sea, which is 100, it's over 160 miles, or I gotta check again in kilometers. I think it's so the lake is like 136 kilometers long. I probably have to check again. I think in kilometers, like 200 kilometers, 217 kilometers. That's the lake, and then it reaches the Gulf of Venezuela, and the Gulf of Venezuela is like 40 or 50 kilometers long, and then next to that is the Caribbean Sea. So when you add the distance of the lake inland, the altitude of the lake inland, 300 kilometers away from the sea, it's zero elevation, or it's level at the same altitude. The water inland in Venezuela, and then that's zero elevation, and you go across the water, and that's zero elevation. Whoa, who's hot micing? Is that you? There's like a lot of background noise. So from inland Venezuela, then you go to the sea, 200, 300 kilometers away, and it's zero elevation all across. No curvature. So that's just 2 examples there. The Suez Canal and and lakes all across the world. Go ahead.
Just now I'm out of the place where I was.
You're cutting out. My bad. Hello? You're cutting out.
Yeah, I was out. I'm out right now.
That's fine. You can take a break. Look through the information.
Yeah.
If you want any examples, we can give you examples about what laser tests. And you can check the chat. Maybe if you are posting stuff in the chat, you can look at and maybe ask questions about the stuff if you don't understand something. But if you're in a loud place, if you want to take a break and come back later, you can mute yourself and come back later. If you have any questions, you're welcome to ask.
Okay. Where are you from? Where are you from? You said?
America. I'm from America.
Which state?
I'm on the east coast of the United States, which is New England. New England.
New England. The state name is itself New England.
Can you say that again?
The state name is New England or what?
I can barely comprehend what you're saying. There's too much background noise.
Yeah. What is your state name? I'm asking.
Yeah, I think.
Okay, I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, sounds good, man.
Yeah.
Good talking to you. Okay, come back later. Check the text. Post questions in the text. Go ahead. I'm glad to have you. Come back later as you
Yeah.
like. You have a good one.
Yeah. 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 If you want to get like if you want to get attached in Instagram, you can be like we can get connected. Or if you are good, yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, send me a DM if you want to. Send me information or DM or whatever.
Okay, how do I? I'm using this for the first time.
Gemsy. My
Wait,
username is Gemsy. So if you want to send
how do I
something,
send you? How do I send?
since you're having
Wait,
audio chaos at the moment, just text me.
Okay, I'll text here. Okay, I'll send my Instagram QR code over there. It will be much easier to join.
I send you a friend request so you can accept my DMs. Any new people wanna speak about the voice channel? Got any questions? You can open your mic. There's people in here. They'll speak to you. Go ahead.
Yes, MC, I have sent you the profile link. Your message.
Sounds good. I heard you. Let me check it out. I gotta install Instagram on this device. I got it on a different one.
Hey, Jamsey, what's going on, brother? That was a good chat
Hey,
you
bro.
had with
Hey,
that.
John.
Yeah, that was a good chat you had with that guy until
Yeah,
his background.
he sent me his Instagram, but I'm trying to find it. No.
Okay.
He has like a big Instagram. Actually has a decent amount of following, so just gonna keep him in the radar so he can probably invite people in here.
How many he got? How many does he have?
Let me check again. I don't know. He got some followers, maybe like 1,000 or something. But whatever. It's just
That's a good.
connecting with people.
That's a decent number. 1,000's a decent number on Instagram. He must have got in early before all the bots.
Oh, he has 400 and something followers. He's following 700. Yeah, he had 230 posts. I mean, he posts stuff.
Yeah.
Follow.
Yeah, like with Instagram, if you joined like, I don't know, 8 to 10 years ago, it was a totally different platform back then.
Yeah, people use it to communicate and post things that they follow and stuff. It's just another social app.
I'm just saying, there's a lot more garbage on these
Yeah,
apps.
a lot of garbage. Yeah.
Just fake accounts. I mean, there's a lot of fake accounts. There's a lot of people who make a living impersonating people and all that stuff. It was just different. It wasn't so rampant back then, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, I always kind of just use it to follow personal friends and stuff. But yeah, my Facebook, I wound up getting a lot of followers, but there's a lot of scammers on Facebook for a while too. So I'm sure a lot of those accounts are dupes and stuff. So But yeah, this event title is good. Just need to stay on top of the people that come in. So we have a new person at the bottom. NGOCC, welcome. Welcome to the room. The title of the event is The Earth is Flat, Prove Us Wrong. If you have any globe evidence and you feel like you could prove us wrong in our statement that or our assertion that the Earth is flat, feel free to mic up and voice your proof or reasons that you feel that we're wrong. And if you don't feel comfortable miking up, go ahead and post your expressions in the side chat. We'd love to hear or learn what it is you feel about this subject. Yep. Thanks for being here. Everybody who's listening, thank you. All of the speakers on the panel, thank you for taking your time to be here. Rackle, welcome. Thanks for being here for the event. The Earth is flat. Prove us wrong. Got some more people joining. Tiago, welcome. Pedro, welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're taking one speaker at a time. But yeah, thank you. The title of the event. Okay, I'm going to explain the event to you. But yeah, the title of the event is The Earth is Flat, Prove Us Wrong. If you guys have any globe evidence that you feel will disprove the flat Earth, go ahead and you could post it in the side chat or you can open up your mic. Trying to take one speaker at a time. If you don't feel like you're prepared for having this discussion, I would suggest doing a little research. Good thing to look into when you're looking into this subject is the dimensions of the alleged sphere. So that'd be a great place to start. You could go and find out how big this sphere is allegedly. That'd be a great place to start. And another good place to look would be to look at how much curvature should be present based on how far you can observe. Where's the geometric horizon? Meaning, where would the physical Earth curvature start based on your position? So yeah, these are great places to start if you're looking to research the subject and if you're looking to disprove the flat earthers, hence us. Anyway, thanks for being here. Waiting for some globe evidence, waiting for someone to prove us wrong about the observation and the knowledge that the Earth does not curve. The Earth is not a sphere. Welcome to the room, Meme Meme. Everybody has their mics muted because they're waiting to hear Globe Earth believers come in and present their evidence to prove us wrong. The title of today's event, Earth is Flat, Prove Us Wrong. So if you feel like you could prove us wrong, either mic up or post your evidence in the side chat. Glad that you're here. Thanks for being here. Lucio, welcome.
Hello.
Hey, how are you? Welcome to the room.
Fine, and you?
Oh, doing good. Hey, welcome back, Disney. We were just having a conversation with Lucio. If you could wait until our conversation is finished, then
Yes.
it would
Hey,
be
I'm
okay.
my English language.
Hey, Disney, can you understand me? Can you hear me?
Yes. But I
Okay.
don't.
Okay.
I will talk you later.
Okay, I can't really hear you. I think you need to adjust your settings on your microphone. You might want to turn off noise cancellation or something. All right, great. So, Lucio, sorry about that, brother. So, what brings you to the room today? Did you see our event? It's titled "The Earth is Flat. Prove Us Wrong." What do you think of the title? Did you hear me, brother? Take that as a no. Lucio, can you hear me, brother? Okay, I think he tapped out. Dempsey, you still there, bro?
I'm here. How's my mic? Mic check?
Mike sounds great, man. Loud and clear.
All right. I was worried about this old mic. I'm recharging the new ones.
So Rackle asked in the chat, "What to prove, sir? Clarify again." Rackle, we're asking people to prove us wrong. We're telling you the Earth is flat. That means there's no Earth curvature. That means the Earth is not a sphere. It's not a ball. So we're asking you to prove us wrong. That's what we are asserting to you. We're letting you know that we know the Earth is not curving. Lucio, if you didn't hear, that's what we're doing here today. So if you want to prove us wrong, feel free. Rackle, if you want to prove us wrong, you could go ahead and prove us wrong by miking up or typing your evidence in the side chat. We ask that we only deal with one speaker at a time so we don't have audio chaos. But thank you for being here, guys. Ralph, welcome. Yeah, I don't know if he speaks English, Jamsey, and it's a name like Lucio. I figure he might be Hispanic. So.
It looks like Brasileiro.
Oh yeah, Brasileiro. Je spreekt de Portuguese.
Yeah, maybe from Portugal. That might be a thing.
It's late in Portugal. Be like 4 in the morning or something. Maybe closer to 5. I'm not sure. I gotta get to sleep soon, man. It's already 12:17. I got work in the morning.
Yeah, get some rest, bro. Whenever you want. Just at Lisa joining. Welcome, Lisa.
Welcome, Lisa. How you doing?
Yeah, Lisa, welcome to the room. We're doing an event today. If you didn't see, it's called "The Earth is Flat. Prove Us Wrong." So we're asking anybody who believes in the globe to prove us wrong. But welcome anyway. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, thank you so much. I don't believe that Earth is flat because I have seen the photos, satellite photos of Earth. Definitely, it is not flat.
Hey, Lisa. That photo that you saw, can you kindly post the photo that you're talking about?
I think it's all
Which
over
one?
the internet. You can search
Which photo
satellite
are you
photos.
talking about?
Never seen them.
You're talking about because the thing is, Lisa, you might be talking about some type of imagery, some data that was put together to give you an image, right? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, the pictures that have been viral from the
You know, those are
satellite
not
NASA.
photos, right? When we take photographs from a camera, the image that you saw is not a photo.
Oh, okay, okay. I bad then.
Yeah. And the NASA tells you that they take data, right? And they snatch it together and they give you an image.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you
Unless you
support
have
that Earth is flat, right?
yeah, flat will be a description of a surface. That will be an aspect. It wouldn't be the whole of the construct, the whole of the uh, cosmology of the whole of existence. It will be the surface that we travel across, the waters that we navigate across, the whole of the world. There is no curvature to be found across the surface of the world. Any lake, any body of water, any landmass, there wouldn't be any curvature
And why don't we
as the
fall
one claimed.
down?
What was that?
Why don't we fall down then? Where are the corners?
Because we are in a
I mean,
contained environment.
India,
That we are contained.
like, have you ever touched the last corner of this container, like last wall? There must be something of that kind, no?
You see, Lisa, the issue at the moment is, Lisa, that you're thinking about images that you saw on the internet, and these images are not reality. You're seeing somebody build a straw man, right? A misrepresentation of reality, and you're trying to ask about that misrepresentation that makes no sense for you. And nobody in here is claiming is complete nonsense, right? That's why you're asking about it, but it's not what we're talking about. It's not the real thing that we're talking about.
Okay.
Because when you ask
We are
about
talking
why don't we fall, right? Why don't we fall?
Yeah.
Have you ever been to a place like the end of the world? Do you know anyone that has been to the end of the world? Nobody, right? Has been to the end of
Yes,
the world?
exactly. Yes.
Yeah. So the image that you saw on the internet about this, whatever image that you think you can fall from, that's not reality, Lisa. You cannot fall from reality.
Okay.
You come back. I got a call, but if anybody's still here, you can go ahead and comment. Oh, Lisa's still here. How you doing, Lisa? So, Lisa, the surface of the world and the waters across have been measured and used for practical purposes as not a sphere, not curving, and also motionless. The ground that you're standing on. She dipped.
She just left my phone. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I just wanted to stop you, but you kept wasting your breath on deaf ears. Yeah, man. So she was saying picture photos from yeah, government space cartoons. I love it
Why
when
don't we fall from the cartoon? Because you're not in a cartoon.
I love that, man. It's like when Wolfgang comes in with that Scottish accent. Oh, so it's government space cartoons. It's good stuff.
This imaginary thing that I have in my head doesn't make any sense. Exactly. It doesn't. Why do you think anybody believes in this thing that you have in your head?
They
Nobody
want the they want the replacement theory along with the evidence, because as soon as you present them with the fact that the radius value doesn't match the curvature calculator that's provided, they automatically jump to, well, explain everything then. It's an immediate jump. You'd be like, all right, well, there's no curvature. And based on the radius they give us, it's provable that it's not this ball at this size. They immediately jump to, well, prove everything then. What's outside of this place? Yeah, no one's been there except the liars. They're the only ones who claim to have made it out. So it's easy for them because they know you can't go there. It's kind of a brilliant plan. Oh, well, you just don't have the money. Did you hear that point I made earlier about the rockets? How, like, every amateur rocket, as soon as it launches, that thing is out. That thing is like, it's moving. Every time an amateur rocket launches, I mean, that thing takes off at very, very fast speed. Every time a space agency launches an aircraft, it's like 10 miles an hour, leaving the surface with a huge plume of smoke. Takes off maybe like 15 miles an hour. It goes to like 25 miles an hour. It doesn't start moving at all. Like for the first, like, maybe 100 to 400 feet after it leaves the launch pad, which is, I think, pretty interesting. So amateur rockets leave at lightning speed. Government space launches leave at like 10 miles an hour. It leaves the launch pad. Did you ever notice that, Jesse?
Many discrepancies of the claims and what we actually observe, yes.
So weird. how like you launch a rocket, any size rocket, you know, they have ones that are like 4 feet tall, 5 feet tall, 10 feet tall.
Think about the ISS one. Some people that record the ISS, they say that they say, well, we're gonna observe it because it's gonna pass, and they point their cameras to a point, and they see a blink of light. They see like, because that thing is going what 17,000 miles per hour or something like that, right? Allegedly. And then other people say that they can record it with their phone. They can actually follow it with their hands, and they, bro, like, how can you follow 17,000 miles per hour? Like, really? Sometimes you see like a drone or something flying at a certain speed, and other times it's something else, like a blink of light. Allegedly the same thing. Doesn't add up. Let me reset my headset 1 second.
Okay, go ahead. Okay, so Rackle says in the chat that curvature is not supposed to be observable for 100 kilometers. That's why the Earth appears flat. Well, the Go Fast rocket allegedly reaches a height of 380 miles.
The only person I've ever heard say that you can't see it until you hit the 100-kilometer air range is Professor Dave. Now, the issue you've got with that claim there is it doesn't matter what distance. If you're on a curve, you should be able to measure it. We know with a given radius, at 10 miles, it should be 66 feet. 66 foot is more than enough to tell if you're on a ball or not. So why the necessity for 100 mile? Or is it just a claim? So it's like, oh, well, we can just throw that number in there and nobody will bother going to check because no one's got any equipment to punch 100 miles.
No, he said 100 kilometers up high. He's saying you'd have to be 100 kilometers up to see any
I
curve.
was taking it as 100 out. And that's what I was going to say, what?
Yeah.
Well, they say mathematically, what is it? You've got to be over 40,000 feet or something before you can even see half a degree or something ridiculous like that. ISS height is only supposed to see 3%. They're at 240 mile.
Yeah, would you even see any curvature if you're only seeing 3? I think it'd still look flat.
Well, the interesting part about all the ISS ones is when they do show the side on camera, it's when they're offline. Every other time when they're online, they show straight down.
Well, Matrix, let's remember the Go Fast rocket allegedly reached 380,000 feet, which is 72 miles.
Mm-hmm.
Which is like, what is that? It's like 140 kilometers.
Not even a quarter of the ISS.
But at 140 kilometers, it's still flat.
Yeah. So you can't see it until 100 kilometers up. But at 100 kilometers out, how much should there be? Ooh, let's grab the calculator.
Yeah, let's not forget the civil engineering project that took place in China with their 110-mile long bridge that didn't account for any curvature in any of the
So 100
schematics, which would have to. Yeah.
100 kilometers out, based at 1.8, so that's a 6-footer. You're looking for 711 meters drop. Switch that over to freedom units. You're looking for 2,333 foot of drop at 100 kilometers.
Now do it for miles for that Danyang Chang bridge in China.
How long is that bridge?
110 miles.
110. We'll just say, what, 5-foot elevation? Angle, viewing
Yep.
height? Okay. She should have, holy Toledo, 7,670 foot of drop at the end of her. That's 110 miles.
That's over a mile of drop. It's like a mile and a half.
Yeah. Crazy numbers.
Yeah, you wouldn't notice that if you were engineering that project, right? Come on.
Well, let's say you're standing on that bridge looking along it, and it is following the curvature of the ball. Your horizon should be at 2.7 miles. So beyond 2.7 miles, you shouldn't see anything that's behind that. That should be obstructing everything that's behind it. Be interesting to go and get on that bridge and grab a telescope, park at one end, and see how far you can see.
Yeah, that bridge is a globe killer, man. There's plenty of them, but that one sticks out to me, man. Wow, Rackle. Now you're saying 35,000 feet. That's he's gone. I guess the 380,000 foot comment really sent him spiraling out. He should probably be on probably going to be Googling. It might be a sleepless night for him. We got Anna in the chat. Welcome to the VC. We're hosting an event today. It's called "The Earth is Flat. Prove Us Wrong." If you don't feel comfortable miking up, go ahead and post your globe evidence in the side chat. If you have any questions for us, go ahead and post those in the side chat as well. Aftonimus, welcome. Title of the event: Earth is Flat. Prove Us Wrong. Go ahead and state your globe proof, or hop in the side chat and post your globe evidence there. We know you won't be able to prove us wrong, but we'll be happy to educate you on why the Earth is not a ball. We got Mofeki. Welcome.
Oh, hello.
Jabu. Hey, yeah, hello, welcome. Thanks for being here.
Welcome me. I'm new here, so I'm sorry for my bad language. I'm trying to speak for the first time since long time.
Yeah, take your time, man. Just try your best to speak clearly so we can understand what you're uh trying to convey to us.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, we're hosting an event today
So that
called
the topic is
yeah, it's
flat Earth.
yeah, the Earth is
Interest-
flat. Prove us prove us wrong. That's the name of the event.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Obviously, it's not flat, man.
Okay, so you have any evidence that you want to post in the side chat for us, or you want to try and
Yep.
explain yourself?
There's a very clear evidence that there's astronomer in space which who make photos for our Earth from space, so we can see the actual picture and the actual image of our Earth, and it's not flat.
Okay, so if I show you an image, right, of the Earth and it's
It's
curving,
astronaut. Sorry for it's
let me.
astronauts, not astronauts. Astronaut.
Oh, I heard you. I heard you, sir. So if I show you an image from space, right, and I tell you
Okay.
this image represents a sphere, a ball that has a given radius, right? So the radius means the size of it. So I give you the size of the ball, okay? And then I tell you, I also provide you with a calculator to test that radius. And then you go down on the earth, right, where we all live, and you go out and you test that size. So you're going to test the size of the radius here on the ground, right, or over the oceans, okay, or the seas. And you go and you test it and you say, wait a minute, he showed me a picture of the earth and it was curving and he told me the size, but now that I'm testing it, I don't find any curvature. What would you say then? Would you say, well, my ruler must be broken? Or would you say, well, the earth must not be a ball and those pictures must be fake? What would you say?
Well, I'm not a physician, and that's yeah. Um, you can say that there is people who actually studies this what you say.
Okay,
you can understand me.
Your point. But if you measure it, right? You measure it. What I'm saying is you see something in the distance, you know how far away it is, okay? The calculations have already been done, okay? So now you know that there's no curvature on the surface. And the people who told you that the ball is a certain size and showed you the pictures are found to be telling you something that is not provable here on the earth. What do you say then? Do you say, well, there's got to be some mistake? Or do you say, well, the earth can't be a ball based on what I've experienced? Which one do you say?
I don't know how to say it in English. Sorry, but when you talk about the radius, so you actually not talking about a ball or a spherical shape. You just talk about circular shape. Circular shape isn't prove evidence that it's flat or it's not. It's just uh, a cross sectional for our whole Earth.
Well, think about it. If you have a radius value, okay, you can take that same radius value and draw that radius around you in 360 degrees. So if there's a radius value, which is 3,900 358.8 miles. We'll round that up to 3,959 miles. Okay. That circle under, from your position, you'd have to have drop over distance matching that circle 360 degrees from your position, right? Around your position. So you would need to see drop over distance based on that radius value. Does that make sense?
I'm sorry, but I don't understand all the rules you said.
Okay, that's fair. So when I say if you turn around in a complete circle, okay, and you stand in place, but you turn all the way around 360 degrees, okay?
Okay.
You're on the top of a ball, like let's say a football, right? You're on the top of this ball. You turn 360 degrees. Let's say this ball is really big. Let's say this ball has a circumference of 24,901 miles. Okay. There's going to need to be drop over distance from your position all the way around you, no matter where you're looking. You can look left, you could look right, you can look in front of you or behind you. Any way you look from your position, there's going to need to be drop over distance all the way around you if you're standing on this big ball, right? Now, if I told you the size of it, you'd know how much drop over distance you're supposed to see. Okay. Now, you see people showing you pictures from outer space, but here on the ground, if you don't find any curvature, what are you going to say to these people? Are you going to say, I believe you anyway? Or are you going to say, wait a minute, you must be lying because there's no curvature down here? Which one are you going to say?
But there's a curvature. Like, look
all right,
far away, you will see a curvature. And
if it's
the
a ball,
there's a
if it's a
curvature.
ball, if it's a ball, you have to find curvature on the ground. That's the key to take away from.
But that doesn't evidence or something say it's flat or not. As I said, it's not about the shape. You talk about flatness. Flatness is like you talk about a paper, but
Okay, I'm
we
going to
talk
post
about the actual
I'm going to post
something is like a structure.
Well, I'm going to post something for you in the side chat. Okay, I'm going to post something for you. Over. All right, just give me one moment, and I want you to take a look at this. Okay.
Okay. What is it?
Okay, so I posted a video of a gentleman who did a long distance observation. Okay. Now, if you watch that video, he goes over all of the different controls for the observation, right? He tells you where he set up his camera, how far the oil rigs in the video are from his location. He provides you with that data. And then what I posted underneath that was the drop over distance values that you can check against the curvature calculator. And there's a link to the curvature calculator there in the side chat as well. So if you copy all that stuff on your own time, you could go ahead and check out what I posted, and you could go ahead and scrutinize the data. But yeah, that'll let you know how much curvature you're supposed to see and where the actual physical curvature of the Earth is supposed to block you from seeing whatever's beyond that physical horizon. Now, based on the values that we have, based on this radius of 3,959 miles, at the 8-foot observer height, the physical barrier that you should not be able to see past is 3.464 miles. That second platform in the distance there is called platform habitat. that is 9.4 miles away from the observer, which should be hidden behind a bunch of curvature, right? You should not see the horizon behind that platform. So right now, based on this observation, which was documented on multiple different times of day, you can conclude that the radius that's been given to you is not accurate. Now, the people who are taking these images from outer space, these astronauts, are all claiming that that radius value is accurate. So now I would say to you, which one do you believe? Do you believe what you can test here on the ground? Because anybody can go to this location near Santa Barbara, and find this area and repeat this observation. But what we can't do is go up into alleged outer space and repeat what these quote unquote astronauts are doing. We could send weather balloons up there, we could send amateur rockets up there, and no matter what we send up there, we don't see what they claim they see. The only people showing us curvature are people who put fisheye lenses on their high altitude weather balloons, or people who use different types of lenses that create lensing effects on their rockets or high altitude balloons, or just straight up fakery, which is what we get from the government space agencies. So thanks for playing.
But when you talk about the radius, I want to say that we don't talk about circle shape, talk about oval shape. So the radius isn't equal in all directions. You can.
All right, so I would direct you to the 1970 photo called the original blue marble. Okay, that was an alleged photo taken on the way to the moon. It shows a perfect sphere. So it's either a perfect sphere or an oval. Which one is it? Because all of the images you see provided by the space stations show you a perfect sphere. When have they ever showed you a picture of an oval?
They actually does. It's oval.
That's correct. But how could it be an oval if the people who allegedly go to space show you pictures of a perfect sphere? Great question,
No,
right?
no. Who say it's sphere?
Every picture that's ever been shown of the Earth from space shows a perfect sphere.
No. It's just
Have they ever shown
they take a small bus from Earth, but if you took whole Earth, it's obviously oval.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, they talk about it. They talk about it being an oblate spheroid. We know about what they said, what they claim, but the images that they show us don't represent an oblate spheroid, do they?
Actually,
If it was an
clear, very clear in how they make the maps. You can find this.
If very clear, my friend, we would be able to measure the curvature on the ground. We don't measure any curvature. So all of these photographs, all of these claims from space, and all of these other things that necessitate a sphere should be brought into question. True?
Sorry,
if you're not measuring curvature, if you don't measure curvature, you should question when it's supposed to be curvature. One person says curvature, yes. Someone else says no, measure curvature. Should ask questions.
Let's talk about some maps. If what you say is correct and it's a sphere,
or you can just
YUS is much bigger in maps than Africa, while in real time, it's Africa is the biggest.
Maybe that has something to do with people making the maps at the time to make their country look more important than someone else's. There's quite a few maps that have got countries expanded.
You have a point, but The oval
So it's
shape,
a valid point.
have a rule.
So because my point is valid, you're just going to go, it's valid, but I don't like it, and I'm just going to go back to it has to be a sphere because of maps. Look, mate, we get it. You're a glober. You've been indoctrinated into a system. What you've got to do is, instead of trying to make excuses to defend it, go out and test it. So all the excuses that you're putting forward, go and test them and see if they match up in reality. So number one, we're supposed to be on a ball. So why not just measure for curvature? Drop over distance. If you don't find curvature, bring everything to a halt and say, hold on 1 minute. Supposed to be curvature, not finding any. So that means all of the other claims, so maps and all of the other things that you think are very important, all of a sudden need to be put to the side to find out where the curvature is. Yes?
I asked Carlos question. What about the satellite?
What about the curvature that's required for satellites to fly around? Like I said, if no measured curvature, everything else that you have as a question should be put on hold.
I don't understand. I don't understand.
You don't understand? Let's say you go outside and you go to measure curvature and you don't find any. What would that mean to you? You look for the curvature and you do not find any. What would that mean to you?
That it's even not circular.
It's not circular. Very good. So what happens to all of these other things that you've mentioned? What happens to them?
It can't be there. Can be around the earth.
Exactly. So that's what we're saying to you. Some of these guys have gone out to measure for the curvature and they didn't find it. That's the problem. They can't find it. It's supposed to be
They
there.
can't find the curvature.
Nope.
So how is the satellites move around the earth?
Well, that's a great question. They're not going around anything because we know it's not a ball because there's no curvature.
How?
That's why I said.
How?
You tell me. Satellites are your claim, not my claim. I don't go, hey, look in the sky, a satellite, therefore globe. No.
So it says that satellite isn't move in air in space around Earth.
Well, you've got no ball because you've got no curvature. But anyways, it's just something for you to think about. Number one stepping stone. If you are on a ball, there should be measurable curvature. I'll leave you with that.
Not everything about the curvature. There's something that I could see either by a picture that I can trust that it's true, or by something like how I said, satellites, how it can move around, how I can
Yeah,
I
I agree with you.
I can
Earth is not flat. Earth is round.
I can
How?
take
Correct. You're correct.
its what you say?
You are correct. I agree with you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So now someone drops in and reifies your dream. So still no measurable curvature. So no curvature, no round.
How do you measure the curvature?
It's not about the curvature.
You should be in a
Laser test.
Yeah, in order to measure curvature, you
Yes.
should be in the
Laser
highest part
test.
of
You don't want to listen to me. Laser transition. Shoot laser across the ground. there should be drop over distance. If it's a ball, the laser would become a tangent. You know what a tangent is?
No, it's not that. It's not that how that work.
Do you know what a tangent is?
Yes.
Excellent. So if you shoot a laser would become a tangent. So from the tangent point, as you go further along the laser, that distance from tangent to ground should increase due to the ground allegedly being curved.
Yeah.
At 10 miles, that should be 66 feet. At 30 miles, it should be around 600 feet. The issue is, my friend, when we do these laser tests, we don't get any curvature. So right at the end of what I was going to say, you decide to speak through me. That is exceptionally rude.
No, it's not.
And no
true.
one just
I'm
heard what you
debating
said.
with you.
So what did I say at the end? How much curve should there be at 30 miles?
Where did you get all this measurement? Tell me.
Fuck me, I'm out.
Oh, see? I'm just asking you, where do you all get these measurements?
You spoke through me. You were not listening because you have this idea in your head that your voice is important. I get that. I've got no problem with you speaking, just not through somebody else.
Shouting can't make your point that you are correct, you know.
And talking the fuck through people doesn't help either.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's
Vince.
a debate. I'm debating.
No, it's not a debate, dude. It's a conversation, man. I understand you guys think this is a debate. This is a conversation, meaning you have to wait your turn. We're not interrupting. This is not for points,
my bad,
brother.
my bad. Okay, my bad. I just joined. I don't know the rules. My bad. I just joined in this channel, you know.
Yeah.
Okay, my bad.
Yeah, so we don't interrupt each other.
Any rules here. Wait, let me explain.
No,
I didn't see any rules here. There's nothing.
Okay,
there's
it's all
nothing
right.
no rules
Normally
here.
we deal
I
with
thought
one.
it was a debate, so I'm just debating, you know.
Okay, I
Okay,
understand.
my
A
bad,
lot
my
of people
bad,
come
my
in here.
bad.
A lot of people come in here thinking it's a debate, but what we do here is we have conversations, right? And we usually deal
Yeah.
with one speaker at a time, right? So we don't interrupt people when they're talking.
Okay, I
Why? Because
apologize. I apologize.
we have an audience. No, it's all right. It's all right. You didn't know, and you thought it was like a debate, right? Where you're
Yeah,
going
sorry.
for points. You can interrupt each other, talk over each other. He's not yelling at you because of you trying to debate. He's trying to explain something to you. So you're asking where do we get our measurements, right? Now the measurements come from the radius value provided to us by the government space agencies. So that's where you're asking where we get our measurements from. They're the ones who gave us the radius value.
Which agency is that?
All the agencies, the JAXA, RAXA, all these different agencies agree on a radius value of 3,959 miles. Okay.
No, I mean,
Because they say,
is that okay? So you speak.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, they all
tell me if
agree.
you can
They all agree on this. Okay, the Earth is 24,901 miles in its circumference at the equator. Right. This is the values that are provided to us by the various space agencies. Okay, so because they're the ones providing us with this data, what we do is we go out and we measure drop over distance based on the radius value that they give us. What he was explaining to you is that there's been plenty of observations done. There's been plenty of laser tests done over the surface, right? So that's how he's giving you all of these values. If you look in the side chat, there's been a few posts about these laser tests posted at 59 minutes past the last hour. And I posted a long distance observation and the details behind that at 45 minutes past the last hour. So you could go ahead and take a look at that data there. And these Earth curvature calculators, these Earth curvature calculators that you can find online, that's not created by flat earthers. These values come from the universities. right? Some of the universities here in the States, other universities in Europe. So yeah, you could test all this stuff yourself.
Okay, I'll
That's the
check. I'll
difference
check that.
between what
I'll
we're
check that.
yeah,
But
what we're proposing
yeah,
compared to
but
what the
first, my
space
question is:
agency
this
is.
a respectable agencies you are talking about, like NASA or something
Yes,
like that, like in the level
that's
of
correct.
NASA?
Yeah,
Because
NASA's a government agency.
yeah, I mean, the agencies you're talking about is it respectable, like in the level of NASA, at the level of NASA,
Yeah,
something like that?
yeah. I mean, you're talking about
Because
different agencies, right? Like if you're going to look at the mapping data, you're going to be dealing with people who deal with surveying, right? So you're going to be dealing with geodetic surveying, and when you're talking about space agencies claiming a radius and showing you
that's another
pictures
no,
from satellites and stuff, you're going to be dealing with a different agency and different subcontractors and such, providing you with
that's
their
another
data
my
and their
point.
engineering.
I, I have talked to another flat earther before, and all he said
In
is like
RVC or somewhere else?
all the here
Oh, here,
in his
okay.
mm, yeah, I talked to another flat earther before, and all the what do you call this? All the data he he's telling me is all the data you got or other age or I don't know, I forgot what he said before. All of
Okay.
the tests he had done,
Yeah,
it's like
paraphrase it. Yeah,
all in the
paraphrase.
ground.
Yeah, yeah,
Well,
that's right.
logically, if you're discussing the ground and measuring the ground, why would you be talking about the sky?
Exactly my point. How can you see the curvature if you're in the ground? Of course, if you're in the ground,
So
you only see
your
like
point.
only see
Let me
flat.
get this straight. Hold up, please. Your point is to discuss the sky, the moon, the sun, the stars, and every
No,
other possible
I didn't
thing,
mention about moon. I
not
didn't
the
mention about moon.
ground.
We are talking about Earth.
When we're flat
If
earthers,
you want to measure like the curvature, you
the
should be
ground.
also measuring. You should be also measuring when you are in a high spot. You know.
Okay.
You don't need to be in a high spot.
So, Vinci,
Look at the laser test.
so you,
Have
yeah,
have you ridden
you're looking at
like a plane?
Vinci. Yeah, listen, brother, listen. So, did you look into the curvature calculator, right? What it tells you is where the geometric horizon should be, meaning where you should have a physical blocking of your being able to see further, right? So that's what the curvature calculator is for. It's there to let you know where the physical geometric horizon should be, where you should not be able to see any further because the curve of the Earth, is actually dropping down and away from your position based on its sphericity, right? So now, if you're on the shore line, right, as in the video I posted at 45 minutes past the last hour, which is an observation that he catalogs and highlights all the different details. You see that there's 2 oil rigs in the distance there. Okay, now those oil rigs have a known distance from that position of that observation. Right, the second oil rig is 9.4 miles away. Where he had his camera set up was 8 feet above the mean sea level, so above sea level. Okay. Now, if you look at the values I posted underneath that post, you'll see that from an 8-foot observer height, the physical geometric horizon should be at 3.464 miles away from that observer, meaning that you should not see the horizon beyond that second oil rig by a long shot. Okay. That lets you know that not only is there not the amount of curvature that's there, but that lets you know that the space agencies who are providing you with this radius data, this radius value, are not telling the truth. Now, whether or not they know it or not, that's up for speculation. But the fact of the matter is, If there's no curvature down here, where is it?
And he's gone.
Okay.
20 bucks says
Yeah.
he didn't hear half of what you just said, and he comes back within 48 hours and repeats the same shit.
Hey, man, I spoke very slowly and clearly. I'm hoping he got it.
No, he was up for I want to debate, and it's like, dude, seriously.
Yeah, we're not playing for points here.
I get they want to come in and have their little say. That's cool. But just don't grind over somebody. Like, if he'd have waited 5 seconds, he could be still talking. I wouldn't give a shit.
Yeah, I mean, debates are so funny, man. It's not a. I don't like looking at conversations as a sport. I think it's corny.
It's not a
If you're
debate.
gonna,
Though. That's the problem. They
well,
come
that's
in you with
what-
this mindset that it is a debate. How do you debate measurements? Like, seriously, all you can debate is what color tape measure you're going to use. Okay? Is it calibrated? You could probably debate that. If not, go and get another one that is. Like,
yeah.
that's about
I mean,
the
these
limit
guys.
of it.
Yeah, they haven't built anything on a slope. You know, obviously, you build a house on a slope or you build a house on an undulating landmass. It's like you got to use your transit, otherwise you're going to be using line levels and plumb bobs, and having lasers does help with that stuff. I felt like if these guys have ever used a transit, they might understand a little bit about surveying, a little bit about finding level, and about tangents and such. But yeah, the whole debate thing really is cringe to me. Like, we had this one youngster came into politics one day. He's like, it is a debate. You know, it's like, yeah, well, technically by the definition of the word, but it's not your high school debate where you're freaking arguing for points against somebody and trying to cut them off at every sense to try and get a gotcha moment.
So do you debate subjective or objective things?
Well, no, what they're not understanding is like they have to
That's what they
cut
don't
you off.
understand.
They don't get like, oh, I have to cut you off to make my point, to make you look stupid. You know what I mean? That's what they're trying to do. It's like they're trying to get these gotcha moments. They don't care about the subject matter at all. It's just like they're playing for gotcha moments. You know what I mean? There's
Yeah,
people who debate you over the color blue. You know.
Well, that's it. You do debate over things like that. You don't debate measurements.
Oh, they'll debate you on the freaking measurements, dude. They'll debate you on anything, right?
Well,
like the
if
guy
they're
was
going to
debating.
do that,
The guy was,
if they're going to debate the measurements, that means they have alternate measurements to put in place of our ones. They must have some kind of rebuttal to that. We claim we've measured 1, 2, 3. They'll come back and say X, Y, Z. So if they've got nothing to replace our measurements with, they don't really have any argument, any rebuttal to it.
Matrix, have you ever met a friend that, like, no matter what your opinion is on anything or
You're wrong.
what experience you're talking about, they'll always try and come at you with like the opposite opinion. It's like they just love arguing, man. I feel like
For the
that's
sake of it.
like the typical, that's the typical debater, man. They're just like, well, I'm just going to take the opposite stance no matter what. Yeah, they live for it, dude. They just want to argue. They don't care what it
For a
is.
while there,
Like, give me some.
I don't know if you're over on politics one day, but for a while there, we were coming up with all these new syndromes, like flat earthers are wrong syndrome. So it doesn't matter what we say, we can speak the truth and be 100% correct. But just because you're a flat earther, you're wrong. And there was a whole list of these smart-ass things that we had to describe globers and how their attitude towards us. And some of them were actually quite clever. Like, I don't CB come up with a whole list of them. And, yeah, it's quite entertaining. Oh, someone just dropped in. Welcome, whoever dropped in. I don't know who it was. I didn't see.
That's Spoidamon. He was gone as fast as he got in.
Henny Penny.
Got the ruby slippers. Three clicks. There's no place like home.
Do we hear?
Welcome, welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, today we are hosting an event. It's called The Earth is Flat. Prove us wrong. Welcome to the conversation.
Earth isn't flat. It's a ball. It's
Ooh.
like a globe.
Okay, prove us wrong. Thank you. What evidence do you have to support your claim?
Evidence from Google Map. You can scroll and it's just a globe. And also, like you can take a circle of the globe. Actually, like if you start from a point on the Earth, and you will get back. Like if you can really do it.
Okay, so you got some evidence. All right, I want to ask you, Henny Penny, do you know the size of the sphere of the ball? Do you know the size of the Earth that's alleged?
Yes, the size of the it's really big. I don't know exactly the size. Yeah, but it's a huge like globe, you know.
Okay.
In the space.
So yes, you know, but no, you don't know. Okay. So I have in the side chat. I have it in the side chat linked. At 45 minutes past the last hour. So if you go ahead in the side chat, you'll see a video I posted.
Where can I find the chat?
It looks like a text bubble where you see your microphone, where you can mute yourself or unmute yourself. Yeah, it looks like a text bubble there. So if you scroll up until you reach 45 minutes past the previous hour, okay, you'll see a post that I posted. Okay, it's called the Impossible Geometric Globe Horizon at 10.10 miles. Right. So right there is a video. Okay. Now that the gentleman who made this video, he has all the details and like detailed out in the video, highlighted in the video of where he set up his camera. Okay. His camera was set up 8 feet above the sea level. Okay. Now we have underneath that is the Earth curvature calculator. Now, and then we have the distances that you should be able to see to the geometric horizon. Now, the geometric horizon is the limit to how far you should be able to see. It should be where everything starts curving down and away from you. So from an 8-foot observer height where the camera was set up, the geometric horizon should be at 3.4 miles, 3.464 miles away from the observer. The Earth should start curving down and away, and you should not see anything beyond that unless it. So, as you can see in the video there, the horizon, the water behind the platform habitat, which is 9.4 miles away from the observer, is visible, clearly visible, right? So, and just to give you a little bit more data, just to give you a little bit more data.
It's
okay, go
too
ahead.
complicated for me to understand. I can,
Okay, no problem. So you could go ahead and save this stuff, and you could check it out at your own time.
Yeah.
But just so you know, the Earth. You said the Earth is very big. The Earth is very big, is what you said. So I'm going to give you the radius, so now you can know it, and not just assume that it's just really, really big. It's 3,959 miles. Okay, that's the radius of the alleged sphere. Okay, it has a circumference around the equator, allegedly, of 24,901 miles. Now that would work if the Earth is flat or if the Earth is a ball, because that's a distance that would be equidistant from the North Celestial Pole. Okay, so if you had an equidistant circle around the North Celestial Pole, okay, you would get that 24,901 mile radius or circumference. I apologize. So now you can use these values and calculate what the curvature should be that you're supposed to witness, and find out that there is no measurable curvature. Okay, so you have all of the video and curvature calculator resources there. Plus, I also attached a aerial map that shows where the platforms are relative to the observer. There on the map underneath the curvature calculator. So now underneath that, there are also some laser tests.
But yeah, I can understand that, like not like in the physics class, like it's really a globe. You can calculate, use those equations. But in reality, but if we calculate, it's like it's maybe it's not. It doesn't work that way. And also, in our daily lives, like we do those calculations, and we don't even use that because like the length or the size. So we calculate based on the hypothesis that it is flat, right? Like because
No. Are you a flat earther?
Sorry.
Are you a flat earther?
Dr.
No.
Blackjack, can you please not interrupt the conversation? If you want to speak next, you could be next in line. We're speaking to Henny Penny right now.
You guys are coming this server as well. What the fuck is your problem? Get the fuck out of this server.
It's very interesting, but it's difficult to understand for most people, I think.
Yeah, understandable. Listen, Henny Penny, so do me a favor, and I know this is a lot to take in, especially this being not your native language. So
Okay.
so the radius value that is given to us, right, is given to us by the various space agencies. It's agreed upon by all of them, right? And all the information I provided you with, the information was done by observation was done by a flat earther, okay? But the curvature calculator, that's from well-known universities, and you can compare that curvature calculator to many other curvature calculators developed by different universities, okay? They all corroborate. So, yeah, you can put this stuff to the test, and it checks out. So I really appreciate you having an open mind and a conversation with us about it.
Yeah, of course.
I'd say,
But
I feel if you do some research, you'll definitely be surprised at the differences that will come from it, in your opinion, about this. It's a very interesting subject when you realize that there's no curvature observed ever, especially over these distances where you have to have it, or you don't have that. You don't have the sphere. So yeah, it's a problem for the.
I'm just checking those like pictures posted in the chat, and they're interesting. Let me see.
Yeah, but if you don't have any other questions, we can move on to another We can move on to
Okay,
another
please,
person.
yeah,
Yeah.
please
Okay.
go on.
Okay, great. No problem. We have Hannah in the chat. Welcome. Okay, we got Dobby in the chat. Welcome. We also have, yeah, we got a bunch of speakers, potential speakers. Anyway, I don't know how many people are actually free to have a conversation right now, but yeah, I'm going to be heading off in a few minutes. But I'm happy that everybody's here, and thank you to everybody who is listening on YouTube. Thank you to everybody who has come in and asked some questions and presented some globe evidence. This is a very, very good event that we've had so far. Hannah, do you have any questions for us? If you don't feel comfortable miking up, you could go ahead and
Yeah,
post your questions in the side chat.
I'm not. I'm looking at those pictures. It seems simple though. Like their waters, the water surface. It always seems like flat, right? The lake and ocean like surface seems flat to us, but it's just like human sense because we there are something that we cannot. It's not sensible to us, like. If it's a flat or like a global surface.
Well, that's the issue there, Henny Penny. If it's a sphere, it needs to have drop over distance, and it's really easy to figure out what that drop over distance should be based on the radius, right? Which is allegedly known by the space agencies, right? So if this radius value has been given to us already, then it's, there's no question where the radius, where the geometric horizon should be. It should be at that 3.494 mile distance away from the 8-foot observer. So yeah, that's not in question, right? Because all of the different space agencies agree on that radius. So they're telling us this is how big it is, right? They've already made that crystal clear to everybody, right? But you didn't know how big it was. You were just like, oh, it's so big. It's just really big. Right now, yeah, it's really big. We know the radius. So based on knowing that, we can calculate where the curvature should be, where that geometric horizon should be. And when we go to look for it, there's zero curvature. Now, I don't care how big the sphere is. If it's a sphere, there's going to have to be some drop over distance, number one. And number two, there's not going to be any flat areas on it. If you look at any sphere, there's no completely flat area on any sphere. That's the one thing that people have to wrap their heads around. If it's a sphere, there can't be any flat areas on it.
It can be. It depends on how you how you define flat. Using if it's extremely small, but even it's like a point, you can still divide it into like many points, right? So like to in like a certain like degree, like you can still say that.
No, mathematically, it doesn't work that way. If there's a sphere, you're not going to have any flat areas on it. No, there's always going to be drop over distance, no matter how minuscule. It's always going to require drop over distance. If I take a bunch of flat areas and I put them adjacent to one another, it'll never make a ball, no matter how many I put around it. There has to be a consistent, it has to be consistent, number one, and it has to be exponential. So that's the way spherical trigonometry works, is that you need that drop over distance, and it needs to be consistent, and it also needs to be exponential. So it needs to be consistently exponential in order to have to create a spherical shape.
But you can still make a globe, using lots of flat plates.
No, you can't. Unfortunately, that's not the way it works. You're going to have hard angles at that point. So you'd have to have a completely flat area, and there would need to be a hard angle that starts to break away. at some point. So no, you can't take completely level areas, put them adjacent to one another, and create a sphere. I know that it would seem that it would have to be that way based on how flat everything is, but and how much the government agencies have convinced everybody that we live on a ball. So people just have it in their mind that, oh yeah, you could just have a bunch of flat areas and it turns into a sphere eventually. But no, it will never work that way. You need to have a consistent drop over distance, no matter how big the ball is. You can't have completely flat and level areas on a ball.
We can have, it's just there, imagine like there is a very big like globe, right, like Earth, and it's solid, right, and you can cut a part on the globe, and then you will make a flat surface.
It's just not the way the mathematics. It's just not the way the mathematics of the sphere works, Penny. That's just not the way it works. The mathematics of a sphere require drop over distance, and it needs to be exponential, and it needs to be all in 360 degrees from your position on that sphere. That's just the way it goes. You're never going to have a completely flat and level baseline on a sphere. It's just the way it goes. It's just mathematics. It's spherical trigonometry.
But the globe, the Earth isn't. It's not like perfect math. It's not perfect math. Like math doesn't solve anything. It exists. It is what it is. So even it doesn't
there's no curvature. There's no curvature. That's the problem. There's no curvature. No matter where you go, there's a 110-mile bridge in China, right?
Mm-hmm.
All of the civil engineers that went into, and designers and architects went into building that bridge, they didn't account for any curvature. Why? Because there's none to account for. Now, if you have a 110-mile bridge that didn't account for any curvature because there is none to account for, and you could take that value in and of itself and say how many 110 mile by 110 mile square areas does it take to make a sphere? Like, you can't put that many
Earth
flat
is not a
areas that
sphere.
Oh yeah.
Earth is not a sphere. Earth is a sphere, and
you already know. A spheroid and a sphere are two different things. Of course, we know that. Isaac Newton, geez.
Sorry
but
to
you've
interrupt.
never seen it. Sure, Hannah, go ahead.
I wanted to ask a question. Can you answer that?
Yeah, please do.
If Earth is flat, then there might be some edge, or maybe the end, Can you tell me if the Earth has that?
Yeah, the end of the Earth. I've heard a lot of people ask this question. Yeah, that's a good question. A lot of people that don't know about much to do with this subject don't know about something called the Antarctic Treaty, right? So there's a treaty that has been signed originally in 1959 by 12 countries that prohibit any civilian exploration beyond the 60th degree south parallel, right? So exploration has been limited to exploration by government agencies or people with special permissions that are limited to certain areas, right? Now also there's fees attached to this permission slip that you can get from various government agencies, and there's a lot of hard rules to follow. So it's very expensive, and not very many people have taken them up on this. But what we can say for certain is that nobody really knows where the edge of the Earth is, if there's an edge, right? So that's all up for speculation. But yeah, it's a great question. I think everybody would like to know what's beyond where we haven't explored yet, but it seems to be elusive due to the fact that it's not really allowed. Free travel there is not really allowed. Plus, it's the people who have been out to check towards that area have claimed to find some temperatures that are very, very cold and very, very hostile. And that's just hearsay because we can't validate any of those claims. So in the 1940s, there was a United States military operation called Operation High Jump, where they went to Antarctica, and it was led by an Admiral Richard E. Byrd, and he did an interview on an old television program called The Longines Chronoscope, where he said that the temperature in the area, an area of land bigger than the United States, free of ice and snow, that the temperature there was negative 80 degrees Fahrenheit. So, like I said, that's not confirmed by anybody really. That hasn't been verified, but that was his claim, that the temperature down there is negative 80 degrees Fahrenheit. And so I would consider that hearsay because it hasn't been verified. But yeah, if there is an edge or an end of it, it's not known, but there very well could be. And we know the waters have to be contained or they would flow away. So there has to be some type of shoreline to the oceans of the earth. That can be inferred. It would be like an antecedent for a contained body of water. It would need some type of shoreline holding that water in place. Because water needs to be contained, just like gas pressure. Gas pressure needs to be contained. So you can't have gas pressure without something containing the gas.
Okay, I have another question. Like, if you assume the Earth surface is flat, so how do you imagine the Earth, like in the space? If it's not a globe, like, is it cube or something?
Well, there is no outer space that has been proven, right? There's been the idea of outer space, which has been proclaimed and asserted by the various space agencies, right? But yeah, no, there hasn't been any, and no one's proven that there's this place called outer space that has a negative 17 torr pressure vacuum, right? So yeah, there's nobody who's proven that. But yeah, we could see that there's luminaries in the sky at nighttime when the sun has gone away, when the sun has moved to a different area over the flat Earth, right? So the moon, the stars, the sun, they're all over a flat level surface, right? That has topographical features, different elevation changes in the land masses, and a mean sea level, right? But over the Earth, yeah, no one's been up there. I don't think it's a place we can go. Amateur rockets reach a maximum altitude and then they don't go any further. And high altitude balloons, they reach their maximum altitude and they don't go any further. The only people who claim to have made it any higher than amateur rockets have achieved is the government space agencies. And these are the same people that tell us we are not allowed to freely explore beyond the 60th degree parallel south. So we have a lot of question marks, right? There's a lot of things that aren't explainable or known. But what we've contest is that these people are being dishonest about the radius. Why? Because if it was true, the radius was factual, the curvature would have to be there to match up with the claim of the curvature, right? So they gave us the radius value. Based on that radius value, we were able to disprove that the Earth is a sphere based on that radius value that they gave us.
But how do you explain sunrise and sunset?
The sun is not infinitely far away. So the sun only shines so far. And the sun is only so big. How big it is, that's up for debate, right? We don't know how big it is. But we know for a fact that when the sun goes away, it gets dark. And when the sun goes away, it gets colder. And when the sun comes back, it gets hot. And it gets warmer and it gets brighter. So these are things that you can experience, right? The earth is not moving. You don't feel it moving. What you do see is the sun moving. It comes closer, gets overhead, then it moves away. And then it gets darker. And then it's nighttime. And when it's nighttime for me, it's daytime for somebody else.
But
But if the earth,
no, if it's
if the
like
earth is,
flat, it should be daytime for everybody. Like if it's daytime, it
no,
should be daytime for everybody. At least there should be maybe some places brighter, some places not that bright. So yeah,
no,
if it's close
that's not
to the
true.
sun,
That's not
yeah.
true. If the so Blue Origin, right? That thing that happened with Katy Perry, right? They sent them up really high, right? Really high altitude. They get up there, and you saw the moon out of the window. The moon was over Japan, and they were over New Mexico. So it was daylight in over New Mexico, but it was nighttime in Japan. Why is that? Because the sun is really far away from Japan. So the light doesn't reach all the way to Japan. Why? Because it's really far away and light doesn't travel forever. So if I shine a flashlight over something and then I move that flashlight and shine it over something else, where I just had the flashlight is not still going to remain bright, especially if the sun is not infinitely far away. So that's the point. The sun's light can't reach forever. Light doesn't travel forever. So yeah, that notion that it would be daytime everywhere, that's just somebody's idea of the way that the sun works, when no one truthfully knows how the sun works. But light definitely doesn't travel forever.
Light doesn't
Go down
travel.
forever, yeah. It's called the inverse square law of light. So it's not going to travel forever. And if you go like, what is it, 200 feet below below the surface of the ocean, you ain't going to see the sunlight, even if the sun is right above you. You can't see through all that. You can't see the light. The light can't make it through all of that water. And the air is not 100% clear, right? You have water vapor. You have all different effects. The sun can't make it through like a really humid area. Like once the sun gets a certain distance away, the sunlight is blocked. The light can't travel forever.
But it still travels, like, it can be reflected, and even it doesn't go through.
The light still travels, but the problem is air is not perfectly clear. There's dust particles and moisture and all sorts of other things. At about 300 kilometers, just under 300 kilometers, we can't see any further than that because it basically becomes a white wall. Now, in the air, there's a thing called the inverse square law. So every time you double your distance of travel, the energy from that light is only 1/4. So the problem you've got is their claim of 90 million miles. When you start doing some calculations and measurements of these energy levels, you'll notice that it doesn't match the distance given for the energy levels. So for example, in the afternoon, say at about 5:30, if you take a reading and get a reading of 71, in order for you to go backwards towards lunchtime, or say in the morning you take a reading, get 71. If you half your distance, that means you should have 4 times the power. So 4 times the power, 4 sevens, 28. So that means you should have a reading of 280. The problem with that is the ball only rotates in front of the sun 39, 59 miles from your highest reading to your lowest reading. In order for you to get the energy levels required from the 71 to the 280, you would have to move about 45 million miles. That's the problem. When you start looking at how it all works, it doesn't line up. So either the inverse square law is incorrect, or somebody has lied about the distance of the sun. I know that's probably a little bit over the top for what you're expecting, but when you start taking measurements of it, you sort of realize very quickly that one of those two is incorrect. And I can assure you now, every other law that I've checked out, they don't get broken. That's why they are laws. But anyways, I'm pretty sure you've got other questions. As you've probably heard, most of our stuff is based on measurements. We don't just accept stories. We go and test the stories to see if they're true or if they're false.
Yes, that's true.
And that's something I would hope you would do too, is when you get told a story, go and test it for yourself. Thanks, John.
Yes, but it seems those laws and everything, the rules. So it seems so far it perfectly explains the nature and explains how the world is going. Everything.
They're just stories. They're
it explains
explanations. That
everything
is
so well.
exactly right. Have you tested them to see if they are true or not? Or are you just happy to accept the story?
Just because there are so many things are built on those laws. We use those laws to
What laws?
Like how we invent everything. The like what is the mathematics? Like industrial everything. The products, everything. So it's based on.
Industry is not science.
That's right.
Yeah, maybe it works in some way, but
Maybe
yeah.
you're thinking engineers do science. No, engineers follow scientific principles. Scientists do science. And even then, there's very specific things. They have to adhere to the scientific method. If they don't follow that, that science is called pseudoscience. That's the basics of it. So you're probably confusing the science guys with the engineers, thinking because they use scientific principles, then they are doing science. No, they're not.
And they don't always, do they?
Stuff.
The Wright brothers. Good example of that.
Yeah, exactly.
So can anyone explain the seasons? Like according to the theory that the Earth is flat. Like how do we have different seasons?
Yeah, the sun moves.
But
the sun changes its path relative to your location. Appears to anyway. That's what I see it do. Throughout the year, it changes. It crosses the sky further to the north during my winter, and then crosses the sky closer to me in the summer, more directly above me.
But it's like if you think it's a globe, it will perfectly explain. Like it's always summer, like it's always hot. in the central, but in the North Pole and South Pole, it's always winter, it's always cold. But how can you imagine, like, if it's flat, how can you like explain this?
Can you repeat that?
Yeah, like I'm wondering, like, how do you explain seasons and how do you explain, the North Pole, South Pole? It's always cold. Like, according to the Earth is a flat theory.
So the sun moves across the sky, and relative to your position, its path throughout the year will change, right? As I described earlier, and they call it. So what it seems to do is change its path between the tropics, right? And of course, so an interesting thing about the North and South Pole, right, is what they say is that the North in its winter gets covered in ice, and during its winter it gets covered in ice, and during its summer the ice recedes and melts, right? Just exposing a vast ocean, apparently, right? But Antarctica always remains covered in ice. So during its summer, it doesn't appear to melt like the North Pole, which is strange. Either way, those regions are cold because the sun that doesn't go directly over those areas. I guess you could say that. So it doesn't get enough sunlight to like experience the same sort of hot climate that other parts of the Earth get, right?
So you assume that the North Pole and South Pole is the most of far away from the sun, right? Far away, and they should be the end, like the end of the Earth. No.
And how was all?
Why everybody's on mute?
Patiently waiting for someone to come in with proof of globe.
Oh, your voice is low, bro. Can you speak higher?
We're patiently waiting for someone to come in to prove the globe. Oh, you didn't
You
mean
just
I
changed your
like
tone,
that.
bro. Oh, yeah, well.
You got any globe proof, mate?
You're advanced for me, man. I don't know. I don't understand your English that much.
Proof of globe. Are you flat earther
Proof
or
of
globe earther?
globe.
Sphere.
I am not anything, bro. I'm just normal human. I'm just exploring every possibility.
Oh. Well, in that case.
Yeah, possibilities. I think, I don't know. What you guys talking about? Nothing?
It was pretty quiet in here for a minute. Until
I just saw this channel, so I was just curious how people are talking about something unique, so I was trying to listen here. Nothing going on here.
Ah. Well, normally we ask people what they believe they're on, whether globe or flat. And when they give an answer, we ask why they believe that. Some say they're not sure, some say taught at school, some say they saw a YouTube video and that's good enough for them. Everyone's different.
Yeah, true, bro. There are a lot of tech which work on rules that we explore so far. So we're getting results based on that.
So our biggest thing is just the fact that the ground has been measured and there was no curvature measured.
Give me a few minutes, man. I'll be back.
Yeah, all good.
Okay, I have another point. Like, if you say the world is flat, and like, where's the center of the world?
So flat means it has to have center.
Why? If it's globe, you can say like there's no center because it's globe, it's round. But if it say it's flat, there should be a center, and you can imagine the flight. If you think the world map is flat. If you fly from China to America, and it takes the flight time, it should be just approximately if you fly from China to Europe, the time should be equal, right? And if you fly from America to Europe, the time should be doubled, right? But in fact, if you fly from US, yeah.
These double times and half times, what are you basing them off of? The fact that you already know the distance to maps that can or cannot be proven.
I mean, just like the same flight, you fly in the same speed. And so if it's flat, definitely, because the distance is doubled. So, yeah. The flight should be doubled.
The problem with flights is, number one, planes are not measuring. So they are no good for measuring distance. The other issues you've got is planes follow flight corridors. So they have very specific routes they have to take in order to go from point A to point B. They don't just fly in straight lines, contrary to most popular beliefs.
Just assume that the flight, usually, the speed should be, maybe the same level. You fly in a same speed. And it should take if the distance is equal, and it should be the time should be the same. But if the distance isn't equal, like it's long distance, you should
So,
take.
okay, we'll have another go. Let's say from point A to point B, 5,000 miles. From point B to point C, 5,000 miles. I agree with you. From point A to point B should be the same flight time from point B to point C. I agree with you. And guess what? 99.99% of people will agree with you. This proves nothing. All you are saying is A to B, B to C, assuming they are same distance, should be same travel time. But we have wind currents, flight corridors, logistical reasons, all reasons why A to B, B to C take different amount of time. One of them might be straight flight. One of them might be wind going in wrong direction, have to go the long way round, or following a flight corridor.
But it's just extreme situation, and just you can calculate on average time, right? Like the flight time in a year. So you should
Okay, again.
it should be ignored.
From point A to point B, if it is the same distance to point B to point C, then we agree with you. Flight time should be the same. This proves nothing. If you say distance A to B is 5,000 miles, distance B to C is 10,000 miles, I agree with you. It should take twice as long. Your flight times don't mean anything. If you know the exact distance and those distances are double, then I agree. The flight time should be double. If the distance is halved, I agree. The flight time should be halved. I don't have a problem with this. This has no proof of ground beneath it. It doesn't prove that it's curved, doesn't prove that it's flat. All it proves is the flight distance has doubled, therefore the flight time should have doubled. That's it.
Okay, thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, what's up, bro?
Not much. What's happening? Brings you in today?
Nothing much. Just doing some tasks. Just came back right now.
Is that VIP?
Getting
that
like
I'm
any sort of.
talking to?
Yeah. So, wait. Can you repeat that?
Is that VIP that I am talking to? I can't see who I'm talking to.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Yes. You're right.
Oh, cool. So have you
So
been
can you
to
make sure that?
24/7 Flat Earth room trial?
I mean, this is the first time actually I've joined this channel. Just want to see about people are talking about. I was just curious, and I see just
welcome.
people are on mute. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, there was just a conversation happening. Popped in, so we tried to talk one-on-one with people so that we can actually get somewhere and communicate and hear each other.
Yeah, sure. I would like to.
Yeah. So, what's your thoughts on the nature of Earth? Do you think that we live on a sphere, or do you think we live on a flat topographical plane?
So you asking me like it's a real or not?
Yeah, I'm asking whether you believe we live on the globe, or if we live on a plane with topography, a flat Earth.
Flat Earth.
Ah, so you're a flat earther.
No, no, I'm not a flat.
Ah.
This is a new concept. But the thing is, if I see like based on the calculations, the globe Earth people created a lot of tools like Google Maps, right? So it used some sort of formulas which use Earth as a globe, right? It is not a flat, but they do calculations based on the radius at all, and the Google Map is going to provide you the exact location as well. And even you go into space, they launch rockets, and they also use the formula based on the globe Earth, right?
Not right. Well, your claim stacking, dude. You said like 7 things already in the short amount of time you've been talking, none of which you can prove, and many that we have proven to be false.
Yeah, so I
I'm
think
actually
your
not
first
trying to
point,
prove it here.
I think your
go ahead.
first point was that Google Maps, yes?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so Google Maps don't actually use a globe for their maps, yeah? So all maps are derived from elevation angles to celestial bodies, yeah? So that's how we first obtain. Hang on a second, sorry, I'm driving. I'm trying to do 2 things at once. Just in some traffic. Hang on, man. Yeah, so that's how we originally derived latitude, which is from an elevation angle to Polaris. Now, for us to measure those angles, we require a horizontal reference plane out to the horizontal horizon. So I would say that all maps are first measured flat, and then they make a calculation to transform it into a globe, where they then transform it back to a flat map. But Google Maps actually uses a cylindrical projection.
Yeah, I'm listening. And some of the things that you're saying, like, which is really advanced for me. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so Google Maps is based off the Mercator projection, which is, again, a flat map. So in reality, what we do is we measure the Earth to be flat. We could start with a very good example in the beginning of water. Water at rest is
Water?
always going to lie flat, and 70% of the Earth is water.
So, so we are not like
just
having
muted
gravity
yourself,
from all
AJ.
directions.
Sorry, I completely missed that. We're not what, sorry?
So if Earth is flat, so we have like gravity pulling in from two directions, right?
No. So,
Okay.
again, gravity is just a claim that's being made with a causation. It's not something that they can actually prove, and it's nothing that's based in science. Now, we all see the same effect, that some objects go down, but we question the cause of why that would occur.
Okay.
And even in your
So a lot of
own
things are
belief system, even in the globe model, the heliocentric model, as they call it, gravity
okay.
is not pulling. It does not pull. It's not a force.
Then what it is?
It is the bending and warping of space-time due to mass and energy.
Oh, that's a nice point.
Matrix or anyone else in here? I'm just a bit tied up if you just want to talk to VIP.
Yeah, but either way for your Newtonian or Einsteinian gravity, there's no scientific validation for either of those two ideas.
So yeah, we don't have like, I don't know. I'm really not that smart in term of science or anything. But so if they are not proving anything, does it make that Earth is a flat is absolute answer?
Well, we're not saying that the Earth is flat simply and solely based on the lack of evidence from the globe side. What we're basing it on is measurement of the surface. It's observation, measurement, and practical use of the surface of the Earth. All support the Earth being flat. All are evidences
so
of the
it's
Earth being flat.
So
Yeah, it's an absolute.
according to your
Yeah.
observation. Okay, that's cool. That's cool.
Yeah, it's objective reality. Nobody
I got it.
experiences the Earth as anything else but flat and motionless.
Flat. So flat is
Of course.
like
Horizontal.
flat
level.
is like horizontal. So they have like some sort of a height measurement. You know what I mean? Or is 2D plane totally like a paper, or it's like a wooden board?
No. So we're not making a claim. We don't claim to know length, width, depth, right? All that, like, we don't claim size, right, or shape. We're just saying that the surface part that we live on is planar in nature, particularly the water, right? Liquid.
So we have no
surface.
idea. Okay, got it. So we have no idea about the size of total Earth, how big areas, right? And
Yeah, I don't claim to know. There's a lot.
You're not saying that the entire planet is flat.
Oh, we're not saying it's even a planet. It's not a planet.
Oh.
We're not on a planet.
Oh,
then what
I thought
are we
we
on?
are talking about the Earth planet.
Yeah, Earth isn't a planet. That's the thing.
But so then, what is it?
Oh,
It's a plane.
it's a 2D plane.
A plane.
No, not a 2D plane. No, the surface on top that we live on is a plane.
Surface we live on is a plane. Okay.
Yes. Planar in nature. Yes. Horizontal with topography.
My question is, why does this matter?
I mean, you guys must have some sort of study related to this point, right? Can I have a link or something, explaining about the idea?
What do you need explained?
No, like you sure think about Earth is a flat, but you also come to this understanding at some point somehow, right? So there must be some guy who's trying to like study or explain the idea why you should think about Earth is a flat or something.
We
But
are.
they must have some sort of.
No, it's more like this, right? So you go outside, and your natural, everyday experience of physical reality is being on top of a motionless plane, right? That's your natural everyday experience. But somebody came along and told you, well, that's not true. You're on a big, giant spinning ball in an ever-expanding vacuum. Okay, so who's going to bear the burden of proof? You, the one who's just observing and experiencing natural reality as a motionless plane, or the one that's trying to convince you that that's not real, that that's just an illusion?
So, according to the flat Earth theory, so Earth is not spinning at all.
It's not a theory. You don't theorize that you're not moving. You can just experience it right now. Are you moving? Are you sitting down in a chair, or are you sitting down in a chair?
I mean, these questions kind of complex. Even I.
Are you sitting down in a chair, sir? Are you sitting down in a chair? Yeah, you're sitting. So you're not going anywhere, right? You're not moving. You're not moving.
No.
No.
I'm not moving. Is
someone tells you that you are, though?
Well, you could be sitting down in a car, but the car could be moving.
Yeah.
But you are not moving.
Excuse me? Are you telling me that when you're in a car that's in motion and you're sitting in it, you're not moving?
No, my person is not moving, but the car is moving.
This is what the world's done to you. It's convinced you. It's made you so stupid that you can think that you can be in a moving vehicle and not be moving.
This is kind of. I mean, you said it's.
Bro, is that coming from the guy who believes the Earth is fucking flat, bro?
Well, I don't know, but
I'm glad you
just,
opened. Hold on, VIP. Hold on, mate.
That was me.
Okay. Lucy, drop.
I just wanted to say quickly, Matrix. I just drove my car home. According to him, my car came home, but I'm still where left from.
You didn't go anywhere.
Okay,
No,
so
I think
Lucy, drop.
It's
The issue you've
based on
got.
the size of the
VIP, hold up. VIP, hold up a second, mate. Lucy, drop. So you've just had a dig at us about being flat earthers, coming from the guys that believe the earth is flat. This is not a belief. It's actually measured that way. When you go out to measure for curvature, you won't find any. So if you're not measuring curvature on something that is supposed to be curved, what the hell is it?
Okay, so my
Please
question
enlighten
is,
us all. No, this is not a question. You don't ask the question here, you answer it. If we go out to measure curvature and we don't find any, what the shit are we living on?
so where's the data?
Side chat, there's a whole pile of laser tests. Please, examine them for yourself.
Send me
Scroll up a
send me the data and I'll get back to you on it.
Well, I'll send you the data. If you look in the side chat at about 1 minute past the hour. Last hour, actually. So what date?
I did.
Let me
I'm
guess,
sorry.
if it hasn't got a NASA stamp on it, you won't accept it anyways.
I want to apologize for calling him stupid. It wasn't. It's not that you're stupid. But that was a stupid thing to say, right? And this is the type of thinking that people have been convinced, right, of using. This is the thought processes. I understand what you're trying to say. So you're not moving around in the car, right? The car's in motion. Obviously, you're going to be in motion with the vehicle, right? I understand the analogy that you were trying to make, right? So let's just roll that back. I don't think you're stupid, right? But people tend to say stupid things when they're trying to support these ideas that they can't prove, right, about their everyday experience of reality. But sorry, carry on, Matrix. Tell me and deflect from the point that you're trying to make there. Just accept the apology. If you do, you do. If you don't, you don't. Carry on with Matrix there, because you were on something else there.
I've lost him. There he is. See, the problem you've got, Lucy, is we'll go out and do a laser test. So, allegedly the story is we're on a ball. Now, if we get a laser and shoot it across this ball, that means the laser would just technically be a tangent on the side of a circle, or on the side of a sphere. It's a tangent. So here's the kicker. We get the tangent from the tangent point. As we travel further and further away from the tangent point, the distance between the laser and the ground should gradually increase at a whatever rate it is based on the radius of the ball. We're told the ball has a radius of 3959 miles. So that means at 10 miles, it should be about a 66-foot drop. So if we shoot a laser, go 10 miles out, there should be 66 feet between the ground and the laser. Now, these guys are doing this stuff over lakes, large bodies of water. All right? They do this because allegedly the water is supposed to be conforming to the shape of the ball. So on a calm day, when there's no waves and shit like that, when they're doing these laser transitions at 10 mile, they should be a 66-foot drop. At 30 miles, I think it's about a 600-foot drop, give or take. Issue is, it's 30 miles, they're still hitting their targets at ground level. And I'm talking lasers that are getting shot 1 foot from the ground, less than 1 foot from the ground. One of those tests there is half a foot from the ground at like 28 mile. So that's crazy numbers, bro. This is the issue. They're going out checking for the curvature that's supposed to be there, and they're coming back null. No results. No curvature. So again, if there's no curvature, what the hell are we living on?
I don't know, man. But how do you explain moon? How do you explain the moon on like Venus? If I look through it,
I don't have to explain the moon. All I'm interested in is why we haven't got curvature when we should have. We're told we live on a ball. I've never seen a ball that's flat. Unless someone's punctured it and took the air out of it.
Uh,
Okay.
so I'm kind of lost here, but yeah, guys.
See, what's interesting, we get people coming in. What about the sun? What about the moon? What about the stars? What about the satellites? What about Venus? All of that means absolutely nothing until you can get back to the ground and tell us where our curvature is that we're looking for. Other things to think about. On your heliocentric model, we're told the Earth has an elliptical orbit around the sun. In summertime, it is a given distance from the sun. At wintertime, it is a given distance from the sun. Here's the stupid part. In summertime, it's the furthest distance. In wintertime, it's the closest distance. Now, I don't know about you, brother, but last time I went to a campfire, I moved closer to it to warm up. I moved further away to cool down. Except these scientists are telling us it's the complete opposite. You move further away to warm up and you move closer to cool down. Now, I don't know what levels of stupid that is, but seriously, bro, what happened to common sense?
So Matrix, right? I'm gonna assume that you're in Australia, right?
Excellent guess.
Okay. I'm gonna say the reason why, like, you're talking about like the seasons, right?
I'm comparing the distances given. So you're talking a 3 million mile closer distance to get colder. So for you guys in wintertime, you're closer to the heat source. That's the claim. But that aside, we still haven't got any curvature yet. There's no measured curvature. So all of these cool things, these space stories and moon stories and sun stories, mean absolutely nothing if there's no measured curvature. Like we all know, fluids take the shape of their container and have a flat, level surface. So how can you have, what's the claim? 72% or 73% of Earth's surface is water. So how can you have a ball when 73% of it is flat, level, and horizontal? It's a bit crazy, isn't it?
So, what normally you guys get questions related to other planets? Can I hear those questions, if you have any?
Well,
normally the most.
you would be then.
Oh, go for it.
I was just going to say you would be assuming
what?
in that instance that we're on a planet as well, because I'd say we're not another planet.
Oh yeah, you said it right. Earth is totally different from other planets. It's not a planet.
No, it's not. It's not a planet at all. Planets aren't what you think either. So don't think of flat Earth like existing within the idea of the universe as you've come to understand it. What you've been taught the universe is a load of crock.
Yeah.
And let me sort of go into a bit of that, right? So okay, so you taught that the Earth is a world, right? And it's a world like all these other things in the sky. These other things in the sky are also worlds.
hello, I can hear you.
Yeah, so you're taught that those lights in the sky are other worlds, and because they look round and they look like a sphere, then the Earth must be one too, right? And that they go around the sun, right? And that the sun is a star, right? It just doesn't look like a star because it's closer to us than the other stars. The other stars are really, really, really far away. In fact, some of them are like 1,000 times bigger than our sun, or even tens of thousands of times bigger than our sun, right? And they're millions of light years away, and all these stories, right? So there's stories that someone's telling you about the sky. Just like in the old times, they used to make up stories about things in the sky too. Right? Now we do it with what we feel is reasonable assumptions, but they're not reasonable. They're just stories, just like any other. There's nothing about saying that a star is a sun, which is a nuclear fusion reaction happening in a vacuum. There's nothing more valid about that than saying those stars up there are gods. They're beings that are flying through a cosmic, realm, an ethereal realm. Like, there's nothing different about making up stories like that as to the ones that they make up about the sky today.
I got you. So you guys like breaking those stories and trying to observe from the different point.
Well, we're just observing what we can, right? So we're just observing, and so with the Earth, we're in direct contact with it, right? So we can experience it with more than just one sense. We can do more than just look at it. We can interact with it, right? We can smell and hear things, right? We've got all these senses. We can interact and do things. But with the sky, all we can do is look and guess. There's no way to go out up into the sky and see what those things are and experience them firsthand, like touch them, get samples, learn all about what they, how they work, right? You can't do any of that. So all that men can come up with is ideas and stories and theories, right? Theories. That's all. That's all they can do.
True. So I don't know if it's a general question, but the people go into space, they sometimes streaming a video of Earth, so it's gonna shape like circular, or you know what I mean. So how you define that idea? Like, what is the reasoning behind that? What you think about that?
Oh, about footage claimed to be taken from outer space.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not real. If someone's saying, "Look, I went to this place, right, and took photos of the Earth, right, and those images show curving oceans, right," then it's not true. It can't be true because the Earth's oceans, the surface of water doesn't curve like that. It's flat.
So the people who goes in this space, they are intentionally are trying to fool us with the fake videos.
Yeah, they're pretending to go to a place that doesn't even exist. They're pretending to go. They're pretending to go to somewhere that doesn't exist. They're pretending to do something that they can't do.
And you think that government is also a part of it because they hold the power to do so?
Do I think what? Sorry.
So I mean, a lot of research and all, the government's gonna fund you for that, right? If it's in the country, and you think that the governments hold the secrets behind it? They're fooling people by using fake footage or something.
Yeah, well, of course, if governments are giving certain individuals money to do a certain thing, those individuals have to bring back something to indicate that they're using the money for that reason, right? So they're gonna offer up the world, certain, things like imagery and stories, about what they did with the money. Of course, yeah. It doesn't mean that the people giving them the money know what's going on either.
So, what is the benefit for them to lie about it? Like, if they are fooling us with a fake footage of Earth is a globe, and then is the benefit you think they are getting from it?
Well, you said it yourself. They're getting funded, aren't they? They're getting paid.
No, I mean they're sure getting funded. If a government is trying to fund them, they must have some reasons for getting something from it, right? Government.
What, the money's not good enough? You need something else? Billions of dollars isn't enough? Oh, okay.
No, I'm okay. Government is getting money. You saying that, right?
Yeah. Taxpayers give the government money. Yeah, and then get the government. Government allocate so much of it to different agencies and whatnot.
So you're saying like they're using this fake propaganda of Earth explorations. In this space, like exploring other planets, to just get the money from other people, and they can use this money.
I can't divine the thoughts of those, that are just trying to deceive people on such a grand scale, right? I can't divine their thoughts and their motives, but I can take some pretty good guesses, I think. And money would be one of them. The money that they're saying that they get, the billions of dollars of taxpayers' money that they get, yeah, that'd be one. Maybe there's some sort of other ulterior motive, like to present to the world an ability to do things that they can't really, in order to give the illusion of having more power than they really have, right?
So
that sort of thing.
So exploring outside is a really how can I say, is a worthless. They're just wasting money. So this is what you mean, right?
But they're not wasting money on that if they're not doing that. They're wasting it on something else that it's like a magician's trick. Look over here while I do this under here. And you're fooled by the magic trick.
So what you think they should focus on instead of like wasting money on something? So if they're researching outside, what they should...
Of course, in the ideal society, right, that sort of money that's not producing any benefit to anybody. So you asked me, what's the benefit of them lying? What's the benefit of them actually doing it? Is it improving healthcare? Is it improving the road systems? Is it improving the education systems? Is it doing anything beneficial for anybody? No, it's not.
Okay, so they should like focus on these main problems before going to that one, right?
Yeah, more local problems, I'd say, than imaginary outer space environments. Yeah.
Got it.
So there's another reason.
You also know that.
Go on.
Yeah, go ahead. I mean, human brain.
Yeah, go. You go ahead.
Sorry. I mean, you sure do think about these problems that you're talking about right now, which is really even logical, I would say. But there are a lot of people, like they grow up, they think about something becoming something, right? So if you want to be a doctor, it doesn't mean that I also want to be a doctor. So it's like humans tend to be exploring all directions, right? So I can say like they might be wasting a lot of money if they are just being greedy and not trying to solve the problem. But humans tend to explore unknown areas which they never explored before, right?
Yes, it could indeed.
Even though like
yeah, go on.
Yeah, so we don't even know that what is the benefit of exploring this area, because exploring unknowns comes with the danger as well. So we just explore about, because we are just curious about knowing the unknown, and then we try to explore the unknown, and we also can face dangers. We also can face benefits, like we created these cars, roads, trains. Now we have a benefit of traveling really fast, planes, right? And we also face dangers of accident, polluting environment. So I don't know if I'm good.
Look, we're in the realm of speculation, right? At this very moment, right? It could be that they have tried to explore as far above us as they can possibly go, and realize that they can't get any further, right? They can't get machinery to operate at a certain height or whatever, like whatever the reason is, right? But what they may have discovered about what's really high up, they may have found some sort of benefit to that they don't want to share and disclose to the rest of the world, because not doing that and having that being privy to certain information that the rest of the world isn't gives someone power over the rest of the world, right? So they may have discovered some sort of factor, or some sort of something about that environment that's really high up that they can use to their benefit, right? And also, right, let look at it this way too. They claim to be providing services to the rest of the world using technology, right, in an environment, right, that nobody else can go to, right, and that this technology is operating in a manner that nobody else can verify, right? In like, I'm talking about like in the idea of satellites, right, orbiting around the globe Earth and all that, right? None of us can go and verify that that's actually true and happening. Oh, we see some moving lights in the sky. Oh yeah, they're satellites, they say, right? And oh look, here's this app that you can use to predict those lights and tell you what satellites they are. Yeah, okay, that's fine. There's technology in the sky that's providing us services like weather services and communication services, GPS and all that. That's fine. It doesn't mean that technology is operating the way that they say, right? And they may have discovered a way to use technology at very high altitudes in a way that the average person can't achieve. And what does that give them? A monopoly over a market. Now we are subject to those services, right? If we want to access and utilize those services, we have no choice but to go to those people claiming to be able to achieve that ability, that technology, right? And do those things. So we're at their disposal, basically. And if you don't keep up with the Joneses, you're going to get left behind. You're going to be an outcast of society, basically. So you better keep up. You better have your fancy smartphones that uses GPS and all that good stuff, right?
True. So sure, let's say like they're keeping secrets related to this technology or something. But do we have any leaks on it? Like everything is hackable, and you also know that a lot of companies got hacked and data is really leaked in a lot of places. So there must be some leaks related to it as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of there's documentation that is just that's been what do they call it when they release old information that was previously secret, declassified information, right? That like our friend Sporadic, he's not here at the moment, but if you come back another time and talk to Sporadic,
disclosed.
Yeah, declassified, disclosed. Yeah, you talk to Sporadic E sometimes because he delves deep into this sort of research, and he's found a lot of documents which talk about the early days of the setup of space agencies and satellite technology, and and how the U.S. government has declassified documents talking about how they're going to use it as a psychological weapon against their own constituents and other countries, right? And to use it as a tool to create an illusion of having power, right, on the world stage. So
one thing is true, one thing is true. Like I also have this theory. Like if the population exceeded uh, with a lot of numbers, then I think a lot of governments of the countries gonna get like collapsed, and they're gonna find some solutions, maybe biological weapon or something to decrease the fucking population or something, right? But they sure use powers, but yeah, this that your point is saying like they are not decentralized about their research or their findings, right? So they don't have a proof. They just tell us, then people believe on that. This is your main point, as far I understand about the space research that we are talking about, right?
Yeah, well, while I'm not, I can't, be sure about the current population count that they give us, right? Nearly 8 billion or whatever it is. There's still, I can imagine that there are a lot of people, right, that are currently alive that we all know about, right? That they can be, we can we can have a pretty good guess that there's a lot of people on the surface of the earth, right? A lot, and a lot of them, they actually need controlling. They don't know how to control themselves. They just creatures of habit and impulse and passion and not very good thinkers, right? So they are going to need some controlling, right? But also you've got people that realize this also have nefarious intention, and then they want to take advantage of being a bit more, a bit smarter than the average person, right? So they are going to take advantage of any belief systems that the current population, the world population has, right, and exploit it, whether it's true or not, and whether they understand that those belief systems to be true or not, right? There are people that are going to exploit individual, or communities, and groups.
I think going with an absolute answer when things are unknown, this sort of becomes a belief itself. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but see, so we've kind of gone off into the weeds because, like, we really just want to talk about what we can know, and we like so.
Yeah.
We like to talk. Yeah, right. So, like, what we can know, what can we go out into physical reality and observe and measure, and experience for ourselves, right? At the end of the day, we're not trying to recruit people or anything here. We're not trying to get you to be part of some sort of great revolution or anything like that. Let's go picketing and protesting or anything like that, right? Basically, what we're offering to people is sovereignty over their own minds and their own experience of physical reality. But if they want to take it, they can take it. If they don't, that's well and good. Go off and believe whatever you want. Like we're not gonna like some do, but mostly we're not gonna shit on anybody's beliefs. You're welcome to believe whatever you like.
I mean, this is what makes humans unique, as we can have a really different way of thinking and observations. This is where I kind of like it. And let's talk about the theories about flat Earth as well, the globe, right? So you don't want to believe on the globe concept because they lack the evidence and proofs, right? So you
The
don't
lack
want to
of
believe on the
curvature,
video
yeah.
because. So yeah. So you think that the flat Earth theory also lack a lot of factors in some ways, or it is totally like refined and proven theory?
Go and measure it for yourself and prove it or refine it.
No, I cannot do anything on myself, man. I'm just asking normal questions. Like if you have something, I mean, I'm not
Yeah,
going
we
in
have-
a globe or Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's fine. Like Matrix pointed out, like you can go out and test it yourself. You can go out and make your own long distance observations. You can do your own distance to horizon tests if you want, and we can show examples of that, where you can not falsify the globe radius and come to the understanding that the horizon isn't the result of the surface dropping down and away from you at a certain point in the distance, right? So it's just an optical result of the limit of the optics and weather conditions and that sort of thing. It's not because the Earth is a ball. We've got laser transit tests across great distances of water, where if the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then the laser would deviate away from the surface in orders of hundreds of feet, right, and not hit a target. But there's examples where we shoot lasers across vast distances of water and hit targets, indicating that there is no curvature there, right? We've just got the practical use of liquid itself. We're taught in the globe paradigm contradicts itself much of the time within academia. In one lesson, they'll teach you that the surface of liquid at rest lies horizontally, and then in another lesson in another subject, they'll teach you that no, that's not true. The surface of liquid at rest is the partial surface of a sphere, even though we can't prove it, right? But for all intents and purposes, in hydrostatics, they teach you the surface of liquid at rest is horizontal, and this has practical application in physical reality, enabling you to establish horizontal planes of reference in order to gauge that one thing is at the same height as another thing or is parallel to another thing, etc., right? It helps you in engineering and construction and navigation, right? Things like that. Right? So we got observation, looks flat. We've got measurement, it measures flat, and we've got practical use. We use it as flat.
So wait, give me a minute. So, are we like 100% sure that this theory is totally right, based on the factors that you said, like observations and the measurements and all? So, you totally believe that this theory is the absolute answer?
Yeah, it's not a theory, so it's just your everyday natural experience of physical reality. Like Matrix said, we measure it flat. That's not a theory.
I got
you. Is your height a theory? Like if you get a tape measure out and you measure your height to be 5'8", 6'2", whatever it is that a theory?
No, if we are talking about based on the reference that is provided by the society, yeah, I mean, I'm a 5'8" or 5'10" based on the reference that we have surroundings, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. It's not a theory. It's a measurement.
Yeah.
Nobody, somebody can. Yeah.
So this is what I'm trying to understand. Like, you have proper observations, understanding, and measurement as well. Like, so I want to hear that.
Right.
Now you want to say that this is totally 100% accurate answer that you got.
Yeah, and to answer an earlier question that you asked, sorry to backtrack a little bit, but just because we understand that part that much, right? There is going to be great unknowns. You said, like you were talking about, what else? Well, it leaves much unknown, right? So we won't be able to answer questions for you, right? That previously you thought you had the answer to because of, all these other stories about the universe, right? Mm-hmm. So they give you explanations why there's seasons and why there's eclipses and what are the stars and how far away is everything and what's our position in the universe and all this, like all these stories, right? We can't answer a lot. We can't give you, like, for example, we can explain seasons to a degree, right? But we don't have a God's eye view to be able to look down on the entirety of reality and say, that's what the sun is doing exactly, right? But from our position, from our vantage point, we can understand certain things to be true, and that's then the sun seems to have a deviation of its path throughout the year, and that correlates with the change in the climate that we experience throughout the year, right? But regardless, right, there's certain things we're not going to make a claim to overall shape or size, depth, like all that sort of stuff, you know, etc. But like, say, yeah, because I remember you asked something, and I wanted to get there because we veered off somewhere else and we didn't get to answer that question for you. So yes, it leaves many things unknown, unknown questions remaining, and
So
just
we
because
got,
we
like,
can't answer them doesn't mean that the Earth isn't flat.
Okay, I got your point. Like, sure, if you don't have an answer, we don't have to believe, right? There's a possibility with your perspective as well. So, we have a lot of dots that are trying to connect, but we don't have a really big picture yet, right? So we really have a lot of things to explore in this theory as well.
Right. Yep. This is the whole point of coming back to the drawing board and understanding the fundamentals, and then working from there. And I mean, how long did it take humanity to supposedly come to the understanding that the Earth's a globe, and then to understand the universe as they claim to understand it today? It took centuries, right? If not, thousands of years, right? And we're only just on this as individuals in this modern day and age, understanding that that's not the case anymore. So we've got a long way to go before we can, fill in a lot of the dots, right? So give us another couple of millennia and we might have some answers, right?
True. Yeah, I get your point, man. So we don't have an absolute answer yet, right? We have different way of thinking, different way of to explore, different pathways we can explore. So we don't know which theory is right and wrong yet. Nor we have an idea about the globe, nor we have an idea
Well,
of
you can call it a theory, and it doesn't matter which way you believe. At the end of the show, we have measurement of zero curvature. So you can claim it's a theory,
I got your point.
but with those measurements, you at least should have to take a step back and go, hang on a minute, these guys have measured zero curvature. What is going on? And on the other side, you've got a theory.
No, I'm saying both here. When I'm talking here, I'm just taking both as a theory right now. I'm not saying like globe is or the right answer here. I'm just taking both as a unexplored areas. You know what I mean? As we talked with the T-Dub, he also said. So yeah, T-Dub said like we have a lot of things that are unexplored. As well, we have a lot of things like unexplored in other areas as well. So we cannot go with an absolute answer.
For certain things, we can be certain of some fundamentals at this stage. We can be certain of some fundamentals. Flat, yep. Motionless, yep. Closed system, yep. Got to be a closed system, yep. So we've got some axioms down. We've got them down pat. They're solid. So I've got a solid foundation. Yep.
Okay, got it. So we have Earth is flat, doesn't have motion, and it's not a planet as well.
Yep, it's a closed system.
Okay, got it. Closed system?
Yeah, it has to be, because we've got gas pressure.
Okay, got it. Thank you for the answer, man. I think I'm done with asking for now. I can ask later. I'm just gonna have some coffee, guys. Anyone else?
I'm pretty sure Phil Connors has got some questions. Or is he just a text rat? Oh, Phil. Come on. Out you come. Let's scroll back up through here. Ah, yes. Distance to the sun. Just so you know, Phil, according to the ball paradigm, so I love using that word lately, you're supposed to be about 93 million miles away. Okay? From summertime to wintertime, there's a, 5 million mile difference. And before you get all excited and say, oh, that's because of the tilt, you're looking at about a 3,200 mile difference because of that 22 degree offset. That's it. So use your brain, and I know it's offensive when people say that. Negative 3 million plus 3,200. I'm not quite sure about you, but I'm guessing one of them's going to have a greater influence than the other one. Just throwing it out there, mate. But anyways, there's your summer and winter time stupidity. Please look into your own model first before you go and take the piss out of anyone else's. Let's scroll down. What else did he have? Something about daylight.
Wondering if he chooses not to mic up because we might recognise his voice.
I'm thinking that also. It's interesting that he signed up to this server the day after me. So that means this channel was already operating because it had been operating a couple of days before I'd set up. So it might be one of our special followers.
Hello guys. So one questions I would like to ask. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go for it, man.
Yeah.
So you also guys challenge the fundamentals of science as well, or just the Earth theory?
Just
Yeah, look, anything that can be anything, whether it's Earth related or not, anything that can be demonstrated to be true is empirically demonstrated to be true. We're good with. Yeah, let's go. I got no problems with that. What about you, Matrix?
As long as they're following the scientific method and claiming it as science, I don't have an issue. What I do have an issue is the claim of curvature, and then we're measuring it as not, and now we've got this muppet inside chat saying we do have measurements of curvature. Phil, please post up your measurements of curvature, where and when they were done.
So they're not like controlling the educations. They're letting us to know about the scientific methods that exist, right? And but they are controlling the result, like yeah, go ahead.
Well, in natural science, there's only one scientific method, right, by which you will, to borrow the words of an old friend who's probably doesn't consider me a friend anymore, adjudicate natural cause and effect relationships.
Natural cause?
Natural cause and effect relationships, yeah, that's the scientific method. In natural science, the scientific method is designed to adjudicate natural cause and effect relationships. Only deals with how and why questions. Doesn't deal with what is or what are questions.
Okay.
It has specific steps, and a scientific experiment has constituent parts, specific constituent parts. I challenge you to find out what those are.
So, do we have anybody like doing some research in this area as well? Like flat Earth? Some trying to like challenge outside in public, publishing some content or something with the scientific proofs. Like you are talking about the curvature or something. The guy is explaining why isn't there, why it is wrong, or something like that. like we in the vegan people have a lot of explanations about why they should go this way and that not the way, basis on the facts. So there must be someone someone like you might be trying to challenge the idea of globe in public. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
posting
there's
videos or
yeah, there is. There's lots. They don't necessarily, they're not necessarily affiliated with what we're doing here, and we'll reference their materials sometimes, or advise people to evaluate their content. And there's people that are coming out of all sorts of fields, right? From military, aviation, marine, the Navy, scientific fields, you've got engineers, high school teachers, university level professors, architects. I mean, there's a lot of people. There's even people that have claim to have worked for NASA that have come out and refuted the globe narrative. So it's pretty. It's not. It is being taken seriously by people that have academic backgrounds, right? And they are doing further research, and there are people also that are delving into the realm of what they can't know for certain, and speculating and designing models to try and explain certain phenomena, like things happening in the sky and all that sort of thing too. There are people doing that, right? Not that I agree with what they come up with, but I'm just letting you know that there are people that do that.
yeah, I mean, no, I mean, we cannot assume they can come up with the absolute answer in the first try. They can try and error. You know what I mean? This is how humans work. But that's a good thing. They are going with trying to find some way to explain the idea, which is good. And I was when I was looking at this Discord channel, I thought this is sort of maybe a religion-based channel here, but I think he showed some talking different way, using some factual knowledge, which I don't even yet understand. But the way you guys explaining, maybe there might be something. Who knows? There might be some possibilities.
Right. That's too, when a lot of, or pretty much all of us, when we first hear the word, the term flat Earth, right? It's we construct this mental image, of what we think it might be about, and then when you just dismiss it because it seems silly, it sounds silly, it's so contradictory to what we thought we know, that it's worth dismissing, right, on face value. But when you listen to some arguments presented, you hear some people talk about it, or you read some material about it, you go, oh right, okay, this is like there might be something to this, right? Well, let's have it. I'm going to have to investigate further. Yeah, yep, exactly.
Yeah. Sure, there are a lot of still unknown theories that I haven't yet heard about. There might be some other people observing different way about something different, right? So there are a lot of unknown that exist. We cannot just go with an absolute answer. It's a good thing to listen to other perspective. Who knows? You might get something new.
I mean that exists even within the paradigm of the globe. I mean, there's globers that are challenging what is thought of as well-established fact, right? Even people, globers, challenging the moon landing, challenging the idea of what the sun is and the stars are. There's electric universe people. They think they live on a sphere Earth, but they don't think that the universe is that we've been taught. They think it's more of an electrical plasma type environment out there, not just this empty, vast, ever-expanding vacuum, right? So there's all different types of communities, groups, you might say, like congregations of people that are like-minded in certain ways, that are challenging mainstream narratives of all different types, not just to do with cosmology or the Earth's shape, but to do with all different things. Quantum physics and medicine and all of it, everything, all of it.
Yeah, good thing. I think challenging idea is really a good thing for humanity as well. You might find some absolute answer in the collaborations of like multiple perspective are colliding together, try to discuss or maybe trying to find some other solutions or possibilities about something. But if somebody is really going with an absolute answer at the first place, they don't want to go against their ego, so they always
Hey, let's
choose
be
to
real.
go
Who
with
believes in a flat Earth in the big two far?
Wait.
Anyway, it was nice talking to you. I've got a mic up and I've got to go do some stuff, but we've got other people here that are quite capable of having a conversation with you or anybody else that wants to join in, who have questions or comments. Yeah,
Sure.
We've got
I would,
plenty of
I
other
would
people.
like to suggest.
APOC, John, Matrix, we got Mick, and others here too. So
That's good for you.
So I would like to suggest some.
Yep. You go on.
So I surely got the idea what you guys are trying to talk here, but you should have some material to share with us or some other people as well.
Yeah, sure. If you see on some of our profiles, some of us have the tag flat. If you click on that, that should direct you to our home server. And in our channel list, we have a section called additional information, and it's alphabetized A to Z, and it covers various different topics concerning questions that we've covered here now, and other questions that we may not have covered. So, yeah, feel free to click on the tag, join our server, and have a look through our information channels. There's loads of information there, terabytes of PDF files and videos and websites and just a whole range of different documentation and information, and ways that you can, methodologies that you can employ yourself when you go out into the real world and experience the natural world. Yeah.
Thank you. Sure, I will love to try understand the perspective of you guys.
Yeah, keep an eye out for Matrix could probably take you down some observation, give you some examples of observations or laser tests that we do. Kembo Beats is probably, if he's listening, he might have already DM'd you or offered you some information, some playlists.
Not yet.
But also keep an eye out for DJ, and when he's in here, he can run you through some examples of long distance observations and laser tests. Yep. But yeah, sorry guys, I got to mute up. I'm going to hand the mic over to the other guys that are in here. Sorry for being a mic hog.
Take it easy, Diva.
Cheers, dude.
Hey, I was gonna tell you, VIP. You guys, like T-Dub actually walked you through some pretty good points earlier. Like I remember you started like in space. You're talking about planets and stuff like that. He kind of walked you down that, telling you about how gas balls can exist in vacuums, and just some really common sense, like logical things. I just wanted to ask you, what did you get from that conversation?
I get another possibilities of thinking.
Yeah. So it was fruitful then, huh? Like you got from that, because it was a good conversation. I was just wondering if you took away from it what he was trying to get you to take away.
Actually, my way of thinking is when things are unknown to me, I go with the possibilities. So this is where I think approach things, right? So when I joined this server and talking to people, I just got to hear about a different way of thinking. You guys thinking a new way, right? So it's a new way of thinking. So I would like to explore to understand it more. So this is what I
So
got.
VIP, how is taking a measurement a new way of thinking? You keep coming at this as if it's a theory that's yet to be proven. What part of it's
Yeah.
measured? There's no theory behind this. It is measured, zero curvature.
I got your point. You said,
and I'll
like,
give you an example.
according to you think.
Yeah, according
I-
to me,
I-
according
sure,
to
but
quite a few videos and quite a few guys doing it, if you shoot a laser across a large body of water, that laser, if you're on a ball,
No.
is a tangent. So that's what should happen. Now, from the
I
tangent
got you- I got your point.
as you, well, why don't you understand it? You got my point, but yet you don't want to accept it. It's a new way of thinking because it offends your current belief system. That's why it's a new way of thinking. This is not a new way of thinking. Taking a measurement of something is things that have been going on since measurements was invented.
I'm
nothing new
referring to
behind it.
myself. It is sure new way of thinking for myself. If I talk about, because you and me and other people in this world, we see we are not tend to know everything in this world, right? So there are a lot of other concept and other way of thinking that exist we are not yet introduced to. So that's gonna be a new way of thinking for you and me as well.
I think
So
I
got
get,
to understand.
I think I get what you mean.
Yeah, go ahead.
You're saying that, like, because I know, I think I know exactly what you mean, because back when I first heard about flat Earth, I found it to be completely ridiculous until I started hearing these arguments that I never thought before. I never looked through things through that filter, if you will, through that lens. And then once these questions and ideas, and like these, once you hear the argument against it, like it exposes the lie, and then you have. So I kind of know what you mean. Like then you have a new way of thinking. Like, oh wait, I never thought of it that way. And then once you hear it, once you like grasp it, like a light turns on, and then it makes sense. Like how did I believe in heliocentric model and so strongly, and it's not that I never learned that gas can exist in vacuums, because then when you rewind the tape, it's like, wait, we did learn that, but they never really talked about the contradiction of planets being in a vacuum but made out of gas balls. So like, because you were never taught that way, you never really thought of it that way. And then you're just like, wait, what? Like, how did I believe that? Like, it's not that we didn't have the knowledge, because technically we did. We just never questioned it. And it's not until someone points it out for it to be questioned, then you start realizing, like, wait, no, that can't be. Like that. So I think I get what you mean when you're just like, you have a different way of thinking. So go ahead.
Yeah. So one point is that like not everybody is capable of asking questions that deep, right? I mean, I'm not like saying myself I'm not a bad or better, but when we see a lot of people don't even bother to ask questions, they just tend to live their life. They do work and they go to job. They're frustrated. Okay, that's fine for them.
Right. Yeah, a lot of people just
But
don't
yeah,
even pay attention to it.
So I got really a new way of approaching to another topic that you guys are following right now. But sure, I cannot say that I will make it the absolute answer for myself, because I'm a guy with the possibilities. But sure, I will gonna go with neutral way to asking questions related to it based on the material that you guys gonna provide. I think you are the best people gonna be for the source that you guys have about the research or something related to this topic, right?
Yeah, like for sure. Like so, like like you jumping in here and like having one conversation, that is like, it's just a seed being planted, because I'm sure there's some flat earthers that it took months, sometimes even years, for them to listen to the arguments and then finally be like, okay, like it just depends on who you are. Some it comes quicker, some it takes longer, but it's about planting seeds so that way, you know, you can, like, you know, you got to sit back, think about it, let your mind start thinking for itself for once, because I know we were all indoctrinated and we were told what to think. We were told what the facts were. But if you come around long enough, and you don't even need to talk, you could just listen to what's being said and like let your own brain hear it and be like, oh yeah, wait, that does make sense. Like when someone says, hey, like, how do you know the distance to the sun? And then if you listen to that whole conversation, it will definitely go against to what you've been taught, what we've all been taught. But somebody might say something that you never thought to ever question or think about, and then it'll click. Like then you'll be like, oh wait, yeah, hold up, like we couldn't have done that, or we didn't do that. We're just told that. Like it'll come like eventually. At least you're genuine, dude. Like at least you're here asking questions. You're not like these other anti-flat earthers, you know, that are they're just stuck. Like I don't know, they're brick, man. Like there's no help for them. At least you sound like you're a person that can listen. So go ahead.
I just like to listen different perspective, man. I go with the different VCs in the religion basis, and I go in a lot of debates. So I would like to listen different way of thinking. That's what I like. And when I'm listening to somebody, I don't like to interfere with my own values, with people's perspective. I just kind of like to just ask questions, and I might find something that might help me to improve my own perspective in some way.
Right. But also too, like there's some things like kind of like what Matrix said, right? Like measuring things, like that's not like a new way of thinking, but I think I get what you meant by that. You might have never thought of like how an elevation angle is composed of two straight lines. So it would be impossible to say that we're getting these measurements over a curved Earth. Like it's little things like that you have to take a step back and be like, wait, why did I believe that that's even possible? Because when you really look at it, like, nah, like that's not the way reality is. That's not the way our reality is. Like using like Cartesian coordinate systems and like linear distances, like all this math goes in. Obviously, we can talk about the math of like of a sphere, right? Like in geometry, you learn that, right? But you have to understand that comes back. That leads us back to everything about the globe is just a mathematical construct, but it's not our reality, because everything we do is from a planar XYZ grid, and then everything's calculated. That's why I was telling you in the side chat, I was going back and forth with that Phil Connors guy or girl, who knows what that is at this point. It's probably just a sock account, but you have to realize, like, just because they say, oh, we measured curve, it's like, no, you didn't. Matter of fact, none of them ever did. What they do, and I'll share with you, you might not even know this. What they do is they take an elevation shot and then they pencil whip it, meaning they add a formula to it that's going to introduce a curve that it's supposed to be with the current model. So they never measure that, like physically. Like they don't get a ruler out and like, you know, they don't go every 100 yards and measure all the way down. No, they just sit really far back. They take a shot and then they pencil whip it, and they say that's what the elevation is because it's dropping away from my position. But they never physically do that. It's just a formulated position. And a lot of surveyors that know it, like they'll tell you straight up if they're honest. Not if they're anti-flat earthers, like that's a different type of breed. But like a real surveyor that's like doesn't care about globe or flat, they just want to do their job and get out of there. They don't care about space or science. Those guys, they'll just be like, yeah, no, I never measured a curve, but we do calculate it though. It's just part of the system. Like they know that. and they're honest. So stuff like that, you'll come across things that you may not have never learned before. But
No, I know that's for like a lot of things. Like it's not possible that we can like wrap around the Earth and we can measure things, right? So they work on observations most of the time, and maybe based on the formula that exists in the history or research, whatever they got. So they work on the existing knowledge and try to come up with the accurate answer, but it doesn't make that the answer is totally accurate, right?
well, at this point, we know that there's no 24,901 mile circumference sphere that we're living on, this oblate spheroid. We know that for a fact. Like, no matter what they say and no matter what they try to provide, anything they provide is going to be like somebody arguing that Lord of the Rings Middle Earth exists. It's like, okay, like that is not a real place, but it's like in theory, in this mathematical construct. Okay, yeah, that exists in your mind, in your computer, but not in reality, because in reality, like he was telling you earlier, there's long distance observations that destroy a 24,901 mile circumference sphere. Like there's no possible way. Matter of fact, if you do the math, to be able to see 10 miles at a foot above water, that's a 1.6 million mile circumference ball that it would have to be, just mathematically, doing the 8 inches per mile squared, right, over the observer's height, right? Like, just doing the math, it blows your Earth that we've all been taught it to be out the water, pun intended, because we're doing it over water. So, I mean, I don't know. It's just it really depends if you really listen to what's being said and you actually get it and you accept it. That's probably the hardest part, because this is something that could be ripping at your core of belief. Like, you got to be like, I've been taught this. It's what I know it to be, and I don't know. It just depends.
No, I mean, when we're talking about beliefs, I'm a kind of guy who already broke a lot of beliefs from the childhood, actually. So I'm really open to listen to a lot of new things. I'm really not a surprise about things.
Well, that's actually
But
good.
it's kind of cool. Yeah.
That's probably a good place to start, by the way, too. Like, if you already like learned like how to like critical think, and like to look at things sideways, like, hold up, like, I'm not just gonna believe anything you tell me now, because I know you lied to me over here and you lied to me about this over here, and then you guys lied to me about it. So yeah, it's actually good to question things. Like, that's probably healthy that you are questioning
Yeah,
things.
I mean, deep down, when you're gonna question yourself, your existence, you're gonna find out we don't have any purposes on Earth or living whatever we are doing here.
Well,
There are a
we've
lot of things
been
we find.
well, the globe Earth actually kind of, I think that's something that kind of gave birth to that. They told you you're insignificant and you're a tiny little speck of sand in an infinite vacuum, ever expanding vacuum universe. So, like, I think that ideology might even come more from the globe heliocentric model. That's like, we're nothing, like, you're insignificant, and there's trillions and trillions of places just like this.
Nothing in the sense like when you go deeper, whatever you're doing, right? You're doing something, but what is gonna be like main purpose of it? You're doing because you're somehow getting some biological chemical hit, right? So we are basically doing for ourselves, like we're just enjoying the chemical hit in our body, and that is kind of boosting our system to do something specific. It's sort of like we are just under control this biological body to do something, and we see it as a purpose. Purpose is just like we just keep ourselves busy to live this life so we don't get bored. What I mean? This is really a kind of deep shit.
Well, I mean, if that's the way you feel, like, I feel bad for you that you feel like you're insignificant, but I think there's people around you that care
No,
would
I
say
don't think.
differently.
I don't think. I'm not saying I think. It is a. It is a like. It is a really. How can I say that? It is the questions a lot of people get, like when they try to understand these kind of things that you're saying. Critical thinking, right? Critical thinking can be go in different way. Like people, a lot of people maybe thinking in a different way, like spiritual way. I talk to spiritual people. They look at the life in different way, and there is someone smart who's looking. I mean, I'm not saying like that the other guy is not a smart, but he might be a smart in other domain that we have not idea about. So a lot of people think about their existence, and other people thinking about the purposes, and so this is what kind of I'm saying. So, yeah.
I mean, perhaps, I guess. I mean, if that's what you feel about it. But I would just say, like, there's, as long as you're coming around listening and you don't always have to chime in, but if you have questions, chime in. Or if you want clarification, do that too. There's quite a few good guys that come in here and been around this conversation long enough, for years, like a long time, and they've been talking about it. And you're probably not going to say anything new. Like, we probably heard that same conversation thousands of times.
True.
But it's good though that to bring up the things that you're bringing up, because it gave, like, for instance, earlier it gave T-Dub the opportunity to like walk you through it and like to kind of like make you like see like, okay, why this is being said and why this is why it's being thought of this way, because there's a lot of logic and reason, not hand waving of reality. Like, there's a lot of stuff that we've been told when it comes to heliocentric model that you just have to hand wave. Like, you've been taught, probably if you ever took a science class, you've been taught that gas pressure is something that it requires the container. The teacher probably drew something on the board showing you how the smaller the container, the more dense it'll be, because the gas is bouncing off the walls and it has less room to be active. Like, if you just paid attention in class, you'd probably learn this. But in another day, somewhere else, you're learning that we're sending rockets to outer space, and we're not using that same principle that we learned as a fact, like gas pressure is defined by bouncing off the walls of the container, but yet we don't think about that when it comes to Earth. Oh wait, yeah, there's no container, just open next to a vacuum, and there he goes. Like, that gas is just perfectly fine because of this magic word called gravity. So it's pretty interesting.
I think this VIP guy gets it though. I think it's rare you get someone here who asks decent questions.
Right.
Hello, flat.
So you flat earthers, guys. What do you think? Like, what does that look like? How is like Earth flat, and then where's the sun supposed to?
Pay attention now to these questions that are being asked, because you'll realise it's the same questions again and again and again.
Yeah,
you can see the psychological information.
Like people.
Well, basically, if you can imagine this, when we see water generally, it is level. Okay, so you can imagine the Earth as mainly, well, they say it's 71% water. So you can imagine all that water there, and then what you have is land in dotted around on the Earth. So basically, it's level. Of course, you got your mountains, your valleys, your lakes, ponds, rivers, and oceans, but it's all on a level plane. It's not shaped like a ball, because we're not measuring the curvature that would represent.
I get that, but like, I'm talking about like the sun's position as opposed to.
Well, that's above the sun is above the Earth. So basically, in order for everybody to have their time zones, obviously the Earth has to be bigger than the sun, because if it wasn't, it means that the sun would bathe the whole Earth in sunlight, there'd be no night. So clearly, logically, the Earth has to be much, 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 much bigger than the sun and the moon. Has to be. So common sense tells you that when you think it through. Okay? And they're the ones that are moving above our head, the sun and the moon, rotating above our head. Simple in design, beautiful in its observation. That's simple.
But then, like, if you look at, like, let's say you have like this sort of spotlight, right, like above the plane, as you move away from directly below this spotlight on that surface, this will get less bright, right? Like, this is literally what you can see. If you just have a light above some surface, you get this bright spot, and it will become less bright, right?
You can as the sun moves away. Yeah.
Less bright.
Yeah. As the sun moves away from your locale, yes, you begin to lose the luminosity of the sun, because as the hours go by,
then, like, what does the map of the Earth look like? Because that's not what we're seeing, right? Like, I can
that is what we're seeing. That is what we observe. Sorry, that is exactly what we see. That's what we see. You are not speaking the truth. Obviously, like right now, it's 4 o'clock, coming up for 5 o'clock in Japan. Sweltering heat. The sun is heading west. In the next 2 hours, it will be dark here in Japan. In 2 hours. It's bright sunlight now, sweltering, burn your body, burn your arms. Okay? 2 hours time, it's going to be dark. So clearly the sun is moving at such a rate, and the light will go away because the sun is moving the way. Similar to a car, when you see a car coming, the light is dim at yonder, but as it approaches you, it gets brighter and brighter and brighter, full brightness because it's right there. And as the car moves away, it starts to get dark and dimmer. Excuse me, okay? So that's what we see. I don't
really understand, like, how you see like, what would the map of the Earth look like at that point? Because, let's say you have this.
Okay. I'm going to put down the Gleason's map. Yeah, the Gleason's map. That's what I'm going to use. Yeah. At the moment, I love the Gleason's map, even with some of its faults. Remember, the globe is not real. So as an actual map that we can actually say, this is it, I haven't seen it yet. The closest I've seen is the Gleason's map. And that's that. Remember, that map as well that you're talking about is not proving globe, by the way. So looking at a map doesn't actually prove globe. You've got to measure the surface.
That's what I'm saying, but you don't let me finish talking, so you won't never understand what I'm actually saying.
Well, go ahead.
So,
we got it.
I'm actually talking about the arrangement of continents on the glacial map. Is like just essentially like the world map, but then like it's circular and it has this border, this perimeter of ice. That's what you're talking about, right?
Exactly. Well, I'm talking about the Gleason's map. Although I haven't. Hang on.
Let's go back to this whole.
Well, let me just finish what I'm saying. Yeah. Although I haven't confirmed it yet, what I have confirmed is that Earth is not a globe. I've confirmed that, but carry on.
Okay, so let's say you just have like the map of Earth and it's sort of circular, like that, and you have this spotlight on the thing. Like, why is it that when I'm like in France, all the way at the tip of South Africa, why are those time zones consistent? Right, like if there would be this.
Yeah, because of the layout of the continent. Yeah, because the way the continent's laid out. The continents are laid out.
Everything's sort of warped. Everything's sort of warped. But then, like, how does the sun move?
Hey, Bart, what about the time zone across China?
Yeah, 3 time zones. So clearly, basically, the continents are laid out so that the sun, because what you're explaining and asking are facts that actually happen. So you can begin to imagine your map yourself. If China's getting this much light, you can begin to orientate these continents to fit what we witness. And it's coming close to the Gleason's map here at the moment. That's what I say.
So how do you think, like, how's the sun moving in your...
I have no idea at all. I have no idea. I can't go up to the sun and check its makeup, whether it's magnetical forces. I can't confirm anything. It's serious. No actual proof.
Let's say you have this spotlight on like a map of the Earth, right? Like now this somehow is circular. So
well, before you do this, Bart, hold on a second. Before you do this, how about you show us the path of the sun on said map before you go claiming anything about what it does? Because that would be very interesting.
What do you mean? Like claiming? I'm not
Well,
claiming
the problem
anything.
is
I'm just
the
saying.
map is not the sky. And a lot of people can't comprehend that. The map is not the sky. So you saying the sky does a particular thing on a map means absolutely nothing because they are not connected.
I'm not saying anything about the sky. I'm just saying, like,
We were talking about the sun over a
like
relevant
Earth,
point on
right?
the ground.
Like, literally, you can try this in your house, right? Like, you can just have like a spotlight pointing towards the surface, and you'll see that the point directly below the spotlight is the brightest, and it makes sense because
that's
the
our
same amount of
explanation.
photons have to cover more area on these perimeters of that circle, essentially, right? Like,
No,
that's
you
very
got it
basic.
wrong. No, you're explaining it wrong, and you're misrepresenting it. When we the flat earthers explain how the sun is not able to shine its light across the whole earth, that's exactly what we say. We say, go into your bedroom, turn the lights up, and pull your blinds on your window so no light's coming in. So you're in complete darkness. Switch on your flashlight, aim it to the ground, 2 feet from the ground, and you will notice.
And that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that the whole. I'm not saying that the whole Earth, because of that reason, the whole Earth should be like lit at the same time. That's not what I'm trying to imply.
Okay, what are you trying to say then? Go on and get on with it.
So let's just think about this, right? Like, you have this map of the Earth, which is like a circular disc, like you're seeing it.
Yeah,
If you have time, like in a normal map of Earth, you see these latitude lines. Sorry, no, not latitude. These longitude lines, which latitude lines, and they sort of represent the time zones as the sun in the general accepted model, right? Like is moving along those lines. That's like how these time zones work in that model. But then, like, if you would have this sort of surface and you'd have this spotlight above it, right? And now you have this circular sort of spot where the sun is brightest, right? Like, and that sort of outwards, it becomes less and less bright.
Yeah, but what does that mean to you? What does that mean to you?
What that means to me is that, like, let's say you're somewhere close to, let's say, France or something, and you compare it to the brightness in South Africa, which is on the same longitude lines, but then it's if that would be the spotlight, now you would see like this circular shape forming. So now this time zone is all
So
skewed
that doesn't prove anything.
along that.
You're misconstruing. Basically,
No,
you're
hold on,
misconstruing.
Jen, hold up. A light source above a flat surface or a light source above a spherical surface, you would still get the same effect. Because if you go to the azimuth of that light source and then draw a circle using that azimuth as a center point,
but that's the
anywhere
thing,
around
like,
that
in the
circle,
normal
and
model,
why are you talking?
in the normal
Anywhere
model, the
around
sun
that
is way
circle,
bigger.
Bart, shut up. Anywhere around that circle will give you the same energy readings. So it doesn't matter what shape the surface is. That doesn't prove anything.
Yeah, and by the way, hang on a second. I just need to interject here. I need to interject here.
At an angle,
Hang on.
It needs to cover more area, so it becomes
No, it
less
doesn't.
bright, and that's what
No,
you
it
see.
doesn't.
If you just have
Stop.
a
No, it does
spotlight
not.
above the surface,
It's
you
the
see
same
this
distance
circular
out.
shape, which
50
becomes less
miles
bright.
from the azimuth is still 50 miles from the azimuth. It doesn't matter how much ground it's got to cover. It's still the same distance out.
It's just the problem with this is, like in a normal model, the sun is way bigger
haven't
than
given
Earth,
you a
so you
model.
get this.
We haven't given you a model.
This same exposure.
We have not given you a model. So you're trying to straw man and attack something that has not been given. And anyways, if you
I'm
want to
talking
talk
about the generally
light,
accepted
how about
model,
you
so
go and
not
look up the
flat
inverse
Earth
square
model.
law? But how about you go and look up the inverse square law and see if light energy readings equal the inverse square law and see where that comes out. You'll probably be sitting
I
next
know
to
what
me
inverse
tomorrow.
square law is. Has very little to do with this.
Really? So as you double your distance, you quarter the energy. Interesting. Allegedly, you're 93 million miles away. So in order for you to go from an energy level of 130k down to 30k, that means the Earth must move 45 million miles. Even in your paradigm, it doesn't even do that. Awesome.
The problem
look it
with
up,
this flat Earth model is just that if the sun is so
We
much
haven't given a
smaller
model.
than the
I've
Earth,
just
you
told
get
you
this
that.
spotlight effect.
We haven't given a model. But listen, we have not given you a model. You are assuming the azimuth
No, I was
distance
literally
map.
just
Why is he
asking
talking
this-
again? You were assuming that that is an Earth model. It is just a map.
You scared him off.
Oh, what a shame. Why did that one get muted?
Hello.
Hey, so what do you think, VIP?
Yeah, I was listening. I mean, so like, if we say like, you got all the answers that is related to trusting global theory. So if somebody or you also might find some proofs or factors that explain everything and prove that the globe theory is the right theory. So will you gonna accept it or not?
No, you wouldn't accept something that you've already proven to be a lie. Why would you? Why would you? Okay, so let's say you're told a lie, and then you're like, okay, it's exposed to be a lie, and you're like, oh wow, I got lied to, and then someone else comes
Hold on,
behind
APOC.
it. Yeah.
Hey, Bok, hold on a second. You've been given measurements of 0. Why would you accept measurements of other than that when it's been proven to be 0? Don't worry about if it's a lie or not. If you go and measure your computer desk, for example, it's a set distance. Then someone else tells you, no, that's wrong. You have to accept this. You'd tell them to go away. You'd tell them to grow up. That's just silly. That's what's happening out in the real world. It's been measured as one thing, and we have this other group of people saying, no, you must accept this. If we can prove that satellites exist, that means we're correct.
Oh. So you meet people saying that we're gonna prove it or not?
All the time.
Okay.
So, for example, let's say you measured outside to be a very specific curve. You've measured it, grabbed your tape measure, done a laser test, and there was drop over distance. It doesn't matter what the number is, just pick one, doesn't matter. And then someone else was telling you, no, you must accept this because we don't like what you're thinking. You'd tell them to go away. It wouldn't be a case of, oh, I'd like to understand your thinking. It's like, dude, this is measured. That's what you would be telling us. And that's what we're telling you. It is measured as flat. Except everyone is too busy trying to, oh, but what about this? And like that last guy, what about the sun moving over a map? It must be a spotlight doing X. So what? There is still zero curvature.
Yeah, the time zone doesn't take away from the not measured curve that isn't there.
And time zones are political. They don't mean anything. If you really want to look up how bad time zones are, go and have a look up the ball model or sphere model of Earth with the time zones on it, and they are disgusting. They don't follow the straight lines as they should.
Yeah, have a look at Kiribati. It like stretches all the way around. It's proper confusing for the people. It's like some islands are a day ahead, even though they're right next to each other.
Yeah.
And then you've got China, one great big time zone for a bloody an area the size of Australia. That's crazy.
Yeah, China doesn't adhere to.
So, okay. Can I ask a question, guys?
Yep.
Hello. So,
Hello, yes.
do you also think that the Earth is stable and hanging in the space? If
There is
even
no
it's a flat?
space. This is the other
There is
side
no
of things
space.
too. A lot of people have this idea set that they are to remove the ball and replace it with this flat disc pizza thing. I don't know why.
Okay.
Actually, I do know why, because of years of indoctrination and people on the internet showing dumb pictures. But
So,
yeah, please don't just think pizza in space. I do my Jedi mind trick.
So there is no space.
No space. No.
And that is absolute answer from you guys, right?
It's a bit of a problem if they want to have space due to gas pressure. So if they want space, well, they need a container to hold all the air in, or to hold the air at a given pressure. And yeah, that's another story altogether. So on top of water being flat and level, and allegedly Earth having a 73% covering of water, I'd like to see what ball you're going to make with a 73% of it is flat and level. You've got laser tests showing flat and level, no curvature.
Laser test.
You've got
they have a video about it on YouTube doing a laser test, whatever.
there's a couple of them.
Okay, what should I type it on YouTube?
Would you like me to
test?
put a couple in the side chat for you?
Yeah, Joe.
I can do that for you, man. Hold on, I'll just grab them. Just gotta go and find them. That folder.
Yep. I'll also put that video from the Brazilians that show them doing their laser test. They do 2 good ones. Okay? From the documentary called The Convex Earth. That's a really good one.
Tasty. Let's see. Frankie laser test.
There you go. I've just chucked up 3 for you. So as we said before, VIP, this is not just some random way of thinking. This is, hang on a minute, this has been measured like that. Why think curved when there's no measured curvature? But anyways, my friend, hopefully you'll come up with more questions than you have answers, which is pretty normal for anyone in your shoes. Some of them you might think are really awesome, and we'll just look at it and go, ugh, this question again. Don't stress. It's only because some of these lads and ladies that have heard these questions probably a couple of 100 times. Some of these guys maybe over 1,000 times.
I mean, when you try to explain something, it's really hard work, you know.
Well,
Because,
also it makes it difficult, the language barrier. So English is probably your second or
Yeah.
third language, and that does make it difficult.
Yeah, it's on
yes.
second album. So it also depends on the people's perception, how they're gonna perceive your way of talking as well, the explanations.
Correct.
So it's not like we are delivering and receiving 100% effective and efficient information. So
Well,
it is just like.
If you make
Yep.
it basic, these lasers are just the tangent on a circle. So draw a circle, draw a tangent, and that's all these lasers are. And as we all know, as you get further and further away from the tangent point, the distance between the tangent and the curve should get greater. The problem is, when they do these tests, it is not happening. But anyways, my friend, I'll leave you in peace. There's quite a few others here that you could probably have a chat to. I think CB just dropped in, Jin's here, Flatman's
It's
on.
like they shoot a laser to point B, then it is like hitting a point B. But due to if the Earth is not round, right? They shouldn't hit the point B, right?
If the Earth is round, depending on the distance for the laser, for example, 10 miles between the laser and the ground should be 66 feet. At 30 miles, it should be around 600 feet. Now, the problem is, when they go round to the other side and test looking for that distance between the laser and the ground, it's the same height as where the laser was shot. That's the problem. But anyways, mate, you enjoy watching those, and like I said, you will probably come out of this with more questions than answers, and that's a good thing. So don't feel bad about that. Anyways, guys, have a good one. I'll catch you all tomorrow morning, or my time tomorrow morning.
Yeah, nice talking to you.
And enjoy yourselves. Peace, guys.
Yeah, I'll also be leaving, guys. I think I'll be doing something else right now.
Well, yeah, be sure to look at the information you're given, sir. And the other thing is, the information we give you, for the most part, is conclusive evidence, irrefutable evidence we give you, empirical, all the time. The only time that we give you something that's not conclusive is when you ask, how does the sun stay up there? How would we know? But we can't give you an answer there. Nobody knows. There are many theories, but no human being can claim to know how the sun and the moon are orbiting the earth. That would be a lie by those people. Nobody knows. Okay? You have to go up there to observe and examine. And we as human beings do not have the technology to go to the sun and examine its makeup and how it is able to be suspended in the sky. We don't have that knowledge. We have theories only. But when it comes to the flat earth and the surface, when we say to you water is level, that's conclusive empirical evidence. Everybody knows water is level. Doesn't hold on to a curved surface. You see? But anyway, just bear that in mind.
Yeah, I'll watch. I'll watch this video, sure.
Yeah. It's quite important to bear that in mind, that when we give you information regarding the surface of the earth, it's going to be empirical, irrefutable evidence. It's not going to be inconclusive. It's going to be conclusive. And the way you know that is because you take what we give you and you go and check. So then you are now checking what you're being told is correct. Then that's conclusive evidence, and you're proving it to yourself. You see, that's how you know what we tell you is conclusive. You can't sit there and say, I don't think that, when you look at the globe or the flat earth, we're not getting exact information. That's not true. You have to check it to know whether it's correct or not information. So you have to go and check it. We don't give you misinformation. We don't do that here.
Yeah, understand.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. See you
You
around.
are welcome. Yeah, please come back. Yeah, with more questions if you have them.
Yeah.
Sure. But come back as a flat earther.
Yeah, sure, love to.
Well,
This
you're gonna
is
be.
like, yeah. I mean,
You are
I
going
mean,
to. Let me tell you something. You are going to be a flat earther. I guarantee you. You're going to be coming back as a flat earther.
yeah, sure. I mean, if you think so, I mean, who knows?
I know
That might
so.
be really powerful.
I know so, because if you're honest to yourself and you're honestly checking, you're going to come back a flat earther. I guarantee you. No doubt.
Yeah.
I could lay money.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You're
see you
welcome.
around, man. It was really nice
Okay.
talking to you. I mean, it was
Thank you. Good luck. Flat earther in the making.
Yeah, see you around, guys.
Yeah, very good. Yeah. Yeah, these Globers sometimes bring up the the little phrases like expressions like we're not getting concise information where it's wrong. They can't make that statement unless they've gone to check, or conflicting information. We don't do that here. We always give them everything that's conclusive, empirical. And the reason why they're in that state is because we've gone to check. That's why we can use those words. Yeah. And because we don't know how the sun is able to stay aloft in the sky orbiting our heads, we don't know that. That seems to be like a weak point in our position, but we have to remind them that nobody knows.
Oh, I know why.
Oh, there you go on.
Because it's light.
Yeah.
Get it? Light.
Yeah. Good one. Good play on words there. Mixing two words together. But we've always got to pull them up on those little bits and pieces, because I'm not going to agree with that statement that we don't give them correct information. That's not true. We give you the best. Is Dragon Fruit still in the house? Dragon Fruit, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, mate.
Oh, brilliant. Yeah, I went to check the stuff you sent me, but it doesn't seem to be there. Can you please DM it to me again or put it in the server here? Because I tried to look yesterday. I went to look for it. Wasn't there. Okay? It was like you deleted it or something because it's not there.
I'll put it in. I just sent you a documentary about Pitcairn Island because we were talking about distances.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Where did you put it now? Where is it now?
I'll put it in the side. I'll put it in the side.
Put it in the side chat. Okay, yeah, that's great. Thank you. I would appreciate that. Yeah, because I went to look for it yesterday, and it wasn't there. And I thought, shit. All right. When I get in there,
it just shows you the journey. Pretty much, there's this busker in London, and it's his dream to go to Pitcairn Island, and it just shows you the vast voyage he has to go on to get there.
Right. Yeah, I was going to have a relaxing time Saturday evening, and I thought I'd watch what you sent. Yeah, and then I couldn't find it, and then shortly after that, my brother called me on Skype anyway, so it worked out right in the end. But yeah, let me look at what you sent now. Hang on. And then I'm going to bookmark it. That's what I'm going to do right now. So I've actually got it.
There was someone claiming in here the other day that if you got on a ship with just a map, you would know where you're going. Nothing else, just a map and a wooden ship. Yeah. They think they found where they're going, not using the stars or anything. No. But you know what direction you're going if you don't have a compass.
Yeah, you would need a compass first and foremost.
If you've ever been out at sea and you're in the middle of the ocean and you can't see land in any direction, it's very disorienting.
You'll go in a circle.
Yeah, exactly. You would go in a circle.
That's what happens when you get lost in a forest as well. You end up just walking in a circle.
Right, Dragon Fruit. I might be a rookie at all this stuff, but I'm not seeing where you've posted it. I'm in the chat. Right, everybody's stuff.
It's underneath Obedient Timothy's last comment.
Hang on a minute. Well, I must be in a different chat then. What's going on here? Because I'm not seeing.
My name's Flat Mandu. It's not Dragon Fruit anymore.
Oh, it's not Dragon Fruit. It's Flat Mandu. That's what. That's where I'm going wrong. Oh, right. So you did send it to my DMs then. Okay, hang on a sec.
I tried to change my name because 3 Christians have told me off for having the word dragon in my name.
No, okay.
I was called a heathen yesterday for using that word.
No, that's just silly.
How dare you? Don't let people look down their nose at you.
Yeah, I mean, Dragon's not offensive, is it? It's not an offensive name, Dragon. Not like I've got a big willy or I've got a big knob. That's offensive. Do you know what I mean? dragon fruit. Actually, there is a fruit called dragon fruit in nature anyway.
Yes, yes, yes. And I do like offending people. It helps out.
Well, the Globers, yeah.
Well, this new name was kind of inspired by DJ because I saw he changed his name to Rakesh. So I was like, oh, I kind of like that. It's quite funny.
Rakesh. Oh, wow. This documentary's got several award winnings as well, by the way.
Yes, it's a brilliant documentary.
Yeah, it's got several award winnings here. So this is going to be all I've got it now. So good, man.
Jack wants to talk to you. Jack wants to talk to you. No, he wants to talk to you. Look in the text. He said Earth isn't flat.
What a wally. How does he know this? How is it you've come to this conclusion, sir?
Well, I mean, the Earth isn't flat. It's pretty obvious, honestly.
Okay. Well, I'm glad to hear your voice. What's your name again, please? Just so I know.
Jacko. Well, my name's Jacko. You can call me Jacko.
Jacko. Okay, I'll call you Jacko then. So, Jacko, right? The reason why we say that the Earth is flat is because we are not able to find and measure that curvature of the Earth. So let me ask you just one question.
No.
If the Earth, hang on, if the Earth, hang on a second. Okay, hang on. If whilst I'm talking, can you not speak? Because if you speak and I'm speaking, it causes a little bit of audio chaos. I will give you plenty of room to speak once I stop. I was just going to ask you a question. If the Earth is an oblate spheroid of 24,901 miles circumference, and the radius of this is 3,959, should we be able to confirm those numbers?
I don't even know what that means, to be honest.
There we are. There we are, ladies and gentlemen. He doesn't even know what that means. Okay, let me take you through it very slowly. If something's got a circumference, you know what that means? Circumference.
Huh?
Okay, let me explain. If you start at one point, right, on a circle, if you start on one point and you go all the way around and come back to the same place, you've just done what's known as a circumnavigation and coming back round to one point. And that's also known as the circumference, taking the whole circle, right? That means it's the circular thing, circumference, going all the way around. Okay, do you understand that? Do you understand now?
Yeah, if you drive in a straight line, then you'll end up in the same place.
Well, no, not really, no. If you drive in a straight line, you will you will not end up in the same place. Only if you're driving in a circle, you will end up in the same place. If you go in a circle.
So you're saying if I just drove my car forever, I just fall off the bloody edge of the Earth? Is that what you're saying?
Well, no, I'm not saying that at all. No, you wouldn't be able to do that. I don't even know if there is an edge, but we do know there's a container. So before you actually get to the edge and fall off, you would bump into the container, no doubt. That's keeping the air pressure in. What I'm trying to show you and explain to you is that, look, the Earth must have curvature, don't you think? If it's a ball shape, yeah?
Yeah, but the Earth is so big, you just can't see the curvature because it's so large.
It doesn't matter how large it is or how tiny it is, we must still be able to measure the curvature, don't you think? I mean, if they've given us the numbers, they've measured it, so I should be able to measure it as well, don't you think?
Yeah,
if they can measure it, I should be able to measure it, don't you think?
This guy's a bit young, isn't he? He didn't even know what the circumference meant.
Yeah, that's why I'm taking my time with him, yeah. I've got to.
I'm just trying to, learn.
Well, I'm trying to keep you some basic questions here first.
You're going to have to use a basketball and shit like that with him, I'm telling you. Quick things, not long paragraphs where his mind's going to wander into other shit.
I agree with that. That's what I'm asking him, the ball and the curvature. I'm keeping it as basic as I can. Say that again?
Is or basketball. These guys are right.
Well, yeah, okay, yeah, but then shouldn't we be able to measure that curvature on that basketball? Shouldn't we?
Yeah, you can go using measuring tape if you really wanted to.
Yeah, but that's on a basketball. On the Earth, we'd have to use a different instrument. But should we not be able to measure it, is the question.
I don't know, yeah.
Okay, the answer is yes, we should. Basically, if we've been given the numbers, we should be able to measure it. That's the true answer. Now, the problem is when we go out into nature to try and measure the curvature, we're not finding it. We're finding what we call extended horizontality, leveled surface, leveled Earth, no curvature at all. in our endeavor to measure the curvature, you see.
Alright, hold on. I'll be right back. I just need to go for a second.
Okay, yeah, I'll be waiting for you, Jacko.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a bit of a surprise. He didn't understand what the circumference was. But there you are. You know, he's probably an intelligent young lad. Just hadn't come across that word. Yeah. Yeah, it's quite important to like get them to understand that if there's curvature, we should be able to measure it, whether it's ginormous or minute, tiny microscope.
So,
Yeah, go on. Go ahead.
don't take again.
Yeah. Your voice is very low, sir. What did you say? The person that just spoke just now, what did you say, sir?
What do you want?
Yeah, I mean, what do you have any questions?
No.
Are you sure?
You just come in to make comments and then be quiet.
Always talk.
My name is Jin CBR1, talking to you now. You've come into the Flat Earth server where you can learn your English via Flat Earth. And you are making comments. We wanted to know what your comments were. Why are you here? Are you frightened to speak out now? Now the attention is on you.
Can you imagine, like, you just walk into a room, everyone's having a conversation, you just go in there and start making loads of random noises in the real world? What the fuck?
Yeah. Yeah, well, you'd be looked at oddly anyway, that's for sure.
People punch you in the face.
Yes, it could be that extreme, yeah. It's the height of bad manners, and you wouldn't do it in reality. You just wouldn't do it because you know it wouldn't be the right thing to do. But of course, you're hiding behind an avatar and we don't see your face because you're a coward. You can do this sort of stuff. That's a cowardly act to interrupt a conversation and blurt out verbal diarrhea, leaving the surface. So you would think. The only thing is, it's the message on you because now you're embarrassed to speak because you made yourself look a fool with your verbal diarrhea swimming in your cesspit where you live. And I can assume that because you just spurred out verbal diarrhea. Obviously,
Jack
no breathing.
Jack took off.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, he would do, wouldn't he? He would do. He's only young anyway. You know, clearly didn't understand the circumference. And if you don't understand that, then, you know, you're on an uphill struggle now.
Yeah, we're in this channel. We're not going to be able to use gigantic words like circumference and shit with people learning how to speak English. I can tell you that.
Well, Jacko is from England, so he's speaking English very well.
I understand that, but you got to have a glober that wants to argue with you before you talk about circumference. I've been doing this so long. I know how to keep them entertained and keep their attention, and sometimes you can't just let them wander around because you're just giving a bunch of things to think about. That doesn't work. You got to be. I do short, quick stabs at their face, and then I get their attention.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Well,
There's also a tool.
Yeah, go on.
Sorry, just quickly. There's also a tool you can use in the side chat. $DEF followed by space and then the word, and it'll bring up the dictionary definitions. of the word.
Yeah.
Yep. So that's a good.
Yeah.
I think anybody can use that tool. Anybody in the server.
Yeah. Good idea. But I thought, like, globe, curvature, circumference. I didn't think these words were beyond even Jacko's ability to understand that. Curvature. I mean, that is the foundation of the globe, isn't it?
Well,
that's why I even said ball.
20 years ago, that would have been normal, but now they have phones and shit. They don't have to learn anything anymore.
Yeah. Well, that is a surprise. I did say ball shape. Got to be able to measure that ball.
And when somebody says, "Oh, you can use a measuring tape to measure the curve," no, you can't. That would be measuring around something.
Yeah, I said the basketball perhaps, but not the globe. You have to use a different instrument. That's what I said to him. But I think it was all beyond him. He was too young to understand, or lacking of knowledge, which he should have attained by his age now. He hasn't seemed to have attained that. That's what they say. His education wasn't very good regarding circles and shapes, circumferences and curvature. These are simple words. Blimey, a curvature, curve. Going on here. You're supposed to be living on a globe.
So Glober sent that picture that I posted in chat. Right there is a perfect example of drop over distance. Go to either side of that level and hang down. That drop there, that's your drop over distance. Can use shit like that with these guys.
Wow. Yeah, way to wake him up. Drop over distance. Silly. Well, anyway, since it's quiet, we were talking about dragon fruit's name. There is a fruit called dragon fruit anyway, so I can't see how that would have been offensive. Didn't get that.
So you get quite a lot of hardcore Christians on the flat Earth Discord. The
Christians don't eat dragon fruit.
Yeah, I don't understand how that name would be offensive. Dragon fruit.
I wonder if they eat snake fruit. They have snake fruit as well. I wonder if they eat them.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, no, I don't know. That's odd. I found that odd when you said that the Christians said something about your name, but you shouldn't let that bother you because fruit is found in nature, isn't it? Yeah.
I find it hilarious.
That's silly. Yeah.
The Ultimate Flat Earth boss just introduced me to a yellow kiwi fruit. I didn't even know they existed. Not kiwi fruit, sorry. Dragon fruit.
Yeah, yellow dragon fruit. Yeah, and yellow kiwi fruits I've seen as well. Yellow on the inside.
Yeah, I had it, or they call them golden kiwis. I had one of them before, but I never had a yellow dragon fruit.
Yeah.
I tried the durian once. I'm not really sure what I think about that.
I've never had that.
It tastes a bit like sort of like custard, like a bitter custard. It's so hard to describe its taste.
I don't think I'd like that then.
It smells like really sweaty feet.
Well, no, certainly no thank you then.
But you know what it is though, yeah?
Yeah, go on.
You know what? You've seen a durian though, yeah?
I've seen them, but I've never had them, no. Never had them in my life. And the funny thing is, it's probably going to be the best cure for your cancer if you've got cancer.
Yeah. Normally the things that taste the worst are probably the best
Yeah.
for you.
Yeah. Let's see anything going on in the chat. Let's have a look.
If you go I think Asia just has the craziest fruit. Like he said, if you go to an Oriental market, there's vegetables in there you just never knew existed, and fruits.
But they also eat bugs and shit, so doesn't always mean that everything's good for you.
No, that's true. You see that there's glass cabinets where, like in the West, we put popcorn in them. In Cambodia, it's like full of crickets, or with like spring onions on the top. Oh god, horrible!
Wow.
The seasoning's lovely, but the bug itself just tastes like you're eating cobwebs. It's like,
Yeah, well, no thanks. They do that in Nigeria as well, but no, I just said no. I don't want to eat spiders and stuff. Not now. I've got meat. I got fish.
I have eaten a tarantula. It was one of the most disgusting things I've ever eaten.
Yeah. You could have done yourself some serious damage there.
Yeah, when you bite into it, it's like, the big bit on the back.
Yeah, the pus.
Ball. Inside it, you just bite it. It's like crispy, like kind of like a batter. But then inside, it's just like cobwebs. It's so dry and horrible.
Ugh. So if you worry about venom, you don't have to worry about venom. As long as it doesn't meet any open blood vessels, it'll reach the stomach and dissolve. Apparently, it has to enter the bloodstream in order for it to be toxic to your system. But yeah, so that's why people like it, and this is not medical advice. And don't go drinking venom or eating venomous things, right? Like, but I'm just like, yeah, this is apparently, it's just what it has to occur in order for venom to actually be toxic. Is it for it to enter your bloodstream? If it meets your stomach acids before touching any blood vessels, then you're fine. You'll be fine. Yeah.
Oh, so it's like just throwing darts at something. You're just taking your chances. If it hits your stomach first, you're good. Oh, that's nice.
They do deep fry those tarantulas first, so.
Yeah, well, that's a no thank you for me.
Well, you bug eaters need to learn how to garden or something.
Yeah.
Well, what about the strawberries? They put the strawberries into the vinegar and all the little tiny things come out that you wouldn't have even known were in there, and they're all wriggling around. I don't know if that's true, if it's just like an internet meme, but imagine, you've eaten things in the past and you didn't even realize you ate bugs. Ugh.
Yeah, no, I doubt that. I haven't had that experience.
I've cooked a lot of strawberries down and all kinds of shit, and I've never seen wiggly worms come out of them, or I wouldn't eat them anymore. I wouldn't eat them anymore. You watched an AI.
I used to love the Indomie noodles, right? Indomie from Indonesia, right? That's the brand. And they're 2-minute noodles. Whatever, you put them in your pot and boil them for 2 minutes. Then
they come out of the bag. I know the type. Yeah, I know them very well.
I won't touch them again. I will not have 2-minute noodles anymore. Instant noodles, nah. I opened the packet up and I went to put it in, and there was something crawling around in the bottom of the pan, right? And I went, what? It definitely came out of the packet. It was not already in there, and our house does not have these. All right, it was a cockroach. It came out of the packet alive.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Whoa.
Because they're scooping them things up off the floor with shovels and putting them in bins.
Amazing. Hello. Can you speak out, please?
What's going on, Mr. Interrupter?
Any Muslim here?
Muslim? Yeah, I'm a Muslim. Why?
Not a religious channel.
Yeah.
Salam alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yeah. How can I help you?
Nothing. Just
Well,
listen about this conversation.
okay, yeah. I like the way you asked if there's any Muslims in the place. Well, yeah, okay. I'm here. You're there.
Yeah, okay. I wanted to improve my language accent and listening.
Okay, well, you're going to improve your language. Yeah, you have to listen, of course, and then you have to speak it. So let's see. What is your position regarding the shape of the Earth? Is it an oblate spheroid ball shape, or is it like in the Quran where people are mistaking it, calling the egg shape the Dahaha, or is it flat and level? What is your position? Oh, you're not going to answer the question, or is he gone?
He's probably trying to figure out what you meant when you said oblate spheroid.
Yeah. Okay. I should just say ball shape.
Yeah. You can on the other servers, you can use any words you want. In here, you got to keep it to our basic language until they know what we're talking about, because that's just how it is in here.
Yeah. So I'm learning.
Is Earth like an egg?
Well, that's what it's in the Quran.
I wouldn't even give them the egg part until they bring that up.
Yeah.
It's a ball. It's a ball. Everybody watches TV and knows it's a ball, so that's what we have to go with until they say no, it's shaped like an egg. Oh, okay. Where's your proof? That kind of shit.
Yeah. He's a Muslim. He would have read the Quran probably. That's why I said that.
Yeah, that's why I gotta let them bring it up, because maybe he doesn't mean that he's religious, that he reads the Quran either.
Yeah, true. No harm in fishing. I thought I was very good at keeping it basic.
Not with some of these people, not you. I'm just saying some of these people can't deal with it. They don't even hear the word. They just hear blah, 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 blah. That's what they hear.
That sounds like Greek. Radman, you got it so much on the point, man.
It's like when I'm talking to my dog and then he turns his head kind of sideways and looks at me. I know he didn't hear anything I said. He was thinking about something else. And dogs understand a lot of words. Like normal dogs understand like 70 words. That's why you think that they understand what you're saying, because they do understand what you're saying.
Yeah, they do. Very true.
I just got done training a Mastiff for past 9 days that didn't know shit. Now she knows words instead of hand gestures. She actually knows word commands like you're supposed to teach them. You can hand gesture all you want, but the wrong person giving a gesture is going to make your dog do something.
Yeah. Yeah, they even know, like, not there. Command, when they want to go to the toilet, they're not there. Oh, they know something's up.
You say no, go over there, and they'll switch their direction. At least half of my dogs will do that when I train them. Some are just completely stupid when it comes to it's not that they're stupid. They just get preoccupied with their ADHD and have to go do something else because they can't focus. You have to deal with that. It's like dealing with 3-year-olds, but it's just how it is. Like I have one greyhound who will just do shit just by me talking to him. He'll just look at me and go, "Oh, that's what you want me to do? Okay, da 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 da," and comes back. Hey, look what I did. then the other ones just look at me like, I'm going to go lay down now. And that's all they know what I'm saying to them, but they just choose to ignore me because when it comes to them in a pack, they'll all do the same thing, but individually, they'll all be different.
Yeah. My dog was bilingual, so she understood English and Japanese. The same commands.
They're probably limitless on the number of languages they could learn. It's not the same as us.
Yeah, but the commands are the same. If you use the same intonation, they kind of like get it. Swate, sit, swate, swate. So that's the similar, you see. Soko janai, not there. Soko janai, not there. Soko janai, not there. So they get it, you know, it's near enough the same intonation, so they get it. Yeah. And they change their direction, yeah. My dog was good anyway.
This dog didn't know the word outside, didn't know any of those commands, was trained to ring a bell on a doorknob to go out. That's great if it's in its own house.
Mm. My dog knew outside. If it came in the living room, outside, gone out. That's it. Get in there. Get in there. That means the doghouse. Get in there. Should run straight into the doghouse.
Oh, we have somebody that's upset.
Yeah. You might want to take some Alka-Seltzer for that.
Sometimes that's all they can do. That's all they have left is to make noises.
Yeah. Can't
Well,
prove
most of them are mentally retarded as it is.
Yeah, mentally damaged. Yeah.
At least I'm not the one who thinks the fucking Earth is flat. How retarded are
Back,
you,
Jacko.
man?
Welcome back, Jacko. Remember,
he's the one he's the one making noises.
Yeah.
How fucking
There you go.
retarded are you? Fucking.
All right.
Matt
That's
died
not
of
very
skull.
intelligent, is it, Jacko? Jacko, look. It's not
Mate,
very
you think-
intelligent.
No, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
Hang on.
See how I drew them out, Jin? See how they come out of the woodwork? As soon as I
Shut the
call him
fuck
a mentally retarded fuckface, then he gets offended.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's you, man.
And you don't even know what a circumference is, dude. And you're the one that's a mental retard.
Discord mod, you have no life, mate. Actually, go fucking kill yourself.
That's not very nice and polite, is it? I mean, you haven't even checked it for yourself. Look, Jacko, the one thing that you've done wrong is you haven't even gone to check if we're wrong or not. You're just saying we're wrong. You haven't even gone to check it. And that's not right, is it?
No. It's perception versus reality. You fucking
Well, I'm talking reality. In reality, you haven't checked it. In your reality, you haven't even gone to check whether the ball or not. You're saying we're wrong, and we've checked it, and we found out that it's not right.
Wrong. You're mentally fucking.
Yeah, but you're saying that without actually checking anything, Jacko. That's not right, Jacko. You haven't checked anything. How can you be right, Jacko? How can you be right when you haven't even checked it, Jacko? Are you listening, Jacko? How can you be right if you haven't checked it yet? How can you be right? How?
It's common sense.
It's not common sense. That's not how we live on. We live by common sense from time to time. But if we're talking about the shape of the earth now, that's quite a serious thing, right? And in order to know, you can go and check it to make sure. You haven't done that, but you're calling us wrong, and you haven't done that yourself. That's not right.
And in addition to that, your common senses, right? When you go outside into reality, your senses don't tell you that you're on a spinning ball.
Right.
Bro, you guys are so fucking dumb. Do you actually believe the Earth is flat?
We know it's flat. That's the thing. It's not a belief, man. Yeah, we've checked it. That's why.
Convince me that the Earth is flat, mate.
Okay, I'm not going to convince you. I'm just going to I was trying to talk to you earlier on about the curvature. Should we not be able to measure the curvature? And you wasn't sure. If you're given some numbers to a sized ball, right, you should be able to make that measurement, should you not? See, you can't even answer that simple question, Jacko.
Oh, hold on. What was the question? I'm just typing.
The question was, if you've been given a size to a ball, right? You should be able to measure that size and confirm that that size is correct, shouldn't you?
Why do we need to measure the ball to know that it's round?
Okay, you see what I mean? What a retarded question. If the Earth is a ball shape of a size, that means we should be able to measure that ball shape and confirm the size, shouldn't we?
No, we should be able to see if it's a ball shape.
Well, that's how we're going to see, isn't it? That's how we're going to see, by checking it, by actually measuring it. You see?
Okay.
Oh
my! Stop, mate. Just because you
do you agree with the question? Do you agree with the situation? Do you agree or not agree?
No, the Earth isn't flat. It's a
No, we're not talking about the flatness. We're talking about measuring the curvature of the Earth. You know, that ball shape, that roundness. Should we be able to measure it with the numbers they've given us for the size of the Earth?
What do you mean the numbers they've given us?
Okay, you see, that's because you don't know the size of the Earth. I told you the number before. The circumference, right, the size of that ball is meant to be 24,901 miles. That's how big the ball is meant to be. Now, that number has been given to us by our teachers, by the cosmologists, scientists, professors. We should be able to confirm that number, though. Should we not? It's like saying you wear size 4 shoes. Let me check your shoe size. Oh, yeah, he's wearing size 4 shoes. We should be able to check it, shouldn't we?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you agree. So we've gone out to check that now, and we're not finding the curvature at all. We're taking it from point A to point B, right? Let's say it's 6,000 miles. There should be, X amount of curvature there, curved surface, but it's not there. It's horizontal all the way. That's why we're saying the Earth is flat. And also water itself is always level, isn't it? It doesn't follow a curved surface, does it? Water. You pour it on your basketball, it rolls off. You pour it on a tennis, a little ping pong ball, it rolls off. It rolls off of curved surfaces. It doesn't sit because it's not level. On a table, it's level. So water is always level, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Right. That's why we're saying the Earth is flat, because we're not able to measure any curvature. Sorry?
It's not flat.
Well, why is it not flat? You tell me why it's not flat. What have you done to prove that?
Actually, pictures from NASA saying that it's not flat.
Well done. Those pictures are not real. Those pictures are CGI images.
They're not real, hey?
No, they're not real. They're not real at all. Let me explain. They're made by a guy called Robert Simmons, okay? And they're photoshopped composite CGI, and he says they have to be, because they have to be, he says.
Mm-hmm. Why do they have to be? Why do they have to be?
Because NASA doesn't have any real pictures of Earth from space. That's why.
No, I could look up a lot of pictures right now if I wanted to.
Yeah, bring them up and put them in the chat. Yes, do that, please, and we'll tell you if they're real or not. Go ahead. Yeah. Come on, Jacko. Get Googling. I'm waiting for you. Go ahead. Google. Get me some Google images of your globe Earth ball that you think you live on, that you haven't checked to see whether it's. You see, we've checked it, okay? We've gone out to check. So that's how we know.
He doesn't even know that what he's going to pull up are just renderings from a computer screen.
Yeah, that's right. He doesn't know.
NASA tells you that at their website. Everybody tells you that. You can go on their live stream and go back and forth, scrub that video back and forth on their live stream, go back to where they shows the ball, and you can see the seams where the image is just wrapped around the ball. And you guys think that's a live image. You think Earth has a big seam in it when it rotates. That's how screwed up you guys are. Continue, Jen.
Thank you. Yeah.
Calling me screwed up. You believe in the flat Earth, mate?
Yeah, no, it's not a belief. As we told you, because we've gone out to check it and measure it, so we know it's flat.
His first example is NASA.gov. He's a bootlicker. He loves the government pictures.
Yeah. Poor lad.
God, I can't fucking deal with these idiots. This is just pissing me off. How do you actually believe
it's only pissing you off because you're being told that you haven't checked something, and you can't say someone is wrong. Hang on a minute, Jacko. Jacko, you can't say I'm wrong. when you haven't gone out to check it, Jacko. That's wrong. That is what you're doing. That's wrong.
Yeah, I think
How do you know
Jacko should have an open mind and investigate why we believe the Earth is flat.
Yeah, why we know
And
the
the
Earth.
argument. Yeah,
obedient
exactly.
Timothy? Tell me why.
Yeah,
the
those
Earth is
guys are believers in it. I know it's flat. I don't have to believe in it. It's measured that way, dude.
Yeah, we are
Airplanes,
mentioning it.
airplanes fly over flat stationary Earth. It doesn't rotate under airplanes or helicopters or drones or hot air balloons.
Yeah, the Earth is stationary, not moving. So we're not idiots because we've gone to check it.
So what do you got to say? What do you got to say about what I said, Jack?
What'd you say?
You weren't listening? I told you the Earth isn't rotating. It's not a ball. When you're in a plane, when you're in a helicopter, a drone, it doesn't rotate under objects.
How come all my science teachers say that it's a ball and it rotates?
Yeah,
around the
because
sun?
they don't know what they're talking about. They just believe the same crap you do. They didn't learn it anywhere. They were just told a story like you. Why are you talking through me?
Are you more qualified than a teacher? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yes.
Those who can't do, teach. Those who can't teach, teach Jim.
The ego here. No, she's a science teacher.
Yeah, okay.
Those who can't do, teach. Do you get me? Do you know what I'm saying?
What the fuck are you doing?
Why would I take a lower paying job teaching when what I do now is not teaching? I actually do the shit.
What do you do? On Discord?
Yeah, no, it's Sunday.
Yeah, come on, Jacko. You're being rather rude, Jacko, and very dismissive and also obnoxious, Jacko. And by the way, your teachers haven't gone out to check. Why don't you go and ask your teachers, have they gone out to measure the curvature of the Earth? Go and ask them if they've done that. They're going to say, no, they haven't done that. Of course they haven't. They're just teaching. Sorry?
No, thanks.
Well, but do you understand? That's a valid question, though, isn't it, Jacko? That's an important question. Miss Black, have you measured the curvature of the Earth to know that the Earth is curving anywhere? Have you actually done that, Miss Black? And she's going to say, oh, not really, no. Then you could ask, well, how do you know it's curving then? How do you know this?
Oh, yeah.
She's going to be like,
look, mate, I'm just like, I just can't believe that the Earth is flat because A, my parents have told me it's not, my siblings have told me it's not, my teachers, all my friends, all my mates, and NASA. No, NASA's always saying
they're all mistaken, aren't they? Have any of them checked? Have any of those people you mentioned, your family, your teachers, your friends, your science teachers, have they actually gone out and checked for themselves? Go and ask them, because if you haven't checked it, you can't say you know.
Okay, let me get in there. Yeah, so got to give him some room to talk. So, Jack, how come you think you live on a ball?
What? Because the Earth is a ball.
What makes you think you live on a ball?
I live on a ball because
Is that because your friends told you?
Let him speak.
It's because NASA's told me.
Oh, because NASA told you? When did they tell you that?
I read it.
No, you didn't.
What?
No, you didn't. You didn't. What'd you post? What'd you post? Did you even read what you posted?
Mm-hmm.
What'd you post?
Of course I read what I posted, bro. It's about
He posted a GIF. Posting GIFs.
in the solar system and
It
stuff.
says our home planet is the third planet from the sun and the fifth largest planet. It's only place we know of inhabited living things, or whatever. I don't have my glasses on, so everything's fuzzy. So nothing in there said the Earth is a ball. Where'd you get that idea from?
Where did he post this? I'm not seeing it. I'm seeing GIFs that he posted. Where has he posted this information?
Say anything about anything. What you're doing is just saying, no,
you gotta
that's
scroll up. The NASA dog one.
Oh, right. I see. Right. Okay.
Right. That's literally your whole logic.
It's measured flat.
That's all you're saying. And then you're saying, People are posting
So
pictures
we
of
have NASA documents that say the Earth is flat and stationary. What do you think of that? What do you think of the NASA documents that you're about to get that say Earth is flat and stationary?
I mean, NASA's not that fucking stupid.
Oh, so they wouldn't make documents that say that?
I don't know. Probably not.
So what are you going to do when you get some documents here in a second? If somebody posts some, or I'm going to have to get up and get on my
Mate,
computer.
that's a YouTube video.
YouTube videos don't count anymore. We're talking about reality. Reality, kid. Your whole reality is fucking YouTube videos. Do you realize that?
What the fuck do you mean?
Anyone can say whatever they want on YouTube and get paid to do whatever they fucking want.
So you think that's reality, right?
I mean,
said that
what do you
that's
mean
reality?
that's reality? It's not.
We're talking about
it's not
real
information.
airplanes flying, made by engineers. The Earth has to be flat and stationary for an airplane to work.
No.
What?
Mute that guy, or I'm going to have to get up so I can see my screen.
Me?
I
Not
can't
you.
express what I think.
You're not going to interject with Jack, are you? Can I get to you
Clexa.
next? Can I smack you around next?
Yeah, mute up.
What?
Mute up, Clexa, please.
Not you,
Clexa.
Jack.
Clexa.
Not
No.
you, Jack.
God, bro.
Sorry, mate. Fucking trying. All are you coming at me at once?
What do you mean coming at you? You came in here and told me to kill myself.
Yeah, because you called me mentally retarded.
No, I said Globers are mentally retarded, and you popped out of the woodwork.
Out of the woodwork. Mate, how old are you? How old are you?
Older than you.
Oh shit,
I
buddy.
have grandkids older than you.
Good for you.
Yeah, that's how you talk to adults.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess your
They're the
parents,
NASA documents.
yeah, I guess your parents don't know how to raise children.
NASA documents supplied.
At least my parents don't fucking raise a flag.
Don't have jobs. At least they don't have jobs. Is that what you were gonna say?
I said at least my parents didn't raise a flat
At least my mom cleans the offices. Say that.
Yeah. Yeah,
What?
come on, Jacko. You're not applying yourself.
Jack,
properly.
I can
Remember.
roast you all day long. So I'm gonna leave you alone
yeah,
now
you
and let
can
these
roast me,
guys
dude.
have you back. So
That's
they can
pretty sick,
bat
you
you
can roast
around
me.
like a kitten with a ball of string. That's what you are. You're a ball of string.
Wow, that's pretty cool. You can roast me. That was a really cold roast, mate. Where'd you get that from, buddy?
Okay, Jacko, look, you're talking,
Earther
and
community
you
here.
listen, Jacko. Are you listening, Jacko? Because I know you can hear me. Don't ignore my voice. You're the one that didn't know the meaning of the word circumference in relation to a circle. You didn't know that, right? You haven't actually gone out with your
I never
parents.
said I knew what a fucking circumference was, mate.
No.
Stop putting words
That's
in
what
my
I'm saying. You didn't understand the word circumference. That's an embarrassment, mate.
I don't
Okay.
need to understand that, mate. I'm 15 years old.
Well, you should be able to understand that because it's part of your learning, isn't it? If you're living on a ball, if you
No,
think
hold
you live
on,
on
Jen.
a ball,
Hold on, Jen. He should know what circumference is like 4 years ago, dude. You're way behind. That's why I called you a retarded kid.
Yeah, dude.
there you go.
I was a pretty cold
Yeah.
one bunny is.
I'm trying to get you to understand that you didn't understand the word circumference in relationship to the circle, right? So you don't even understand the model that you're trying to defend, that you think you live on. And look, you're going to interrupt me again, aren't you? Look, and let me finish what I'm saying. And you haven't gone with your family, your friends, and your teachers to actually go out and check. You see, you're still talking whilst I'm trying to talk to you. And then you're going to ask, what did I say? You're not listening. And then you're going to say, what did you say? I didn't hear that. So can you shut up whilst I'm talking? Is it possible? Is it possible? Can you not shut up whilst I'm talking? Because you're the one that's saying that we're wrong, and you haven't gone out to check it with your mum and dad, your sisters, your siblings, your science teachers. You haven't gone to check anything. We've checked it. We found the truth. You haven't checked it, and you're right. How can that be? How can that be, Jacko? How? Explain. Jacko. The young youths are totally lost.
Can I talk now?
Yes, you may. Did you hear what I said, though, yeah? Answer my question. Don't just talk shit. Go ahead.
Alright. Well, I don't fucking need to know what a circumference is to know what the fucking shape of the Earth is. It's not
Now,
fun.
how do you know what the shape of the Earth is? How do you know? Come on.
How do you know?
Well, I've just told you. I know it's not because we went to check it. We've gone to measure it.
Oh,
That's
you're
how
up
we
to
know.
space.
Sorry,
Up
you
to
don't have to go.
space.
No, you don't have to go up to space to measure the surface of the Earth. You measure the surface because you're on it. You're on the Earth, so you can measure it on the Earth. That's how we got the numbers in the first place.
Jin, one
I never
second. I
thought
think if you're
about
old
it
enough
like
Yeah,
to
go
tell
ahead.
someone,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I think if you're old enough to tell someone to kill themselves, because I think the Earth's flat, you should kind of know what the circumference is.
I think I actually understand your logic now. Hold on, let me just think about that.
Is it?
Yeah, that's fucking retarded, mate.
Maybe you should mute up for a while and just have a listen, and we'll move on to Klexa, and we'll talk to some other people, and you listen, and then if you get some further questions
Hold on. Sorry,
later
I have
on,
a question.
you can bring them up.
What is this bloke saying? Wait till he finds out space. Fucking crash out, mate. I crash out.
You know, Earth isn't in outer
Yeah.
space. Sorry to tell you, outer space is not real.
What are your fucking tinfoil hat conspiracy theories? This is
That's not a conspiracy theory.
Is this a
It's a
woman?
fact.
tinfoil hat.
Or what is this?
Space is fake now. Right, I'm gonna mute up. I can't. Fuck.
Wait, Jack, did you actually think flat earthers were talking about some floating space pancake in outer space? That's what you actually thought? Of course space is not real. Flat earth doesn't go
Who's
in
this
outer
Dr.
space.
Globe Crusher? Wait, Dr. Globe Crusher? Mate, I bet you won't talk all this shit in real life. Fucking you won't
What?
talk this shit in real life.
He does talk this shit in real life. We're both from the same state, bro. We talk like this.
Pussy. He's a pussy.
Yeah, right. You sound like a woman, by the way.
Yeah, that's pretty cool, mate. You fucking crash out at a little kid.
Yeah, no, you're not mature enough for this conversation. Right, just mute. I'm going to mute you so that you can just listen.
Wait, it's a boy? That's a boy? The fuck? Damn, bro.
He told me to kill myself when he came in.
Bro, go hit the gym and then come back.
Hey, you heard what I said, right? He came in and told me to kill myself.
He? You mean she?
Yeah, so I tore him a new asshole, dude. You should play back everything. This kid is about to cry.
Jack, space is fake, dude. Sorry, bro. Sorry to tell you, dude. Like, to think that the flat earthers were talking about some sort of flat earth in space is even more crazy than saying space is fake. So,
Yeah.
think about that.
And can we talk to the other guy now anyway? And let Jack.
Yeah, let's talk to the other girl or whatever. Not the, yeah.
The other Glober. Yeah. Yeah, let's engage with the other Glober just for a little while. Let's get his information, his proof on how he knows the Earth is a globe. Go ahead, because he seemed to be very irate.
Go at the gym, bro.
Klexa's still muted, so they won't be talking.
Yeah, can we unmute the other guy, please, moderator?
Yeah, I got it. What is it? Klexer?
Yeah.
Klexer.
Yes. Welcome, Klexa.
No, he shouldn't have been server muted.
Hello there. I can talk again.
Yes, you may. Sorry. Yeah.
Why
Go ahead.
couldn't I talk? One question.
Well, because the reason why the reason why you couldn't talk is because we were talking to somebody else by the name of Jacko, and you were coming in interrupting that, and that couldn't work out. Yeah, so you had to go on mute just whilst we sorted out. Jacko, now it's your turn. Let's go. Don't waste time. Go.
I don't have much to say. You're talking about is the Earth flat or round or a globe or not?
Okay, let me remind you. Hang on. Let me remind you. Radwin was saying that the Earth has to be flat because aeroplanes are flying over the Earth. They need a flat surface to fly over. And you said something. No. Do you remember? That's when you started commenting.
I believe the Earth is a globe. Yes.
Right. Why? Why do you believe it?
I just believe in it. I don't have proof, but I believe in it.
Okay, well, a belief without confirmation or validation or proof is just a belief, which means you know nothing then.
Of course.
You don't know the earth is a globe. You don't know anything. You're just believing.
Of course, it's the same with religion, you know. You can believe in it, but no one knows.
Unfortunately, that's not true, actually, because the religion is reliant on the reality of the earth. And the earth itself has been created. It didn't create itself. God created the earth. Created every
Your
living thing.
opinion. Everybody can
Religion
decide
is
what
not an
they
opinion.
want
Wait,
to
Jen.
on their own, you know.
Jen, let me ask him something real fast.
Yeah, go on.
Okay, this globe Earth, is that something you know a lot, a little, or you're still learning about it?
A little, I think. A little.
So nothing. So why do you
If you say
believe
so. One question, do you guys have proof or like received
We'll be asking the questions here. What about flat Earth? Is that something you know a lot or little, or you don't know?
I know the topic, yes.
You know the topic. All right.
Yeah.
What is
ahead.
one thing flat? What's one? You know some topic about flat Earth?
Yes, give me a question. I know the flat Earth, I know the globe Earth.
Okay. Is the flat Earth in outer space?
Is the flat Earth in outer space?
Yeah.
I believe in it, but if I would think yes.
All right, well, then you don't know the topic. Then you don't know the topic.
Wow.
Right? Yeah.
Explain it?
Yeah.
Suppose. All right, what about this? If I give you a piece of paper and a pen, and I have you draw the flat Earth, what are you going to draw?
3D or 2D? What do you know? What do you mean?
I mean, just draw whatever you want, dude. What are you going to draw?
I will draw it three-dimensional with like a disc. All right, all the continents on it, and on the ends,
Do I need to hit
on
the
the
sound
ends, ocean.
Yeah, that's.
I don't know what you want to achieve by debate, like argumenting like that. You know.
Not even argumenting.
Not argument.
Said you know the topic, and we just
have a
revealed
conversation.
you don't know the topic.
Right.
You don't know the flat Earth, bro. You don't know the topic.
Yeah, that's what was just revealed, that you don't understand the flat Earth truth. You don't understand it. Okay, you've got images from the model you believe in, and you're transferring those beliefs onto the flat. Well, that's a mistake, isn't it? That's a mistake. That's not how you do it. You have to investigate the flat Earth for what it is. And how do you investigate it? Okay, let's go and measure the curvature of the Earth if you're believing you're on a ball. So that way, when you go and measure, believing stops. You're now beginning to acquire knowledge as you go out and measure the surface of the Earth. When you're finding that the surface of the Earth is horizontal, extended horizontality for thousands of miles, where there should be curvature there and it's not there, that is the flat Earth. And then water, which always lies level, is not curving, is another proof. You see? That's how we know the Earth is flat. We know it's not a globe.
I don't.
You don't know that. You don't know that because you haven't measured anything, and you're just believing. No, why don't you go and check then? Don't come here and say we're wrong.
It's
we're
not
wrong.
my first problem in my life right now.
Why did you come here then? You came here. You came here. So obviously you're interested,
I
right?
was interested in that call.
Right. So if you're interested, let's keep your interest alive. Okay, don't waste the time. Okay, we're telling you it's flat. Are we wrong? Wrong when we tell you it's flat. Are we wrong? Are we incorrect?
You as a stranger telling me over Discord that the Earth is flat?
I'm telling you the Earth is flat, yeah? Am I wrong?
I don't care.
Well, why did you come here then?
People
Why
can
did you come
think
here
what
then?
they want.
Why did you come here then? Question still stands. You don't care, but you come here. Is that logical? You believe because you don't know. You don't know the globe because you're just believing. You come here, but you don't care. You don't sound logical, sir. You sound like you have a mental disorder.
Really?
Yes, I don't know how to live my life. I believe in things that I don't know. I believe in things that I don't know, and I do things that I don't care about. What are you talking about, man? That's you just now. That's you just now.
How you think it's how you
I
can
asked you a
think.
straight
I
question.
don't.
I'll ask it
All
again.
right, Jan, chill.
Yeah, I'm giving it to him full foot. Both barrels, man. Come, it's ridiculous. Okay,
What do you
okay,
mean?
sir. Right. Can we now?
Hey,
I was talking when he interrupted me. So yeah. So why do you think planes don't fly over a flat plane?
Why? Sorry. Why planes don't fly over a flat?
Yeah. Why they don't fly over a flat plane? Why do you think they don't?
I believe planes exist and I believe the world exists. Okay.
Oh my goodness.
Are you saying flat earthers don't think the world exists?
You want to talk about how planes work and how planes fly?
Oh, I know how they work and fly. Yep. I don't need to talk about it, but you can if you want to try.
Aerodynamics, gravity, mass, velocity.
Wait,
everything you can measure. Put
Gravity.
together-
Gravity.
What's that?
It's you need lift, dude, not gravity. Lift to make a plane work. And your Earth has to be stationary. It can't be moving sideways underneath you when you land a plane, can it?
It can. It's. Just,
Take a look at what I posted of that globe with the plane going around it, and tell me how you're going to land that plane on a runway. On that gray strip, we'll call that the runway. How would you land on that?
What do you mean?
If the runway is going sideways, left to right, while you're landing a plane, how are you going to land the plane?
There is no sideway runway. It's
because the Earth is stationary.
I don't believe in that.
Oh, well then go ahead. Go ahead, prove it then.
You know what I think? What I believe in is that the Earth is a globe and it turns and it's rotating about itself. Everything, everybody, you know, and the plane is in perspective to the Earth in the same direction with the same velocity, and gravity pulled to it. If you
wow,
you
dude,
look at those things,
you just
those
stacked
are-
like 10 things on top of each other to make your globe work.
I can't really explain it because I'm not an expert.
Oh, you
know?
can't explain it because it's fake. Don't you realize that yet? That's why you can't explain it.
You can't prove me wrong.
Yes, we can.
Oh yeah, I can. We have measurements. Yep, it's just measured that way.
From what? From what source? I want. I
From the
be
Earth.
interested in that.
Planar surveying. Celestial navigation. All you need flat surfaces. Aerodynamics to fly a plane. Planes need to fly over a flat and stationary Earth according to the NASA documents, and Boeing and the military and everybody else that builds planes. What do you think of that?
Straight runway. Yes, you need a runway to get into speed, to get to your velocity with the plane, and through lift, your mass is leaving the Earth. And it doesn't matter.
Not gravity. Not gravity. Not gravity, just air pressure once again.
Gravity is pulling on all of us.
Bro, no. You probably can't even define gravity, so no. That's for starters. It doesn't pull
Why do
me.
It pulls everything.
No, it doesn't. What is gravity?
Would you explain what gravity is?
No. This is your claim. Gravity's cap. You don't know what. I'm sure my claim is that you don't even know what it is, dude. So why don't you tell us?
There are very simple equations for what gravity is.
Just give us a simple definition, bro.
Dude, don't give him math. Math is not. You're not pulled down by fucking numbers, dude. Give him the definition of gravity.
Yeah, give us a definition, bro.
Gravity is the force which pulls you into the center of mass on Earth at every given time, depending on which altitude you have compared to the mass. And
You have a citation for that?
it is everywhere.
Didn't you hear the game show a zonk sound? You got that wrong. The game show zonk sound just went bam 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 bam. That means you got it wrong, dude.
Do you even have a citation for what
I
you
can
just
have that opinion, you know.
No, it's not opinion.
It's not a. I don't have an opinion, or what?
No, definitions are not opinions.
I didn't give a definition. I'm not in the position.
Okay, well, one more time. What is gravity?
I just told you what I believe in my words. What gravity is.
Sir, one more time. We're not asking you for what your opinion is. What is gravity? What's the fact? You're saying gravity is a fact. So, what is gravity?
Like, get
Not
us
your
this
opinion.
definition so that we can learn about it, not what you just told us. Like, put a citation or Google it, say, what is gravity? And then see what it says. And if it says what you say, then you guys are both fucked up because we can just debunk that.
With what? You haven't debunked anything yet. You wouldn't answer anything.
We have nothing. You've provided nothing
You
for us.
haven't explained yourselves how it's.
Well, the documents for flat and stationary Earth for NASA aerodynamics has been posted for you. You didn't read that, or you're just denying that you saw all that shit.
Read that. Send it here in chat.
Yeah.
So I can look at it.
Yeah, so pay attention to the chat, not the bubbles lighting up.
I don't want to argue. I just want to have a decent conversation and have we believe in different things, and
it's not a belief system, dude. It's measured flat. Celestial navigation. Celestial navigation requires for you to make a triangle, and you can't make a triangle on the surface of a ball. You're kind of screwed no matter how you look at it. So another example was posted. To get elevation angle, you need to be standing on a flat plane to get an angle to a star. What do you think of that? That's why elevation angles, you can't get an angle from a curved surface, can you?
I will look at that later.
If you're going to claim gravity, you should kind of know the definition, not just what you think it is.
Of course, gravity is mass times your.
So numbers again. Numbers. It's a bunch of numbers.
Of course.
I already gave. So you said, of course, it's numbers. Do you hear how ridiculous you sound?
You can measure it quite well. Yeah.
If I had you on television right now, you would have 0 points.
If you have 1 kilogram and you lift it up in the air 1 meter.
Oh my goodness!
You need 1 Newton meter. Is that? And you need that.
Yeah, I don't use that in reality, dude. I do not use that in reality for building anything. For building anything, I don't use that ever.
Yeah, you don't need it to build anything, but to calculate.
So it's just imaginary then. So since we don't need it, it's something we don't use, right?
That's what you say, but I don't think so.
Oh, wow, that's weird.
Could you give an example where they have to account for gravity?
Where to use gravity?
Well, somewhere in the real world that demonstrates gravity. Have you got an example?
Water flows down. Rain falls down. Everything falls down.
So that proves a magical force, yeah?
That's a flat Earth proof.
Wait a second. You said everything falls down. Gases go in all directions. They don't fall down. What are you talking about,
He said
dude?
down. He said down. Down's flat Earth proof.
Oh yeah, that's definitely a direction. That's flat Earth direction. Can't have that on a ball.
Yeah.
Doesn't
You're talking
have-
about flat Earth.
I'm talking about the globe.
No, globes don't have down. The globe doesn't have down and up.
It has, from the perspective.
Down would be perpendicular to horizontal. 90 degrees.
The Earth is spinning on itself, and it itself is also spinning.
Cool story, bro.
The sun.
Cool story, bro. What proof have you got of that?
I have no direct proof. No.
Okay. Well, that's just a belief. Yeah. You stated it as if it was a
Yours
fact.
as well. You don't have a direct proof.
What did I state?
Till now nothing, but
yeah, right. So
you're believing in flat Earth, you believe in it.
No, we're not believing in flat Earth. That's not true. We told you we measured it. So that's not a belief because we've gone out to check. It is not a belief. When you check something and you have your results, that's not a belief. That's knowledge. We know it's flat. We don't believe.
Why did you assume my position, bro? I can be of any mind and question yours.
Of course. That goes both ways.
Yeah. Well, you don't know mine yet. And you don't need to criticize mine in order to be able to validate yours. But you've already admitted that it's just a belief. Hey, bro, that's cool. You've got a belief. Nobody's going to shit on you for that, okay? You're allowed to have your beliefs.
If tomorrow
don't talk
God
like it's a
shows
fact.
to me,
Don't talk like it's a fact.
And I can tell you, we are here on a public server on Discord. It's the internet. Everything can happen, and you have to not get personal, or
we're not getting personal. Selexia, we're not getting personal. We're not throwing insults at you. We're just throwing you the facts. You haven't checked Selexia. Selexia, you are believing. So that means you don't know the globe. You don't know the circumference. You don't know the radius. You don't know the angle tilt. You don't know how fast it's orbiting around the sun. You don't know how fast the solar system is moving with the galaxy. You don't know how fast the galaxy is moving through the universe. You don't know the model. So how can you then look at us and say we're wrong when we know all of that and we've gone to check? You haven't done anything. You're just believing, and you are correct. You're right. You know. We've checked it and we're wrong. Does that make sense?
He sounds German, so he should know how much a government can fuck over a country through lies.
Exactly. He should know.
Right, that was unnecessary. And
yeah. Okay. Yeah. Let's ignore that. Let's ignore that. Okay.
Yes,
can you please address my question,
English is not the first language.
Selexia, can you address my question? You don't know the model. You haven't checked or investigated anything. You are correct. We've checked. We've investigated. We found that it's flat, and we're wrong. How can that be? Come on.
Huh? Yeah, I can tell you just what I wanted to say when I came here. I believe in round on the globe.
Yes, I know you believe in it. I know you believe, but you don't know, do you?
No, I don't, and I
Okay. That's fine. We're telling you that globe does not exist because we've gone out to check it. So we're telling you that it doesn't exist. You can learn yourself by going to check. If you don't check, then you're going to keep believing in something that doesn't exist. That's not correct, is it? To be believing without knowing. It's wrong, isn't it?
I still have no proof that the Earth is flat.
Why don't you go and check for the proof? Have you checked for the proof?
I haven't yet. I don't have any proof that you have checked.
Have you checked for the proof?
Oh.
Come on,
I haven't had the opportunity yet. I had a lot
Right, well, then
going on.
make the opportunity, please. Don't say there's no proof when you haven't made the opportunity. You don't know the model. You're just believing. You don't
Yes,
care.
I would decide that on my very personal own when I take the time to check.
Thank you. Okay, so please don't tell us we're wrong, though, in your personal time. In your personal time, do not be
Personally, I believe
assuming.
you're wrong. Yes.
Excuse me, I'm talking now.
I'm
In your personal time, whilst you are here, please not imply, suggest, or utter that we are wrong. You're not in a position to say that because you haven't checked anything. You're in your own world. You're taking your time to find out the proof. You're doing it in your own time. So don't say we're wrong, okay? And don't say we believe because we don't believe. Thank you.
And you don't have the right to be able to say that we believe. Just like you can't say no. Well, you too, because like you don't know our position.
Obviously.
You said yourself you agreed you don't understand flat Earth. Well, you've made it. You made that evident, right? That you don't know what flat Earth is. Hey, do you know that what flat Earth is? Just like a really simple way to tell what flat Earth is.
From what I know, the theory is that there's a disk on all continents.
No, that's incorrect. That's incorrect. I'm asking you if you know a really simple way to tell that the Earth is flat. Very simple. It's a very good indication.
What I just told you. What do you?
No. Not talking about theory. I'm talking about a method that we can all use to just go and find out that the Earth is flat.
To measure it, to go there.
Yeah, there's a more grounded part of it, right? There's a place you start, right? Before you go and measure, right? You go out and you make what? What do we usually do when we're trying to find out about something? You go out and make
contact.
Observations, right? Yeah, you go and have a look, right? Did you have a look at it?
The world, the nature.
Yeah. Does it look like a ball?
Obviously not.
Right. So it looks flat, right? Water in the lake. You go to the ocean, look out at the horizon. It's flat.
Oh yeah.
Right. Yeah. That's a pretty good indication, wouldn't you think?
For what?
That it's flat.
If we go to the mountains, it's not flat.
Yeah, of course, you've got hills and valleys. Of course. Like I said, you go to a lake. Lake doesn't look like it's curving. Looks flat. Go to the ocean, look out at the horizon. It's flat. All the large bodies of water that you're going to encounter, they don't look like they're curving into a ball.
But if you're on the beach and you have the ocean and you see a ship sailing away, if you get a telescope, the ship is about to disappear, and until you only see the flag, and then the flag goes
over the flat horizon.
To when you look at it from thinking that the Earth is a globe, that the curvature.
Just over the flat horizon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's a problem. Because you got something appearing to go over something that doesn't look curved.
Yeah. Yes, from what you see, from what you observe, yes.
Yeah, so you're still not seeing the Earth to look like it's curving, to look like a ball. You're seeing something on the surface appear to, appear like it can't be seen partially, right? There's a part of it that you can't see anymore, right?
I think when I look at the ocean and a ship is across the horizon, is going away, driving away. If you look at it at a telescope from the curvature of Earth, it goes down into the ocean until you see the flag, and then the flag disappears.
Is it really going down? Has it gone down?
I haven't watched it. I have no.
Has it changed? Elevation? Has it changed elevation?
From which perspective? Sure.
No. Just is it still on the surface, or has it gone down?
It's on the same surface on which it sailed away.
It just looks like it's gone down. It hasn't really gone down, right?
I believe that it's been gone down.
You believe it's gone down. So it has gone below the surface.
How far can you see with the eyes? 17 kilometers? I don't know.
How far can you see with your eyes? Yeah, visibility for the day, is usually around about something like that. 15, 16, 17 kilometers. That'll be the visibility that the weather app will give you. Okay. But what about how much of the surface should you be able to see if you're on a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles?
I don't know. You can calculate that. I'm sure.
Yeah, you can. There's an equation.
But in prime conditions, no clouds and so.
It's 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. For a 6-foot observer, that places the horizon at about a 3-mile distance. Or for you, what is it like if you want kilometers? About 5 kilometers. Did you ever check to see if that's what's actually happening? That's what you see?
Maybe indirectly, yeah. But I wasn't looking at it for that reason.
No, you just see the horizon and think that must be at that distance, right? Because that's what you're told.
If I look at the nature, if I'm at a hill and I look and I see like 4 kilometers, I still believe that after the 4 kilometers, still something comes. Yes, and that it's just going straight from my perspective, but 10 times my vision from what I see, eventually the curvature turns like a centimeter down.
Are you paying attention to the chat? Because I posted shit that's like 10 miles, 20 miles away, 147 kilometers, stuff like that. And you think you're seeing around the ball? Are you paying attention or no?
Yeah, this is the problem. See, people going out and making observations where the horizon distance is well in excess, orders of magnitude further than what the geometry of your sphere would allow to occur. People are seeing more of the surface than what should be possible.
I can only tell you what I think, and nonetheless, it's great to have such conversations, even though I can't satisfy you with my answer. I will make myself more informed in the future.
At this stage, it's just something for you to think about, and something you could potentially go out and do yourself, and make some long distance observations.
Sure. I was in Nepal once, where goddamn good view, but I even in that moment I didn't think about is the Earth now flat or round or
Most people don't. Most people don't think to like, hey, let's compare this to what the globe says we should see.
If you went to Nepal, you should have visited Flatmandu.
Yes. But I hope everybody does well, and these are difficult times for many people, anywhere you are on Earth, and doesn't matter what religion or what you do or anything. To be able to talk here in Discord through internet, through science, is nice, and
yeah, not globe related though. Because globe's not, globe, it's nothing to do with science, the globe, it's all imagination. So far, that's all you've given us was just shit in your imagination. Even when you Googled it, you came back with, it said, dude, it's just your imagination, basically.
Yeah,
So, Selexia, can you look in the chat? I've posted some interesting videos for you to watch. They're very short. I've also posted some wonderful images of flat Earth. That's not belief. That's reality, what you're looking at there. Nothing is CGI. No computer-generated images. Everything is real, 100%. There are no photographic trickery going on, okay? That's the reality that we live today, right now, even though there are difficult times for all of us. And it's nice to use the internet that is coming from fiber optic cables and not coming from the satellites that are not in space, okay? And cell towers, for example. And Stataloons. Can you see that, Selexia?
Klexa. Yes, I can see it.
Klexa,
And
sorry,
I will look
Slexa.
at all of it. No problem.
Yeah, you have a good look, because that should whet your appetite and pique your interest.
Okay. Hey,
Yeah, and it has nothing to do with religion, like you mentioned. We're not nothing to do with religion in here. We're just telling you it's flat and stationary. Airplanes fly over a flat and stationary Earth. We gave you 44 documents that said so. I'm sure you did. You ignored that one. Declassified, military, CIA, NASA, all of them.
All of them. Well, you gave me a lot of GIFs and pictures. Yes.
And videos.
Yeah,
and
presents.
YouTube videos.
And that's just a tiny bit, because you no matter what you say, you're like, well, I just believe, and that's like religion. If you think about what you just said, I just believe. Isn't that how when you see Sunday and they're in church and people are on TV, they just believe in it? That's what you sound like. You sound like you're preaching to us.
No, not at all.
Yeah. Actually, that's what it sounded like to me. It sounded like you were preaching to me when you were saying that. I just believe.
I just believe. It looks flat, but I believe it's not. It doesn't feel like it's moving, but I believe it is. I can't prove it. Yeah, but that's cool. You have a belief. At least you admit you have a belief and you can't prove it. A lot of people, they come in trying to defend it as if they know it to be a fact, right? Which you were kind of doing, but then you turned around and said, well, I just believe it, I can't prove it. Right?
Yes, and we are not talking about religion. No, not at all. Okay.
No, the globe is a religion because you believe in it.
Oh.
Gravity is your god. Gravity makes everything happen for you. Yeah. It's a belief system. Dude, you sound like you're in a church. Who do you pay? Do you pay people in your church every Sunday? How much do you pay?
If I pay my church? Not 2 years ago, I removed myself from government tax.
And you went straight into just being a globe believer?
It's a very personal question, but I can tell you.
Globe believer is what I'm talking about. That's your church. Church of the globe. God is your gravity is your God. Yes. Everything you said is you have to believe in it, and gravity does magical things. Gravity does magical things. It pulls airplanes around the ball at the speed the ball's spinning, which is really super weird for you to say.
Yeah,
once you leave a spinning object, the object's going to stay spinning, and you're not going to spin with the object once you leave it. Physics.
Science.
We actually use science. We use science, and you guys all use, I don't know what you want to call it. I don't have a name for it. Pretend land. You guys think that just looking up in the sky or thinking that, well, I looked out and that's the edge of the ball. That's called science. That's not science. That's just looking at shit.
I believe in science, and
I know you have a belief system, dude. I don't believe in science. I do it for a living.
That's okay. That's
There's a difference. I can do physics. I can do all that. I can prove air pressure does things, all that shit. where
I can
where you
explain
say
electricity.
gravity pulls everything down except for air.
Yeah.
You see how you just have a belief system? You just believe in it.
I can tell you a lot about electricity. I'm an electrician.
That doesn't, yeah, that's welcome to flat earth. What do you think ground is?
Ground?
Yeah.
Neutral?
No, ground.
Ground. Like earth, ground.
Ah, you said it. Isn't that crazy?
No, I didn't get your question.
Yeah, it's a Gaussian plane, basically. Yeah.
Sorry?
No, yeah, it went over your head.
Yeah.
Yeah, everything seems to go to Earth, huh? Even electricity.
Yes.
Isn't that strange? Isn't
How
that
does energy
strange?
move? How does energy move? If you're an electrician, how does the energy move?
Electricity, you mean, not energy? What?
Yeah,
energy is
what,
everything.
electricity isn't energy?
Of course it
Last
is.
time I checked, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, right. So what's the laws for energy? It's motion.
If you have mass, big mass, like Earth, like land, it's neutral. It's like neutral. When you
talking about
talk
the
about
dispersion of energy, does it move from a
yeah.
higher state to a lower state?
So, and if you have positive charged atoms in anything, it has a different potential than neutral, like zero. And then either way you look at it, but the electrons go basically from plus to negative. If you look at that, not science.
From high to low, then.
From high to low, yeah. But if you calculate it, it's the other way around. And yeah, potential like thunderstorms.
Goes from positive to negative.
If you have thunderstorms and the particles
It flows
in
from
the air-
positive to negative.
Yeah. That's what I wanted to say. And
Yeah, I was just trying to get you to try and describe entropy, right?
well, electricity. I can tell you everything. It's hard for me in second language, but it's cool. Everything works with electricity, you know.
Because if you understand anything about energy and how it distributes itself in nature, right? You'll understand that high moves to low always, which will debunk your outer space fantasy.
Thanks. What's the topic?
Yeah, because we have a pressurized gaseous system, right? That is somehow failing to expand as entropy would dictate it should into that big giant empty area that's surrounding the Earth in your globe fantasy world. Right. So that's how we know that outer space isn't real, doesn't exist, not the way we're taught. Because if it was the way we're told, right? If we're surrounded on all sides by an ever-expanding void, a vacuum, then the gas that we breathe wouldn't be here. It would expand out and disperse into that available area.
Well, that would go the same for a flat Earth compared to round Earth.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. It's got nothing to. Yeah, it's not really to do with the shape of the Earth, right? Whether it's flat or globe, it's just the idea that.
Hold on, he's saying that that has to go for flat Earth, but we don't believe in space. So now what?
Yeah, that's how we know outer space is a fantasy.
I wasn't really thinking that continuation from that question. I don't know how to say, but sure. How do you explain that?
No, Earth isn't in outer space. There isn't an ever-expanding vacuum surrounding Earth.
Then
gas pressure requires a container.
What do you think about the sun?
It's pretty cool.
Not a gas ball, not a gas ball in a vacuum. How do you like that? Not a gas ball in a vacuum.
Okay.
Yep, that's what it's not. So now what do you think of it? I have a vacuum chamber. I have a vacuum chamber and can prove that none of that can happen.
What?
Can't have gas balls or water balls in a vacuum. Gas will just go everywhere. It'll just try to fill the whole void. It won't stay in the shape of a ball. Plus, gases don't have shapes anyway. They don't stay in shapes. They go in all directions all the time.
I think it's a very interesting topic. The sun is made out of plasma in the inside. And
Good luck. You need a container for that. You need a container to make a plasma ball.
You know how hot the sun is?
You don't. You don't know anything about it. I can tell you that because you didn't know anything about the Earth before, so you definitely don't know anything about the sun.
You know, if I make myself a tea at home, it's goddamn, it's hot, but it can get even hotter. You know, in the sun. Outside is more cooler, but inside there's
You're starting to spiral, dude. Dude, you're starting to just say words. You're starting to spiral because you're talking about the sun. You're trying to talk about the sun.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a gas ball in a vacuum. So now what are you going to do?
But maybe if it is.
It's not.
But how do you know?
Because I've proven it.
How?
That gas balls can't exist in a vacuum.
Just by saying that.
Yes, because I have a vacuum chamber and I put gas in there and turned on the vacuum and it left the vacuum chamber because it wants to get out of there. You're pulling the air out of it. So when you pull the air out of it, if I put a glass of water in my vacuum chamber and I pull the air out of it, the water turns to gas and also leaves the vacuum chamber because there's no pressure pressing on the water. So not gravity.
You did it with plain water or water steam, like
just regular water. What kind of water do you guys want me to use next time? Does it have to be magical? I use the water that we live in, reality.
Yeah, but there's no. You have to put their plasma with like 15,000 Kelvin. Then you would get a sun.
So now, how do I do that without a container?
To even get there.
Yeah, how do I do that without a container? Listen, your magical stories are great and all, but you need a container for all that.
You need to do it in a vacuum in space directly.
Yep, doesn't work.
Yeah, you need gas to do that.
Yep, you need all that shit. Doesn't work in a vacuum.
Okay, it could.
No, it can't.
Did you go to space and try it?
I simulated space.
How? Through a program or what?
No, through my vacuum chamber.
I wouldn't give so much to the vacuum chamber.
There's no space to go to. There's no outer space vacuum.
Hey, we can agree to disagree.
It's not about disagreeing. You just are just making up stuff, and I'm telling you facts. There's a big difference.
Mm-hmm. You're just telling me also your thoughts, but your facts or your.
They're not thoughts, dude. You want me to turn the camera on so you can look at it? That you can look at my thought that's sitting in my garage right now?
Hey, you do you. I couldn't care less. I'm here on the internet. I have no proven facts, and I don't prove anything. I don't know anything. That's what
I know. I've got you down to the point where you don't know anything anymore. You're just basically a brain in the jar. You probably think that you live in a simulation at this point.
Argument like that.
Usually, when at this point, when I get with people, they're just become mush. They're almost incoherent, and they start babbling. I'll let you be.
Is there no one else here who thinks the same as me or has no proof in believing that the Earth is round or flat? Like, I don't know. I think it's no crime to think otherwise, and until it's been proven and officially proven, I don't know what that topic is, you know. I would guess the majority of people on this
What would you need? Does Angela Merkel need to come on TV and tell you it's flat for you to believe it?
I wouldn't watch that.
I mean, you've been convinced that the Earth's a globe with no proof. But yet you can't just go outside and just accept the reality that you experience as real.
Maybe we are all living in our dreams and nothing is happening, you know?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, you called it, Radwin. Nailed it.
It's all a simulation. But who am I to be in this world and try to transform it? Or to seek the truth, which is really truth. Hey? Where I am right now, I couldn't care less right now. It's just my personal.
That's because you're German. Most of you guys are like that. You don't care about anything. Everything's doom and gloom.
Oh,
in fact, you probably paint your house in grays. Probably don't even use color.
Yeah, you are given your five senses to enjoy you were given Selexia. You were given your five senses to enjoy the earth. So start enjoying it and go and explore. Don't be sitting there pessimistically. Sorry. Yeah.
Hey, I accept that critique, and I try, and I live at the fullest. I try to.
Yeah, it's easy, really. And when you look at history, what they've spoken about Germany is actually inaccurate about German history. So you need to review history, because some truths have come out about what Hitler was supposed to have done that didn't do, but that's another story. But
don't make Germans feel bad about it.
Yeah, so so just go and check the Earth. The Earth will be your release, and then once you realize that the Earth is flat, you become like a helium balloon, and you arise above all that nonsense history, and you will look for the truth and find it, and you'll be a whole person, proper, and you will start caring, and not living like I don't care from day to day.
You're right, though, Jin. I think for German, they understand what actually happened to them and how the whole deception behind that. That's a massive eye-opener.
Yeah, that's right.
They've made them feel so guilty through the education system about all that crap, and it's all.
That's right, and they never did that stuff at all. Yeah. So you're gonna. Yeah.
Of course, I have nothing to do with the past of my country like 100 years ago.
That's true.
Germans should be proud of who they are. It's obviously not you, maybe not you specifically, but many
Germans have the lowest percentage of proud of country, you know.
Yeah, because it's designed that way for a specific reason.
Indoctrination.
The German people at one point was extremely intelligent. That's why they invented all the shit they invented. They had to quash your industry.
Yeah, and the thing it said on your products made in Germany had a title. It's like it was good engineering.
In fact, they were so smart that after World War II, the Americans conducted Operation Paperclip and recruited Germany's best minds. gave them refuge in America, despite anything that they'd done that was kind of questionable in their past. Right? Gave them pardons and everything, and gave them jobs and houses and.
But America didn't get the best of the bunch, though. The best of the bunch went to Russia, actually.
Russia got in first. Dang.
Yeah, so they got the best, actually. Von Braun was second rate to what the Russians had. He wasn't the best there, and that's why it took him so long to actually get the rockets to actually take off and do the thing that they wanted them to do in the end. Never went to the moon, but there you are, you know. They did perpetuate a deception. The thing is, Alexia needs to understand that there's been a lot of deception in your country, but whenever I bought a German product, I always knew I bought something that was reliable, strong, and would last long. I wasn't thinking it was going to break down in a year or two. There was some longevity with it. Okay, so there was something about owning something that was made in Germany, and that's right down to the cars. Although the Japanese have now overtook Germany in that regard. Germany is still regarded as the best cars only because of their history, but in the actual mile for mile and economy and reliability, the Japanese have surpassed Germany in that sense. I do feel. Okay, although they do make good cars, Germany. You know, the BMWs, the Audis, Porsche, Volkswagen.
So much, but
these vehicles are bulletproof. Very good indeed. And the little scandal of the diesel disaster thing, that was only because of ambitious, stupid global warming. So talking about global warming, climate change, trying to bring in ambitious air quality when there was no need. Okay, so, you know.
Well, for myself, you know what I drive? What car?
What car do you drive? Go ahead.
I'm driving an old timer, an Audi A-TIS B4.
There you are.
Which is
lovely car. I love Audi. Yeah, and, Audi is my favorite. My favorite brand is Audi.
I like Audi, and we have a lot of car manufacturers. But 30 years ago, manufacturers didn't know how long this component lasts. They didn't know when does it break. They didn't know.
Yeah.
They had no test systems, so they built it very robust that it holds 50 years. And right now, cars are getting manufactured, and the parts have to hold up maximum 8 years. After that,
that's not good, is it?
broken.
That's not good, is it? Yeah.
So you build cars for 8 years.
Terrible. When you look at Audi's history, that is a great history in the Le Mans, winning the Le Mans race many times, due to the manufacturing, of course, and the equipment, and then the good drivers as well, which are made up of British and maybe German as well. The thing is, the product works.
On a flat Earth. It works on a flat Earth.
It does work on a flat Earth, definitely, especially with all the downforce that they need to keep it on. Otherwise, it will take off the flat Earth. But yeah, I like Volkswagens as well.
That's planned obsolescence, though, isn't it? They destroyed the British manufacturing by doing that. British Leyland got all the car manufacturers together and then started making it out of shit quality. Completely damages the name, and then everyone shops abroad.
Yeah. Well, the British Leyland cars anyway, they were shit anyway from the outset.
But before British Leyland came around, there was all independent companies that built really good, reliable cars. And then British Leyland brought them all together and started using cheaper parts and giving them a really bad name. They spoke about it on Top Gear.
Yeah. I watched it. I did watch that with Jeremy Clarkson. Yeah, I watched it. And the other series,
completely destroyed like the guy just said, they're doing it in Germany now, aren't they? They're putting the parts down. Maybe there was 50 years.
The same in Japan as well, by the way.
It's shocking.
Same things. Yeah, same things happening in Japan now, with so many sensors and that they're shortening the life of the car. So when people ask me if you're going to buy a car today, because I'm going to buy the cars from the 1980s and 90s, that's where they were pinning. That's why we're buying my cars for that period and before, not now. Not interested in the cars today. Too many sensors and little crumple zones that just you have a little knock on your bumper. You need a complete new bumper all the way around. Before you can take the bumper off and tap it, panel beating and respraying. You can tap it out and put it back on. You can't do that now. Got to buy a complete new unit
I bet you're
It's
driving
costing
around.
like £200-300 for a bumper.
I bet you're driving around a Tesla, John.
Say that again.
I bet you're driving around in a Tesla in Japan.
No, I'm driving around in a 29-year-old Nissan Pathfinder. In Japan, it's known as the Terrano. That's what I drive. 3.3 litre petrol V6. 29 years old now.
You've not got one of those tiny little Suzuki vans.
No, I'm not interested in that shit. No, look, I've got kids. We used to go camping and that. I want a workhorse. That's what I want. You know? I want a workhorse. So and that V6 was good enough. Economy, it's got the grunt to pull, it's got the grunt to do the off-road. I've got the, it's automatic. So I've got the off-road selection gear system and then the standard manual, standard driving as well. So it's like a sequential gearbox I've got in this car. Built back in 1996. So it's a great car.
Just imagine if we didn't have gravity, you'd probably have flying cars by now.
Yeah, well, they're coming, aren't they? They're trying to do it. They're trying to do it. Japan did some. There was a little accident with one of their flying cars at the expo that they've got going on here. So it's a silly idea. I think it's crazy to have flying cars around. It's a stupid idea. Man's ego gone awry there. Flying cars. No, thank you. Flying motorbikes. No, thank you. Very dangerous. Just an accident definitely waiting to happen. And apparently Elon Musk was in. Well, he wasn't in court, but Tesla was in court. Apparently, a car lost control, colliding into another vehicle, killing the people in the vehicle. Yeah, really nasty mess.
Globers must have designed that because on a flat Earth you wouldn't have. We don't have machines at work that crash into walls. That's for sure.
Right. Exactly. And we double check everything before we put it out on the road anyway. We quadruple check.
Klexer, what do you think? You still think you live on a globe?
Yeah.
Yeah? How did you come to that? What makes you think that?
Yeah. Where's the proof for that? The evidence.
Dude, I've been talking
Physical
for like
evidence.
30 minutes here. You don't get my point? I just believe in it.
Yeah, how come? What made you believe in it?
Yeah. There's no physical evidence there. Physical. You spoke about science. The physical side of the Earth globe, nobody's body's registering it.
What made you believe in it?
Yeah, that's right.
I have a question, Gene C. Pierre. How you doing, man?
Oh, how you doing, sir? Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Please ask your question. Go ahead.
Okay. I heard you talk about the gravity. So if the Earth is flat, how the gravity works?
Yeah. It doesn't work because it doesn't.
Nothing is pulled down.
Yeah. There is no gravity at all. Zero.
Nothing is being pulled down.
There's no gravity?
Nothing is being pulled down.
Bro, don't bully us, okay? Just let me.
I said nothing is being pulled down. Do you think gravity pulls things down?
Yeah. You must be able to prove this. Otherwise, it's
Jim,
another
I want him to say what he thinks because I'm trying to tell him that do you think gravity pulls you to the ground like a magnet?
Ridiculous, this gravity. Magic.
Because he doesn't want to answer that now. Anyway, yeah, so since you don't know what gravity is, you can't tell us, and we can't help you on that one.
Yeah, I think he asked me because I did say that, in a room full of gravity, a helium balloon shouldn't go up because it should pull it down. If it's pulling down my bicycle and my TV and my video recorder and blackboard, tables and chairs, and they've got some mass and weight to it, and it's able to pull that lot down, the helium balloon, which is the lightest thing in the room, should be pulled down immediately, should not be rising up because it's the lightest thing in the room. No gravity. And then Sir Isaac Newton himself said that the idea of mass attracting mass was an absurd idea, and he did not want his name associated with that theory, which he did not prove, and he could never prove, and never proved it. Sir Isaac Newton. Okay? There you are. So gravity does not exist. There is no gravity. It's been debunked. The idea object and a light object in a vacuum chamber, for example, would land at the same time is absurd, because that vacuum chamber that they used in Ohio was way too small for the bowling ball to reach its maximum drop velocity. So if you have a vacuum chamber now, the size of the Twin Towers in America, you know, the 110-story high North-South Tower, you have a building that big, and then you drop your feather and a bowling ball, I guarantee you that bowling ball is going to hit the floor first every time. That's how it is. Been proven by Peter and Pete in a 2-meter vacuum chamber, proving that the heavy object always hits the ground first. In water, in the air, and in the vacuum. No doubt about it. There is no gravity. Nothing is pulling me down. Nothing. And I knew that at elementary school. So yeah, I didn't feel gravity at elementary school. Even though they were telling me it was there, I didn't feel it. My senses wasn't picking that up. And you know, a child is all about the senses, because you're still learning about your environment at 7, 8, 9, 10. You're still learning. So you can be very receptive to things pulling you down.
I don't even know if I'm in the real conversation or you're joking. What the hell? There's no gravity and
No, there's no gravity. Gravity does not exist. I mean, I don't think you paid attention. Look, Sir Isaac Newton, the man credited for supposedly discovering gravity, said he disagreed with the theory known as mass attracting mass. He disagreed with that. He said it was an absurd idea, okay? And he didn't want to be associated with it, okay? That's Sir Isaac Newton. But when he died, they associated him after his death. Can you prove it?
prove what? Gravity? Jump from your apartment, then you're going to find out that you're falling down and there's a gravity.
But that's nothing to do with gravity at all, because if I stand at the same place and let my balloon go, now it goes straight up. It goes straight up.
Explain what you just said again. You go to your window and jump out of your building and fall to the ground, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, so how many actions did you have to take before you fell?
The reaction.
You don't just randomly fall. You have to put energy in.
Yeah. To a high position.
People even think before they speak.
Yeah. You put yourself in a high position where you had to jump off. So you raised yourself below sea level, or ground level in your case. The energy you took to go up there, now you've raised yourself above ground level, so you've created a distance, and of course you're going to drop back down. That's not because of gravity, that's because you are denser and heavier than the air around you. Things that are lighter than air, buoyant, will go up, buoyancy. Got nothing to do with gravity at all. There's no gravity going on this earth.
When Neil deGrasse Tyson dropped his mic, did he not have to pick that microphone up off a table or the ground? Did he not have to release it out of his hand?
Exactly. He had to let it go. And then when he was asked in an interview, listen to this, he was asked, what is gravity? I have no idea. Next question. That quick. That the woman said, oh my God, because he answered it so quickly. She was shocked. What is gravity? I have no idea. Next question. Like that, abruptly like that. And then he goes, oh, we don't know what it is. We know what it does, but we don't know what it is. What is gravity? No idea. Next question. Nobody knows. There is no gravity. You can't prove it, can you? You have no means of proving it.
But like Jin pointed out to you, right, there's the phenomenon of things which are more dense than the surrounding medium having a propensity to go down. By the way, Globers, you don't get to use that word down, right? You don't have down on a globe. And then there's the phenomenon of things which are less dense than the surrounding medium to have a propensity to go up. But when we look around in nature, not everything's doing that. Like gas. Drop some gas and let's see it fall at 9.81 meters per second.
Wait, you say like, if there's a gravity, man, there is a gravity, prove it, okay? First of all, before I prove it, I mean, that's a very simple question. Everyone can prove it at home. First of all, I'm asking you this question. What is definition of the gravity in your opinion? What do you think about this word?
No, I don't have an opinion about it. I'll tell you what my opinion about what you're assuming gravity like is. It's just up and down.
The meaning of that?
It's just up and down.
Up and down is gravity?
Up and down, yeah. Vertical. Yeah.
Bro, haven't you didn't you go to school or something like that? Like,
yeah, I know the stories. I know the stories.
Nobody went to school.
Bro.
Nobody goes to school now. Yeah, we're all stupid.
Relax, bro. I know the stories. Hey, bro. I know the stories. I know the explanations we're given, and they're contradictory.
You can't convince me.
Hello. I was still speaking. Those stories that you're told are contradictory to one another, because in middle school or high school you'll be told mass attracts mass, right? They'll tell you Newtonian, and then you get to university, and then you get to and I wasn't finished. If you just be patient, right? And then you get to university level, and they say, well, actually, Newton was wrong. That's not what's happening. Mass is distorting space-time around it, and then other smaller objects follow geodesic paths towards the surface of the larger object. There's no interacting force between the two masses.
What is your definition of gravity? You explain to us what your gravity is and show us your proof of it in your room. Go ahead. There you are. Silence. Full of talk, and then when it's been given in the facts, no talk now.
You can't prove why. All you can do is show that something happens. You don't know why.
Exactly. And the explanations given are not satisfactory. They don't match what we observe and live. That's why we don't accept Sir Isaac Newton or Albert Einstein's, which is the current standard. It doesn't match and explain why my pencil drops to the floor. Albert Einstein's explanation is completely gazillion miles away from the truth. See? Word salad. Without the salad dressing. Very dry indeed.
Within certain environments, we can predict that certain elements will behave in a certain way under certain conditions, right? That's helpful. You can understand that. But as to why it's happening, you're going to need a scientific experiment for that.
Hello?
You guys are going to shit when I give you the scientific experiment for it.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just wondering. I didn't hear all the statement you guys have spoken, but I'm just wondering, can you guys, why did you guys believe flat Earth?
Are you from the text chat? Were you one of the people in text chat? I can't see your name.
Nah, I'm not from the text chat.
Oh. Yeah, it's not a belief anyway. Yeah, it's measured flat.
Oh, it's measured flat? That's easy? It's just like...
Yeah.
Yes, that easy. Yep.
Yeah.
You don't have any scientific reference for that?
It's not a scientific endeavor.
That would be engineering, son.
But give us an answer, maybe.
Yeah. So when you're looking at the shape of the Earth, you're not doing science. It's not a scientific endeavor, as my colleagues just told you. So it's all about geometry and the shape, maybe even a little bit of trigonometry, maybe. But generally, you're measuring.
Yeah.
You're taking the numbers that you were given for the specifications of the ball Earth that you're meant to be living on, and now you want to confirm that drop over distance.
That's right.
So from
and you
point
don't,
A... Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I was going to... Don't need someone with 20 letters after their name to tell you this, okay, bro?
Right.
Okay. What about photos, right? What about Earth photo? What about that?
Yeah. We've got lots of flat Earth photos, real photographs.
I mean the photo from the space, from the universe.
Oh, that's a good question. Well, they're not real, you see. The images coming from space, purported to come from space, are all CGI, Photoshop composites
Oh.
and copy and paste. Not one of them is real. Not
What
one.
about the live stream from the NASA?
That's
That's fake as well. That's all been done in a studio.
No, hold on.
All fakery.
Slow down. Yeah. No, the conspiracy is your globe, dude. We're not conspiracy theorists. It's measured flat. Water is flat and level on its surface, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, the only thing you explain about the photos.
No, not
from
the only thing. Is
hold on,
water flat?
I'm talking.
Is water flat and level on the surface? You can't answer that question,
I'm
can
talking.
you?
I am talking. I'm talking. So you got to shut your mouths, and I'm talking. You got to respect. You understand that?
Well, you know, it won't go like that. The moderators won't like that kind of behavior.
So there you go.
Talking,
now I'll talk.
there you go. See?
How you like that?
Now you mute him. You wanted to say.
No, I want him to answer if water is flat and level on a surface.
Yeah.
How difficult is that to answer?
Hello.
Yeah,
but my picture's from space.
He wanted to give an opposition, you know?
Yeah, after he answers my question. He's unmuted now. Is water flat and level on the surface? He can't answer now. He knows what's going to happen when he says yes.
All right, keep your secrets.
Yeah, fake cartoon pictures from the government doesn't mean that the Earth measures to be curving.
Yeah.
Right? The Earth, you go outside and the Earth doesn't measure to be curving. It measures
Okay,
flat.
hold on. From which government? From the NASA?
From any you like.
The state?
Any of them. If they're showing you, if they're showing you imagery of curving oceans and telling you that's reality, then they're full of shit.
So you think NASA is taking as CGI photos? So you think the Russian space station is
I don't care how they're doing
You
it.
think
I
the
don't care.
Chinese space station
I don't
is
care
taking
how
a
they're doing it.
CGI photo? You think the Chinese space station is taking CGI photos, right?
I don't care how they are doing it.
You know what a philosopher said? I don't even know this guy, Nietzsche. Now, he said, you just don't want to. You don't want to hear the truth because you don't want their delusions. Illusions destroyed. You're just living in delusional fantasies, right? You can't give a scientific explanation of why the photos in the universe is.
I was trying to tell you. But you kept interrupting. You wouldn't listen.
No, I didn't interrupt. It's one of you guys trying to interrupt.
Now listen.
One of you guys is trying to say how to explain the water. How to explain.
I'm talking now.
Yeah, that's a delusion, right?
Okay, go ahead.
The surface of liquid. The surface of liquid is a delusion, is it?
Yeah, there you go. See, that's a valid point.
Sorry, go on, Jin. Jin, take it, man.
Yeah. I was just going to say to him, just address the valid points being raised. Water is always level. Okay, we're not measuring any curvature, and the images coming from NASA are all fake. They've been tested, so we know they're fake. Okay, they've been subjected to digital software detection.
Okay, so you think that every photos about Earth is CGI, is edited, right?
NASA themselves only claim that one.
Okay, so you think NASA is editing pictures? But why is Russia editing pictures? Why is Chinese?
They admit it. They admit
it. So you think that they admit it, and you think the Earth is flat? Earth is not sphere.
We know it's measured flat. We're telling you.
So what about other nations? Other nations have they're taking photos as well.
Yeah, all fake. Every single space agency. There's not one space agency
Have you seen the
giving us real
Indian
images.
pictures they're presenting from the Indian space program? Have you looked at their landing? Have a look at it, and you tell me that's real.
So how to explain the lunar eclipse?
Go watch it. Go watch
No
the
one knows
lunar
to
landing
explain
of the
it, by the
Indian.
way. Nobody.
You,
And a
you
lunar
can't
eclipse
explain
doesn't-
lunar eclipse
excuse me,
because the moon is
me,
sphere
listen.
and the moon.
A lunar eclipse doesn't prove a shape of the Earth. Thanks.
I'll go. Yeah, we're going to handle him with the lunar eclipse right now. Go ahead and tell me how that works on a globe.
Tell you how that works on a globe because it fucking moves in orbit because the moon is
does
around.
it work? Since you're going to talk about eclipses, you're going to explain to us what an eclipse is on a globe.
It's when the sun is there and the moon is in the position where it covers the sun. When you're on the Earth and you look upon the sun, when you look at the sun, you see that the moon is covering the sun.
That's a solar eclipse.
Yeah.
Lunar eclipse, not solar eclipse.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
How does a lunar eclipse work on a globe?
See, he can't tell you.
It's exactly. So they want us to tell them shit they don't even know or can't explain themselves.
Yeah. And then we're wrong, of course. They don't even know their own model, and we're wrong.
That's why they don't need to have 15-minute speeches because they're not listening. He just now found out he doesn't know what a lunar eclipse is. He doesn't know how they work.
Oh, now he's embarrassed.
You're just
dear.
talking for him. He's not.
I'm sure he'll be on
saying
Chat
anything,
GBT getting a response.
Isaac was telling you that from what he is saying that
Selexia, you haven't offered. Selexia, you're a contrary believer at the moment. You don't have any room to speak unless you're going to speak facts. If you're going to speak to the emotional thing of it, it's not going to help the situation.
Until
the man
now,
can,
nobody
he's
has
a big
spoken
man.
facts
He can
here.
speak for himself. He's a big enough man. He can speak for himself. And Selexia, what you should be doing is gathering information or proof of your globe. That's what you should be doing. That's what you should be doing now.
You too, for your disc.
We've done that. That's why we're here. We've already done that.
Okay.
Don't be telling me too. You haven't done that yourself yet. Don't tell me too. I've already checked. You haven't checked yet. You haven't gone out to check.
I did my own personal research.
Don't bullshit me. You're gonna have to. You haven't. The answer is you haven't checked. Give a fuck about your person. It's got nothing to do with me. You haven't checked. The answer is no. I haven't checked yet.
If you say so, if you know what I do.
Well, I know. If you check, you'd be giving us your findings. You haven't checked. You've admitted it anyway.
I don't have to.
You've admitted it. You have admitted that you haven't checked. You've admitted it. Stop lying.
If I found the cure of cancer, I can also not give it to you.
It's got nothing to do with the shape of the earth at the moment. We're talking about the shape of the earth, not about cancer cures at the moment.
I mean, what are facts?
The facts are, regarding cancer cures, there are numerous cancer cures out there that are being
Okay, so here we go. Yeah, we're not going to talk about that shit. Anyway,
go ahead.
now he's down to wanting to know what a fact is. I told you before that as soon as I get done talking to these guys, they no longer can understand anything. They become mushy brain.
When they change is
because of the way you argument. You understand me?
Oh, I use facts and logic? That sucks.
No. What I mean is, if I propose my opinion or what I think, you tell me.
Back it up. Then back it up. I back up my shit. I can prove celestial navigation requires triangles.
I tell you I can't back it up, but I'm asking for your claim to back it up. And
celestial navigation uses triangles, and you can't have a triangle on the surface of a ball. So I just debunked your globe. No, go ahead and try it. Take fucking AutoCAD out, draw a circle, make a line off of it, and get me the angle between the circle and the line. See what you can come up with. You'll come up with, it'll say, what the fuck are you doing? A big word on the screen saying, don't be an asshole. You can't do that.
Yeah, and when we give you the information, you just dismiss it. You don't even look at it. You don't even check.
How do you know that? How would you know?
We've been posting information for you to look at. Have you looked at it yet?
I can look at the Discord chat.
Go and look at it then. Go and look at it then, and then come back. Go and look.
I see pictures where I don't know where they come from, where the source is from, if it is true, if it is fake. Like you said, all the pictures of space are fake.
Yeah.
From the North.
Okay. Go and look at the material. We gave you one from this. We gave you 44 documents stating that the Earth is flat from government agencies. It's where they come from are on the documents. You're not looking. Don't start making. You're lying still. You're still lying now. You're lying live on a live stream. You're lying. Embarrassing you are.
What about? What am I lying about?
About you have checked the documents that we gave you. You haven't checked anything.
No, I haven't looked at anything. Really, it's so much, man.
Thank you. You haven't. Right, go and look.
This video is like 30 minutes. God damn.
Go and have a look at the material we posted for you. It's still there. Hasn't gone anywhere. Go and have a look. Don't be giving me the negativity and the pessimistic side of life when you haven't even checked the positive stuff we've given you.
I don't try to do that.
Yeah, go and do it now. Go do that now. Go do that now. Because you're going to be forever just being pessimistic and negative when you've got positive information that will help you to realize that you need to go and check in reality. Go and look at the material. My word. Honestly. And then come back with your questions afterwards. You're bombarding us with questions that we've given you material that answers your questions. But you're not.
You don't have to beg these guys to go read our shit. In fact, I don't want them to read our stuff. We still need Globers out there because we need people that can be manipulated by television to just be robots for us. So you guys are still wanted. Remember that. We still want you guys around.
Can I just say something? Because I find it strange that people, we're giving you a measurement that you can go out and do yourself. You're claiming people floating around in space that we cannot replicate. Everything we've given you, you can replicate. Don't forget that. It's not some conspiracy, a guy stood at a lake with a camera. You can do that yourself. Try do what they're doing in space yourself. It's not possible.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's so annoying when they say, "How can you verify this stuff?" Like you can. It's very simple.
Yeah, yeah. And then they come up with, "I don't care," and I'm just going to believe. Well, then you're not going to know anything, are you? You've just got a whole.
And now measuring a table is a science experiment that nobody else can do unless you've got a degree.
Yeah, or a PhD, or a bloody master's, or a doctorate, a professorship. Yeah. So as you can see, in order to be able to speak in this conversation, if you don't know, then you listen and you gather the information from questions you ask, and you take that information and you go away and you check it. And then you check it as you're looking at it on the Discord, and then from the Discord you go to reality outside and check. That's what you've got to do.
I was just looking at
guaranteed
24/7 flat Earth Discord, and then
correct.
Where do we live? And I thought, hey, I want to talk about that.
Well, we are. We're talking about that.
Oh, they have a different opinion than mine. I just tell them my opinion, and hey, everybody can learn from that.
Yeah,
from what the other has to say.
But your opinion isn't really leading us to the truth, is it? Whereas our facts, we're not giving you opinions here. We're giving you facts, not opinions, not theories, not. We're giving you facts.
Those things you sent.
There you are. You see, you're negative again. You haven't checked anything. You haven't even checked. Already, you're saying I don't consider. See?
Yes.
You see? Well, why are you here? Why are you here? You're a contradiction. You're a walking.
How do you confirm that your source is authentic? Like,
because we can replicate what they've told us. We can replicate what they've told us. We can repeat and do exactly what they've told us, and we've done that, and it's proving to be true.
For example, one thing.
Here's how. I own the equipment, and I go and do it myself.
Where? What? How? Who's controlling it? Are you just doing it yourself? And
what specifically are you talking about? Which in particular are you specifically talking about?
One example. Where did you go out and measure something?
Well, we all have different places, right? Because we're from different locations. But I've performed about 20 or 30 different tests over an 18-kilometer distance because I used to live on the biggest saltwater lake in Australia. And after looking into this topic, I was fascinated, and I thought, hey, I should probably go out and do this myself. Luckily, I had a little boat, and I bought a P900, and I went and I did countless amounts of tests, and I could consistently, doesn't matter whether it's during the day, during the night, different weather conditions, I could zoom in from just across the surface of the water and see the beach shoreline on the other side of the lake, 18 kilometers away. So, I mean, many of us have done our own tests like that, but when we're showing you these tests that are done, right, it's a long high definition video. You can see the person turning up, showing you their location, setting up their equipment, and then just showing you their observation in high definition. You know, to say that that's fake, I mean, just use common sense in this situation, right? I mean, this is very different to something that you can never verify, right? Like an image from NASA or something that's light years away that you can never validate, right? This is different.
Yes, and hey, I believe you. If you say so, I believe you that you did go there and did see it with your eyes. And who am I to talk about?
I mean, this is the thing. Like, you don't have to believe it. I mean, you can go and do it for yourself, but you could just apply regular common sense and then just look at the accumulation of evidence. I mean, maybe if we were only showing you one or two, but there's countless amounts of these long distance observations, and they're very well done. And quite often they were done by people at the time who were globe earthers trying to debunk flat Earth, and they were documenting it, and they're like, hey, I can't justify the globe. Right, this is crazy. Like, here's the video. And some of these people are like PhDs in optics, like Dr. John Dee. Right, he went out to debunk flat Earth originally, and he was shooting different spectrum lasers across the surface of water to a target on the other side. Huge distances, 10 miles, 20 miles, different lengths, different distances, different places. And he was using all different spectrums of laser, and he came to the conclusion that the Earth cannot be a globe. And he now has a YouTube channel where he does extremely technical long distance observations and documents it all really well. He even live streams them sometimes.
Okay. And he did technical, not scientific, but technical work. Not scientific work.
I got one more question.
Yeah, go ahead.
How does the plane works? I mean, if the Earth is flat, for as far as I know, that planes, if you want to go to a destination, let's say your start point is Britain and your destination is Japan, and as far as I know, there's two directions you can reach to Japan, right? You can go right. You can go either right or left. You're gonna be in Japan anyway, because
no, you're talking about a ball Earth, yeah. Let me explain. From London Heathrow to Tokyo, Japan is 6,000 miles. Okay, 10,000 kilometers. Now that distance, when you extrapolate it onto the globe, that's almost 1/4 of the globe. That's 90 degrees. So there's 90 degrees of curvature, and the length of that curvature over 9.5 hours is meant to be 3,740.47 miles of curvature. I've done that trip numerous amount of times. No curvature experience at all.
And who told you
I'm currently in Japan right now.
Yeah, who told you can just pick your direction when you fly? You just tell the pilot, go that way. Who told you that?
Yeah.
Well, that's how the map shows.
Who told you can get on a plane and pick the direction you're going to fly?
Nobody told me that because I bought the ticket, and there is the airplane path show on the software on the app.
So you can, when you're in the airplane, you can go either direction at some point. Everybody votes. What?
They made the path because that's
right. There's already a flight path that you're going to follow. That's it.
There you are.
Okay, one more question. If the Earth is flat, why is the plane taking a curve line, the path of a plane?
It's not at all.
It's not curve?
No.
The trajectory of the plane is...
It's not
There's a little line that's
not curved.
We know this because the in-flight telemetry data the black box, which is actually an orange box. There are two of them, and they reside at the back of the plane. Recorded that the plane is flying horizontal after takeoff for it the whole duration of the flight, except for when it lands. It's a horizontal flight, and that would be in the in-flight telemetry data. So there's more proof as well. Thank you.
And it shows you on the screen that it's curving.
Yeah,
No,
exactly. So,
yeah.
well, just one second. So, when they're putting these coordinates onto a particular type of map projection, like the one that you will see on the back of your screen, which would be a Mercator projection, it's going to show a curved path on a different type of projection. If they had like an AE projection on the back of the screen, it would show roughly a perfectly straight path. So it depends what mapping system the coordinates are being like generated onto digitally. So that's why, if you plot the paths out on a Mercator map, it's going to look like they're taking curved paths, but you do the same path on a different projection and they're going to be making perfectly straight paths. But like Jin was just saying, like we do have that flight recorded data from the black box showing that they don't actually, they just go in a straight line between point A and point B.
That's right. There is no curved trajectory, and so what you're being shown on the display belies the actual action. The action is different from what you're actually seeing, but you didn't know that because you didn't test it. You just believe what you saw on the screen. But we tested it. We put a spirit level on a mobile phone and laid the mobile phone on the floor, and the bubble remained in the circle for the duration of the flight. That proves that the plane is flying horizontally, yet alone the in-flight telemetry data. But you didn't do these checks. You're just looking at the screen and you're believing. You're not investigating, are you?
But I'm on a plane and I can see from the window and I see there's a curve. There's a curvature. I see.
No,
not according to Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Dude, I fly all the time. You see it perfectly.
I made the test
I'm
because I'm on a plane.
Bro, I'm always like when I'm on a long flight, right? Like I'm in Europe at the moment. I'm from Australia. I've taken a ton of long flights. I'm always like, whoa, look how crazy flat it is from up here. And look, even if it was a globe, it would still look flat from that height. Now, if you have a preconceived notion that the Earth's a globe, you might think that you can see some curvature now and then. But I guarantee if you actually like take a left to right measurement, like take an image and then draw a line across the screen, it's probably going to be a perfectly flat line. Now, I'm going to upload a time lapse of a 280-minute flight in the side chat. And you can have a look. The horizon's completely flat the whole way. And even if it was a globe, right, you would only see 0.1% of the surface of the Earth from that height. It's not even high enough to. I can hear someone has their I can hear my own voice.
It's not me.
Echoed.
Mid-lab.
Okay,
Yes,
so the curvature is illusion.
No, there's no. Right, so you don't see curvature from a plane. I don't know why. When people come in and they say that they thought they saw the curve from a plane, you wouldn't see it from that plane. Now, even Neil deGrasse Tyson, right, the globe Earth scientist, he hates flat Earth. Even he made videos saying that from 8 times that height, right, the height of the Virgin Galactic flight, you wouldn't see curvature even from that height because you just don't see enough of the surface of the Earth from that height to see any curvature. He also did another video debunking the claim that people can see curvature from the Red Bull space jump. He said, no, you don't see the curvature of the Earth from that height. He's like, it's like being like 2 millimeters off the surface of a beach ball. He's like, from that height, it's flat. And that's 4 times the height of a plane. So you don't see curvature. Maybe particular planes have different shaped windows and they have like triple layered glass and it could look like you're looking through a curved lens on some particular planes. But I've never seen it. I mean, I've always see such a flat horizon. So I don't know. I'm not saying you're lying about it or anything like that.
Okay.
Sometimes because last thing. Sorry. Okay. We were all taught that the Earth was a globe growing up. We have it like burnt into our brains. Sometimes when I look at a horizon, I'll think, wow, I think I can see some curvature. And then I'll take like a straight ruler, and draw it across the image. And I'll be like, damn, it was completely straight, but I thought I could see curve. So.
Okay,
yeah,
so what do you guys think of SpaceX? When the SpaceX launches rocket, it streams, right? Did you guys see the stream? There's YouTube videos about that.
Yeah,
and,
so
and
you
that
see
clearly show that Earth is from the videos we know we can see that the Earth is actually a sphere, right?
So what type of lens are they using? That's the thing, right? They're only showing, like, if you look at their earlier launches, when you look at different angles of the frame, right, it looks like the Earth, all of a sudden it's curving the wrong direction, because usually they use a wide angle lens. Now, if the horizon is above the center of the frame, it's going to look like it's convex. It's going to look like it's curving. But if the horizon dips below the center of the frame, it's going to look like it's curving the wrong direction. It's going to be concave. That's what happens, and they have corrected that a lot more in their recent footage, where they're not showing that, like, they'll cut it before it goes to that bottom frame, lower in the frame view, where it goes convex. But I mean, SpaceX is super shady, right? I mean, firstly, NASA's shady, and SpaceX is just another company that's funded by the government. And I don't know if you looked into Elon Musk sending his Tesla into space, right? It's the fakest nonsense you've ever seen. So even Elon Musk said, "Oh, we know it's real because it looks so fake." Like, it's ridiculously laughable, this Tesla in space. So what we see is kind of like what I posted here in the side chat, right? You see a rocket go off, it goes in a parabolic arc like that, and then you lose sight of it, right? Because it becomes too small to be able to resolve with the eye, and then they switch to a screen. And then you just basically have to believe whatever they're putting on the screen. You can't validate it anymore. It's just, we have to just rely on what we're seeing on the screen then. But yeah, you got to look into, like, what type of lenses they're using and things like that. I'm sure people will post tons of footage of rockets showing the fisheye lens effect. I've got a good one here. So, 1 second.
I will advise these guys asking the questions to scroll back in the chat, because there's a lot of material that we posted backing up everything we said and probably answering some of the questions you may have. I make a strong suggestion to scroll back. Anything with my name there. Yeah.
What's that DJ you just posted?
Yeah, have a look at what I just posted, right? This is meant to be, forget the exact type rocket, but I can find you the full link on YouTube. But what you can see is that, like I said, when the horizon's above center frame, it looks like it's curving. Okay, and if they never showed that pan of it once it goes below center frame, right, you wouldn't see that it's actually just a lens effect. But that's what happens in most cases, right? And it's fine, they want to use a wide angle lens so they can get a wide angle of view, but this is like something that happens, when you use a wide angle lens. But yeah, it's a lot of footage. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. Would you say the Earth is a disc or is flat?
No, absolutely not. No,
that's
we don't claim to know the shape of the Earth. Yeah, we don't claim to know the shape of the Earth, and if you've seen images, it looks like a flat disc in space. We also think that that's ridiculous, and if we were claiming that would be a ridiculous argument, because that would have so many issues. But that's propaganda put out.
How would we know? How would we know? That would be the question. How would we know?
Yeah, so we're not talking about knowing the shape of the Earth. We're talking about testing the surface of the Earth. Okay, it's the globe side that's claiming that it's a globe, and it's a particular size. Now that globe with a particular size has to have certain characteristics that would have to be present when we go out and test in nature, right? Like a 20-mile lake would have to have just under 300 feet of curvature over that 20 miles, but it doesn't. We can go and test it, and there's zero curvature, right, over any body of water.
Right. If you're interested in how we got the maps, we've put the maps formula and the chart. It's in there. That's why I say you scroll back. Everything we are saying is backed up to the hilts. You don't have a place to go but look at that, and then you can check it for yourself. Everything is there. You can use to go and check whether or not we're telling you the truth. Quite simple. We don't ask you to believe us. We ask you to confirm what we're saying is true. That way you will know for yourself. Can't be going around believing things and knowing nothing. That's outrageous. Outrageous way to live. I made that mistake for 48 years regarding this load, that is. Yeah, massive mistake.
What other questions you got?
Okay. What do you think of other planets, stars? Do you think it has the same shape as Earth, or is there?
No, Earth's not a planet. Yeah, Earth's not a planet. We're not floating in space. You've been told probably 100 times already today.
So what is? Yes, what is there? How?
Oh, the sky above you. It's the sky above you. You can't go there. You can't go to the sky.
The sky is like a big clock, right? And everything resets after the cycle, right? Is reset. That wouldn't work on a globe that's spinning millions of miles per hour in all of these different vectors through space, never to return to the same position.
Oh,
right? It
would work.
spins. It's moving. Hold on a second. It's moving millions of miles per hour, right? In all of these different vectors, never to return to the same spot. It's moving trillions of miles per year through space. Okay, but the stars perfectly reset back into the exact same positions each year on the same day at the same time. You can go out and the same star will be back into the same position for all verifiable history, right? The celestial bodies take particular paths in the sky and they reset back into the same position. It makes much more sense on an Earth that's stationary, and it's the luminaries that are moving in cycles as a big clock.
No, I think otherwise. You know what I think? Why they are the stars you see in the sky still are in the same place after, you know, the Earth traveled and never going back where it was before ever.
Because they're not gas. Remember, they're not gas. They're not fire gas balls in a vacuum. Remember, we went over this and I debunked that. They're not gas balls on fire in a vacuum.
No,
none of them. None of them at all. So they're not moving away from each other forever, and it just looks like they're standing still. They never move. They just go in a circle.
What I mean is, if I look up and see the stars at night, all the stars, you know, what I see, the light itself, it takes a long time to even get to us. What we see is in the past, but the image of what we get, they happen to be at the same place.
You're making up stories. Remember how all those stories you made up earlier, everything you said was just make believe? Remember how everything you said was make believe before? You're doing it again. You're just using make believe. You're using make believe.
I'm not using any made believe. I'm believing just what I feel like is probably true.
So if you're saying that the light is coming back, right? This is old light and you're just seeing it, right? You've moved millions of miles per hour, millions of miles through the universe. How's the light back in the same position 1 year later above the Earth that's millions of miles further away, trillions of miles further away over a year?
From where the light comes. They also move from my standpoint.
But they're all moving along with the Earth?
Same circle, the pendulum.
You're just making shit up, right? This is just a fantasy story. You may as well be telling me it rains diamonds on Uranus and crazy shit like that. Oh wait, they do actually claim that.
It's not the way to talk about that. That's what I believe.
Bro, this is a crazy, but just a belief, though. You can't validate anything that you just said.
Of course I can't.
Yeah.
Well,
you don't have to tell me that. I know.
Okay, so that's fine, right? So if you just have a belief system.
Yeah, please don't be negative on what we're telling you, because you're
I want to understand it, but it makes
but you're not. No, you're not. Because you know what you said earlier on. I disregard what you say. That's what you said. That's not sounding like I want to know. You disregard. You don't even check it.
Yeah, it sounds like what you want to do is hear what we say, ignore it, and ask more questions, and then ignore those answers continuously.
Yeah, I disregard what you say. You say, "Come on, man."
Okay, yeah. So what do you have to say, Klexer?
Don't take it personal. It's just the way I ask about things.
Look, it's not we take it personal.
Hold on, Jen. Hold on, before you go off for 15 minutes. Klexer, do you get that you just talk in stories and belief systems? You just made that up.
Tell the same for you, from my perspective.
No, it's measured flat. It's just triangles. You can't have a triangle on the surface of a ball. I said, go do it and come back with the proof and post it in chat that you can get me an angle. And you can't. So you can't do elevation angles on a ball for sailing.
Yeah, I'm going to ask him again the question that I asked before. Is it okay?
You got to give him time to respond to me, dude.
Yeah, okay.
Klexer.
Yes.
Yeah,
You can't make a triangle on the surface of a ball, can you?
I can't make a triangle on the surface of a ball. What do you want me to say to that? What kind of
correct.
question
You
is that?
cannot. Correct. You cannot do that. I want you to say that.
3D image of a ball, and you try to draw a triangle on that.
Yeah. What do you get? I posted just what you asked for. 3D image of a ball and try to draw a triangle. Where is the angle in that image I posted?
If you try to draw a perfectly straight line on a ball, you wind up where you've started.
Wow, dude, you're just, oh my God, you're melting. Nobody asked you about drawing, and you can't go straight lines on a ball.
You want to try an
You
angle.
can't make straight lines on a ball. Do you see? Oh, I bet you don't even know what a triangle or a straight line is.
Or a curved line as well.
Hold on.
Into there, what you just think, what I think, but you don't know.
Here, let's test you real quick. Go ahead and tell me if you know what a triangle is. I posted something. Which of the figures below are not triangles?
What a triangle is?
Which of the figures below are not triangles in chat?
Triangles. D. And everything else is a triangle. There are also triangles with a 90-degree radius. So like a sharp corner. Those are.
Yeah, that would be in a triangle, 90 degrees. That's correct. That's not amazing. You didn't tell me something I haven't known my whole life.
Yeah, you just asked. Somebody just.
You picked D is not a triangle, right?
Yeah, because it's open. You see?
Oh, okay. So let's see what the real answer is for this NASA IQ test. B is not a triangle because it has one curved side. You failed the second grader's entrance exam test. Now, do you see you just have a belief system? You believe that you can have curved triangles. You believe that you can have curved triangles.
Yeah, for me it's a triangle. It has 3 points, pointy ends.
So you would fail if we had to give you a job at where I work, and one of those questions is this a triangle? And you said yes. You would be skipped over and told maybe we'll call you next year because you're not going to work in our engineering company if you don't know what a triangle is.
That's fine. Hey, what's your engineering company? What's it called?
GoFuckYourself.com.
Oh, damn. Hey, you don't have to say. For me,
yeah, I know I don't have to say. So, you don't know what a triangle is. The other guy probably doesn't know what a triangle is either. And I just gave you guys the answer, and you're going to still say it's a triangle, and it's a second grader's test.
Well, you asked me if I could draw a triangle on a ball, you know?
Sorry to interrupt.
Not really.
Is Mr. John Luna available right now to talk? Hello?
No, I'm actually talking to somebody else right now.
Yeah, we can't just come in and interrupt people. I don't know. Sorry about that.
Hey, she can join.
No, it doesn't work like that.
Okay, I'm here. Okay.
You can't escape me.
Hey, no problem. I'm happy to be here.
So according to you, this is the triangle. I'll post this in chat because you think triangles can have curved sides. Is that a triangle?
Wait. The red circle, this?
Yeah, is that a triangle?
The red thing is a circle. Okay.
So it's not a triangle. But you said triangles can have curved sides.
Oh, if you look at that way, yeah, it could be a triangle also.
Holy crap, you know? Dude! It's a red circle with 3 dots on it.
With 2D image, yes.
So you kind of see how screwed up you are.
No, not really.
You think that's a triangle, dude?
Well, if I go by the logic on how you explained how the B is not a triangle.
It's not a triangle. B is not a triangle. If you read the second grade teacher's answer, she says B is not a triangle because it has one curved side. 3 curved sides is definitely not a triangle.
D is not triangle either.
Yeah, big deal.
B and D is not triangle.
No kidding.
You got one
yeah,
right.
well, yeah, I gave you the answers already. So you're a flat earther now.
What? No.
No, you're not. Don't worry, Klexer. You're gonna always stay a glober. We'll be able to have you stand in line and collecting food stamps one day. You'll be one of those guys that just does what they say on TV. We need those people. Remember that.
I don't watch TV. Hey, but you never know.
It'll be on social media for you. Don't worry, they'll get to you. It'll be on your watch.
Luckily, I don't have social media. I'm very glad about that. But still, you haven't answered my question. If I may ask.
What's your question?
You asked me painting a triangle on a sphere? Yeah?
No, you can't have curved triangles, so stop. You don't even have to worry about it anymore.
This I don't understand how that works for you to say to me that, all right, you don't understand it, fuck it.
Here, I'll post it for you in kindergarten language. Angle of elevation, check mark. Not an angle of elevation, red X. Do you see the difference?
Yes.
Okay, now can you have an angle from the curved surface?
No.
Beautiful. No. You finally passed. You're a flat earther. You cannot do celestial navigation on a globe.
This proof is nothing.
Dude, I know you don't like that. You answered the question. I make you guys answer these questions the right way, no matter what, or you guys usually leave. Most of the time, people don't pass. When they don't pass the triangle test, they just quit. And the other guy didn't pass because I already had the answers on the board.
Okay. Quick question. Okay, if I may. Imagine the world is a globe. Imagine.
No.
And the whole globe is just water. Okay. And with a tiny little island where you stand. If you would do those tests, would you also get the result that it has to be a flat Earth, plate? If you would think about all the mountains.
If it was a globe, it would have curvature at a certain rate. When we go out in reality, there's zero curvature when we take long distance observations. So you could easily set up a test like we've already done in the real world and determine that there is no curvature. So therefore, no, it cannot be the globe of the claimed radius that they're telling us.
And what if you just can't look that far to even notice it?
Well, we have optics, right? We have consumer grade optics where we can see huge distances, right? We have telescopes, we have Well, how big is it? 3,959 miles. Okay, so let's go to a 20-mile body of water. Okay, how much curvature is there over 20 miles? 270 feet. Okay, let's set up a camera just off the surface of the water. We can zoom in across the lake and we can see the shoreline on the other side of the lake that should be obstructed by hundreds of feet of curvature. There's also a horizon that would have to be at a particular distance based on that height of the observer, which also is not present in reality. Okay, so therefore, the Earth cannot be a globe. Now we test Again and again and again, we do it over different bodies of water, different elevation heights, different weather conditions, and check, no curvature, horizon's not where it's supposed to be, cannot possibly be a globe. What now?
How you say it to me, it makes sense, obviously.
Yeah, it can't not make sense, yeah? You need curvature, and that's...
I don't know how, even with technology, with cameras, lenses or something, how far you can look and really how far...
Okay, so we can determine the distance across a particular body of water. So we can go to a lake, right, like the Great Salt Lake in Utah, where we know the distance across the lake. Okay, so we can check the distance across the lake. Okay, so here's a test right now. I'm posting it in the side chats, just a GIF out of a full high definition video. Okay, so this is 21 miles across the lake. Okay, here's a Google Map image as well. Okay, so there's the clip, right, from the full length high definition video that shows everything that you need to know about the test. Here's the Google Map distance marcation tool showing the 21 miles distance, where he's standing up at the top of the yellow line, and his target is the shoreline 21 miles away on the other side. So as you can see in the video, there's no horizon over the entire 21-mile distance. There's no curvature over the 21-mile distance. We can see the shoreline on the other side, which is the target, and that should be hidden behind 223 foot of Earth curvature. Now, you can go on Google, or you can do the math yourself, right, and type in Earth curvature calculator. Bring up any curve calculator, right? But I've just posted a screenshot because this has already been done for you, right? So you put in the eye height of 5 foot, the target distance of 21 miles. It says the horizon on a globe should be at 2.7 miles away. Okay, X, big X, red X, not there. Okay, in fact, there's no horizon over the entire 21 miles. And then we have H1, target hidden height. The target is the shoreline on the other side of the lake. 223 foot, it should be hidden behind the horizon. 223 foot, that's like a skyscraper. Okay, that means you would have to have a skyscraper sitting on the shoreline on the other side of the lake, and you would only just be able to see the top of the skyscraper popping out over the horizon if the Earth was a globe. But it's not. That's why we can see the shoreline, right? We can see the buildings in the background perfectly. There's zero obstruction. So this is just one of many, many examples that shows you there's no curvature. And anyone can go and repeat this type of test themselves.
Yeah, thank you for sharing. It totally makes sense how you say it. Yeah. For myself, what I don't know, I can't check that. I'm not a scientist, or but if the calculations from when does Earth curvature happen, at what distance and how, from which perspective you look at it, from what height, these numbers.
Yeah, that's all possible. Everything you've mentioned, sorry to interrupt you, but everything you've mentioned is possible. It is not possible. I'm not a scientist. 8 years old can conduct this observation test. It's not scientific, so you don't need a scientist. It's just an observation. Point A to point B, how much curvature? Children can do it. So you can do it too. It's not that difficult. Okay? It's just not that difficult.
Easy geometry.
Yeah, if someone tells you something's a particular size and has a particular feature, of course, right? Someone sells you a table, or someone tells you something, right? You can just go and check it yourself. You don't have to be a scientist, right? This is not science either. This is just observation, and this is a geometric claim, not a science issue, right? It's not a cause and effect relationship type of issue, right? Which would be natural science. Like, that's not what this is. This is just testing the Earth for certain things that would have to be there if it's a globe, right? Like curvature, for example. Very easy to do, but find anyone from the globe side, right, that's gone out and done this type of testing. There isn't anything, because when you go out and do this type of testing, you don't see what you should see if the Earth's a globe. You don't see curvature. You don't find that horizon at that distance that it has to be at if the Earth's a globe.
Are you guys trying to? With all the evidence you guys have, are you guys trying to plan? You guys planning to publish a journal article to prove that Earth is flat?
No, it's already flat. We don't have to prove it. You can just go look at it yourself.
But there is Earth is a sphere journal articles about it. There's some journal articles.
No,
about
there's no such thing.
Yeah, so you can make an article, what's that going to be? Some words and numbers written on paper. We're showing you high definition, real world, practical demonstrations. That's way better than a paper, right? So I could write down all of this into a paper. Wouldn't it be better if I just show people the actual evidence?
Okay, if I can just interrupt here just for a second, interject. But there's a guy called Nathan Oakley who's in the process of having his Flat Earth book published. Okay?
Yeah, we're not talking about Nathan or QE or any of those guys.
Okay, I'm just trying to put forward that there are people out there.
Yeah, he's been putting it out for a year. So anyway, we're not going to be promoting those guys on here. If they want to come on here and promote it, they can pay us at this point.
Yeah, if we want to chase, if we want people to go and look at QE and Nathan Oakley, right, then they can get chased away from Flat Earth when they realize how vulgar and disgusting those people act. So yeah, we're not going to be pushing QE and Nathan Oakley's way of conducting here. Those people push people away from Flat Earth. They don't bring people to Flat Earth. They're not interested in bringing people to Flat Earth. They just want to try to crush people in screaming matches.
I don't know. I think there's a misconception. That's not been my experience. But anyway, never mind. But anyway,
can I just get a mic check?
There are books out there.
Yep.
Yeah, T-Dub.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I'm coming through. Am I coming through?
You're coming through. Yes.
Yeah, no, I was just I couldn't get through. Like my mic wasn't. I was unmuted, but my mic I wasn't coming through. I guess I was talking for a while, and then people were talking over the top of me, and I was like, "Oh shit, what's going on?"
Getting all offended.
No, I was just trying to figure it out. Like I just realized, but I had to close the app twice before it started working. So, I don't know.
Yeah.
All good.
It's buggy.
Anyway,
awesome.
Yeah. Cheers.
But yeah, look, I mean, paper, sure, we could write this down onto a paper, but then, what's that going to do? I could send people the paper. They're going to say, well, do you have the actual evidence to back up the paper? And that's what this is right here. I mean, everything's accounted for in the video. So you could just watch the video, watch the entire observation, and people can go and do this type of test themselves. It's pretty cheap to do. You can get a super zoom camera for $300 or $400 off eBay, and take a friend, find a known distance over water where you can have distance markers, whether it be in the ocean or a lake, and then you can start conducting different tests. And what you're going to find is that there isn't any curvature. If there was, there would be huge numbers of these tests that have been done by the globe side, and you guys would have tons of stuff. You could go online, curvature proven with blah 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 test, right? But that doesn't exist. The only ones that exist from the globe side are just messes, right? Blurry messes where there's some crazy miraging taking place, and it's all blurry and windy and wavy, and nothing like to the standard that we're presenting here.
Yeah, there is a video which is also an audio book, and it's called Zesthetic Cosmogony, Earth Not a Globe, by Alexander Gleason, and it's 3 hours non-stop proof of flat Earth, whilst at the same time presenting the anomalies. So you have an anomaly, you have the proof. You have an anomaly, you have the proof. Like that all the way through, non-stop for 3 hours. Would you be interested in that video? Because as far as I'm concerned, after 10 years of doing this, it's the best video on the online today. After 10 years. Would you be interested in looking at that material? Don't hear any takers. Never mind. You'll be forever asking questions and not checking them. What happened? Have they gone to sleep? Have they gone home? What happened?
Lex,
yeah, you're being
let
addressed.
me just check who's in here new, right? Maybe we got some new people. We got Aven. Welcome. We got Asar. Klex is still here. We got Cycle Storm. Welcome. Who else we got? Isaac. We already were chatting with Isaac. If you got any more questions, Isaac, feel free to jump in. We got Undefined Behavior. Welcome. And we got 5. I think everyone else here is FE.
No takers for the best flat earth video on the market today? Any takers? We'll answer every single question you could possibly have, covering engineering, ocean, construction of buildings, bridges, tunnel boring, the geology of the land and its layout, supposedly, through the soils, layout of Britain, and how there's only a slight difference in elevation from Scotland to Greenwich, where the mean time clock is, yeah? Lots of that stuff. Everything level, everywhere. Railway tracks. And how the railway tracks themselves pretty level as they're being laid down on the ground. Submarines, aircraft.
Plexer, how sure are you that you live on a globe?
I'm pretty sure, man.
From 0 to 100%, how sure are you?
90.
Yep. As expected. That's all.
Great question. And not one single proof has Selexa offered.
You are unsatisfied with my...
Absolutely, because your position you're telling us. It's a contradiction. You have
Alexa,
no proof.
all you've told us is stories. Remember, I told you that. You said, if you can imagine, use your imagination, and then you can look and see gas balls in a vacuum that are on fire. If you use your imagination, things will pull you to the center of a ball if you use your imagination. Remember you said that to us?
It's taken out of context.
No.
No, it's not.
Not at all.
What did I say? I don't know. What?
No, you've said imagine a couple of times, I'm pretty sure. At least once.
Yeah, and believe. And the word
imagine. Yeah, and believe, yeah. Lots of believes.
I'm surprised he can't remember what he said, because I heard it clearly. Radwin was talking to him. You have to imagine this. He said to you, imagine the earth as a water ball. Do you remember? And you had it on the ball. Yeah, imagine, he said.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, since he's admitted he's a believer, the more we try and, like, if he wants to know, like, if he asks questions, we'll tell him. But otherwise, we're just trying to convert somebody. Like,
no, not really, no, because Radwin asked a question. Radwin asked a simple question. How sure are you that is a globe? And he said 90%. But he hasn't offered anything in the way of proof to have that 90%. He's offered nothing.
No, because he admitted that.
Well, then how can you be 90% sure then? That's a contradiction.
Because
that's delusional.
I believe in it.
That's it. That's it right there. Okay, so you're not 90% sure that you know it's a globe. You're just like 90% of your belief is that it's a globe, right? It's not something you know as a fact, but you believe it, and you're 90% like in your belief system. I get you. That's different to saying that you're sure. It's actually more honest that you admit that it's just a belief. You don't know it.
Despite any evidence, he's not going to change that belief. So, we're just trying to convert him. Like,
he's not trying to convert anybody. I want him to stay a glober. I told him why. We need robots to wash dishes.
Yeah, no, like nothing will convince you. Like no amount of showing you what observable, measurable reality is like, right? And
if you come to
no amount of encouraging you to go out and do it yourself and experience it for yourself is going to convince you. You have chosen your belief. That despite your natural experience of reality, you choose to believe something different.
You drive to me.
He wants us to go on vacation in order to prove to him Earth is flat. We need to now go on a trip somewhere. That's crazy talk, dude.
Right. We need to go somewhere that he hasn't been, or do something he hasn't done.
To his house, he said. We have to go over his house. We have to go on a trip.
His house?
Yeah, we have to go on a trip, and then Earth is flat.
Yes, you can come to me.
They say some crazy shit, don't they?
And we both watch the skies on the plane.
We'll send you up like Katy Perry. We'll get you some spandex and a flower, and you can go.
Why are you looking in the sky? Why are you looking in the sky when I told you can't make triangles on the surface of a ball? You still have to get over that fact. You dismiss that. You dismiss that part. You think, oh, well, let's imagine it's a big ball and put an island on it. Now, can you make triangles? No.
Yeah, what do triangles have to do?
Oh, that's how you navigate. I posted it in there, but you're not paying attention. I posted how celestial navigation works, but you weren't paying attention.
Oh, I did. I listened to you.
In the chat, in the text also. You got to follow along. You're probably on your phone. You're playing video games. Who knows what the fuck you're doing
right now, yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, you're not even paying attention. You're just, doing what you're supposed to do, Glober.
I'm not supposed to do anything. It's my life. And if I want to educate
That's correct.
I can educate
That's
myself.
correct. You're told don't do anything. Just we'll tell you what to do. Just
do you
sit there.
believe in
You just sit there and be quiet. We'll tell you what to do.
Ain't gonna happen.
I'll have a flat white, thanks.
And make sure you put the dishes so they're big on the bottom all the way to small on top. Don't fuck around and make them different places when you put them away.
Like we're just pointing out to you anyway, like, and to everybody else in the audience that reality, observable, measurable reality, doesn't match your imagination.
Oh, I'm clutching. 1 second.
What was that? You busy getting my coffee and stacking the dishes?
Ah, fuck. Sorry.
That's okay. You'll respawn somewhere.
It's his life, remember? It is his life. It's my life,
Okay,
and
I'm
I
back.
believe if I want to. Believe if I want to.
Yeah. Yep. No, he's playing Call of Duty. I told him he'll respawn. Don't worry.
Call of Duty? No.
Whatever you're playing.
What do you think about religion? Personally.
Yippee.
Your religion?
You got tell us all about it because you're the one that's living in a religion right now. Tell us what do you think about it?
I didn't say so.
Oh yeah, Globe is a religion. You told us how you have to believe in everything and you have to use your imagination to make things work.
No.
Yes, you did. It's recorded and we're streaming live.
get it the wrong way.
24/7, dude. We are streaming live 24/7. We can go back and play everything you said.
Yeah, but I didn't mean it that way.
Oh,
you
so-
never
what?
asked about it.
You didn't mean it.
I meant a different thing with saying that. Yes.
So now you're not even
When I
sure
said
about words anymore?
When I said I believe that the Earth is a globe, you know, I just think that it's not my religion. What the fuck? I don't have a religion to how the world looks. No.
I bet you if they told you an asteroid was going to hit your city in 3 days and they had proof of it, you would be running and scrambling to get out of there.
I would probably wank a lot of times and I don't know, try to get out of here.
I bet you would. You'd be one of those trying to escape the television news. And then when they sell all the water and shit and clear the stores because it's just a thing so people buy shit, then they'll say, oh, we were wrong, it missed us, and you didn't get to see it because it was on the other side where you can't see anything.
What? You have crazy thoughts.
You know what? We're living in a postmodern society, so whatever, dude.
Yeah, you can have them.
Somebody sounds angry.
Who is angry?
Yeah, can you specifically ask your religion question again? What do you mean? What do you think about religion? What aspect?
We don't want to talk about religion in the Flat Earth channel, though.
Oh,
yeah.
We want to point out to him that he's in a religion.
Yeah. And we've done that. I was just interested in one aspect of religion.
God damn,
because
how do you guys know and not me?
Sorry?
You told us all about you, dude. You said you believe in everything. You told us it yourself. You said you're a globe believer. It's a religion, dude. Gravity is your God. Gravity makes everything. Gravity pulls everything together. If it wasn't for gravity, you wouldn't exist. Gravity is your God, remember?
No. I think like that, yes. I think that the Earth is a globe, yeah. And I believe in it, yes. But it's not a religion for me. I just believe in that, you know? It's
hallelujah, hallelujah. Clap your hands, pray to gravity.
Who told you?
Power.
Who told you it? Who told you these things to believe them?
So many sources. So many.
Well, it's not about who told him that.
So many sources.
It's because of the axiom. You know, gravity is sort of an axiom. The academia give the knowledge, right?
Yeah, but did you confirm that they're correct? Did you confirm that what they're telling you is actually correct? Have you done that?
Isaac does. I don't think he has any room to speak. I think he said B and D, so he's a flat earther.
All right. Thank you.
Well, the thing is, it does, because if he's just taking the word of strangers that just told him something and he's like, okay, I believe it, like, and he didn't check it and didn't ask for evidence, then he's basically, those people are basically priests of the religion.
Yeah, I still don't count it as a religion.
Yeah, it is. Heliocentrism is like based on like Greek.
Yeah.
Yeah, Greek myth, Greek legend, Greek gods, mythology, religion.
It was a thing to believe in at that time, so it was the common.
Yeah. You pay just the fact that they still use the names of all those Roman and Greek gods is paying lip service to that ancient religion.
You know what? I will step out of my room and go to my balcony and just stand there. Good weather today. A good day to be happy.
Go see how far you can see.
Yeah, I don't see that far. We have a lot of trees around here, you know. Not a lot.
Well, if you take an elevation angle to a star, that means you're standing on a flat Earth.
No. You could say the same thing for a globe.
No, we went through this. You can't have triangles on the surface of a ball.
All right.
Is it sunny out where you're at? I don't know where you're at. Or is it nighttime? Yeah, is it nighttime or daytime?
Oh no, Germany. It's like 1 p.m.
Oh, so it's like almost. Can you see? Is it clear sky? Can you see where the sun's at? Is it directly overhead?
Yeah, I live in Bavaria, and we have a special sky. It's that the sky is blue-white, and in the rest of Germany it's white-blue. And the sun is pretty up, 6 or 12 o'clock up, And
almost straight up and down, right? Almost 90 degrees to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, only on a flat Earth you can have that 90 degrees.
Right. That's not his imagination, is it? Is he imagining that? Double check.
Nope. So nobody's here to convert you, dude. You just have to realize yourself that we're right.
Okay.
Yeah, you can't say we're wrong when you haven't checked. That's the thing. You haven't checked anything. You can't be saying we're wrong.
I know that you have really.
Because when you check, but it's simple.
You know when you go check.
Hang on a sec. Let me just finish this off, please, because I keep getting cut off here. Look, if you go and check the material we give you, and then you go out into nature to confirm, then you will know we're telling you the truth. We're not asking you to believe us. We're asking you to go and check, because you can't say we're wrong. You can't say we're wrong until you have checked. I'll shut up now.
Okay, that's very rude. I don't take it personal. What I think.
It wasn't very rude, bro. He said that he'll shut up now, and he said that you should go and check. He said that you should go and check the Earth, like if you want to know something. But if you're happy just living in La La Land, where you just believe whatever you get told by your priests, then that's up to you.
Exactly. You're not the type of person that we're really looking to talk to, because you just believe. We want to talk to people that claim they know, and challenge them also to just come to the realization that they just have a belief. And then we show them the evidence that contradicts their belief, and then it's up to them what they do after that. Like you've seen some evidence now, right, that shows that the Earth can't be a globe, but you choose to continue with the belief. That's fine. You don't even want to take it up for consideration as worthy of investigation to see if you could possibly change your mind about what you believe.
I am here.
You are dead set sticking in your feet in the ground, and you're just not going to show any willingness to accept that you might be wrong.
The fact that I'm here, I would guess, shows interest in the topic. And for me...
Do you believe in the Big Bang?
For me to say I don't believe in it is also very right. And I want to get proof that I am not right,
Do you
when
believe
we
in
give
the
it
Big
to
Bang?
you,
to look at the things you sent me, the way it was...
You didn't look. You've been dismissive. It's been dismissive. That's all you've been doing, is dismissing everything. I disregard this. I disregard that. I believe this because I want to believe this. It's my life. But you came here. Bloody hell. Honestly. Walking contradiction.
All right, then I will leave you guys if I'm not fitting in here. Sad. It was fun. Or if you want me to stay.
Who told
We'd
you to
like,
leave,
we'd like
dude?
you
I
to
don't know.
say, you're free to
Calm
say.
down. Nobody told you to leave. I said I'm not here to convince you. Remember?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's good.
Yeah. That's right. But don't be
Yeah.
telling us we're wrong, and don't be dismissive.
Okay.
Of what we tell you.
All right. All right. He understands now.
Yeah. Okay.
So I have to tell you guys that you're right.
Well, no. Only if you go and check it.
We're just showing you facts, dude. We're just showing you facts. We're not using imagine this. We're not doing any imagine doing this. This is, we do this. Planes fly over a flat and stationary Earth. It's not moving from left to right when you fly from north to south or whatever direction it would be going. Earth's not moving.
Your Earth is flat. Is that true?
Yes.
What?
What?
No, is that true?
Yes, it's true.
Yeah. They always make me laugh when they do this. They're laughing now. Look. Yeah.
It's all right. Yes, Earth is flat.
All right, I've made myself.
Okay, hold on.
Okay.
Why does the majority don't support flat Earth?
Because you guys
It's
like to
fact.
watch TV and social media. You guys like to believe what you see on TV and what other people tell you, where we just own the equipment and go and do it ourselves. There's a difference.
What'd you do?
Yeah, the reason most people believe it's a globe is because they're just taught it's a globe from a young age, and they've never been presented with alternative information. They've never even been presented with empirical evidence here on Earth that there's curvature. Most people just blindly believe it. Most of the people that come in here, they don't know anything about the globe. Like, we can ask them the most simple questions. They don't know anything. It's just something that they've believed in. Right? And they've never considered flat Earth because they look up flat Earth and they get fed a bunch of propaganda showing discs in space with water falling off the sides and people wearing tinfoil hats, right? Things that we don't claim, right? We don't claim any of this crazy shit. So most people have just never even considered anything otherwise. They get told, yeah, you experience the Earth as flat and stationary because you're so small and the Earth's so big, but just trust us, everything's the opposite of what your senses are telling you. Just believe everything we tell you. Don't go test it yourself, right? We're encouraging people that when you go test it, there's no curvature there. Huge distances. You can go test 20 miles, 30 miles. There would have to be hundreds and hundreds of feet of curvature. But when we go out and do these tests, it's not there. It's completely flat. So, it's just a belief that most people have. Most people aren't lying. Even the people that are teaching that it's a globe, they're not lying, right? They believe it's a globe too, because they're just regurgitating the information from the textbooks to get their teaching job. That's how they get the job in the first place.
So when does the globe theory start? Like, it's so popular. It's prevalence, right? So when does it start? Who
1900s. 1900s.
1900s. So why does it get so popular? Like, it's
Because
popular.
it was in the movies. It started with
history,
it started with the opening of Universal Studios logo was a globe.
Sure. You can say that. But in history, there's also flat Earth theory, right?
You asked me how it got so popular. You don't even let me finish.
Okay.
Huh?
It got popular because they would put it in your face and make movies way back then of going to other planets and you're on a ball, and then everybody believes that, and then you guys still believe it because you watch it on TV.
Okay, so there's flat Earth theory in history. Why does flat Earth theory not become popular?
Earth's always been flat.
Every single ancient culture knew that the Earth was a flat stationary plane. It's only a very, very brief period throughout all of history that people have thought that it's a globe.
Yeah, currently 482 years since the death of, what's his name? Nicolas Copernicus. He died in 1543, and the idea of the heliocentric model was born out of his works. It wasn't ready to be released because he couldn't prove anything, but they took it. Anyway, outside of that, flat Earth has been ridiculed over the years. So when you hear of flat Earth, it's one of ridicule and hit pieces. That's all that's been going on when you hear about flat Earth.
All right, so we got Jay. Welcome, Jay. Jay's chat skanking at the moment, copy-pasting ChatGPT information. Jay, do you have a brain of your own, or are you just going to look up ChatGPT? I'll take a non-response as a no. I do not have a brain of my own.
That's correct. Not processing. He's still processing. He's got to ask. Going to ask ChatGPT how to answer your question. Hold on.
Yeah. ChatGPT, do I have a brain of my own? And it will say, yes, little Jay. Yes, you certainly do.
And maybe you shouldn't use ChatGPT to think for yourself. It might even tell you that, dude.
And now he's lying. Yeah, he writes it in his native language and then asks ChatGPT to translate it.
Yeah, I saw the wording of it. It's chatbot all the way.
All the way. Jay, you've been exposed as a liar. But yeah, according to the mainstream, Isaac, it was first proposed by the ancient Greeks, but it didn't catch on really back then, right? And then it wasn't until like 500 years ago or something like that that the Jesuits, right, the church, actually sort of started pushing the globe agenda, right, worldwide, going all over the earth, trying to convert people and pushing their worldview.
I mean, Christianity, right?
Well, that's who it was. It was the Roman Catholic Church that were pushing that, right? Like, if you look into even in the Big Bang, right, it was a Jesuit priest, once again, that first proposed the Big Bang Theory. Comes from some religious people. So
exactly 482 years ago.
And he was friends with Einstein, that Catholic priest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right.
And they were both Freemasons in the same lodge.
There you go.
Just a coincidence, though.
What you should be asking is, what did they do to prove that the Earth is actually a globe? What was done?
Yeah. And then ask yourself that question as well. What have you done to prove it as well? On top of all that, because you were told at school, but you didn't confirm anything, I'm sure. Didn't check anything. You're running on belief. 100%. Like we all did. I did it for 48 years. That was a mistake for 48 years, by the way.
Maybe he should use ChatGPT to ask his question. It's either plat or plate. One of the two. It's either a flat screw up or it's plate without an E. So, Klex, I decided I'm going to fly to your house. So now what are we doing when I get there? I just checked when my calendar's open. So I'll be flying there next week to I don't know, I guess, see that it's a globe. What do you think?
Nice. Hey, you're welcome. And in like 2 weeks, I go to Croatia. But afterwards, I'm free. We can fly everywhere.
So flying, that's not proof of a globe, right? Because planes fly over a flat stationary Earth.
But we would have to get like a plane that could fly really high. Almost space.
Unfortunately, that doesn't happen like that. At a certain point, planes won't have any lift.
Yeah, we need to get a plane which can do it, like with rockets.
No, yeah, rockets just go up and turn and they fall in the water and then the boats go pick them up and they do it again.
No, I don't mean that.
That's how they work. SpaceX launches them into the Gulf of America. NASA launches them over to the Atlantic Ocean, Bermuda Triangle area.
Yes, but I don't mean that.
Well, that's what rockets do. They don't go anywhere else.
Yes, if you get a rocket, you need propellant and boosters and to get up.
Bro, the highest amateur rocket, doesn't even go high enough to see the curvature of the Earth. It's 350,000 feet.
Yeah.
There's no such place, bro. You're talking a fantasy, science fiction again.
Right.
You don't believe in outer space?
No.
What about
we don't believe? Remember, we don't believe in anything. You seem to have forgotten very quickly.
Do you remember me telling you gas balls and fireballs don't exist in a vacuum?
Yeah.
I implied that space is imaginary. It's fake. If you think that there's gas balls, then it's just imagination. So space doesn't exist.
And also, there's a problem. Let me just tell you this. There's a problem for the rocket, you see. So if you want the rocket to go straight up and not take the curved trajectory, which it always takes, it would need to have an adjustable nozzle, okay? The nozzle needs to increase in size as the aircraft increases in altitude because the air is thinning out, okay? And because there's not enough fuel, it has to take the arc. So the nozzle is not adjustable, doesn't increase in size, and it can't carry the fuel anyway. So they don't go to space. You don't understand rocket technology. There you go.
Okay. So what do you guys think of travelers taking picture of Jupiter? You guys know travelers, right?
Oh, guess what? Jupiter, not a gas ball in space. So that's been debunked.
So you mean Jupiter is not a, or what do you mean, dude?
Not a gas ball in a vacuum of space.
So you think Jupiter is not a ball?
It's not a gas ball in a vacuum of space.
So what do you think the shape of Jupiter?
Oh, I don't care.
We don't know what it is.
You don't care?
No.
Yeah. We don't know what it is.
A gas ball in a vacuum, can it?
That's right. It's a second law of thermodynamics violation.
Gas will go in all directions, especially if you put it in a vacuum chamber and you let gas go, it'll go instantly fill the vacuum chamber wherever it can.
My question to you, Klexer, is why would you actually care? To begin with.
It doesn't anyway.
Not Klexer. Isaac didn't care. Was surprised that we didn't care.
I'm asking him why he would in the first place.
Yeah.
What is it?
Here we are, our universe. I want to know what's going on. Even if I can't
So you
explain
just
it.
want to, right? Not for any practical purpose. You just want to scratch this itch of, oh, I want to know.
Of course.
Yeah. Okay. Well, how would you find out?
What is it? Find what?
How would you even find out?
Find what?
You would have to become an astronaut and go to space.
No.
To see it and to know.
No, gas
Okay,
balls don't exist in a vacuum. Remember, fireballs don't exist in a vacuum.
But you just say
You're gonna have to repeat.
how
You're
do
gonna
you
have to
know?
start saying that over and over until you remember that part. You just say it over and over again. Every time
So
you're
you
gonna
don't
say,
compare-
every time you're gonna say Jupiter or the sun or stars, say gas balls don't exist in a vacuum. Fire doesn't exist in a vacuum. Just say that, and then don't say this shit in space again. You'll automatically not talk about things that can't exist. It'll just be natural to you.
I'm not sure how to talk about space with you. If you don't recognize it to be gas giants.
Yeah, gas balls don't exist in a vacuum. That's correct.
What led you to think that they were in the first place?
They do?
Just because somebody told you? Or did you actually investigate it and discover it for yourself? Like what was your process?
I've put up a telescope like 5 years ago with my dad, and we looked at Jupiter and we saw the rings.
Okay, so you saw
It was
some
like
lights in the
1 pixel.
sky.
Yeah.
Okay,
What
very
about
good.
that?
So check this out, right? So you saw some lights in the sky, and then what?
The light coming from that, what I saw in my eyeball, it means, hey, there is something. So there has
Okay,
to be
so
something.
is something as in okay, so here's the thing you want to consider, right? So if you see a light, do you automatically assume that there's an object there, like a physical thing from which light is emanating, like a light bulb?
Of course. Of course.
Why?
Yeah. If there would be nothing, I would see nothing.
Okay, so let me put it to you, right? So one scenario, you have a thing like a light bulb that emits light from a source, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Another scenario is you have a sheet. Okay, I'm not saying I know this for sure. I'm just pointing out options, right? So the second thing, you have a black sheet, right? And you have holes in the sheet, and there's something behind the sheet shining light, and some light is coming through the little holes. Okay? From afar, how would you be able to tell the difference between the two?
I don't understand. From what?
Okay, imagine this. Right? Let's say if your attention, go for it. Go for it.
You look through your telescope, you've seen a light in the sky. How did you make the leap of logic that that light in the sky was dirt?
I don't say that it is dirt. It is light emitted or reflected
physical,
from
according to you. It's a physical object, yeah, with gases. So how did you come to the conclusion from looking through a telescope, which doesn't allow you to see 3 dimensions, only 2, that this light in the sky is somehow some spherical planet that's covered in gases?
The thing I saw the little glowing pixel with a little bit, I could make out the rings. A little bit. Not much, a little bit. From the light emitted or reflected from that to my eye, so many light years away, after it has been emitted, I see that there is light coming from it. That means there has to be a light source, energy, or a big fucking mass, you know? Jupiter is thick. And through...
So how do you
That's the
confirm
thing.
how
That's
thick
the thing.
Jupiter is?
Imagine space, and you if you look at the sun, it is mass in vacuum. This alone, how would you?
How do you know the math? Yeah, all you're seeing is a light, a two-dimensional light through a telescope. Nothing else. The same as everybody else.
The light, the wavelength, which comes into your eye, and you only see that spectrum. This I see.
Yeah, we all see the light, but then you make a
light.
leap of logic to state that this is a gas planet. Where's the evidence?
If I set an apple in front of you, how can you prove to me that this apple exists? What's the evidence of the apple being real?
What can you do to prove that this gas planet exists when you're looking through a two-dimensional telescope, looking at a circular light in the sky? I can pick the apple up and eat it. I can tell you that it's an apple.
Yeah, you can touch it, you know. The light from your room is reflected into your eye, so you see the apple.
Can you touch Jupiter?
Oh, I would lick it if I could.
But you can't.
Obviously, I'm very far away, you know. I can't touch. No touch.
Oh, that's right. There you go, Mick. All right, Mick, go for it.
Yeah, this seems to be escaping you, right? So we pointed out that in our everyday, right, we can verify an assumption of something, right? If you see an apple, or even what looks like an apple, you can confirm that it is indeed what you suspect, right? If it's a cartoon image of an apple, well, you'll find out once you get close enough to it, right? These things in the sky, if we say that we think they're these giant balls, we can't go touch them or inspect them from another angle or anything to confirm that suspicion. So what leads you to think that for sure, indeed, they are giant gas balls as opposed to anything else?
Alone from the fact that light is reaching to me in that. If you
so you right.
No, let me just answer.
Yeah,
maybe.
Yeah, go ahead. I thought you were asking a question. Go ahead.
You could just set a measuring device here and measure how much light in what density comes from that reflection from, let's say, Jupiter. And from that measurement, I don't know, calculating it backwards, how long it took from the light years away, with intensity, you could make out the source, how strong it was, I would guess.
Okay.
You'd need to know
so you're guessing
first, wouldn't you?
Right. So you're guessing. Not only are you guessing the distance, you're guessing the object. You're guessing the size of the object. Right? All you have is an intensity reading.
Right. And guessing the medium is a huge factor.
Yeah. So, Klex, if you really think about it, dude, in your equation, right, your hypothetical equation, you have one known variable, right, which would be the intensity, and then you have to guess like 5 or 6 other things.
The distance.
Well, there's the distance, there's the medium, there's the size, there's the composition of the material, right? How do you know it's not an object that's absorbing 99% of the light that hits it as opposed to 20 or 30 or whatever. So you're only seeing, right? Like there are all these things you don't actually know, or do you? Because the thing that I think a lot of people in the room here want to know is, how was it determined already, as opposed to you coming up with a hypothetical of in the future, maybe I or we or somebody could do this test. What test was already done, right, to lead us to where we are, where everybody thinks what they think now? Do you know what was done? You understand?
There have been millions of tests on so much that
right. Okay.
direct thing.
Okay.
I don't know.
Oh, you don't? Okay, well that's fine, right? You're allowed to say you don't know. Now, if there were millions, okay, well, here's the thing, right? So you're guessing that there's millions of tests, or do you know that there were millions of tests?
I am sure there were more than 2 tests done in the human history about.
Okay.
Space.
Very good. Have you looked? Check this out. Have you looked at even one of them?
Oh.
You're allowed to say no. Right?
I say what I honestly say to you.
Good. So no, you didn't actually check even one of them. Is that what you're saying?
I didn't calculate it through.
That's not my question. My question is, did you even look at one of the tests of the potentially most likely than not greater than 2 tests that were already done? Even just one of them?
No.
Okay, thank you very much. So you don't know what the results were or how they got to those results. So you don't know. Correct?
I just trust them. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Well, I appreciate that answer, because it's one of the most honest answers that we get in the room. You trust them that they know what the hell they're talking about, and you're allowed to do that. It's your prerogative, right? But you have to be honest about it, because people come in here, and I think, from what it sounds like, you were leaning in that direction, saying, we know. But do we really? Question.
It goes for everything in the universe. How do you know that water is made out of H2O and not natrium or something? Because
that's a very good question. And I would tell you, sir, that me, as not a chemist, I take that at face value. Now, what I can do though, is do some electrolysis and some shit and capture all the gases that come out and inspect them, right? And I've seen tests that have been done like that, right? And that leads me to conclude that, okay, there's something to do. There's something to do with that. Now that's a whole other story though, because at the very least, there is a possibility for me to go and do something to check it, even though I haven't already, per se.
Yeah. If I can just interject for 5 seconds. Sorry, I don't mean to stop you.
Take it away, Jim. I got to eat anyway. Please, by all means, go ahead.
Just 5 seconds. Don't go anywhere. Just 5 seconds. I can give you a video that proves water is not H2O, actually, by Peter and Pete. I'm going to drop it in the side chat very shortly. Water is not H2O, by the way. But carry on.
That's a strong claim.
I mean, sure. Like I would have to look at that to
fundamentals. Right. So that's a reach. So I would love to see it, but that is a reach. That's a reach.
Fair enough. So how about you go check it out and let us know? Okay. Anyways, my point being, sir, to collect, sir, this process of verifying is something that can be done with some of these things that we're talking about. But the shit up in the sky, like, what can we really do? Look at it? Yes. That's what it seems to be. That's what, to me.
So can I make a point on this?
In a minute, I want to hear what Klexu has to say. We're finishing up.
Sure.
Sorry. Yeah. Obviously, we can just look up. Yes.
Okay. So So then we don't actually know, right? So like you said, you trust them and that's fine. But the story is we all do know. And that's, I think, the main point of contention with everybody in the room. That's all. Anyway, take it away, man. I got to eat.
Me? Well, so actually, I was in here yesterday having actually a pretty decent conversation with a couple of y'all. One of them isn't in here currently. About Flat Earth. I had said, since I joined the VC or the Discord in general, I didn't necessarily join it for the Flat Earth. I just saw it was a portion of it. Decided to come and check it out and kind of lurked. And then I got really sucked into, looking at. I'm a learner. I'm down to read. I'm down to learn anything I can. So I've been researching. Like I've fallen into a deeper rabbit hole than I would care to admit over this over the last 3 days. I mean, to the point where my girlfriend is like concerned with like the amount of effort I'm putting into delving into this topic. But for me, there's been a couple of things, like even in this time I've been in here for like the last 20 minutes, that there's some points that I was making yesterday. Unfortunately, I had to step away from the conversation and I didn't come back. But it seems like for me, I'm trying to, I'm personally a believer in what we learned in school, right? And that I'm not by any means a physicist or an astrophysicist. I'm not, but I also understand. Here's the thing: the great thing about life in general is that nobody knows really anything. So I understand and even admire anybody that has the confidence enough as well as the curiosity enough to challenge, especially, I mean, this is how you find these, how new findings come about, right? Is going against the grain. So, for one.
Well, I think it's not just going against the grain, it's questioning what we've been told and then going and testing it in reality. So,
yeah, and that's been done throughout history, and that's what I'm saying is that you're on, like, honestly, the mental frame of people that are at least questioning is good. You don't ever want to just sit idly by and not question your surroundings, right? There's nothing wrong with questioning things.
We should question everything, and you should
exactly. I'm right there with you, and I also believe that we don't know everything, and so even though currently,
we never made that claim, though. Excuse me, sir. We never made.
I'm not saying you did.
Okay, but let me just finish what I want to say as well. Hold on, because I want to challenge what you said earlier on about we don't know anything, and that's not true. We do carry knowledge. It is possible to have empirical 100% knowledge, and we all have some of that in us. We never made the claim that we knew everything. Okay, and it is 100% possible to know that water is not H2O. I posted that video in there for you to do the experiment for yourself, and you'll learn, because you said you wanted to learn and challenge. It's there, and we know that the Earth is not a globe. That's what we know. We know this. This is not something that we don't know. This is what we do know. Okay, so now carry on.
Rather than going down that rabbit hole, I think that was going to be my point. Yeah, so for me personally, it was long distance observations over water. So if you've got somewhere where there's a large body of water, whether it's a lake or you've got the ocean where you can see an island or something else offshore, then it's very simple just to go and see the distance, work out the equation of how much drop over distance we should have as opposed to what we're seeing in reality. Yeah.
I agree that you should definitely do your own research for sure. I mean, if you can. I think something that somebody made a point on is that how can we do the test that we supposedly need to do in order to make this work, which I also agree is a challenging dilemma to overcome, because the average person can't just go outside and do the measurements, and because we literally, when you stand outside, I mean, you are a subject to your own reality, right? So I understand that entirely and the thought process behind it. I guess what I'm getting at more so is that whereas the world, for me, the world seems very simple almost at first glance, right? I mean, I can look outside and go, okay, I'm standing on flat ground. I don't feel movement. And, all these, I understand the observations entirely. I also understand to a degree some of the math that's being used from what I can see. And this is my own research. I mean, I've seen what's being posted multiple times. Like, there's only so much. I've been to the Discord that has like the terabytes of data. I haven't gone through terabytes, but I've looked through a lot. So again, like pretty much free time over the last 3 or 4 days, I have really delved into this topic, not from the sense of I need to prove to these people that they're wrong. I really want to understand.
It doesn't sound like you're understanding the problems, right, with the long distance observations.
Here's the main issue, right, is because and you can say it's indoctrination, that's fair. I think it is a form of indoctrination, right? You have to, if you're looking at it even just realistically, if you believe something that is told to you, and it's especially over,
it's got nothing to do with that. What you were saying is that when you go outside, you observe it as flat, but that doesn't prove it's flat. We would agree with you.
What I said. I just said you could stand on a flat surface and observe that you're standing on a flat surface.
Look, dude, I hear you, okay? But you're not understanding that there are certain characteristics that must be present if the Earth's a globe. So if you go to a 20-mile lake,
I do agree with that.
It has to have 270 foot of curvature over that 20-mile distance. It has to be there.
Well, and here's my point that I'm making, right? If you'll allow me to, is the simple observations that we can make, right? The reason that we need certain tools to make the accurate calculations and why science is an ever-evolving form of, learning about the universe, right? Any sort of science, mathematics, geology, geography.
You're not addressing.
Hang on.
Globiation.
No. I'm listening. If you allow me to make the point without interrupting, I think you're
waffling on. You're waffling on, and you're not addressing. You're not addressing it, and you're waffling on, and you're going off into different areas.
What do I need to address?
I'm going to disagree that these observations and these mathematical equations have nothing to do with science. They have to do with metaphysics and philosophy.
No, I didn't say
that. That's right. You have to go beyond the numbers, okay, and formulas and equations, which are correct. You need to go a level deeper to the philosophy of the mathematics too, and that's what you're leaving out.
Well, what I'm trying to get at is the philosophy of why we even believe what we believe.
No, it's not. It's not necessarily that. Listen, if you want to bring this into that level, then you will escape this conversation believing you were brain in a jar as a solipsist. I don't think you want to do that.
No, what I'm saying is that, and again, I mean, I'm not going to have a conversation where we're going to interrupt each other. I won't interrupt you if you don't interrupt me. It's pretty simple.
Yeah, but you got to let.
Yesterday, I was having a good conversation with somebody, and this wasn't happening. But if this is a different group of people, but you have to allow the other people to speak and finish. Yeah,
we do, and then when we need to interject,
but you haven't so far.
That's fair enough, but in a normal conversation, if you're saying something that someone doesn't agree with or has evidence to the contrary, then there's always a back and forth. Yeah, we may. Yeah, I mean, you've said a lot of different things, so it's very hard for somebody listening to actually address all of the different things that you've said. So if something comes up that's relevant, we need to stop on that point, and we need to have a discussion on that point. And unfortunately, sometimes we need to interject to stop you where you are so that we can go further into that point.
Yeah,
well, and that's not how a conversation works in real life. If, like, for instance, if you were sitting across from me and this conversation was happening, I would just stand up and leave because that's rude.
Bro, you're just gish galloping from point to point. Do you know what a gish gallop is? Right? You're gish galloping from point to point to point to point.
My point is my point.
That's because you're waffling on and on about 20 different things without addressing any of them specifically.
I'm talking about why.
No, you're not.
You believe what you believe and why I believe.
We understand the epistemes. We understand the scientific method.
Yeah. Yeah, he said two things wrong.
Okay, that's fair. I'm not trying to say that you're not going through the scientific.
Yeah, but you're preaching.
You're taking this as like an attack right off the rip, and I think
Well, not really. Can I say something now, please? Can I interject, please? What it is that you're hang on. I'm trying to tell you, you are misrepresenting the flat earthers. Whilst you keep saying we believe, and then you're saying that it's not possible to like know the globe Earth or the flat Earth. You know, you're misrepresenting.
Which is what you just said. You don't know anything outright.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Just strawman his position again.
There's certain things we can know with empirical evidence. There's certain things that we don't know and can't know. So when we're discussing the flat Earth, obviously there's certain things we can know, such as the Earth is directly measured to have no curvature. It's directly measured as flat. This is used in everyday. Well, this is something that we do every day. Yeah, it's what we witness. It's how we build. It's how we navigate. It's how we measure the Earth. So there's some things we can know. There's other things that we can't know, and that's usually when people start coming in and asking us, "What are the stars? What are the moon? What are the planets? What are these other things?" Yeah. Well,
but we do know what these things are.
We would only be speculating on these things. Yeah. So we don't talk about these things.
Right. And it's not just that we randomly don't know what these things are. We can explain to you why we don't know these things and how it is we can't know these things. Okay?
No, we don't.
This is just some pick and choose philosophy of epistemical beliefs, right? We can justify why we don't know these things and how you can't justify how you know these things.
You can justify how we don't know what the moon and the sun
stars are. What the moon and the sun is. Yep.
But we do have evidence
scientifically. We cannot test. Nobody can.
But it's done all the time.
Not scientifically, we don't. So,
but what I was saying is, as an average person, we don't have the tools to see. You don't have a telescope.
No one has.
However,
no one has.
That's why we have giant telescopes posted in remote areas.
I do have a telescope, but the telescope doesn't tell me anything more about what these things are, except I see a circular light in the sky. Now, like I said earlier, these discussions that are had about these objects in the sky, they're not based in science. They're based in metaphysics or philosophical discussions on what they may be or what they could be. We don't present that. Yeah, we just present the empirical evidence. So my question would be to you, when I said to you that we measure the Earth as flat, you said you completely disagree.
Yeah.
What do you disagree with there? How do you believe we measure the Earth? What's your disagreement?
Well, the measurements currently that the scientific community uses are based on a globe Earth model. That's how everything works on the planet. That's how we have the internet that we have right now.
So are they direct measurements of the Earth, or are they calculations based
depending on where you are on the Earth? Yeah. I mean, there's a general radius, but the idea that it is a perfect ball is not accurate.
Yeah, we understand that. Listen, we're asking you these questions not because we don't know. We're seeing what you know. We know how the globe was constructed geometrically using math, using the model.
We understand it's an oblate spheroid is the claim. Yeah, we understand that. My question is, in reality, when we go out there and measure the Earth, we measure it as flat. Now, you tell me that you disagree with that statement.
Yeah.
Why do you disagree with that? Do you have something to the contrary? Because the direct measurements show that it's flat. What you're talking about yourself are calculations based on a presupposed ball. Do you actually have or know of anyone who's directly measured any drop over distance from horizontal? So to make that very
distance. I know what you mean. I know what you mean by that. Yeah. I mean, for sure. Are you talking about? I mean, depending on from where you're standing, yes, for sure. I mean, I can show you, but I mean, if this is what I was getting at before, I think there's a fundamental distrust of both sides. So your information to me doesn't seem plausible, and when I go deeper into the information, which is mostly TikTok memes, I find that either the information is falsified to some degree or the math is incorrect.
What bullshit, bro. Absolute bullshit.
We're not
I
talking
mean,
about
if you
TikTok
want to,
memes,
if
my
you would
friend.
like to
Listen,
if you would like to post a link to some evidence, I will
yeah, no
gladly
worries.
take
So
the time in this current chat to show you
we've
what
got a
I'm
couple
talking
of
about.
things. We've got a couple of things that we present. Yeah. Now this isn't
I know.
TikTok memes. Yeah. So first of
Like,
all,
for
there's something
instance,
that we
this
do in
one that Jin
reality that's
Sabari
called.
posted, the flat Earth curvature. This proves nothing about a flat Earth. These are random
Okay.
points,
So we can start
miles,
from the.
drop in miles. This proves nothing. So,
Well, look. At the end of the day, we have many things that measure the Earth flat. Earth flat. Sorry. So that's from.
okay, please tell me.
Plane. That's from plane surveying, geodetic surveying, from navigation upon
Please
the Earth.
show me the data.
Right, I got something queued up. I can show him. Like, let's go through a long distance observation. Right, he wants to see something. Okay, so this is an observation done.
Yeah, is this one
This
of
is
the
an
pictures
observation.
of like Mount?
Bro, just let me present it. Don't try to guess what it's going to be. Right, let's go over it step by step. Okay, so this is some small clips and screenshots that I've taken out of a full length high definition video that goes over all of the variables. Right, but this is just what
you post the video link. I want to review the whole video.
Okay, so you're going to be able to review the whole video, but I would like to explain the argument to you. Right, this is me presenting evidence to you right now from the video. Okay, the video is something that you can go and validate the rest of the video afterward. It doesn't seem like you're here in good faith and you actually want the observation presented. Right, because I'm trying to present it and you just keep interrupting me.
I should do my own research, so I would like the whole video.
I would like to present the argument to you. The argument isn't presented the way that I'm presenting it in the video. Okay,
I'm sure it's not.
If other people can stop posting other random observations as well in the side chat to make it confusing, that would also be good. Right, because he can't focus on 7 different observations at once.
Yes, basically. It's just it's just going and I'm focusing just on this. I'm not even looking at people in the chat or anything. So this is the only thing playing on my screen.
Okay, so this is just a clip. Okay, so this is 21 miles across the lake. Great Salt Lake in Utah. Very, very nice conditions. It's done late in the afternoon and then it's repeated into the night. Okay, so this is from point A to point B, 21 miles. Okay, there's no wind. It's very nice conditions. All right, so just give me a second. I got some slides here from the video. Okay, I will post the video, so you can go off and watch the whole video later if you want to have a look at it all in more detail. Okay, so this is the Google Maps, right? Just showing where he's standing on the map and where his target is. Okay, so have a look at that.
I've seen this before. That's an unfortunate label for the point at the top, by the way. I mean, I get it's supposed to be a joke, but labeling it taboo conspiracy, the coordinates, I don't know if you've noticed, but it's labeled taboo.
The name of the person, okay, there's a lawyer who is a flat earther who's doing the observation. His name's Taboo Conspiracy. That's his YouTube channel.
Okay. I thought somebody was like dog shitting on it. I was like, that's kind of fucked up. Should at least give it the benefit of the doubt. All right, so he is 41 degrees north, -1 degree. Okay.
Yeah.
So these are the measurements that he says where he was at, right? Okay, I see what you're saying.
I'll go over it now. Okay, so this is his camera setup. It's a Nikon P1000, right? It's like the most powerful consumer grade zoom camera. Okay, so his camera height is approximately 5 foot off the surface of the water, and that's the camera setup just there. Okay, now we have...
I was just about to ask what the elevation was, but if you're saying he's sitting on... And this is where I would like to see like the video, because I'm sure it would show more than like, where he's at. All right, so I see what you're saying.
It does, but I do want to explain the argument, right? And then I'll post the video for you. Okay, so this is the view from standing behind the camera.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's aiming over to the little town and the shoreline on the other side. Okay, so he's got his friend over there, and this is what it looks like on the target side of the lake, right? So I'm just uploading another screenshot now. Okay, so this is what the shoreline looks like over there. So take note of the shoreline. and take note of the smokestack. Okay, the big white tower in the background. All right, take note of those two things.
Yeah, for sure. Okay.
All right.
I think I could make that out in that if I saw a picture of that from a different angle, I could see, okay, it's probably the same spot. That's at least has like that smokestack is a good marker for sure, especially for perspective's sake. So,
gotcha. Exactly. So the target is the shoreline basically on the other side. Also take note of the smokestack. Now, when you put in the observer height into the Earth curve calculator, right, you'll see that I've put in eye height 5 foot, and then the target distance, which is the shoreline on the other side of the lake, 21 miles. And then it will calculate for us the distance to the horizon, based off the globe mathematics. So the distance to the horizon should be 2.7 miles away.
Okay.
And then the target hidden height, right? And so that means the target, which is the shoreline on the other side of the lake, 21 miles away, it should be hidden below the horizon by 223
I've used this
feet.
calculator a few times. I know. Like I said, I mean, I'm not trying to say I know everything, but I have done a good amount of research into this, as much as I possibly can within the last 4 days, which, I understand y'all have been looking into this for 10 plus years. So I'm doing the best I can with what I have found out. So I understand.
Okay, so when
I'm following.
Yeah, so when he zooms, okay, so you have to have that 293 foot basically of curvature over 21 miles. That's how much there would be over 21 miles. Now, once you take in the 5 foot elevation height into account, the shoreline on the other side should be hidden behind the 2.7 mile horizon, and it should be 223 feet below the horizon, right? Obstructed by 223 feet. Now, if you have a look at this latest image I posed, right? This is from 21 miles away. Okay, so we can see the shoreline on the other side, and we can see the whole smokestack completely unobstructed. Okay, showing that there's zero obstruction. There's no horizon at 2.73 miles. And then this next slide
that image looks zoomed, though.
Yeah, it's zoomed from 21 miles away. Okay, so
yeah, but that's okay. All right, my bad. Go ahead.
Yeah. That's the whole point. Is the okay? So this is what it looks like from close up, and then above it is what it looks like from 21 miles away. So you can see the exact same amount of the smokestack from 21 miles away. Right, you can see the shoreline. So there should be 223 foot of obstruction over that distance.
Well, this is why I think I need to see the video, because what this looks like, and I'm just saying this so that because it's relevant, like you said. At least those top two images do look like they're zoomed in, which would make sense as to why you could see that. Because, well, so that's what I'm saying.
That's the thing. If something, think about this though, right? If the shoreline of the other side of the lake is hidden behind the physical curvature of the Earth by 223 feet, right? That's like a skyscraper. Think about this. Zooming in on something doesn't allow you to see over the curvature of the Earth, right? You would just be zooming in and seeing the horizon closer up. You wouldn't be able to see over a giant hill, just because you're zooming in, right? You can't see something on the other side of a 223-foot mound just because you're zooming in on it, right? It should be obstructed. Now have a look at the last two images. Okay, that's the smokestack from close up on the side of the lake that he's zooming into, and then the image underneath it is the smokestack from 21 miles away. Now the town, the lights underneath the smokestack in the shoreline, and the bottom of the smokestack should be behind the horizon, covered by 223 foot of Earth curvature, but it's not. Right? There's zero obstruction, literally zero obstruction. There's no horizon, right? That horizon has to be there on a globe. It has to be there, right? It's part of the geometric physical features of the globe. The 2.73 mile horizon.
I do understand exactly what you're saying. I do. I understand why. So, okay. Again, before I even say anything about this, because I don't think it's fair to either me or you This is an 11-minute video, and I'd be happy to mute and watch this entirely. It's 11 minutes. So if it was like 2 hours long and I'd have to sift through, then yeah, I'd have to come back tomorrow. I'm not doing that, but it's 11 minutes. I'll sit here and watch the whole video, and that way I can get, because so here's the thing, right? I do understand what you're saying, and I understand the math. The problem is because for me, the context is given to me by you, right? So I need to, just like you would want to do your own observation. If this is say this is your evidence, like this video, I've cropped out like the important bits, right? But you've decided what's important. I need to decide what's important. And so but we might make the same conclusion, right? If I watch this whole video and I'm like, okay, that makes perfect sense, then you might have, you know what I'm saying? Like, then we can come and find a common ground to talk from. And even if, I could be completely wrong, I am more open to being wrong than I am about being right. So again, like, I just have to see the whole video in order to even feel comfortable commenting on this, because I don't know.
Yeah, of course. Of course. I just wanted to present, because he doesn't present the long distance observation the way I've just presented it in the video, right? This video is more primarily about the laser test, right? So after they do this observation, he has his friend on the other side of the lake with a high-powered laser, and then he has his high-powered laser. And then when it gets dark, right, they both set their lasers up at 5-foot observation height, and they shoot their lasers towards each other. And they can both see each other's lasers from each side of the lake. Now, that's what's going to be more focused on in the video. That's why I wanted to present the actual amazing long-distance observation that's also part of the video, because he doesn't really go into depth about that in the video. But there is a lot more footage of it in the video. So it's not just this video that I'm basing my, conclusion off. It's in a huge accumulation of these types of long-distance observations where we can't find any curvature. So yeah, I'll just. Do you have the video? Do you have the full video, or do you want me to post it?
Could I is it easy enough to YouTube? I know that, I will admit that I also think this is stupid. I get why people are, the algorithm is not wanting flat Earth to be as prevalent
it's not
as
about that.
else.
Hey, listen, I think we need to check on learning. Can you steelman what DJ said? Could you explain to the audience so the audience knows that you fully understand the math and the consequences of the claim?
Yeah, what do you mean? You want me to explain
what DJ just explained to you in your own words? Yeah.
Yeah, he's saying that because he's standing, the guy is the camera is set up 5 feet off the ground. He's looking across a flat surface of water to the town on the other side. According to the curvature of the Earth, the equation given, 8 point whatever, you put that into this calculator, and according to the distance away, 21 miles, there should be a noticeable horizon, which is the longitudinal curve of the Earth, according to Globe. So you should have a horizon that should obscure at least the bottom, in my words, not scientifically, the bottom bit of the town. You should see some of the smokestack, not the entire thing. I get that, right? What I'm saying is that, well, again, I don't want to say anything without watching the full video. So I do understand what he's saying. But again, I need to do my own observations if I'm going to make a comment on it. I have not seen this video, so I'll mute.
Yeah, awesome. No, it seems like you get the idea of it. Just quickly before you go and watch that, I just wanted to make one last point as well. Okay, so when he redoes the observation at nighttime before they do the laser test, okay, so this image here, this is the smokestack once again from 21 miles away. And then just take note of the water glistening on the it's actually on the little puddles on the shoreline of the lake on the other side. So just have a look at this image.
Yeah, the lights.
This next
you're talking about.
Yeah, have a look at this next one. So I just want to show you close up. You can see the puddles of water right? So if you have a look at the full video, you'll see he's actually walks around and pans all around this area, and you've got all of this runoff of water from the little mining town. So that's what you can see in the image above it. It's actually the lights glistening on the shoreline, on the water on the shoreline. Now that shoreline itself should be 223 foot below the curvature of the earth, right? So that's like if you had a skyscraper, a 30-story skyscraper on the shoreline, you should only be able to see the very tip of the skyscraper popping out over the horizon if the Earth's a globe. Just to give you an idea of how much of a discrepancy there is here when it comes to how much curvature should be there. But yeah, the video's above it. I look forward to hearing your comments about it.
Well, let me mute so I'm not, I'm gonna, walk around.
Right.
And watch
So DJ, can I now post my supporting material that I posted?
Well, yeah, I think he's. I didn't remove anything. Someone else must have
I
done
posted
that.
something and it seemed to have disappeared on there. When you were saying,
someone probably deleted it because there's no if we're presenting it to him and he's trying to look at this observation and then people start posting 5 different observations, it just gets confusing. So
I knew that you were doing a presentation, even though I've seen that before, and it's a great presentation. Do love all the images, and it's crystal clear like glass. So it's really, really excellent work. I just wanted to know if I can post after your presentation.
I think the Kanagu one that you posted, that's a brilliant one as well. I like that.
Yeah, it's in the Guinness Book of Records, you see. Cheers, mate. Yeah.
Post whatever you got to post in there. I just also added to DJ just some information as to surveying that would actually support DJ's position, measuring horizontal and linear angles.
Hi.
Good job, DJ.
Yeah, thank you for that, DJ. I also wanted to post some of the math involved in calculating this stuff. If the guy was at all curious, he could have referred to that, as opposed to just using the calculator, plugging numbers without really knowing how was arrived at. But that got removed as well. But when he comes back, I'll see if he's interested.
Really quick, I'm using my phone for all this right now. I don't have my laptop with me, so I'm gonna leave because the video won't play with the sound or anything if I can't hear anything. So I'll come back in
we'll be here.
roughly 11 minutes.
Okay, man. All right, appreciate it. Thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah. So who did we just have jumping in?
Oh, they left. Yeah.
It was a young girl, I think it was, wasn't it? Young girl saying hello right in the middle of everyone.
Yeah, right in the middle.
Yeah, but great presentation anyway. I've seen your presentation about 4 times now. This will be the 5th one, and I enjoy it every time because it's just so understand.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard for them to argue against it because it's right in front of their eyes.
Yeah, it's just beautiful. Yeah, it's clean. And the thing about it is the images are all clean, and the location is clear. You know where it is. The town, the little glistening in the dark. The dark picture is poignant because it's showing us that, look at the images, are still being picked up even at night. Man, it's so good.
Yeah.
Hopefully he'll come back with some positive comments. And it was good to press him on the still manning if he understood the implications and ramifications of this presentation. Yeah. And you seem to understand it. Yeah. So just one question I've got. The total height from the sea level to the top of the stack is what, 270 feet or less?
The stack is actually huge. It's 1,200 feet high.
Okay.
And I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure if the target is really the shoreline on the other side of the lake. That's what should be 223 feet behind the horizon. The smokestack is just kind of like an extra thing to have a look at, that there's zero obstruction of the smokestack.
Okay, so we can see the whole of the smokestack, which is what we were looking at. But by rights, we shouldn't be able to see the town. The town should be well obscured. Isn't that not right?
Yeah, and exactly. And the whole 223 foot at the bottom of the smokestack should be hidden behind the horizon. And all of this stuff should be hidden behind the 2.7 mile horizon, which is there's no horizon at all over the entire 21-mile distance.
That's right. It's there. It's visible all the way across that water, right the way across. We can see everything when there should be 2.7 miles. Did you say of curvature right there? It's not there.
223 feet should be how much the shoreline is obstructed on the other side. Yeah, Jen, have a look at these two images, right? So this is the smokestack from the guy that's close up to it, and then this is the smokestack from the zoom. So we can see the exact same amount.
The same thing, yeah. Only
exact
the other one is at night. It's nighttime.
Yeah, exactly. And there's a daytime zoom as well.
Yeah.
So DJ, just to ask a question, suppose he comes back with an objection or a retort like astronomical terrestrial refraction. You know that's very likely what he's going to come back with.
Yes.
That's all you have.
Yeah.
It'll be an astronomical statement if he makes such a claim.
Yeah, I think DJ's got that one in the bag.
Yeah, it's just whether because when they come back and they'll say, "Oh, have you taken refraction into account?" Right? They don't really know what they're talking about when they say that word. They just looked it up. They don't really, it is difficult to try to explain something to someone when they don't have any idea of what they were even saying when they made the claim.
Right. I think it's important to say, okay, can you educate the audience what you mean by that?
That's a good idea. Yeah, let them step me through, right, step by step. Okay, so we've got the observation, and we can see the shoreline on the other side, and we can see no obstruction throughout the entire afternoon and into the night. Now, you're claiming, right, that refraction. Okay, step me through that step by step, but they're going to fall apart when that happens, I guess. That's why I took those clips from that professor, right, when he's talking about, sure, refraction is something that needs to be taken into consideration, but he said it's only 8%, and up to 10, 12% in extreme conditions. Anything beyond that would not be explainable. So, I mean, I like to share that clip because they are forced to throw a scientist under the bus if they want to say that he's also wrong.
Yeah, I mean that's definitely a good place for them to get into the weeds and to stumble over. They still have left to claim as a part of astronomical refraction a curvature of the Earth that's being unbent in the first instance.
Yeah, I mean that's usually the way I handle that is I say, okay, let's do a hypothetical. Okay, so if we remove the atmosphere hypothetically, do you agree that the horizon is exactly at 2.73 miles? And they have to say yes. Okay, so and then I'll say, okay, now we're going to add the atmosphere back in, right? Do you still agree that the horizon is at 2.73 miles, a physical geometric horizon? They have to say yes, right? And then I can explain how ludicrous their claim is, saying that everything, like that really there is an invisible horizon there that doesn't match the definition of a horizon anymore. And that everything throughout the entire scene is perfectly being somehow refracted up to be completely flat the entire way across, right? And you're saying that that's bending light that's causing that to happen? It's a ludicrous claim. It really is such a ridiculous claim.
Right. Now explain the conditions that are present meteorologically, if that's what you intend, to describe what's happening to the light. Yeah.
Exactly, and that's why these people, that are experts in the field on the globe side, right? They say that it's only a small amount that you would have to account for, because once you start getting really drastic differences in the refractive index, then you start getting crazy miraging effects, and we don't see any of that happening in this observation. It's very clear. It's nice conditions, right? We don't see some crazy effects taking place in the distance where we've got obvious superior or inferior miraging or Fata Morgana or anything like that. That's not present. So we can we can discount those particular conditions that cause those particular types of effects. Now, what do we have left when it comes to what they claim is atmospheric refraction? We have some sinking or some looming, some towering or some stooping, right? That's also not present in this observation. And if it was present, it doesn't make up for having no horizon over 21 miles when there would have to be one at 2.73 miles away. It's just, it just doesn't account for it. So
the geometry doesn't comport because of the nature of the curves that they're claiming.
Yeah, there's no potential meteorological conditions that could possibly be present that could explain this. That's kind of what it comes down to.
You don't believe in flat weather?
And if it was the case, we should be viewing that scene, DJ, as though we were elevated up in height about 200 feet from the ground. We don't see that.
Yeah, exactly. Even more, I think.
Yeah,
because even to have a 10-mile horizon, you would have to be around 70 foot in the air. So we have no horizon over 21 miles here.
What's up, fellas?
What's up, bro? Hey, DJ, man, that guy Das, maybe he can present us some globe proof, because he's in a side chat, just skanking his life away.
Yeah, I don't think he has any globe.
So
I don't think such a thing exists. Yeah,
I was just thinking about what you were saying. If whether, because you have the other black swan, the one where the rigs are cut off, and they're like, that's Earth curve. And then you got the black swan where it's not cut off. That would mean, they'll admit it's caused by the meteorological conditions, the refraction, whatever. That would mean that one day there's flat weather, one day there's globe weather.
Yeah. Yes. Exactly.
It was a flat weather day, so the Earth looked flat, and then the next day it was a globe weather day, and we couldn't see the bottom of ships.
Yeah,
it's so absurd, man.
Like if I look forward towards the sun, am I going to see the Earth bent up from a globe so it's flat? But if I turn around and look behind me towards the night, does it look super curved?
When I made my 30-mile observation, there's like a little island in the harbor, and I remember because it was kind of like when I first started doing the observation, it was a little like opaque, and like it was very strange. The island kind of like appeared, and then kind of like disappeared, and then like reappeared. Because it was about 6 miles away from where I was, and there's like a little lighthouse thing on it. And the way it like disappeared was it like kind of like squished from the top and bottom at the same time. Until it was like you couldn't see it, and then it was like it was getting squished and expanded. You know what I mean? Like when it gets squished, obviously you can't see it because it's too small to see. Yeah, there's got to be something going on there.
It's a similar phenomenon, I think, to these high altitude images of the limb view of the horizon, where they show the moon, right, and the moon squishing like a football.
Yeah. In the flattening of the sun, right? So that's a well-known thing where the sun like turns into this line thing. I have an image where the sun it appears like it's setting like almost the entire solar diameter above higher than the horizon. I'll actually post the image of that in the chat. I've been saving this for a while, so I'll post the image in the chat. It's pretty strange.
That reminds me, at work we have artwork in our office, and in the hallway over by our break room, there's a really cool 3-panel evening horizon picture. Some professional cameramen took, right, and it's showing exactly that. The sun is like flattening several degrees up from where the horizon obviously is. I should take a picture of it and bring it in. It sounds kind of like what you're describing.
You know, guys, after what y'all just covered, this is when a glober like Matthew jumps in and starts talking about some vague thing about 0.07, whatever, and makes it sound like all this is feasible, and y'all just completely destroyed it anyway.
I think in these cases, it's important to look at the bottom of what's being flattened. And in some cases, like the sunrise or sunset solar eclipses that show the flattening effect, you'll be able to see the light from whatever's occluding the sun bleeding through a flattened underside of the eclipsed image on the horizon, which means that that light is there. It has a logical optical path from its source to your eye, that it's not being obstructed. It's just being shifted.
It's really crazy. I mean, just look at the arguments from the globe side with the black swan, like India pointed out earlier. Okay, so we've got a day with the 1 foot black swan image where you can see a little bit of a bendy crane, and they say that that's a sign of higher refraction. And then on the day that we can see the horizon at around 6 miles, right, the white swan or whatever they want to call it, it's clearer conditions. And they say, well, that means that there's less refraction. Okay, so because there's a bit more distortion in the air, they say, well, that means it's higher refraction. That's not actually how it would work. I mean, because have a look at this image that I'm putting in the side chat now, right? We can see less distance again on this one, and we've got extremely crazy distortion taking place in the same location in this one. So shouldn't there be some sort of super magical refraction where we can see much further? Now, what they're saying is that on clearer days, you can see less distance. That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life, right? On clearer days, you can see further. Right? This is a good example of showing, like, okay, this is like, according to them, this would be extreme refraction on this day. But once again, the horizon's not any further away than in their white swan image. But what I think is going on in the white swan image is just some sinking. I mean, it fits the definition of sinking, right? Something that would normally be visible on the geographical horizon apparently sinks beneath it. It usually happens like during the night or early in the morning when the water temperature is still a little bit warmer than the air temperature surrounding it, and it causes things to look like they're lower than what they are, right? Like a ship appearing like it's sunk, or an oil platform appearing like it's sunk beyond the horizon, right? It's just like a less extreme version of an inferior mirage, like when you see people walking down the road and it looks like they're cut off, right? Their whole legs and hips are missing and you can only see their torso walking down the road. It's just a less extreme version of that. And it says that it normally happens when the conditions are very clear. It's one of the, characteristics of sinking. It happens on clear days, early in the morning, and also, it says in the definition of sinking that the horizon appears much closer than it would in the absence of that miraging effect. So that's exactly textbook definition what we're seeing, with quite a few of these observations where it looks like there's a ship or an oil platform sinking behind the horizon.
Yeah, not to change the subject. So, sporadic. I haven't talked to Shane and those guys yet. I'm going to try and do it today. I'll probably be able to do it today, no doubt. I just been like super busy with me and Alpha with the show and shit. Yeah. And plus, like, I can't do just that, so I had to flashback a little bit last night. So I'll get to him.
I totally get it.
The parallel light rays, man. It's going to be a tough thing for me to swallow, man.
Did you? I sent you in DMs 2 clips.
Yeah, I read it.
Yeah. I mean, that's, and and Alan and Shane are presenting slides that depict exactly that: 2 degrees, 31 arc minutes, 2 locations at the same time.
Yeah, that's going to be tough, man.
Right, and what's even crazier is that's not empirical in the first place.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I don't accept it from the Glovers because they have no evidence that's actually the case. right? I'm sure as hell not going to accept it from flat Earth, right? You can say there's parallel rays, but there's literally no evidence that's the case at all.
Right. So even if it is the case, they can't justify it. It's insane. It's backfitting. The original Heffron Delta from February, which was claimed to be an optical phenomenon, has now taken form as the G.G. Bennett refraction correction, which is a 10% fudge factor, which is exactly what they need to fudge 200 meters of missing a height of Pikes Peak.
And you're talking about the linear distance drop the linear drop or whatever. He said there was some drop that he said he measured, but he never came up to the empirical evidence for. Is that what you're talking about?
Well, there is that too. But in this case, all right. So the guy looked out his backyard initially, and I think there's only one real observation that was ever done. All right, so he looked out his backyard. He sees Pikes Peak at like 2 degrees, I don't know, 17 arc minutes, whatever it was. And he did the trick, and it's like, wow, 200 meters of missing height of Pikes Peak. This comports to dip angle correction of a globe. And the new method now adds a 10% correction factor, an offset, which is what you need for 200 meters to be unbent. But he only applies that to a synthetic observation at Pikes Peak using stellarium.
Yeah.
So I'm like, what? You're applying a refraction correction where the air is the thinnest, and you're looking up?
You posted that in the chat. You know what I was thinking? Like, you might be able to do another test to see what's going on, but you're going to need a really tall freaking mountain. You get closer and increase the angle, right? So you want an angle to the peak that's like, I don't know, let's say 3 degrees. But you would need to be really far, like, you know what I mean? You need to be really either close to the mountain or the mountain needs to be really tall, right?
Yeah.
So we're trying to not see what matches when you increase the elevation angle. You know what I mean? Because then the refraction, the so-called horizontal refraction, that's not gonna be as significant.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah, supposedly. So say you're at sea level and you're 69 miles from Mount Everest. That since Mount Everest is 5 miles tall, the angle should be like, I don't know, 3 or 4 degrees maybe. Right? You should have a 3 or 4 degree elevation angle.
Yeah.
And then do that well, obviously we're not going to do that because we're not going to Mount Everest right now. But I'm just using that as an example, right? So the mountain is, how high is the mountain above his viewing location? How much higher is it?
2,200 meters or so.
Above sea level or above where he is?
Above where he is. It's over 4,000 meters in height sea level.
And that's a 2 degree angle, basically?
Yeah. Yes, you got thousands of meters of temperature and pressure changes in a narrow 2 degree field of view.
Because you could get closer and increase that angle, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Go to like 40 degrees elevation.
Yeah. So say he got, instead of being whatever he is, 50 kilometers away, go 10 kilometers away.
Yeah.
Right? And then do it from there. Right? And then do the observation and the synthetic observation and then see what's going on, right? I think doing it statically like that is maybe it's incomplete, basically. An incomplete observation, because there's something going on that, like, either maybe I'm dumb and I don't understand it, but it kind of doesn't make sense. And I think it has something to do with the ray parallelism.
Yeah,
that globe fudge factor is kind of like,
the fudge factor is bad enough. The ray parallelism, I think, is the critical point, but that comes after addressing that they're only using stellarium, synthetic observations.
but think about it. It's like no matter where you go on the globe, the ray is striking you parallelism. So if you look at a star at zenith in 45 degrees, how are those rays parallel? Right? If you're on the surface, I'm looking at it at 45 degrees. Those rays have to be coming at 45 degrees. And at zenith, they have to be coming in straight down. So, and I'm sure you've seen all the Eratosthenes graphics, right? They show like the sun's rays and they're all striking the earth like in parallel rays across the entire surface. Well, shouldn't a star be doing that too?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so if I move over to some other location and you depict that, then it's hitting parallel from a completely different angle, and how can it be parallel from two places at the same time? That doesn't make sense to me.
I know. It goes back to my foot stomping point throughout most of this, regardless of the arguments, the rotation vector. The observer has claimed to have rotated on the globe.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. Because in one way, if you really think about it, spherical trig is really just doing a rotation about the origin of coordinates, right? You're at the origin of coordinates, you apply a rotation, and then you find you find the vector from the origin of coordinates, and that's it. That's all it is.
Yeah, it's like Gauss's law, man. Like same math for the globe.
Yeah, you're not actually moving along the surface of a sphere. You're rotating and then drawing a line from the center out to some point.
Yeah, that's what's missing in everything else of all these like satellite systems and airplane telemetry. They claim the drop over distance, but they don't have the rotation anywhere.
Yeah.
Same problem.
Because I always wondered, you know what quaternions are?
Yeah. Using covariance matrices.
Yeah, so I always wonder, like, why don't they just use quaternions to, like, if they're doing a rotation fundamentally in the mathematics, why don't they just use quaternions to do the rotation? Right?
Well, they do. They add it back in, like in INS systems. It's called the transport rate. So that's in one case.
So they're doing. What do you mean? Transport rate? Transport of what? I don't understand.
So transport rate has to do with rotating with respect to Earth curvature. So you maintain down.
So
they calculated
the orientation of the whatever the spacecraft, satellite, airplane, right?
Right, because it's not enough to just use like Schuler tuning, which is to place the position of the point around an imaginary ball, but they have to rotate. That point itself has a local vertical and local horizontal that has to rotate too, and that's what the transport rate does.
Yeah. So the funny thing about this is there's so much overlap with other fields. So like cameras, because 3D graphics, right? You have like your global coordinate system, then you have the coordinate system of some object within that coordinate system, right? So like all of these have like their own unique coordinate system. So say you have an image, you have the XYZ of the camera, but then you have some object that's out there in the scene, and then you use quaternions to calculate its orientation relative to the global coordinate system.
Yeah.
And I'm saying global coordinate system. That's what they call it too. It's ironic, right? It's a camera, but you can call it a global coordinate system, I guess.
It brings me back to like satellite stuff, which is similar, like in video game mechanics. So every receiver gets a local horizontal tangent plane, and every receiver treats their position and everything else relative to it locally as flat. But all of the assets are tied together centrally using hyperdimensional geometry, such that every person relative to the imaginary surface of the Earth has an equal radius, but it's all from flat horizontal tangent planes. So they curve the radius in a fourth spatial dimension.
So it sounds like you're telling me that they create the plane first, and then they create the sphere in reference to the plane, as opposed to creating a sphere in
I don't think it
creating a
matters
sphere
which
and
comes
then
first.
creating a plane in reference to the sphere.
Right. The point is, Indio, they need a common point of origin.
Yeah.
In order to do their timing corrections. And so they use hyperdimensional geometry to do that. So they and this is for asset tracking. So
Okay,
this way.
hold on. Okay, so
Yep.
So
you
just
got
for
it.
the audience and my own sake, quite honestly, so they have an origin of coordinates in an extra dimensional space.
Yeah, that's ECEF. That's part of it.
No, but that's the
That's
common
the center of a
coordinate,
globe
right?
Earth,
In the,
dude.
the common coordinate is in an extra dimension. It's in the height.
Yeah.
Okay, that's weird. It's clever though.
Very. It's like diabolical. They call that the center of Earth. So then when they present ECEF to people, they say this is the globe and that's the origin, the center of Earth. And then they glue their squares on top of it to say, locally it's flat, and everybody using receivers also has flat dimensions. But it's all tied in together using this. So then that's where basically they set like their clock, like that's their Greenwich Mean Clock, UT1 or whatever. And then everything else gets their local clocks. And it's all being done relative to that hypergeometrical point of origin.
So, okay, so say they wanted to know the distance. Okay, they get the ECEF data at one GPS receiver. They want to know the distance from that one to another one. Now, how will they calculate that? Will they transform it in the latitude, longitude, do the half sign, and then calculate it that way? Or can they actually calculate the distance between two receivers in the ECEF coordinate system? And like, would they calculate a distance in the hyperspace
Yeah, they
between the
can.
two?
They can. They can take the timings and apply it to any geometry.
Oh, they're doing it with the timings. That's right. Okay.
Yeah. So that's why they can take a lunar datum. And
lunar datum, bro.
I'm not even joking, dude. They claim a lunar datum now, and they're using the GPS constellation around Earth, where they do the timing corrections to the receiver on the moon. They claim, and they're reapplying the timing to a hypersphere of the moon.
That's wow. And they don't see no problem with this.
Well, that's what I keep wondering, dude. Like the engineers working on this, they gotta ask.
Yeah, they're engineers. Okay, they don't care if that shit's real or not.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah, it's called Lugre, Lugre.
Oh, sorry. I finished watching the video. I actually took a couple extra minutes to kind of look into it after So, who was it that sent me that? Was it AJ? Is he still here?
DJ was DJ.
Oh, DJ. That's right. Well, there's AJ and DJ. My bad. So, okay. Really quick, I actually have a couple questions about just some things I don't think I completely understood. I tried to find this calculator online. I couldn't find whatever this specific calculator is in the video. I see there's a couple other ones, but I wanted to try and use the exact one that is shown in this video. I don't.
You could use any one out of all of the calculators. There's hundreds to choose from, and they'll all give you the same result. But yeah, here's one. I just put this one in the side chat. It's the one that I use all the time because it's just super easy to use. And
the Milton's whatever it is, the Earth curve.
No, it's the Omni calculator. It's pretty basic, but it does the job. It's very simple.
Okay, and that is this is one of the comments. Something I just wanted to talk about is that. All right, so let me just look at. Well, hold on. Before I do this, let me look at this calculator. So this is now this. See that what I like though about this video is, at least in this still frame of whatever, I thought this was a calculator, but maybe this is just a graph showing data. But the one that is less simple, the one that's showing all the potential data, this is really interesting to me because, well, for one, without doing it myself, obviously, I have to just assume that these numbers are correct. And I also, going to be completely honest, I don't really know what left-right drop means, left-right drop angle means, so I don't, I'm assuming that has to do something with the camera itself, frame width. This is something maybe I was actually going to ask for clarity on, is what these specific numbers mean. I also noticed, though, that there's a lot of numbers that are left zero. And I can't imagine that doing the math required to calculate the curvature or the horizon, you can just put zero as a lot of different factors. If that's the case, then that's the case. But these things seem very important. Refraction angle, I know that. Relative to the horizon, that makes a difference. I mean, so these are things like, I see how this math can get there, but that's why I kind of wanted to do it on the same calculator that whatever this person was that was using.
Yeah, so the basics of it is that there should be a horizon line at 2.73 miles, and that the target should be hidden behind the horizon by 223 foot. Now, when it comes to left-right drop and things like that, a lot of these things aren't really something that we need to worry about, right? It's showing you such tiny numbers, and what that's talking about is how much the horizon should drop left to right if the Earth was a globe.
I see. Okay, and that actually makes perfect sense, because you definitely should not see a lateral horizon for sure. You should not see any lateral curve at all like that. But
yeah.
So that makes sense. All right. But I feel like I have to disagree on the fact that, like, well, I don't know if this is what you're saying, but if what you're saying is these numbers, like the lift absolute, angular visible nearest target data, refraction angle, I know that refraction angle matters, because unless we're not in agreement that refraction exists, and if that's the case, then that's fair, but I'm going to have to move forward.
No, refraction exists, but it's something so when it comes to atmospheric refraction, right, that's the type of refraction that you would be talking about when you're looking through the atmosphere. Right,
yeah,
atmospheric refraction. So that would be a very small consideration that you would need to take into account. Once you have extreme conditions, then you'll start having obvious miraging effects, but we don't see anything like that in the observation. Now, if you do look into it, right, according to the people that are on the globe side, right, the globe scientists and the people that are experts in optics and things like that, they'll tell you that sure, refraction exists, but it's not something that would make a huge difference. So it could allow you to see the horizon maybe 8% further under standard refraction, or up to 15% further in extreme conditions. Anything beyond that, you'll start to have miraging effects. Now, I do have some clips saved from a professor, a scientist, and an engineer who was debating some flat earthers for the globe side. Right, and he's talking about refraction, and he explains how, it is something that you need to take into account, but it's not something that's a massive factor where it's going to allow you to see like thousands of percent further, or make the horizon not visible.
Yeah, if you could, I know you said you have a clip, but honest to God,
the clip takes you to the full video.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
great.
so the clip, it's just a YouTube clip, so it does take you to the full.
Okay. Well, yeah, I'm just saying, because I've been, honestly, dude, I don't really understand. I think I get it seems a little pompous, and this is where, like, I don't really like the scientific quote unquote side of things, is they're very dismissive, it seems, especially like the big talkers. Like, I watched a video trying to find an actual discussion between flat Earth and the scientific consensus, or whatever you want to call it. But there's so little. There's very few scientists that are even willing to talk about this, and that's a problem for me. Because not only does it seem like I'm greater than, don't even bother, which is a problem. But it's also like for somebody that genuinely wants to have a conversation about it, how am I supposed to have, unless I literally become an astrophysicist or become a flat earther or just, whatever, then I have no frame of reference. I mean, it's just very unfortunate. So any debate between or even conversation, I would love to listen to. I mean, it's upsetting that the conversation seems to be, we science, we know, shut up. That's kind of, they're like not even willing to talk about it. That's unfortunate to me. So yeah, if there's anything that I can watch that shows, people discussing this.
Yeah, I can link you to a few. We've had a lot of discussions recorded where we've discussed with physicists and satellite engineers and things like that. Because we're always live streaming
myself. That these people, like, I'd have to get their credentials.
You can look up their credentials very easily online.
Okay, fair enough then. Yeah, as long as I can do that, because I'm not gonna. I mean, regardless, I'll still listen to both sides. But if somebody is claiming that they have the facts or the science, that's science-based. Like, you need to have credibility. Like, you have to be. If you're saying we know that this is the case, you have to have, at least in my mind, because you have to be smarter than me. Like, why would I just?
These guys
was like, this is it.
Look, to be completely honest, right? When these guys come in to debate with us. They've probably only looked into these particular arguments for very brief periods throughout their career. They don't do as well as what you might think. You would think that they would come in and school the flat earthers, but really they don't. And quite often they're more honest and they admit what they do know and what they don't know. And they'll say when things are just, they'll say, yeah, sure, we can't scientifically prove gravity, but we can measure things with it. It has to be there for the Earth to be a globe, right? You can't have the globe without gravity. But what is gravity? We have no idea. Where does gravity come from? We have no idea, right? Quite often they'll be more honest. Whereas a globe earther, a college kid will come in all cocky and he'll say, we have 100% scientific proof for gravity. It's been proven thousands of times and it's fact and blah, 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 right? So when you get someone that's actually a pro, once you get someone that's actually in good faith and more professional, they'll admit what they do when they don't know. Now, in the side chat, you can see I posted a demonstration of atmospheric refraction. So atmospheric refraction is essentially when you have a difference in temperature and that creates a gradient in the refractive index and it causes the light to behave differently on its path back to your eyes, and it causes the objects in the distance to either look higher or lower or squished or stretched out, right? There's a list of different miraging effects
for sure.
It's not going to all of a sudden allow you to see something 20 times further away, right? It's not going to have a horizon all of a sudden that should be it. It's not demonstratable, and it's I see what you're saying. Anyway, so here's a two clips that I took from this debate.
Is in my queue. I haven't watched this yet, but I have watched.
Yeah, this isn't a great. Unfortunately, this guy Dave Weiss and the guy that he's debating with, they're not the best. They didn't do a extremely great job. They didn't do a bad job, but it's not like some of the guys from 24/7 would have done in this same debate, right? David Weiss has a lot of flaws with his arguments, but they still did a decent job. And this professor on the Globe side was super cool, super good faith, very nice guy, very honest. So I just took these two clips, right? Because they were having the same discussion about the long distance observations. And I just took these two short clips. If you want to watch them, they're only like 30 seconds each. And he'll just give you his opinion on how refraction is something that needs to be accounted for, but it's a small factor. And he says that if you can show me something that's far beyond, right, what these limitations would allow, then he would be, it would not be able to be explained for the Globe side. So if you want to check out those two clips quickly, and then you can save I think you can click into the link and it will take you to the entire
Like I
debate.
said, I actually have this. I have a few videos that I just haven't gotten to yet. I'm still I'm not done looking into this. This is on both. I mean, look, life in general to me is fascinating. So I'm always down to learn. This is something I've never even explored, and it's also vicariously causing me to learn about just in general some mathematics that I just have not touched in a long time. Kind of some refreshers. I mean, I'm enjoying the time I'm spending delving into this. But this interview. It's like what the whole thing's like an hour and 16 minutes, I think, something like that. I have this queued up actually, so I'll actually watch this whole thing today at some point. But I'll go ahead and watch these clips real quick. Give me a second.
Yeah.
If I may, I was curious if this gentleman has seen The Black Swan.
He probably has, but it's probably something we could go over it with him again.
Yeah, because I'm wondering, now that you guys are talking about the refraction bit, a while back I had done a calculation as to what would have been necessary to actually be able to see what was seen in the Black Swan, and we're looking at like a refractive index of like almost 1, right, in their calculation, which is what, 7 or 8 times standard? Maybe not 8, but 6 to 6.
Yeah, I think it should be some crazy number that's not possible. There are no meteorological conditions.
I gotta leave one more time to watch these.
Yeah, you're right, bro. Yeah, that's okay.
Do your thing, man. No problem. Yeah, I thought maybe I can bring it up there. It's just a couple snapshots if you want to. Right there. I don't want to interrupt there. You guys seem to be.
Like they say standard refraction's 7/6R or something like that. I think the Black Swan would have to be 7/46 or something. Some crazy amount.
No, it's worse than that. 7/46 is the smaller number, right? So in the calculator, right, 7/6R, in the calculator that just translates to 0.17 or 0.1667, right, which is 1/6, right? So it's just 1 extra, right? So 0 is just is your baseline, and you're adding 1 extra sixth, right? But in the calculator, you have to have a 0.9891, right? So it's almost like a refractive index of 2, basically, if you're adding just 1 to it, right? But it doesn't really work like that. It's they're expanding the radius of the Earth by almost 10 times by using. I'll whip it out there.
So after watching that, I mean, I'd still want to. This is the big thing for me as well. This is why I want to. I'm going to do my due diligence. If you send me something, even if I have to go and do it throughout a day and come back the next day to have a real conversation about it, without just being like, nope, I don't believe. I would need to watch the whole thing, so I need the context. So I'll watch the whole video on that today. I heard somebody say something about Black Swan. I actually have not seen whatever that. Maybe it depends on if it goes by other words, or there might be I've looked into a lot of stuff that I haven't seen posted in here directly, so I might have seen something about it without realizing it's called the Black Swan or whatever.
Right. The oil rig.
I could just present it really. Just do a really quick presentation of it. Are you talking? Right. So maybe I do like the 8-foot one better.
Me too. I like the 8-foot one better too.
Yeah, so I'll just quickly show that. I'll be really quick. Okay, 1 second, because I've got it saved here.
Okay.
Do you happen to have the 1-foot one also? Just
yeah, I will show him that after, because it is a good follow up to show that it's been done on different days. Okay, so once again, this is.
If you're going to use any 1-foot one, the John D one with the multiple windmill bottoms. That's like one. That one's just crazy, dude. There's no really arguing against it. They dodge that one too. That's another one they just won't even talk about it.
Yeah, I need to go over that one in more detail.
What is this Earth curvature thing showing me? What is this about? Is this?
Well, just hold on a second.
I can expound on that after. Go ahead, DJ.
Yeah. Okay, so once again, this is just a small clip taken out of a full-length high-definition video, which I will link in a second. Okay, so this clip that so this one's 8-foot observation height, and then we have 2 oil platforms, and then we can see the horizon clearly well beyond the oil platforms. Now, once again, the horizon on a globe should be at 3.46 miles. Okay, the first oil platform's only 6 miles away. Okay, so the horizon should be halfway between the observer and the first oil platform. Now, anything beyond that horizon should start to be hidden behind the horizon. But we can see that the horizon itself is actually beyond the oil platforms. So this is another example that the horizon does not match up anywhere close to what the globe side, to where it must be on the globe side. Right, and we have very clear conditions. We don't have any miraging effects or anything like that. It's just flat all the way out to the flat horizon beyond the oil platforms.
Okay. So is this the Advanced Earth Calculator? Are these the calculations for this video? Is that what this is?
Almost.
Is that what Mick posted? Okay, so what I'm going to do, right, because Mick's analyzed one of these videos, and it's not this one, so I'll just post the one he's talking about, because it is in the same location, and it's the same person that did it, but this time he does the observation from 1 foot, right? So he just goes down to the shoreline, and he holds the camera just 1 foot above the surface of the water, and then he zooms out, and once again, we can see the horizon is beyond the oil platform. So I will just post a clip showing the 1 foot observation, and then Mick can explain the what he posted there. So just a second.
Okay.
All right, so here's the clip. It's just uploading now. It'll just be a second.
Is it a full clip or is it just the
It's
image?
It's just the zoom. No, it's just the zoom. Okay, and then under the zoom, under the zoom, I'm going to show, right, this is just a part of the zoom, screenshotted, and then the colors have just been adjusted a bit, just so you can see the water a little bit clearer. Okay, and then now, Mick, if you want to...
Yeah, you see the pink part, right, in the inverted image there? That's the horizon. It's obvious. Yeah, it's evidently beyond the 9.41 miles, right? So when we look at the geometry, if you go to the 2 images or 2 screenshots that I put there, technically speaking, on a clear day with no atmospheric interference or refraction or whatever, technically speaking, this is what we would expect to see, the first one. So there's 2 oil rigs, right? The furthest one, 9.41 miles. That's what I plugged into this just for, to make it even harder to try and, dissect, right? We would expect a little bit under half the entire height of the thing to be cut off as per this calculator. Okay. So you see where I highlighted in green and stuff like that at the top, it says hidden height 44.68 feet.
I do.
Right. So that's just a little under half, right? The whole thing is 98 feet tall, right? You can double check that. It's online. It's not a secret, right? And then midway between the screen on the left, it says target lift rel to horizon 0 feet. 0, right? Yeah. That's just saying there's no effect from any refraction that's altering what we observe or creating an appearance of the thing being lifted up by any means. Okay. So when you go to the second image, what I did was I hand crafted or tried to find the sweet spot whereby we would get a 0 hidden height. So you see at the top it says 0 feet hidden, right? So the entire height of the object is within view, right? And then at midway it says lift rel to horizon 44.64 feet, just about what was half cut off earlier there.
Yeah.
At the bottom of the screen it says it gives us a refraction index of 0.989182. Okay, so in a nutshell, this calculator, we were talking, or was mentioned earlier, standard refraction being basically 7/6R. In this calculator, that would be basically 0.167. Okay, because you have one extra sixth above 0. You follow so far? So in this case, to be able to see what we see in this video, and actually, frankly, we see more because we see the horizon even beyond this oil rig. But just for argument's sake, I just put it to like flush with the object itself, right? We would need a refraction index of something like, well, what is it? 4, 5, 6 times greater than standard refraction. Okay. Normally, people can get away with a little bit of wiggle room, like, oh, it's a little bit more than standard, so instead of 0.67, it should be 0.2 or 0.18 or 0.25 or a little bit below that, whatnot. But we're talking like a lot more, multiples more. So one big question I have that I have yet to hear anyone bring into this room is what weather conditions or climate conditions create that type of effect, if at all, if there are any, right? Because
I wouldn't be able to answer that for sure.
Exactly, you follow, and so far nobody really has.
Like me as the person, just like as a layman, definitely not. I would not be able to tell you. I do see, like, I actually found a study that went into these specific images, actually. So I'm reading that right now. But it is going into this. It's basically, and this is where I understand why there's speculation and even like literal, you're like, this doesn't make sense, because on one hand, this whole article, from what I'm reading, there's no it's not saying, well, this is wrong because, it's saying that this is wrong because the atmospheric, it's basically saying refraction is the issue with, with the images, and that's why it's distorted. So, but then on the other hand, you have this physicist who's saying that refraction only accounts for so much. So I wouldn't be able to discern.
This is the difference, right? So this is people that spend quite a lot of their life hating flat Earth and trying to debunk flat Earth and coming up with basically trying to stretch their own side's arguments to try to make it fit their globe so they can debate against flat Earthers. And then on the other side, you've got this physicist guy, right? The physics professor, who's he's not biased against it. He's just giving you the honest information. If you listen to his debate, you can tell the whole time he's not like an anti-flat earther, right? There's these people we call anti-flat earthers that they have YouTube channels and their whole life is spent trying to debunk flat Earth. Now, these are the people that are stretching the claims from their own side. But if you actually look into people that are unbiased from the globe side, then they'll tell you that, yes, it's only a small amount that would need to be taken into account for refraction. And they'll say, if you can show something that's far beyond that, then, that's something to look into.
Well, and in this article that I'm reading, at least, and I can post it if you want, if you haven't already seen it.
Can I say something real quick about what DJ said? So their basic claim is that these observations are like cherry-picked one-off special weather condition observations that, they just went out on the perfect day where this would happen. That's what they're saying. There's a rare refracting weather condition that you would never see. But we have a whole bunch of these. So it's not. There's a guy. He's got a YouTube channel called Pavlov's Dog. He's been for like 2 years now. Every 3 or 4 days, he goes to parking lot that overlooks these same oil rigs, sets up the camera in the exact same place, gets the weather conditions, all that crap, and does a horizontal pan with not just these 2 rigs, but 5 others. And every day it's the same. Well, not every day, but most of the time it's the same thing where you can see the rigs where you shouldn't see them. And we're talking 2 years of like observations every 3 to 4 days. Right. So
if you want to link that,
the normal condition is that you can see them. and occasionally there'll be a rare weather conditions where they appear cut off. It's actually the opposite of what they say.
Okay.
Okay, I just
Well, I mean, and even in and I mean, to be fair, even in that scenario where the opposite is true, that would still kind of imply that even though it might be way less likely, there's still the likelihood that there is that moment where of refraction that could affect to that point. But either way, I do see the point being made is that, you know, on one hand you have somebody that's, and I also agree, by the way, I've watched a bunch of like what I would call a flat earth hater. And it's annoying, honestly. It's very pompous. Like I said, like it's annoying to hear them be like, shut the fuck up. You know, you're stupid. That's an annoying voice, regardless of whether you're right or not. But I prefer people to be as unbiased and open as possible. What I was going to say though is that this article, at least that I'm reading, they simulated the images according to different barometric parameters and were able to simulate the refraction effect. So even though they couldn't go out and find, you know, you'd have to go out literally every day or set up a 24-hour camera possibly. And they haven't done that. That's on them.
This has been done, dude. This has already been done.
I'm saying if you've already seen it, that's fair. I'm just saying, based on what I'm seeing here, they simulated with certain. Now they could be, you know, this is what I'm saying. They could be straining these, but
let me ask you something about the simulation. Is it the simulation from Walter Bislin's curve calculator? Is it that simulation?
It is on the Walter Bislin's website. It's not a calculator.
I'll tell you something about that. Is not a simulation, and that image you're looking at is super deceptive, and I'll tell you why. If you look at the ray trace, you'll see that the rays like they intersect and then flip over, so that the ray that was at the top is now on the bottom. That would look like an inverted image. So what they did to hide this is they have a visibility distance in that calculator, right? And if you go into the calculator and so it's an actual tab. So you go on his website, they have a tab for this, right? And you click the oil platforms tab. And you go down, and at the lower down, it has a visibility box where you can change the visibility distance. Now they got it set to 10 kilometers. If you extend that visibility distance, you can see the water forms literally is higher than the oil rigs. So they're hiding the fact they didn't actually. My point is that they didn't actually simulate it. It doesn't match the observation, and they hid the part that doesn't match the observation by shortening the visibility so you can't see that the water is basically a fucking 50-foot-meter wave. I'll show you all this. Okay, just give me a second.
Like I said, I'm just saying, I'm looking at it right now. The visibility input is 25 kilometers, not 10. But I don't know if that makes a difference.
Change it to 100 and look at how it changes the image.
Well, I'm sure it would change it, but is that an accurate?
No, just look at it, bro. The visibility is the distance. So basically, it's like a fog they added to the display. That's all that means. The visibility due to the opacity of the render. So when you clear that opacity, you can see behind the oil rigs is basically a freaking 100-meter wave.
Yeah, I see what you're. So in order for me to, again, I wouldn't be able to. I'd have to read through this. What I'm reading is a lot of math.
The point is, do you think it matches now? You think it matches now?
Well, I mean, if you put in 100 kilometers, that's not accurate, right? So obviously,
no. What you're not understanding is it's not 100 kilometers of the Earth. It's 100 kilometers of visibility due to the opacity of the air, like fog, right? In some fogs you can see a mile, in other fogs you can see 3 miles, in other fogs you can see 10 miles. What they did is they changed the visibility so that you could only see 25 kilometers and fogged out everything that's behind it.
I see
but when you remove the fog, you can see that the water is freaking higher than the oil rigs.
Yeah, I guess what I'm saying is, Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, if you increase the visibility to 100 kilometers, but that's a sharp increase.
Yeah, but it's only an increase in the transparency of the air. That's all it is.
Well, yeah, but that makes a difference, right? I mean,
Not to the
that's kind of why.
geometry, but it doesn't make a difference to the geometry.
Well, yeah, but that's why, like, for instance, I think like if you have like a flat plane, right? Then as things go away from you, they seem to get smaller. The visibility and why things, even from certain distances, I should be able to see. Some of the reason is because of the atmospheric.
Yeah, but the visibility thing in this is a transparency. You know how you have like if you do an overlay, you change the transparency.